soap and hope he scrubs all the flat earth off of him.
So what I found, right, was that for that line is that it's about 60 miles away. So in geometry, like 2,400 feet should be hidden, but because of refraction, that goes down to about 2,000 feet. But then from the observer height, only about 300 feet is hidden. So that still hides about 1,700 feet. So wouldn't that basically cover what is expected to be missing if the Earth was a globe?
Which one are you looking at? Which observation are you looking at?
It's the one of that skyline. Wait, is that the Chicago? I don't know which one. I'm not American. Yeah, the Chicago skyline one.
You're obviously reading from something, so the numbers you gave are completely wrong.
They are.
Yeah. The only thing you should see of that skyline is 10 stories of Willis Tower in the antenna. Everything else should be not visible. Willis Tower is 1,700 feet to the top of the tower. 1,400 feet should be hidden by the curvature of the Earth. From 52 miles and a 200-foot elevation. This was taken from Warren Dunes. So I don't know where you got those numbers from, what website you read them on, but those people, I would just be nice and say they're incorrect as opposed to lying.
Or just confused about what they're looking at. They don't really understand, so they just filter in some kind of random bullshit that they won't explain or take questions on either. That's why it's better to do it yourself, just like Dandelion's been telling you. Don't go off somebody else's word, especially if they're starting from a point of just utter confusion. The garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah, I mean, so Blue, you could just start by examining your own beliefs and why you think you live on the globe. Yeah, like, we're not expecting you to change your mind right away, but the fact that you are researching it is a good sign. So we've seen this many times. So usually when people first realize that there's actually a serious question about the globe, that it's not settled science, it's not settled math. Settled science is an oxymoron, by the way, just so you know. But once people realize this, they do what you're doing, look it up, and then they either see something that scares them and they put it on the shelf and refuse to look at it further, or they're willing to follow the evidence where it leads and examine the evidence that they see with the cold light of reason and logic and figure out, oh, okay, so it's not really that big a deal if this model gets discarded. Really, like, it's not that big a deal. Like, it's a failure. So yeah, we should get rid of it. But a lot of people have emotional attachment to it, or their worldview is heavily invested in believing in it, or they don't even realize they've been indoctrinated since birth into a mystery cult started by the Greeks. And then once they realize this religion that they didn't even know they were born into is being challenged, they get scared. Understandable. So yeah, what makes you think that you do live on a globe? So Blue?
I mean, that's just kind of what, you're taught, like, your entire life is that it's a globe. But more in this, skyline thing, they say because of refraction is why it's not hidden, and that if it was completely flat, then you would see the shore as well. But all we're seeing in the pictures is the tops of the building, even though it's more than what should be visible, but because of refraction again, that's why so much can be seen.
So with this refraction annoying everyone, how do you tell that it's actually curved if refraction is getting in the way?
Oh, that's a good question.
I mean, that's a excuse. That's all that is. Not from you. From why would we think that we're looking across Lake Michigan, we see Chicago, why wouldn't we just assume that we see it because it's there? Why would we assume that there's light bending around the ball? Why would we assume that? Is there any actual evidence for that happening? That's really the question. So in the side chat, I posted sun setting behind the Chicago skyline. So is the silhouette of the buildings what's being refracted, the shadow of the building?
Huh?
Yeah, so there's a screenshot of a video with the sun setting behind Chicago. Right. See, the
Designed it
idea
on.
that on a flat surface you would see all the way to the bottom of something is just absurd. It's so the conjecture is, oh, if the Earth was flat, you'd see all the way to the bottom brick of the frickin' building. It's nonsense.
Yeah, you're being given bad information. What's the source of this information? It's been asked a couple times. Obviously, B would like to know, and so would I. You're being given bad information. What's the source?
One sec, let me find it.
Your
Again.
DMs.
Yeah, if it's you can say it's your DMs if you want. It's fine. If it's just
It
another
happens
Glober,
all the
it's
time.
common. Yeah, like a new person coming in, curious about the topic. You'll definitely be getting. Probably Prof. Phil will be on
You'll
you
get
if he
DMs that say,
hasn't
don't
yet.
listen to a word they say. They're a bunch of liars. They're going to dox you. They'll say all sorts of crazy stuff and be in your DMs just spamming stuff because they either don't have the guts to come in here or because they got banned for lying, trolling, spazzing out, or doing something.
Yeah, but that's a good question. I like that image you posted, Indio, and your question about it. It's good.
It's mainly Professor Phil.
I don't think it's mainly. I mean, yeah,
So
but I don't think it's always him.
Yeah, if it's Professor Phil, watch out because he'll start asking about what would your father think if you're about you talking to flat earthers. And
USA.
You're also a young girl, so
I don't know. It could be a
anyway, let's not deflect
could be a
from.
boy.
Okay,
That voice
so
hasn't changed.
let's get back to topic.
yeah.
Oh no, I want to debate you about that, India. Let's go to the arena. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, go back to the topic.
You can't debate the leader, the cult leader.
Oh, that's
written
right.
in
Yeah,
bylaws.
I'll put a chocolate coin in the plate there.
Chocolate. Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Thanks. I'll take that.
it's written in the bylaws. You can't challenge him.
Yeah, that's right. You got to switch sides to challenge me. You got to go back to the globe. Anyway, okay. So, the question is, you said, hey, they say you shouldn't be able to see this. The only reason you see it at all is because the rays of light going around the refracting the light around the curvature of the Earth. Is there any actual justification for that claim? Right. What's the justification for saying that that's what's happening? Is that the rays of light are going around the curvature of the Earth? Why are they saying that?
What? Well, if
Well,
you
I mean,
say
what's the
refraction is always
justification?
there,
It's
but
not
I
like they
haven't.
well, what I'm saying is, it's not like they were doing a bunch of tests and discovered globe refraction, right? It's not
Did,
something that was
right?
discovered. It's something that's ad hoc after the fact, right? That they made an observation, the Earth looked flat, and they're like, well, we know the Earth's a globe. How come it looks flat? Well, the rays of light must be bending around the globe to just make it look flat.
But I think they've tested refraction in other ways. Maybe.
Can you maybe give me some of the ways? Oh, USA Today's your source? Oh, goodness. It's fine. I've seen this before, but the people
I think like the
who
first.
wrote these articles aren't freaking the brightest bulbs in the tree. I'm just trying to discuss it with you. That's it, right? Like, really, you think they tested it? I hate to tell you, they've never tested it. They go out, they make observations, and they have their pre-assumed value, what they think it's supposed to be. And if as much as it deviates from that value, when it deviates from the globe value, they say it's refraction causing that deviation from the globe value. There's no actual measurement of the light bending around anything, the light being deflected, or anything like that. They presume the Earth's a globe, make an observation, and if it doesn't come back that it's a globe, then light must be behaving in some way. This is technically a special pleading fallacy. That they're saying there's some special condition. But they're not saying it's a special condition. They're actually saying it's the general condition, that every time you go out and the Earth looks flat, that's an optical illusion, that your entire life you've never seen the Earth as it is. And in fact, that sunset video with the sun setting behind Chicago, you know what they say? They say that that's not actually the sun. The sun is already under the horizon physically, and that you're seeing the refracted image of the sun. And that you've never seen a sunset in your entire life, ever. Or a sunrise.
But this
that's
is a
not part.
clown world. Yeah, it's a clown world they've made up just to because of flat Earth. I mean, this is no one ever was saying this stuff 10, 15 years ago or whatever. This is just nonsense.
Like even with glasses, like if anyone wears glasses, like that's to do with refraction and stuff. So how can we say refraction isn't real if it's been proven in many
No.
ways?
We're not saying
We're not saying
refraction
it's
as
not
a
real.
phenomenon is not real. It exists. The question
Okay.
is there terrestrial refraction such that it makes a curved surface look flat? That's another question. Refraction is a real phenomenon. The thing is, can it make a giant ball just look flat, right? And you can take it one step further. So gravity makes a density gradient. So the air is thicker on the bottom than the top, which causes light to bend down. This is what the globe earthers say. Okay? So because this density gradient created by gravity bends the light down, it makes the globe look flat. So you have your gravity creating a globe that happens to look flat. A flat looking globe. Gravity's magic, dude. Just imagine all the things it can do. You probably wash your dishes. I mean, in case you didn't get it, gravity formed the Earth into a ball that looks flat. That's what you have to believe. And I posted a diagram in the chat of what they say the sun is doing about how, when you've seen, you see a sunset, you're not actually seeing the sun. Some of these diagrams get even worse. They're just so absurd.
It's also confusing.
No, it's not confusing. It's actually simple. But but the opponents of flat Earth, I don't know how new to this topic you are, but it's quite the shit show, for lack of a better term. The opponents, we call them anti-flat earthers, So there's regular people that oppose flat Earth, but there's a group that's like really opposed to it. Okay, and they make their whole personality about doing that. So there's something called obscurantism, where people try to obscure facts by just like piling so much information on. People give up trying to parse through it, right? They try to make it unnecessarily complex, so that if you're just a layman and you run into this topic, because they don't want this topic talked about at all. They don't want it even to be discussed, even as an intellectual curiosity, right? They just don't want it to be discussed at all. So someone like you who is unfamiliar with this topic, they do not want you hearing anything we have to say. So what they'll do is, I'm surprised it hasn't happened already, they'll come in here and try to run interference and all sorts of stuff by trolling, and I'm actually surprised it hasn't already happened.
Well, we mentioned the DM.
Well, I mean the overt nonsense. So
They must be asleep. Must have been a rough Friday night for the Globe heads.
Oh no, we've had lots of clowns today. Don't worry.
So I'm getting off topic. They try to make this topic unnecessarily complex. It is a very simple topic. The claim the Earth is a globe is a geometry problem. The same way, like, my house is a square, or that box is a cube, my table is a square. You know what I mean? Like, it's a simple geometry problem. It's not complex geometry. And we just test, is it a sphere or is it not a sphere? It's really simple. And if it's a sphere of the size they say, it has to have certain properties, meaning, as Dandelion explained, the surface of the Earth has to be curving at a certain rate, and if it's not, then it can't be the globe they say it is, right? And it's literally that simple. Doesn't all the other stuff that goes along with it, satellites, space pictures, Loch Ness monster, whatever they say, you know, tidal waves, tidal forces, all that nonsense, astronomy, Mars, all those things, those are all secondary. Because regardless of what you think about those things, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, it can't be a globe. No matter what those things do. You can't undo that. Just like if you measured your table as like 48 by 48 inches, there's nothing that's going to change that. Nothing about the lights, nothing about how much heat's in your house, or whether you have electricity, is going to change the shape of your table. So it's very simple. Just measure what the Earth is, and that's what it is. And like, it's it. It's that simple. But people try to complicate things.
Okay, so I was
We've had people
googling
say
some
that.
more.
Just listen to me. We've had people say that, in theory, refraction can exist, that you could see your own ass by looking around the globe.
Okay, so this test was that they put a coin in a mug, which anyone can do, and then they lowered their head so that the coin was no longer visible, just about, and they filled it with water, and eventually you would be able to see the coin because the light refracted, so it would lift the coin without anything moving, which is why you can see the skyline, because essentially refraction has lifted it so that we can see it.
Okay, let me tell you why that's not. That's called a false equivalence. The refractive index of water is 30% higher. So the way refraction works, it's relative refractive index. So you have one refracting medium and another. And what their relative refractive indexes are determines how much the light bends. Water's refractive index is 1.3 and air is 1. So doing parlor tricks like this, sure, you can see light bending. But the difference between air in one place and air in another place, the difference is in the fifth decimal place. Meaning it's in the millionth. So if I have a line of sight to Chicago, right, and the difference in temperature is freaking 3 degrees, that the difference in refractive index is like 0.00000174. You can't create these optical effects in just regular conditions with air. You have to do something extreme, like heat up a red hot poker to 500 degrees. If you do this, then the red hot poker will look bigger because it's super hot compared to the air. So we know refractive effects exist. The thing is, can they exist in this case in such a way as to make the Earth look flat? And that's a definitive no. There's no evidence of that. They can't replicate it on a small scale or any other scale using normal meteorological conditions, right? They can't
India,
quantify it in any way, right? They can't go out and do a series of measurements. So if you look at the academic literature, the empirical data where they actually tested what the refraction is, it's nowhere near or does not behave any way of curbing down or any of those things. And definitely not in the magnitude they need.
But if it's
Because they need
over
to lift
like
they need to lift
60
stuff up
miles,
hundreds of feet, thousands of feet, and in some cases miles.
yeah, but if it's over like 60 miles, then it's like continuously being bended, not just like once. It's I don't know
Yeah,
how
that's
much that would
yeah,
be.
and continuously bended so that if you take a big enough telescope, you can see your own ass from around the globe. Right? Because the ray just curves around the surface of the Earth, right? Parallel. Then you should be able to see your own ass. And if you put a mirror on your ass, you could see yourself looking at your ass.
Can we not?
It's like it's this is like the theater of absurd at some points, right? It's like, hey, is the globe Earth model falsifiable? Meaning, is there any observation we can do to prove it wrong? In theory, I'm not saying it would prove it wrong. I'm saying hypothetically, could we do some observation that would prove the Earth wrong? And the refraction claim is created so that that is not possible. So that any observation, including seeing 25,000 miles in your own ass through a telescope, would not disprove the globe.
But wait, doesn't a
It,
telescope make you like it just sees what's in front? Like, it doesn't go around corners. So,
oh, don't?
huh?
That's what they're claiming.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't go around corners. It just kind of sees what's like in front of you, right?
Yeah. They're claiming
So,
it bends around the ball.
but it doesn't. Telescopes can't do
Yeah,
that.
I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that. There's no ball to bend around, first of all. And second of all, light does not behave that way. And it wouldn't look like that. And there's other things that we would observe that we don't observe, that we do observe astronomically, but we don't observe them at anything on Earth. You know how you
Yes,
seen a prism? You know how a prism works?
a prism.
A prism makes a little rainbow.
Pink Floyd.
No,
You've never seen a rainbow.
I mean, I've seen a rainbow. Yeah,
Okay, the little piece of glass that makes the rainbow?
I've never seen that.
Really?
Yeah, there's a glass that makes a rainbow. Let's search that.
Yeah, they do
Uh,
everything on a screen these days, India. They haven't seen a protractor, a ruler, a
a
compass, any
prism?
of those things. I don't know. We can show you a picture. Did you get what he was saying? I just
Never
wanted to
been in
double
some
check.
hippie store, dude, with prisms and crystals hanging everywhere? I mean, Jesus Christ.
Well, we never did that in school. That's cool. I just Googled it.
Oh, good. You found it. Good job. Yeah, Rod would be proud of you. Do your own Googling.
So the rainbow, the prism cast, the reason it makes a rainbow effect is because each wavelength of light takes a different path. Because refraction, the thing they're claiming is bending the light, depends on each wavelength behaves differently. Will just take a different way. So when it gets to the other end of the glass, it's separated, right? It's not together. So we should, if there was refraction happening in the air the way they claim, we should see this prismatic effect. It's actually called chromatic aberration. and they see it in lens design and a bunch of fields. When you're making lenses, you have to compensate for this, so you don't actually have it. In astronomy, when they look at, like, say, Jupiter or Saturn, they'll look like more red on the top and blue on the bottom. And this is how you know refraction's taking place, because this is a necessary thing. It's not optional. Red's going to go one way, blue's going to go the other way, right? They're just not going to be identical. Well, you don't see any red on the top of Chicago and blue on the bottom, do you?
I don't.
So if there's refraction happening, you would see this. You would certainly see this, especially on some of the longer ones, which are like nearly 300 miles. 50 miles is nothing. I mean, we're just giving you that as an example. There's some that are 300 miles. There's an airplane observation with infrared from 500 miles and 760 miles, right? Where these mountains are supposed to be miles under the curve of the earth, not a few feet, miles. For instance, there's a
Yeah,
flight
and they're done
that's
in
going
infrared
across,
as well.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just knowing that these observations are done in infrared, further negating any refractive effects.
Yeah, the refraction thing is just to make. So there's a thing about science where claims or theories that you cannot prove wrong by experiment are considered pseudoscience. It's literally the definition of pseudoscience.
But if
And if
nothing
you
is
add,
splitting all of the light to make a rainbow, wouldn't it all just appear like normal? Because all the colors are being, I don't know what the word is.
no, as it's going through the refractive medium, they should be getting further and further apart the longer the distances. Like the red and blue should separate the longer the distances. The longer the distance, the greater the separation. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you an image of an example of it, astronomically, of course. So there's a telescope photo of Saturn. If you look at the top part of it, you can see it's blue, and if you look at the bottom part, you can see it's red.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's one example. Here's another one. This is caused by refraction, by the way. That's what this is caused by. So here's another example. This is particularly egregious. So what they'll do is they'll buy what's called a astronomical dispersion corrector, put it on the telescope, and it's two mirrors. And what it does is it splits the image, and then you can recombine them, right? So and merge the blue with the red so that it's just a single color. Because all the colors are like when you look at any image, all the colors are in there, but you can create from that image, right, the constituent colors, right? A red version, a blue version, and a green version, right? So that's what this is. So in this serious image, this is dispersion, this is without dispersion. We don't observe anything like this ever happening in any flat Earth observation. The Chicago skyline, Gold Canigoo. We had there's a flat earther who's a PhD in spectroscopy named John D. He took 2 lasers, shined them in both directions, and measured the exact same height. Like, you don't observe anything like this terrestrially. And this would certainly, for fractions bending it around the curve enough to make it look flat at these distances, you would certainly observe this. There's no doubt. And there's a 149 kilometer across the Hawaiian Islands telescope observation where they took 3 lasers of different wavelengths and beamed it into the same telescope at the same time. There's that too. So it's been empirically tested. It's been rigorously tested as well. Then, as opposed to just like looking through a telescope and seeing it, right? But it's actually quantified to some degree. All these effects wouldn't be necessary. You would see them. They can't not exist because if they don't exist, refraction don't exist. Right? If you're going to say, hey, there's this phenomenon, this is the cause, okay, what are the necessary consequences? How do you know refraction is taking place? Okay, what does refraction do? Well, it's wavelength dependent, so it would cause the image to go chromatic. Or it would magnify it, or it would shrink it, or it would flip it upside down, right? It'll do all these things that we know from designing lenses happen. But you never see any of this crap, ever. That's what I mean when I ask, what's the justification for saying refraction makes the globe look flat? And I don't get any. The only justification is the Earth looks flat, and we always assume it's a globe, so it has to be happening because what else could it be?
But why do you think they would try to convince everyone that it's not flat?
It's a good fucking question. I do not know. At least you said it isn't, but the thing is, most people just believe it. I should caveat with that is that most people, they're like you're like everybody else. They're told the story and they believe it. It's like believing in Santa kind of like goes down by tradition, right? And a lot of people think there's scientists out there testing the globe all the time. There really isn't because we've talked to tons and tons of scientists, tons and tons of PhDs, tons and tons of people in academia over the years. And they're like you. They don't really know anything. They believe it because they were told in school. That's it. Like, why this idea was ultimately foisted upon and promulgated through the world. That might have changed over time. Could have been for one reason at one time and other reasons at other times, meaning time periods. But I don't ultimately know because I'm not a mind reader, and I don't even know who. Who would even be the person? Would it be you? You thought the Earth was the globe when you came in here? Are you in charge of that shit? Like, I don't know. I don't even know who to point the finger at.
The beauty is we don't need to, you know.
Well, on my personal speculative beliefs, but I can't. It's speculation. I don't think it's any individual person.
But isn't there different types of refraction that would cause like the color on Saturn to be more
No,
blue and red, and then on the Chicago skyline to just be normal because of
no,
like the distance and stuff?
no, nope. Refraction is wavelengths dependent. Depends completely on the wavelength. So you got your whole spectrum of electromagnetic radiation. Each wavelength of that electromagnetic radiation refracts differently depending on the medium. So you have air. So certain electromagnetic radiation won't be refracted at all, no matter what you do. It'll just penetrate, like X-rays. But X-rays will be absorbed. So like there's, but as far as refraction goes, So the way refraction works is as electromagnetic radiation goes through the medium, right? Because it's electromagnetic radiation, it causes the molecules to vibrate up and down with the electromagnetic field. It causes them to polarize, like stretch apart kind of. And when they do this, they emit their own electromagnetic field. And the fields combine and create a resulting field. Now, because the size of the molecules in the spacing, the wavelength distance, like the distance between the peaks of the waves, right? Think about you got a buoy in the ocean, right? And depending on like the spacing of the waves and the size of the buoy will determine how much the buoy moves up and down, right? In the waves, right?
Right.
Yeah. But that moving up and down creates its own waves in electromagnetic radiation, right? So if you have blue will oscillate the medium one way, and red will oscillate it another way. This causes the different refracting effects, right? That means blue will take one path, red will take another path, frickin' green will take another path, infrared will take another path, ultraviolet will take another path. And what's been demonstrated is that the lowering the spectrum the light is, the more it's refracted, and the higher, the less. So infrared is the least, and ultraviolet's the most. Right? So blue gets reflected more than red. Okay?
Right.
When you have so since blue gets refracted more than red, blue will curve more than the red does. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So by the time it reaches you, especially now you're not going to notice in a short distance, but you'll notice in a long distance because it has more time to separate. Right. The longer it's in the medium, the greater the separation is going to be, and the greater whatever the refraction is in that medium. Right. The frickin' gradient or Snell's law, whichever you want to use. The severity of the refracting power will also create a greater separation. So it's two factors: refracting power of the medium and the optical path length. And the greater either one of those are, the greater the separation. Now, no matter what you say, they're saying that you have a long optical path length and you have a high refractive power, and it's going to lift up Chicago. So that's a bold claim. What's the evidence for it? Oh, Earth's the globe. How do you know Earth's the globe? I don't know. Right. That's what they say. Well, we know. Some scientists proved it. Some fucking guy out there proved it. Oh, who's that? I don't know. The point to just to put a ribbon on this is that there actually is no legitimate justification for refraction, making the Earth look flat. There's none in the academic literature. There's none logically. There's none scientifically. There's none based upon the phenomenon. There's no real reason to even include it in anything. If you ask, they'll say, "Hey, you didn't account for refraction." You go, "Oh, how do I? Oh, you're right. You're correct. I did not account for refraction." Oh, will you help me? How exactly do I do that? And they'll never say how you actually account for it.
Okay. But I was
That's a
just
big
looking
sign.
at that
Well, let me
that
ask you, how would
prism.
I account for refraction in any observation that I do?
I was looking at that prism thing that you showed in the chat
Yeah.
with the rainbow, and it says that the angle will determine how much is refracted. If we're looking up at Saturn, that's a very different angle compared to a Chicago skyline. So wouldn't it be refracted a lot more, making
Well, that's
like
for
colors
Snell's law.
bend
That's for
over?
Snell's law. That's for Snell's law, dude. That's for Snell's law, which assumes two mediums with a boundary. A gradient index medium is harder to like quantify in that way. Prism has a well-defined boundary, right? Here's the glass, here's the air. Well-defined boundary. But a gas, right? There is no boundary in gas. So all you can do is like measure differences in the gas, temperature, pressure, right? Water vapor content, CO2 content, things like that. Those are the variables that, and these are known empirically. There's a website called EM Toolbox from NIST. That's the National Institute of Science and Technology. Probably is fucking down right now, but because the government shut down. You can go there and you can change the variables and see how much that changes the refractive index of air. Like a one degree Celsius temperature difference in air, even assuming all the other variables are the same, it changes the value into the 5th decimal place, right? So like 1.00000027 changes to 0.1.00000028 or something. You know, it's so small. It's super small. But they need one that's large.
Either what that's
Understand?
large.
The relative refractive, the relative values. Refraction is caused by relative, not the absolute value, the relative values. You understand that?
Not
So the
really.
refractive index of glass versus air causes the refraction. It's not just the prism, right? If you could take the prism and you stuck it in water, there'd be no refraction because they have the same relative refractive indexes. There'd be no rainbow. There'd be none of that crap. Because there don't be no refraction when it crossed into the prism in the first place.
Or because it's so small, the index of air.
The refraction happens at the boundary between the air and the prism. Happens at the boundary, at the surface. It starts there. I mean, let me ask you a question. You obviously know nothing about this subject. Why are you going into the weeds on it?
Why? I don't know.
Why are
I'm
you going
curious.
into the weeds on a subject you don't really know anything about?
Because I'm curious.
Oh, okay. That's a good answer. Because we have people just do that tactic as like a tactic. It's called the sea lion troll. I'm not saying you're doing it. That's why I asked the question. I don't want to assume anything. But dispersion is not like an optional optical effect with refraction. It's not optional. They have to coexist.
Yeah,
That's a
India.
relationship, a physics relationship. Go ahead. I actually got to step
Yes.
away for a second, so someone else take over.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just going to say, if the young lady would care to look in the side chat, I have posted some images that will help you understand how flat the Earth is. Some nice images. You may have some questions. My name's Gin CBR1. If you go into the side chat and just scroll back, there's a number of images that I've posted all together in a group there, and a couple of videos on long distance observations. You might want to watch that stuff whenever you're ready. Not today, tomorrow, whenever. It's for your benefit. Okay?
Okay, I'll look at it. Let's Google.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, the one that you might find particularly interesting that Jen posted is the reflection. That's the Bolivian salt flats. It's a salt flat that fills up with like a couple inches of water when it rains, and it's something like 40,000 square kilometers, and forms a giant mirror. Now, the important part about this is that the reflection, because there's something called the law of reflection, which says the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So anything in a flat mirror is symmetric. Anything in a curved mirror is not symmetric. And as you can see from the reflection, in the object being reflected, the clouds being the object being reflected, and the reflection of the clouds, they're perfectly symmetric, right? The reflection is symmetric with the original object. That tells you right there, and you can't explain this away with refraction, that the Earth has to be flat. Has to. You can't have a curved mirror make symmetrical reflections because of, like I said, the law of reflection. That law is symmetrical. So the reflections have to be symmetrical.
I had a thing about the map that I think is worth bringing up.
Hell no.
What you scared of?
No, you're not going to interfere. Just sit tight. That's not going to work. He got by the politics bot.
They will keep trying, won't they, Miggy? Eh? They will keep trying.
Yeah, but like when they hop in and out like that, the politics bot server bans them, or not server ban, but it bans them for 2 days.
Yeah. Well done, Serverbot.
Yeah. It's in the chat. It showed that he got banned. Yeah, we mustn't have interference when there's a lesson going.
Yeah, especially for the newcomer. The young lady's just learning for the first time, and she's reconsidering all the things she's been taught because she has to now, because some new information has come along, and now she's got to work things out. We don't want interruptions when that process
Yeah.
is going on. Yeah.
Yeah. Any further interruptions will be met by me. I'll regulate them.
Yeah. So I didn't catch the young lady's name, though. My apologies there.
It was So Blue. I don't know if she's on the
So
microphone or not.
Okay, yeah. So Blue. All right, yes, I know who it is that was speaking. Yeah, well, I've put some stuff in there for So Blue to look at and to consider. You know, everything there's real. No theories. Nothing's pretending. No CGI stuff. It's all good. Clean and concise. I particularly like the one where
Always
they
for
can
your
see.
consideration.
Yeah, exactly. I like that video with the one with Oahu that was seen, you know, from Kauai. That's it, yeah, Kauai. So there's the Kauai Island, and they can see Oahu, which is like 108 miles away, right? Over 90 miles, you know, and yeah, it's pretty good. People were noticing this from like 2011. People started making notes and putting it on YouTube, I think, at the time. 2011, you know, and it was part of a travel guide as well.
Do you think that the mirage effect could have anything to do with that, where like there's a difference in refraction between like the lower layers of air and the upper layers of air?
Uh-oh.
No, not really. No, when you work out the
I don't know if you want to
distance
answer that,
of-
Jen, or not.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to answer it quickly. Yeah, I'm just going to say the distance between the observation being made is 109 miles. I guess 108 miles. Sorry. That distance, factoring in a height of an observer height from the airport, let's say, of 156 feet, there should be 7,777.46 miles of curvature, which is 1.4 miles of curvature. The highest point of the Oahu Island is 4,000 425 feet. So, clearly we shouldn't be able to see it because the curvature would have blocked it completely. But yet you can see it from the airport and you can see it from sea level. So the airport's elevated to 156 feet, you see, and then the sea level is at sea level, of course, right? And we can see it from sea level and you can see it from this airport, that island, yeah. So it's got nothing to do with a mirage at all. Nothing at all. You actually, in one video, you see the sun rising as the silhouette becomes more and more apparent of that island as you watch the sun rise up early in the morning. So no, mate, no miraging going on. It's actually part of a tour guide. In the tour guide, if you go to this island, they show you it. It's a spectacular thing to behold, provided the weather conditions are correct. Okay. Yeah. Yes.
So you're saying, if I'm understanding correctly, you're saying that because there's 1.4 miles of curvature, and I'm not really understanding what you mean by 1.4 miles of curvature. Are you saying that the curve itself is 1.4 miles long, or are you saying that the apex of the curvature is 1.4 miles?
Correct. That's it. The apex point there is 1.4 miles up. So the island would be behind that, right? And you wouldn't see the island because the hump, as it were, the Earth's curvature, that hump would block your line of sight. Okay. And
Right,
remember,
but
the highest point, the highest point of this island is only 4,025 feet. But the curvature is 7,777.46 feet. That's 1.4 miles. So there's no way you're going to see the island. No way.
right, but so you can imagine, like, there's supposedly this curvature, right? And on the ocean, there's going to be above the ocean like different layers of air, right? And the layer closest to the ocean it'll be some temperature, and then it's possible that a layer above that could have like a distinctly different temperature, be it hotter or colder. And I'm not really certain whether the mirage effect takes place when it's hotter or colder, but there's some like distinct, it's not a gradient, right? Like it's a barrier.
Incorrect.
And
And what kind of
these-
mirage are you
these-
talking about? You don't sound like like you've done much research on mirages to be talking about it as a rebuttal.
Yeah, and the colder the temperature, the less of the miraging going on anyway. And this was taken early in the morning at around
Well, there's
5.
there's major mirages and there's minor mirages, right?
No,
So
no,
this seems
completely exactly my point here, right? So that's absolutely not the case. Okay, there's superior mirages, Fata Morgana, inferior mirages, superior mirages, right? We got different types of mirages that have pretty specific characteristics that go
Yeah.
along with them. So if you want to say it's a mirage, you'd have to like get into detail.
Well, I mean, like, quote from Wikipedia here: a mirage is a naturally occurring optical phenomenon in which light rays bend via refraction to produce a displaced image of distant objects or the sky, which is exactly the context that I'm using to talk about it.
Yeah, super basic explanation. You're skipping a whole bunch of things that are also
right,
involved.
I realize that there are different types of mirages. Without a specific image of this island, like from this viewpoint, I couldn't tell you. Like, I couldn't tell you if it was a mirage. I couldn't tell you what kind of mirage it was without like that image, right?
Yeah, you should do some research on it and then work out what kind of mirage that you think it might be, and then come and present that argument once you've actually done some research on it.
Make sure you find the mirage that causes balls to look flat. Find that one.
Yeah, and I have posted the relevant documents and documentary that you could watch. They're very short and concise, and you will learn even more. So it's all in the side chat, Jin CBR1, right there. There's a lot of material there for you to look at, and it's all very explanatory and simple to understand. Okay, and the guy in Hawaii has taken painstaking levels to replicate this on the computer, so you can get it on the computer. And then you've got the real event actually happening as well at the same time. So go ahead, man. Delve in there. It's not a mirage. No way. Definitely not a mirage in this case.
Well, even if you're claiming that
I'm-
it's optical phenomena, you got to
I'm
remember
just-
if you're saying it's an optical. Hey, hold on, bro. If you're saying it's an optical phenomena, then you're going to have to say that. How did you factor in the Earth curve? Like that's the other thing. That's another part to what you're saying. So it's not just something you're seeing or you're calling a mirage. You're going to have to also factor in curvature. So how do you do that?
I'm just wondering about the justification for why it absolutely could not be a mirage.
Well, the
because yes, I understand the apex of the curvature and it's 90 miles away, and I understand that. But what is the justification for why it cannot be a mirage? Because other things can be normally behind the curvature of the Earth, and with a mirage, you can see them.
Doesn't fit the characteristics of any of the types of mirages that could possibly be extreme enough to even be able to explain it. The fact that you're asking that question in the first place shows that you haven't really looked into mirages or atmospheric refraction or any of that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So
okay, well, you're not actually providing any justification.
You wouldn't even
be
asking
saying, "Haha,
that
you're
question.
stupid. Look at mirages."
No. I'm saying that by the questions
so
that you're
asking... can anyone else
asking,
provide any actual justification for why this couldn't be a mirage?
It doesn't matter. I just did, dude. Hold on a second, right? It doesn't match the characteristics of any of the mirages that you don't even know what they are, right? It doesn't match any. It can't be. It doesn't match any of the characteristics at all. Okay, It doesn't have any of the features that would go along with these mirages that you don't even know what they are.
Yeah.
So go do some research first, right? Otherwise, I'm going to say your question's malformed because you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and then the most first important problem is time of day. Time of day. This was taken early in the morning, by the way, where there's less miraging going on early in the morning. Don't have it in
but
the
right
morning.
now he's being Jin, he's being challenged on whether or not he knows what he's talking about. So you might have an explanation, but he doesn't even understand what you're saying. So that's what DJ's challenging him on. Is his knowledge of it at all, you know?
Yeah, exactly. DJ's correct. He's
saying it could be this thing that I don't know what it is, and that thing that I don't know what it is causes balls to look flat. It's complete nonsense what he's saying.
That's why I offered him the one thing that he can take away is that time of day is a factor, because as DJ was saying, he doesn't know what it is. There are many factors for miraging, and time of day is one of them, and that would link together with temperature. So this is what he's going to learn. So unfortunately for him, he doesn't know it, but we've helped him out. We've given him enough material for him to get on with, and then if he's got integrity, he will further that for himself, and then come back to the case for the reason why we're seeing Oahu from Kauai.
So it looks like I was talking about a superior mirage. The superior mirage is exactly what I described with the warm air above the cool air, and that causing refraction. Is there like, what is the reason why this could not be a superior mirage?
And where does it say? Go ahead, DJ.
Go to Google, type in superior mirage, look at the examples of a superior mirage, and then look at the example that Jin's provided, and tell me if they look anything like each other, because they're not going to.
They're not going to. Yeah, you don't know what a superior mirage is. Let him check now.
A superior mirage is one in which the mirage appears to be located above the real object. A superior mirage occurs when the air below the line of sight is colder than the air above it.
Right. So the island is on the ocean. It is not lifted above, is it? It's on the ocean. In fact, when you watch the video, you see the sun rising. You actually see the sun rising up behind the island, then giving us that silhouette of the island. Okay? So the island is on the ocean. Okay? It's not coming from behind a curved ball. That's not what's happening. And the superior mirage is and hang on, you can hear me talking. I haven't finished. A superior mirage is an image that is lifted above the water. That means I'm on the water, and then this image is above in the air. That's a superior mirage.
No, if it's not necessarily above the water, it's above the original image. So if the original image is behind the curvature of the Earth, then it would seem as if from
I've never
a
seen
globe.
such a thing in my life. Never seen an image behind a curve in my life. 63 years. What you described, I've never seen ever.
Right. I can show you, like, here, look, this is the diagram that they have on Wikipedia.
Yeah, I don't want a diagram. I want a real image of it. I want a diagram, please. You show me a real event of that actually happening in reality. I'm not interested in diagrams.
Superior. Okay, let me find.
Right.
Well, Jin, you gotta remember the diagram is where he got the globe in the first place from, a cartoon, a drawing, and now he's gonna give you another drawing to depict it again.
Yeah. That's
Well,
what got
no,
me into
I'm
trouble.
giving you an image, right? I'm giving you an image right now. I'm copying the image. So this image displays a Mirage Superior a Superior Mirage of a ship on the North Sea, where the ship is behind the curvature of the Earth, but appears as if it is floating on the surface.
It's not what I
It shows
see.
a flat line, and then it shows a ship floating in the sky.
That's exactly what's there. You see the ship on the left side, the one that's highlighted again, like in the middle of.
Yeah, so that doesn't show anything behind any curvature. There's not even any curvature in that image,
the image
right? But you have characteristics that
ship,
go along with a Superior Mirage. Hold on a second. You don't know what you're talking
like it's
about.
On the surface. It's actually well behind the curvature.
This is the first time you've even heard about this, and you're just reading out Wikipedia. Okay, so there's characteristics that go along with the Superior Mirage.
So that's exactly what you asked for.
You just, well, I've researched this, but you'd want to keep cutting me off and just researching on the spot, and you think that that's going to like work out for you. You don't know what you're talking about, right? And if you look a bit deeper into what they look like, go do some research on them, right? You should have inverted images, right? Yeah. Especially near the horizon boundary, stacked or multiple images can occur. Fata Morgana, right, is also a type of Superior Mirage, showing alternating upright and inverted layers of the same object.
Here's another similar
the images appear shimmering,
with
distorted,
an actual
or vertically stretched / compressed, right, due to subtle variations in refractive gradients. You also have total internal reflection, right, which is not refraction, which is going to be present during a Superior Mirage as well.
Yeah. I don't see any refraction going on in the image. The last image you post, I don't see a refraction at all.
PJ, you made a research on that. I want to say something, and then you tell me if I'm wrong. Any phenomena, any kind of mirage, has to do with the object on the horizon, not with the horizon itself.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
That means we have a black swan. If you have something causing the miraging, it will cause the miraging the objects on the horizon. But that's not the argument. The argument, we see the horizon.
Yeah. And this
in the distance where should not to be. And it's not the point of any kind of phenomena. If you see the horizon, that means you don't look to objects, because that's making miraging.
Can you find me that any source that says mirages only affect objects on the horizon? Can you find me something that says that, so that I know you're not just like saying that?
Can you show me something what is when you see in reality, what you see physically real, that is a phenomena, like an optical
that's coming
phenomenon
from behind the curvature. That's what I want. I've not seen it to date. You haven't presented anything of the such of alike.
Okay, but I have.
No, you haven't.
Literally I sent 2 images. The second one's pretty clear.
Images are not showing me an image that's behind a curve being projected up by refraction. That is not what I see.
That's exact. The picture of the mountain range appearing.
Sorry, it's not what it is.
The picture of the mountain range appearing behind the sea. That mountain range would otherwise.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're just denying reality. You're just denying reality.
You're just making baseless claims, my friend.
Sorry.
Yeah, you are, because I sent you the image, and I'm explaining to you what is in the image, and
only a fool would take that as an image. Only a fool or somebody who is not aware of his or her environment.
And what logic are you using to justify that?
Just relax, Jane. It's okay. Let's DJ address this a little further, because take it
Well, AI Overlord's good at this topic, so he can jump in.
Well, the only topic I want to comment in is Sasha, if you're going to interject and make a claim, someone asks you to back it up, and then you're just like completely dismissive of backing up what you said. And
No,
why
I
should I
said
even? Shut up.
Okay.
He asked you to provide evidence about the mirages in regards to the horizon. Did you answer that question? The answer is no, you didn't.
Yeah, I didn't. I only asked if am I wrong to ask people. I didn't say that's my final claim. I'm claiming.
Well, you did make a claim. You
Right.
said that mirages only affect objects on the horizon. That is a verifiable claim. And I just asked you to verify that.
Yeah, not unreasonable question, by the way. So, Sasha, go find that evidence or retract your claim. Those are your options. All right, continue the convo, please. Thanks.
Yeah, so while Sasha's doing that, the first image you posted, the North Sea Mirage, yeah,
Okay,
that
let me
looks
read
like a
through
mirage.
all these reasons why.
Yeah, hold on a second, right? So that one, yeah, obviously that's a mirage, right? We wouldn't present evidence where we see obvious miraging effects taking place. The one underneath it, however, right, that doesn't match the characteristics
Yeah, see, this is
of a superior mirage.
This is
So
exactly what I was talking about.
have?
This is equivalent of
Hold
the
on, let me
mountain
finish
range
talking,
picture
dude.
above the
Look,
ocean
I
where
want to have a
shared
normal
what Soblu
conversation
just
with
said.
you.
Because
this is what you have to do, right?
it's
'Cause
not the whole
I
island,
got a magic
but
button
if the
here,
top third
right, for
of the
people like
island,
you, and this is what it does. Okay? If you can't have a normal conversation, I have to mute you while I finish talking, and then I have to unmute you every single time so then you can talk, which is annoying. So you could just wait till I finish talking, and we can just have a normal conversation. So I'm going to unmute you. Just let me finish, and then I'll let you finish, and then it'll be normal. Okay? Just quickly, I was almost done. Okay? What evidence do you have that the second image you posted is a superior mirage?
one more time I had you muted.
What evidence do you have that the second image you posted is a superior mirage?
It's from, let me find the source of the image. It is explicitly labeled as superior mirage on the website that I got it from.
Oh wow, so that must mean it is because somebody told you it is.
Well, I mean, it has a bunch of other images of different types of mirages, and those all seem to be labeled correctly, so...
Oh, how did you validate that? You don't know anything about mirages. You just started researching
by
it now.
comparing them to the diagram on the Wikipedia page.
Okay, so which one are you comparing this one to? All we can see here is an island of some kind, a landmass of some kind. How are you validating that that's a superior mirage? Because it wouldn't work on a globe. Is that what you're saying? Is that your reasoning or what? Because we don't see any of the characteristics that would go along with a superior mirage here.
Who's thinking? He's either thinking or asking ChatGPT.
No, I'm thinking. I'm looking through these different diagrams on this page real quick.
Okay. But you got to remember, in some way, your evaluation of what type of superior mirage it is, it has to qualify it as such. So
Here, this image is labeled more clearly. Here's another image demonstrating this effect. So I'm not sure where this photo is taken from, but it's taken looking towards the Georgia Strait. You can see Mount Baker in the background. That is not an optical illusion. And then there's the Cheam mountain range in the background, which is in fact a mirage, and you can see it would be otherwise fully obscured, but it is poking up above what would presumably be the curvature.
yeah, what type of mirage effect is that?
Well,
and how did you distinguish?
Since it's appearing higher than it would otherwise, it would be a mirage superior.
Yeah, so the only reason that this person may be saying it's a superior mirage is because it doesn't make sense on a globe, right? It doesn't have any of the characteristics that would go along with a superior mirage. It doesn't look anything like a traditional superior mirage.
Here's a news source calling that first image, quote, a mirage, a lingering mirage.
Which image? The first one?
The first one, yes. I just happened
the one that
to
says
stumble
North
upon
Sea
this.
image.
Yes, the North
Yeah,
Sea
that's an
one.
obvious mirage, right? See, that's not in contention, right? That's an
Oh wait,
obvious
so, no,
mirage.
the one immediately below North Sea. That
the
one. There's
the one that doesn't have any characteristics of a mirage. Gotcha.
Okay, well, there's a news source I just linked that calls it a lingering mirage.
Yeah, but that's just the news.
I'm going to see if they cite anyone.
Not sure if he's understanding what you're asking for, DJ. I think that might be the other issue. He's just saying mirage. He's not qualifying what type of mirage it is. If he thinks it is one.
Well, I think he
Colin
thinks it's a
Goldblatt.
superior mirage.
So
Is that what he's saying?
I do believe it would be a superior mirage because it would be making something appear as higher than it is on the horizon. Colin Goldblatt, their source for this, calling it a mirage, is Colin Goldblatt, an associate professor of atmospheric science at the University of Victoria. And he says, we can see it because of the bending of the light in the atmosphere.
Okay, and how is that validated?
And these, what you're seeing in the image is actually the peaks of the Cheam range again. So this is another.
So you shouldn't be able to see that on a globe. Is that what you're saying?
If we lived in a vacuum, no.
Okay, so if we lived in a vacuum, that is physically behind the curvature of the Earth. But you're saying that what we're seeing here is just an illusion, right? Because of a particular temperature gradient, right, which is going to change the refractive index and allow you to see over the curvature of the Earth.
Correct.
Okay, so how was that validated that that's what's happening here? Right, because you would have to have some knowledge of exactly what's going on to be able to make that claim. Maybe we can just see it because the Earth's not a globe, and you're making the presupposition that the Earth's a globe, and that's the reason that we can see it. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're kind of like reverse engineering the situation here and assuming a globe in the process.
You're right. We're starting assuming a globe because that's the explanation that the scientists are giving, and we're just seeing if it squares, right? So, I mean, and then there could potentially be other explanations for this. It's just that seemingly this explanation would require some kind of curvature. It doesn't even require the Earth to be a globe necessarily.
Well, okay.
It just requires
I
some curvature.
So this explanation would require a particular vertical temperature gradient to allow this to be happening, which nobody actually knows, right? Nobody went and measured it, so it's just kind of like a guess, right? Because we can see too far,
right?
It must be a mirage to make it work on a globe. Otherwise, the Earth can't be a globe.
This is sort of the theory of how mirages work. Yes.
Cool. So you don't know, like, nobody knows what's going on, but to try to make it work on a globe, you have to say it's a mirage.
I mean, I suppose if that's the way you want to view it, sure. I don't think you necessarily need to be on a globe. You would just need to be on an Earth with some kind of curvature.
Cool. All right, so we've established now that we don't know exactly what's going on with the refraction. Okay, but for it to work on a globe, it would have to be an illusion.
Right. If we did live on a globe, then this would have to be an illusion.
Gotcha. Well, that's it then, right? So there's nothing concrete here. We've got great observations that completely destroy the globe, though, where there's obviously not any miraging or anything taking place.
Okay, so if the Earth wasn't a globe, I guess you would, if you were standing in the same spot, I guess you would sort of always expect to see that second image of the Chemes mountain range.
Well, not
this
necessarily.
one.
Well, I don't know. I haven't
So
checked that location.
So you don't know. So you're.
You don't know either. I don't even know where that location is. We don't. How high is the observer? What's going on with the weather? We don't know what's going on.
It doesn't necessarily matter. I'm just asking if you're in that particular spot with a camera taking that particular photo, you would expect, if the Earth was flat, to kind of always see the same thing, wouldn't you?
No, because we still,
I mean, the mountain range isn't
definitely
moving.
not. We can show. Hold on a second. We can show this same effect happening on a flat surface on a small scale.
So,
where you're not seeing the
a
bottom
mirage.
of something.
So you still believe in mirages? You just think that they work
no
different.
one was denying mirages.
It kind of sounded like you were.
No. I was just pointing out that this doesn't fit the characteristics of a superior mirage. And you're saying it is a superior mirage, and the only reason that that's being said is because it doesn't work on a globe.
Yeah, you didn't qualify
he's
it.
making his own version of mirages. He's making his own idea of mirages that he cannot demonstrate.
Yeah, that's the point. The point that we're making was that you didn't qualify it as a superior mirage. There's nothing you could do. You're just saying that it is one. And he was asking how do you qualify it?
Literally, by definition, so let me read the definitions again. A mirage is a naturally occurring optical phenomenon in which light rays bend via refraction to produce a displaced image of distant objects or the sky. Now, there are inferior, superior, and Fata Morgana mirages, but inferior mirages are defined just by the image appearing below the real object. And a superior mirage is one in which the mirage appears above the real object. So, by this definition,
like that's how they would teach it to like someone in like grade 2 or something like that, right? Obviously, it's a lot more complex, and there's a lot more factors that go into it.
But I'm just working off of the definitions. You're asking me whether it's a superior or an inferior mirage, and I'm saying it's a superior because it appears above the object. That's how they're defined.
How do you know it's above the object?
Because the object would be on a curved Earth, obscured behind the curvature.
Yeah, so you're just assuming a globe. What evidence do you have that the Earth is a globe in the first place?
That was the point I was making. Your assumption Apollyon. Your assumption is the only way that you're trying to qualify what you're seeing. You're not using supportive information that would qualify it, like some visual perspective that you can detail. You're using an assumption that the Earth is a globe. That's what you're using. That's your qualifier.
Whatever, dude. You guys are retarded.
No, we're not. Don't insult us. That's not right. Basically,
yeah, he's got.
Okay. Well done, guys. Anyway, he left, ladies and gentlemen, because his case was proven to be false. He didn't have a positive position with a positive claim. He had an assumption going on, and of course, that's embarrassing for him. So he had to leave. And I was just going to say to him that the video that I posted to him does not show a superior mirage, because there is no image above the image we're looking at, or you would be looking at, the island of Oahu from Kauai. Okay, what you're seeing is the island, and you see the sun rising up, and then the silhouette of the island becomes more apparent as the sun rises up. It's a beautiful thing to behold, a beautiful, spectacular view. And there is no miraging where there's an image above that island. That's not happening in this video at all. And then the individual himself painstakingly shows you how he calculates the distance and the data and everything on his computer, gets his protractor out, he gets it all out, lays it out perfect. You can replicate what he does and get the same results. And all the data is there. Heights, distance, time of day, date, everything. Okay? So he lost. He didn't have a case. The flat earth vice wasn't going to stop. It was closing in at every turn. So he jumped out before he got squashed. Thank you. There we are. Thanks, DJ. Lovely. And Miggy. And all the others. Yeah. Thank you. There we are. We gave him the best material. And this was coming from 2016, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. And I do like some of the old stuff from the early days of Flat Earth Resurgence Revival. Some really good material was put out, and that was one of them that I posted.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah. It's been removed so many times. I had to find it was removed again from my collection, and I only discovered it last week. So last week I found it again. Someone else had uploaded it. It's such a good one, that one. Such a good one. And I was thinking of you, DJ, when I actually, put it in there. So, because I like the one with the smokestack one is just so good. Stops everyone dead. All the Globers are just stopped dead with that presentation every time.
Yeah, I'll watch the video you posted now, actually. Cheers.
Yeah. Yeah. And the longer one is even better, right? There's a 10-minute one and there's a 20-minute one. So the one you're watching is the 20-minute one, I think. That's the best one of the two. And he's really good, He takes his time and does it all good for you.
Why do they keep taking it down? That's not right.
Yeah, observations are dangerous misinformation, Brendan.
Well, is it the original creator or the site?
If you go out and you make an observation and you're like, hey, this doesn't match the globe, what do you guys think? They're like, flag it, demonetize it. This is dangerous misinformation.
Yeah. I don't think the originator of the video is doing that. I think it's YouTube.
It's the third party. Okay, got it.
Yeah, YouTube's and that are probably threatening the person who put it up. I don't know, and then they make their video private suddenly. Okay. Or it could have been an individual who wasn't a flat earther. And then, yeah. Anyway, it's been taken down, but, other people upload it, and it's there. It's really good. Because I have noticed that over the years that some of the good material that I've had, right, has been taken down. And then when I search for it, some I've been able to retrieve and then others are lost for now. But there you are. It is what it is. And there were other types of mirages you didn't mention, was like the looming and was it the stooping as well, isn't there? They're pretty good as well, aren't they?
Well, yeah, they kind of classify looming and all types of superior mirages.
Right.
Looming would be like a super mild version of a superior mirage.
Thank you.
That's what he should have been trying to argue for.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it is classed as like a type of superior mirage. But then he would have to validate that that's actually what's taking place, and that's where they shoot themselves in the foot, because they don't have a single observation where they've actually been able to empirically know what's going on between point A and point B with the weather and the temperature and the pressure and all of that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then you've got the Fata Morgana, which is like an extreme superior mirage. It's still classified as a superior mirage.
Yeah. And then there's the inverted ones where the image is risen above and then it's upside down. So it's inverted. Right. Yeah.
But yeah, I think that it does affect the way you see the horizon, right? Obviously, because that's what the horizon is an apparent location. And when you have different types of miraging effects of varying levels, right? That's like we're seeing the horizon closer or further away. So, I mean, the horizon's purely apparent when we're looking through all of this chaotic temperature and weather changes and things like that.
Yeah, the variation, and
that's why one day like at the Black Swan location, right? So one day the horizon appears at 6 miles, and then another day it appears at way past 10 miles, right? So obviously something's affecting where we're seeing the horizon.
Yeah, it's definitely the weather conditions, of course, the atmospheric conditions of the day, the atmo. The temperatures and that's what it is, because it's always time of day and then temperature of time of day. It's always
But on a
a
globe,
factor. Yeah.
on a globe, that physical geometric horizon would have to be there, and that's where they fall short. They can't validate that such a thing exists in the first place.
Right. They don't have a geometric horizon, you see, because that's not there. We're seeing well beyond that. Well beyond 30 miles almost in some cases. From 12 inches, that is, ladies and gentlemen, of course. That's the point where I bring in there. From just 12 inches, you can see 29 miles on given days. Yeah, that's amazing.
I mean, the GlobeSite's only argument is that there's every time we do an observation, there's so much refraction, it makes all the water flat.
Yeah, you can't see full refraction everywhere you look. Silly. It's just silly. It's just an absurd idea. The thing is, the island is at the location. It's 108 miles away from Kauai, so that's a fixed location. Do you know what I mean? That's not going to be miraged up. That's what I don't understand about these fools. You put a GPS on it, it's there. So it's there. The object is there, and it can be seen. It shouldn't be seen if the Earth is curving. Simple as that. You've got, what is it? 1.473 miles, 1.473 miles of curvature, right? And the island is only 4,025 feet high, the highest point. So the curvature is blocking the whole thing. You shouldn't see anything, but yet you see the whole beach, a lot. Brilliant. Right, shouldn't see the island at all. Not even the tippy top. Even from sea level or from 156 feet up, you still wouldn't see the whole island because you've got 7,777.46 feet of curvature. Island is 4,025 feet at its highest point. So there's just no way you'd be able to see the island, even from 160 feet up, 150 feet up.
It's reflection.
Yeah, it's just silly, really. Now you've only got to watch the video and see the sun rising, and then the silhouette is faint. Go ahead.
What you don't understand is it's gravity that pulls the light waves to make them reflect and refract. So there's reflection and refraction because of gravity.
And then the reflection from the ocean is adding its phenomena as well.
And here's the key to it is that you can't test it, so there is no actual formula.
Yeah, it's a continuously fluxing air that we breathe. It's continuously on the move, right? So no, it's nonsense. And when you see the sun rising, and you see the silhouette becoming more and more apparent as that sun comes up, it's just wicked, man. It's like a magic show. It just reveals itself. There it is. It's part of a tour site. If you go to Kauai, you get to go on the tour to witness this. Yeah, they take you on tours.
So I've actually come up with what the actual definition of physics is it's physical fiction.
According to the Globers, yeah.
I mean, so the science fiction world that they live in, they have physical fiction, which is what they call physics, and that's why to test physical things, you do thought experiments. You don't actually do real experiments. You just do thought experiments, and
Your independent variable is the person you get to do the thought experiment. So that way, anything you could ever think of does have an independent and dependent variable.
Yeah. And then they have these line drawings they have, as I remember, illustrations, which people have been duped with. So now, you have to question the actual drawing. Is it actually a representation of real life? Let's go and check. You can't take the line drawings or the illustration for fact. You just can't. You've got to go and see the real thing. That's when you know. Really got to do that these days. Yeah, what we should have been doing all along, but we were trusting the educators as telling us the truth. But now we've realised that there's a lot of misinformation going on, and even more so now, and it's going to get worse as the years go on. Yeah, you've got to question everything. Yeah, got to, and then go and check it. And then that way you can speak. Because if you haven't checked it, you can't talk about it really, because you don't know. And if you don't know, you can't say somebody's wrong or correct, for that matter.
Yeah, earlier today we were talking about the cult of Indio, and so maybe what we need to do is come up with a room somewhere, the cult of science. Of course, we know that as scientism, and put pictures, profile pictures of us in white lab coats, and then bring the globies in, and every time they talk about something that's globy, like all hail scientism.
Yeah.
And just like anytime somebody would ask for something empirical, then chew them out really bad, and for for not trusting the authorities.
Exactly. Well, that's what they're saying, isn't it? That's what they're saying. I've forgotten the guy's name, Proctor, whatever his name is. He actually stated that we were going against a prominent scientist, and I said I could care not for his credentials. Doesn't matter. Every scientist deserves to be questioned and pressured on his or her position, so we actually know. Yeah, can we verify all this stuff? Let's go and check it.
Yeah, I remember in my college biology class, the teacher, I don't remember the exact example, but it pretty much was parallel to what I'm going to describe here. She talked about something, and it was actually something that had been declared, to be the consensus of science, more or less. And she said, and she explained all these people who had proven what it was. And then there was somebody that was like one of the subjects of the experiment, more or less. And that person observed something and reported it to the examiners. And they said, oh no, what's this person got to know? It's just a clean, it's just a janitor. What can the janitor know? And they, just filed what he said, put it off to the side. And then at the end of the experiment, somebody came across that and said, wait a minute here, why didn't you raise that up to the highest levels right away? What the guy says is right. The experiments and, this whole thing was entirely wrong. And, with her point at the time being that it doesn't matter the credentials, either something's right or it's not. And if you have 100 people saying that it's right, all you need is one to say that it's wrong. And if one, regardless of his position, says that it's wrong and can demonstrate that, then the other 100 have to change. But
they have to confirm that they're wrong. So they have to check what he's saying, check it, and if he's indeed right, then of course all 100 of them have to change their position. Exactly.
Yeah. But now it's along the lines of, well, we what we've done is we canceled him. We turned him over to his employer so he'd get fired. We've shown how dangerous he is, and then the 3 scientists and medical doctors who participated in this, we've also turned into the state licensing boards.
Yeah. Oh.
And we saw a lot of that in 2020 when there were doctors and others raising a cry saying, hey, some of this stuff isn't right. They were, fired and stripped of their credentials, and now that they're being vindicated, what's happening?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they were even shunned off main media. Yeah, they were shunned off the platforms as well as social media. They had to go off into podcast land to get their information out there. But luckily for me, I'm into podcast land myself, so I was able to keep up with them. Yeah. And now they've been vindicated because it's all coming out now. It's coming out now because it's 60% down in the US on what we're talking about. 60% down. No one wants to take it anymore. And that's all I'll say.
I just wonder how many Globies, when they're being honest, will tell you that the reason, they'll purposefully admit that the reason they think the Earth is a globe is because appeal to authority. That they do come in here and they tell us, well, why would they lie? That's obviously an appeal to authority. But how many would say, well, no matter what the facts are, the authorities have told me this, so therefore I believe it?
Yeah, that's most of them would say that. That's been my experience. That most of them are just repeating and regurgitating what they've learned, and that's it. And they don't think that the scientists, the experts, are wrong. We're wrong because we're not experts. That's how they see us. We're not experts. So they're the experts. The scientists are correct. You're wrong. You're not a scientist. You see, that's always been the case. So for me, that'd be like a good 95% of them would be in that position.
Yeah, I remember a friend of mine, 5 or 6 years ago, he made a post on Fascist Book asking how come people refuse to trust the experts anymore. This may have been longer than 5 or 6 years ago. It was between 5 and 10 years ago. And he said he had shared a Twitter post of some moron talking about nuclear weapons that I don't know if he was trying to say Donald Trump was wrong or who it was exactly, but he's like, I'm an expert in this because that's my profession, is to research these, blah, 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 blah. So I asked back to my friend, I said, okay, so other than himself saying he's an expert, what actually qualifies him to be an expert? And he's like, oh, well, he researches this. I said, oh, so he does what you and I do. He goes to libraries, he gets on the internet and reads publicly available information. I said, or do you think North Korea and Iran and other places are giving him confidential, secure information? And, well, no. Okay. And then I asked the guy, well, in Twitter, I asked him explicitly, okay, well, what makes you any different than anybody else to qualify yourself as an expert? You're just using publicly available information. You're no expert. And the guy he come back with some bogus stuff of how, like, well, yes, I do take publicly available information, but I analyze it and I can see where this or that. Yes.
I always love that. Yeah, that's basically that's the bullshit answer from them of saying they did research. And the other thing they'll say too is sometimes they'll go, "Oh, I leveraged AI." to help with my research. And when you ask how they leveraged it, they go, I don't know.
I had AI do all the research for me.
I mean, which is fine. No, that's fine. I'm saying there's people that like will say, whether it be in a research setting or in a corporate setting, that we leveraged AI, and then when you ask them how, they don't know. They don't have an answer. That's just all.
Right, because they don't want to admit that AI did all the research for them. Rather than just saying, I started with AI and then I asked for the sources and then I followed the 4 sources and requested those materials from the JSTOR or whoever else. They're not going to do that. No, sir.
I've talked about this before with Alpha. Yeah, that's his name. And then Jedi. But we talked a lot about how, I mean, because just for background, I mean, you guys probably know me by now, but I've talked to many of you. My background is in atmospheric science. I got my bachelor's in it, and I can tell you firsthand, there is a crap ton of politics that goes into the academic research side. Say if I wanted to get a master's in meteorology, I could, but I have to do research that would be beneficial to the university, not necessarily advancing the science, right? So, if I was to do,
Oh
say,
shit.
research on hail, right, and severe convective storms in the plains, okay, I could do that. But what would make me a lot more money and more money for the university is if I somehow find a way to either throw climate change or AI machine learning into it, or both.
Hey,
So,
Brandon. Yeah,
yes, sir.
I just heard your voice, friend. Bro, like, was it yesterday or the day before? We had a guy. His name is Josh. He comes in here now. He works for Amazon under the Kuiper satellite system. They have like
Yep.
120 some satellites that they've deployed.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know if you're familiar with those systems or not, or if you use any information from them. But he did say that they do take temperature readings from the altitude at which they are. And I thought that was kind of curious because we've been over this before, you and I and most others, but uh, in situ measurements.
Yep.
I think it's bogus, dude. Like, but he's saying that they do it, so.
They collect
But
temperature from Are you talking? They're talking surface temperature, right? They got a satellite. They're deriving surface temperature from the satellite. Yeah.
well, from where it is in the environment, so
I'm
wherever its location is, in space, free
so
space.
I'm sure there is. So here's actually a really really good example that I've learned even from my career, and I won't speak to what I do. I don't want to dox myself, but let's just say we'll just say it's in modeling. Okay. Um, there are a lot of third party companies that, on the topic of hail, will derive hail swaths. Okay, so swaths just being who was impacted by the hail, what was the size, what was the quantity of it. And you find that what they're using is not necessarily just quote unquote satellite data. They're using ground truth observations, i.e., you and me at our house, hail falls on a house, I pick up hail, I measure it, I send it in, right? So, in any meteorological observation you do, if you are just, say, using a satellite to collect temperature or to, we'll say, derive temperature at the surface of the earth or wherever you're located in the United States, you will miraculously fail in truly understanding temperature, right? Or getting a best idea. Now, the best way to validate that is to have what's called in situ or ground truth observations. Ground truth being you're literally at the ground, you are measuring the temperature in your backyard, or you're measuring a temperature amongst 80 of you at a certain point, say Chicago, right? If you're
Yeah, yeah.
just using satellite data, that is a major shortcoming. I mean, do people do it? Yes. Is it good to use? I would argue sure, but it certainly isn't good to use by itself. 100%.
Well, he was saying that because I was questioning him on the actual temperature where the satellite is located in its environment, and he was saying that they have temperature readings on their, you know, on their device says that they have like the components that are on the satellite essentially, because they have to know what the temperature would be because it's exposed to like extreme environment. So he was giving me, I think, a min and a max. I think he said something like 65 degrees, negative 65 degrees, and it ranges from there to like either between 200 or 400 degrees Fahrenheit. Whether or not that's true, bro, that's what he told me. And he's, of course, he works in PR, so he's got to know a little something.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
he's
at least
and
he's
this is what he
honest.
told. This, yeah, he is. He was forthcoming with everything. So
Okay.
you know me, I don't have a problem with that, so long as
No, no, no,
the
no,
guy's
no.
being
Of course not.
genuine. But he said that that's what how they take the measurements. I'm like, I don't think he. Well, he's just whatever they give him, he's just basically telling us, but he doesn't know that information to be true. We were going over that. It's kind of like he's like,
Sure.
well, I need to go workshop that. Like, go ahead. Kind of.
So yeah, no, it all, and that's in today's world. Well, I'll address 2 points to that. First is from a high level. There are many private companies now in the atmospheric science space that are launching satellites. One of those companies is Spire. They have their own satellites. I believe DTN has their own satellites, and it's because they want to have their own proprietary weather set, right, and their own proprietary API. They don't want to be, going through public sites. They want to be saying, hey, Alpha, I'm collecting our own data, right, and we're doing our own weather models, and I will sell this to you for $600 a month to be able to run these models, right? Now, whether or not you go with that wouldn't offend me at all because, quite frankly, I think a lot of these companies' models are bogus and bullshit. I think you can easily go to public source data and derive things and research for yourself. I don't think you need to pay money to do that. But to the second point on the satellite on temperature, in a sense, I what he's saying I do believe. Unfortunately, you mentioned he's PR. I would be a lot more curious to hear back from this gentleman from more info on the why. My guess as to why they're collecting it is because for just the logistics of Amazon, for their distribution. I mean, there's probably their own internal research for why they're doing it. But I would hope that, if I was a meteorologist in Amazon's distribution part of the company and they wanted to know weather better for their distribution logistics purposes, I would argue that you need to have ground truth observations. You cannot just rely on your satellites. They may not like to hear that because satellites are the cool and sexy thing, but the truth is you need to have people on the ground as well to help not just provide more of an ensemble approach, which would be, I hate to use the word accurate, but more accurate. But also, it would be to help validate if your satellites are actually doing their fucking job, because sometimes they crap out, right? So,
I mean, being what he
Brendan,
is,
can I
I think
interject
he's.
and ask? Oh,
Hold on
sorry.
a
Can I
second.
just ask
But
really
yeah,
quickly?
hold on a second. Hold on. But being what he is, though, like he's coming across as like a salesman type of. It was like a pitch essentially, so you could hear it. Like
okay.
he's trying to sell us
Sure.
on an idea, and it's not like a knowledge base that he's pulling. I don't know if you know what I mean. Like he's learned it very well. Like he can pitch it very well to. I mean, obviously, if he's gonna
Okay.
get you to buy his product, or at least a developer or whoever he's talking to. But
Oh, so he
basically,
was pitching these satellites like it was like a big fucking deal? Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, being is that he works, and I do believe that because he sounded very knowledgeable about what he's doing. But as far as like knowledgeable about the actual, logistics, I don't know. Like that's questionable.
Okay, so then to that, I would say there's nothing special about it, more than likely,
Well,
because everybody's doing it.
Well, that's kind of the angle that I was looking at it from. I was like, I mean, we've been over this topic before. That's kind of like the reason why I was a leg up on it
Oh,
when I
I
was talking to
apologize.
him.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, there's nothing special about that. There's a lot of companies doing it. And what's kind of bullshit is you'll have company, and again, I'm saying this from the meteorology perspective. There's a lot of private companies out there that, like I said, are launching their own satellites and are saying, "Oh, well, my data is more proprietary than the others," because they'll say even something like, "Well, I don't collect it on a 50 by 50 grid of the United States. I do it on a 1 by 1, right?" Or, "Oh, I smooth the data," right?
Yeah.
It's all these sexy
It's better than
buzzwords
those
that,
guys. Yeah, it's
yeah,
why you would choose us kind of a thing, you know?
exactly. And that's how they try to differentiate. Is go, "Oh, well, I do smoothing," meaning that they essentially average out the data per grid, right, of say temperature and things like that. Those sexy buzzwords doesn't mean that your product's better than the others. As a matter of fact, sometimes if you smooth data, and I'm happy to talk about this another time because I could spend hours talking about just smoothing of data on a map. But it doesn't mean it's more accurate. Sometimes it can mean it's actually less accurate because you might say for Dallas, for example, which gets a lot of hail. Well, if I want to smooth the data across the metroplex, it might actually represent more of a hail threat in areas that typically aren't. And so, again, these companies will do that. They'll have these sexy pitches, and it doesn't mean that their product's more accurate than the others. As a matter of fact, you'll find that the products are exactly the same.
Under the hood is what you're saying, but you
Yeah, under the
you don't
hood,
hear.
but that's yeah. So anyway, I think there was
You,
a gentleman that had a question though. I'm happy.
yeah.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
thank
Whoever
you.
had the
I was
question.
just
Yeah,
sorry. I mean, I don't mean to derail if you guys are really
that's
getting
okay. No,
into
go for it.
what
Yeah, it's fine.
No.
I was just asking if you, Brendan, who was talking about like satellites and all of that, do you believe in the flat Earth, or are you more of a globe believer?
Well, I joke with Alpha, I'm agnostic, but I will tell you as a meteorologist that I work in the flat Earth model, especially with a lot of the weather products we use. We don't. I mean,
How do the
there is.
how do the
So
satellites work in like the flat Earth model?
what's that?
How do like you were talking about satellites, right? How does that work in the flat Earth model?
Oh, fuck if I know. I mean, I
I
could
don't.
I could let a flat earther answer that. I'm agnostic, so I wouldn't have an answer for you on that.
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah. No, I'm not.
It's
Well, Alpha knows this. I'm pretty agnostic. He's tried. I'll say. I'll just be completely forthcoming and say I'm a globetard. Okay. But he has, in good faith, and many of you here in good faith have given me arguments about the flat Earth model on various different topics, and I've always been receptive to that. But if I was to give you a upfront 100% truthful answer, I'm more than likely still a globetard. So yeah.
I don't think I would call you a globetard. I think a globetard has a special level of refusal of facts and understanding, and if you're
Sure.
still hearing what we have to say, you are the farthest thing from a globetard.
Well, I
yeah.
appreciate that.
Brendan's
But
like, far as I know, he's like the truth is the truth, but I work within a framework of like I don't have to like take on a flat Earth understanding just to do my job. You know
I
what I
kind of
mean?
have,
Like
and
he's
to that Alpha, and I've said this to Alpha many times before. Um, I have, for a lack of a better term, a Charlie Kirk approach to flat Earth, in that in academia we are all about hearing different perspectives and different approaches to science. We do it all the time, right? If I want to do a thesis defense on hail, a lot of it I can get picked apart. It's like the Shark Tank in academia, right? Well, I believe that the fair thing should be to also hear from those that many in the science would think are conspiratorial or just flat out crazy. No pun intended. Because to me, it doesn't matter how ridiculous or crazy an idea sounds to the general majority. It needs to be heard and picked apart and scrutinized because, hey, I mean, there may be something to where, let's say in some sort of flat earth dissertation on something, let's say the G word, gravity. If there's something that you may have missed, or if a scientist can tell you, hey, you know what, why don't you approach this a little bit differently? Or why don't you do this research instead? Well, that could be helpful. Not necessarily to disprove that you're wrong, but rather to refine your research and make you a better scientist, right? So that's what science is about. And if I said that I don't want to hear other people's perspective on the globe model and challenge it, then that's a disservice to science, and I might as well just light my degree with a match. So, yeah, that's my approach.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that perspective.
Yeah. Of course. Now, if we were to, and usually the part where somebody asks me, why do I think the Earth is a globe? I've Alpha and Jet. I think I've been debated about this several times.
Hurricanes.
So I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I'm happy to open the floor to others, but we'll go back and forth on that for hours.
Hey, I do want to add in a little quip for you from a bit ago.
Sure.
In my industry, and like you, I don't want to necessarily fully dox myself, but I don't keep it exactly a secret. But we have a saying that if you take somebody and you throw them into ice water, their bottom half of their body in ice water, and then you set their hair on fire, on average, the temperature is pretty good.
I'm sorry. What was the last half? The average temperature? What?
No, yeah, I said, you put their lower half of their body in ice water, and then you set their hair on fire. On average, the temperature is actually pretty good.
That is, yeah, 100%. 100%. It's. I'll kind of deviate for a second to that point. There, a lot of the buzz of AI and machine learning is being implemented in a lot of different science disciplines. Meteorology is certainly one of them. And let me tell you, I'll just tell you from a high level, it gets things wrong still. They, for example, have AI weather models. So what does that mean? The traditional weather models, they have their own unique algorithms, some of which may emphasize different weather variables more than others. But basically, when a weather model is wrong traditionally, so that would be more from a physics-based model approach, it's wrong, right? And the weather model is not going to internally understand when it's wrong. It's just going to say, hey, I'm wrong, too bad, tough shit, on to the next event. With AI weather models, it's about using a reanalyzing approach, and it's also a statistical probability approach where, rather than saying, well, I'm wrong on this event, if it's wrong on an event, whether it be temperature or snowfall amounts or any different variables it measures, it's going to try to correct for that in the future. Now, these AI weather models have been implemented in Europe. They have AI variants of the ECMWF. Happy to cite that in chat. And for example, forecasting the tropics, a lot of people were harping on the AI weather model spread. If you guys recall, there was supposed to be a tropical system impacting the Carolinas just about a month ago. And the AI weather models, I kept getting DMs from people saying, oh, look, you got to use the AI spread because it's actually going to impact the Carolinas. It's more accurate. Well, what ended up happening was both variants were wrong. That ended up going out to sea, right? So there's a lot of buzz about AI and all that shit, but I can tell you that the performance of these AI weather models still has to be proven. I don't know where I was going with this tangent, but I just thought it was interesting to share because that's the big buzz thing. Is if it's not climate change, it's AI, and AI is still, it tends to fuck up a lot. So I don't know if anybody's come in here making an AI argument or machine learning, or I did AI to validate my work, and I'm sure they have. I'm sure you've heard I ran this through ChatGPT, and it told me that you're wrong and you're crazy. That's ChatGPT is going to do a quick search of the internet. It doesn't mean it did a deep search of the internet, right? It's an algorithmic based model. So that's the very sad truth.
Well,
is that
and you can coach it to say whatever you want at the end of the day.
Exactly. But to the point, right? I brought this up to many of you before. I'm starting to find in here that those that come in from the globe perspective, this is what's interesting. Those that come here from the globe argument tend to have more of the same argument, right? There's less variation from person to person. But if you talk to a flat earther in here, there's many different arguments from many different perspectives and many different approaches on the flat earth side. But ironically, on the globe tard side, and what I always shake my head on is you'll come in here and if you're talking about, say, gravity, okay, they'll make the same argument on gravity. And they won't be able to expand on it either because, well, AI doesn't allow them to expand on that thought. It only just gives them the information that they need. So an observation I've made, but AI is definitely becoming a brain rot to society.
understanding relativity takes work. You know, it's not simple to understand mathematically, even and like conceptually, right? And you need to understand that if you want to understand like the, you know, quote unquote mainstream scientific consensus on gravity, right? Otherwise, it's just this mysterious force that appears in Newtonian physics.
Yep.
And I think you're right.
Exactly.
Most people, even people that come in from the globe perspective, like you said, like they don't understand relativity. They might understand Newtonian physics, but
it's from, you know, well, that's the other thing with gravity. See, gravity in the globetard model, okay, we treat as a constant, right? And it's part of many of those we'll call elementary physics equations, and that's why I don't tend to
Newtonian
like.
physics, yeah, but it's
Yeah,
not a constant in relativistic physics, right?
correct, exactly. So that's why, to your point, I don't like, from a globe perspective, the argument of when they come in with gravity, okay? Because all you're saying is constant. I have this constant
You
9.81,
don't
and
need
it's
it.
like,
You don't need it at all
okay,
to talk about the
cool,
ground.
but and then they don't elaborate on it, right? So they don't go under the hood. That's my biggest gripe.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Going under the hood means getting into relativity, and it's tough. It's tough
Yeah,
because people don't understand,
exactly.
and it's hard to
Yep.
just bring it across conceptually in a short conversation.
And the other thing that I would add is I don't think it's always intentional on the part of the globetards. I don't think they wake up and on purpose be a globetard. I think that they hear a lot of times synopsises of things, and they actually think that that synopsis is a deep level understanding of something. And
I
then
agree.
so
Sure.
they don't know that there's more to a topic until somebody that they disagree with tells them, well, and now all of a sudden it's a very stressful thing because they came into this discussion thinking, well, I'm an expert on this. Okay, well, you know, maybe you were an expert at, I'm just to make it up, atmospheric 204. But, you know, once you got to atmospherics 565, you would learn X, Y, and Z. And so I think that's what we see here more than anything, and I think it's harder for the people who are just, you know, maybe took the one elective to understand. Wait a minute, there's a lot more at play here. And just to use that as an example, not to actually pick on
No. I
your field
think
of
that's
study for
good. I
anything.
mean, it's technically. I mean, you're in all fairness, right? It's the ignorance of those folks are not necessarily their fault. I mean, I think that's a whole broader discussion about the education system as a whole, especially in the sciences. It's not great. You know, so I actually, I'll just give you an example of that. This is purely anecdotal, but when I was in algebra, okay, so this is high school algebra, not algebra 2. I'm just learning the general concepts of slope and why we have slope and all that shit. But there was a student who, you know, she was always asking questions about why do we need to learn this, okay? And so she asked in this class one day, why do I need to learn this topic of algebra? And the teacher says, because. She said, because why? Because I said so. That is awful, right? That's not good. That happens a lot in academia, right? If you say, expand on gravity, for example, or expand on relativity, they'll just say, no, just read from the book. Go with what the book says. And that idea of not challenging thought is why we have a lot of people in society that just give you information and can't expand on it because their teachers never force them to ask why. So there's
You
that
know,
too.
and it's unfortunate because what a teacher could do in a lot of respects is, hey, you know, in this class here, we kind of go over the little bit of why, of what slope is, things like that. This class doesn't really get into why, but I tell you, if you get into uh, design or architecture or whatever else, you're going to come back to this and whatever else. So Look, great question, and
point them in the right direction.
Yeah. And okay, well, you want to know more? Hey, look, I tell you what, I'll send you an email after class. I'll introduce you to Professor such and such over there, and I know he'd be glad to spend a few minutes and share with you what he, you know.
And that 30 seconds is all it would take. That's it.
Yeah.
So
it's exactly what you're saying, though, Brendan. Like, if you were to challenge them on the question about what is the Earth, if you were to say, like, can you give me great examples of how we determine that the Earth is what they're saying it is, a globe, and you'd get like this canned response that it would be like everybody else hears. So, ships going over the horizon, sunsets or whatever it is, like it's never going to be some way to test and verify the very claim of geometry. And that's important, right? Because if you're going to give somebody information of the Earth being a certain size, you damn well better be sure that you equip them with the way to back it up. And people aren't equipped with that when they come in here. And that's the issue that I'm taking issue with. It's like we're dealing with people who just believe. It's just a group of believers. And that's fine if you believe it. But at some level, you're going to have to bring either the professor or you're going to have to find out yourself how to figure it out. That's what I'm saying.
Amen, brother.
I mean, if it's not possible, let the world know, right? But if there is some way, some method, somehow, then that's what we're here for. We want to talk about that. So, and
well, just look at the 24-hour sun then. You don't need to. You don't really need any special knowledge besides what you can see with your own eyes.
Right.
To go
Observation.
See the 24-hour sun.
Observation is always something that we go by, but using that observation, think about it like this, and maybe you can respond to me, and if you don't have to if you don't want to, but try to form it in a logical syllogism, meaning in the logic form, a premise, conclusion, how that would determine that the Earth is a globe.
Right. Well, you can go to the North Pole, right, and you can see a 24-hour sun and a 24-hour night, right, depending on the season, the time of the year. But then if you go to the South Pole, you can see a 24-hour sun there, right, a 24-hour night. To me, I've never really understood how that can make sense in any flat Earth model. But it makes perfect sense if the Earth is a globe. And also the way the stars rotate, or the sky really rotates, appears to rotate, indicates that it's a globe.
That's just a layered assumption, though. That doesn't seem to give an answer to logical form of how you're going to say this is determining that the Earth is a globe based on what our observation is. We see this, in other words, I can give you an example. I see the sun moving about my sky for 24 hours above my head. That's premise one. That's obviously true, right? Because each premise has to be a truth claim. So that in the premise one would be the observation. What would premise two be?
What's premise two is that therefore, well, first of all, you have to collect multiple observations, right? So it's not just the one. First of all, you see that there's a 24-hour sun at the North Pole. Then you go to the South Pole and you see that there's a 24-hour sun there too.
Okay.
And you just and from those two premises, you just think like spatially about how that makes sense. And to me, it only makes sense.
No, that's not it though. It's truth. It's a premise, and conclusion. So by those two premises that you just gave me, which is the sun in 24 hours over Antarctica and over the Arctic, then my conclusion would be, thus the Earth is a globe.
So that doesn't follow. The way I think about it, I picture it in 3D space in my head. Like I
know.
Imagine.
I know, but we're not going about your imagination. What we're doing is purely observational.
No, you're right.
And logical too.
You're
right.
And you could use geometry to prove this mathematically and logically, right, step by step. I admit I don't have
okay. So, but here's the thing, though, right? The 24-hour sun, which you came off with, was not something that we could form a logic statement from. Rather, it was something you could form an assumption from, but an inference. So that doesn't help give the statement that the Earth is a globe
Isn't that
validation.
logic? It's like you see two things and you think, you know, from
No,
the
it's not
given these
logical.
two assumptions, we assume that what we see is true. You know, we make some basic assumptions about, you know, what is true, and then from there we try to build conclusions using logic, right?
No, it's
Using
not.
these rules that
No,
we
no, no.
believe
You're
are
not.
true, these axioms, right?
You can't
That's
infer.
kind of how I understand.
Yeah, but I know, but you can't infer. But what I'm saying is, in this particular case, we're seeing something physical, the Earth, right? The Earth is physical; it's not imaginary. So you're not going to imagine the Earth. You're seeing it. It's an observation. So you're outside in the field, and you're making your observation. So it either is or is not the thing you're making the truth claim to. Which, of course, the sun in the sky for 24 hours is a truth claim because it can be observed. That's something you see. A denial of that would be a denial of something that's happening. I'm still with you on that. Problem is, if people are if people are saying that the Earth is conclusively a globe because of that, that's where I take issue, and you should too, because that doesn't give us the indication that the Earth is a geometric shape. It's just giving us an indication that we're witnessing the sun do something in the sky for 24 hours.
Right. It seems to me that it's the only like model, the only mental model that's consistent with the reality that I see. Like if the Earth is flat, like one flat Earth model that I've seen a lot is like what I call north on the globe is like the center of a circle, and what I call south, which in the globe model is like a point on the globe, in the
Yeah.
like flat Earth model, it's like a ring of ice. I don't know if you believe
Oh, let me.
in that model, but
No, no.
that in that
Let me
model, it
kind of.
doesn't make sense that there is no
I know.
24-hour
Hold on,
sun
hold on.
on
Let
the
me let
South
me
Pole.
let
There
me
is no
burst some.
spot you can stand on,
Dude,
south
here,
of.
hold on a second. Hold on. That is not flat Earth. Do you know that that is actually a globe
Okay.
that you're talking about? The AE map representation, it actually comes in two parts. Okay? It's got the top portion and the bottom. So the bottom one would be the idea that the globe is visualized on a 2D surface that's played out in a radial. So you'd see all the continents represented as if you're looking top down on the globe. Basically, if it was smushed down, if the globe from the top was smushed down, that's what the AE map is. So it was kind of funny because when we first started like introducing people to talk about the flat Earth back in like 2015, 2016, people were actually, myself included, were arguing for this position of the AE map, the Gleasons, and all that kind of stuff. But upon further like investigation, it was actually a position for the globe. It wasn't for flat Earth. So this is the kind of kooky part. Probably don't know this, but people have been arguing against the AE map. The Globers have, and they are arguing against their own globe Mercator projection. It is what we're trying to tell you is it has nothing to do with flat Earth. I mean, obviously the continents are flattened out. Yeah, I get it, but the Earth itself, as it's displayed when you go outside, it's not that map that you're looking at. It's not the same. Reality and that map are not equal. So what I'm saying is that map, and a lot of Globers been going against it. They're basically arguing against their own, globe projection. It's what they've been arguing. That's
Okay,
like I
all right.
can't say it any other way. And
That's fair. You don't have to defend that projection if that's not your thing.
well, no.
But
Like
I
what
mean,
I'm
do you
saying
have
is no,
some
no.
kind of
That's the
map or some
okay.
kind of
So
model?
let me tell you the issue, right? Because the problems that I'm talking about are within cartography. So the idea that the Earth it's formed in some kind of way, right? Some kind of orientation, or the continents are a certain size, has never been understood to be a certain standard, like a gold standard. There's nothing we can go by that you can point to that you can say this is what the Earth is. I'm giving you the obvious flaw in the whole logical argument. So if you're trying to form an argument and say, okay, well, we got this, but what do you got? Then you don't really have what you think you have. You don't have a position. You don't have a map or a model you can point to and say, this is the Earth. What do you have, flat earther? You can't do that
Yeah.
because your
No, I
position.
think that's wrong.
No, I know, but
the globe Earth. I mean, the globe Earth is like the main. Obviously, I think everyone would agree that it's like the mainstream position. So obviously, there's maps and stuff everywhere. You can go on Google Maps
yeah,
right now, and that corresponds. Like, if you say to Google Maps, "How long does it take me to drive across the United States?" which is a far enough distance that like the curvature, kind of comes into play in some sense. It will tell you. It will tell you how long it's going to take you, how long it's going to be, and you can drive that distance, and it'll match up with what Google
no,
says,
it's not
and
gonna
it
match up,
matches
bro.
Google.
That doesn't match
Yeah, it
up.
is.
No, it doesn't.
Well, not exactly, because
That's what
there's
I'm saying.
variables in real life, but
I know that.
you
That's
will
what I'm
travel
trying to
that
tell
amount
you.
of distance, and
Yeah, the distance itself,
so you're
like, and that's
saying
the other thing.
so
Yeah,
you're
the other
saying
thing
because
is,
there's like some. Sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
no, the anomalies happen, unbeknownst to you, because it sounds like you're arguing for a position that things are being done in a fashion where we could get exact like distances, and if you're gonna travel like in a
Yeah, it's
plane from
pretty
point A
exact.
to point B, you're gonna travel with the right amount, and like the problem is you don't really understand the argument. I don't think you know that the variables that are included if you're traveling from point A to point B. So there's a lot of estimating, right? Like from where you're going to where you're going to be. This is the issue. Like a lot of people that talk about this,
Sure,
they
but
seem very confident.
there's ways of calculating it pretty precisely. That's why, I know a little bit about the science of like surveying, which is how we map out spaces to a very precise and exact degree, right? Surveying, that's how we like have maps of the country, right? Or the whole world, really. Surveying as it's like a scientific discipline that developed, and we used it to
Really,
create
Do you
very
really know
precise
surveying?
maps.
really.
No, I don't. I'm not like an expert. I didn't study it. I've read a little bit about it. I said I know a bit about it. I understand conceptually how it works. I've seen
Okay,
it done.
let's put it this way.
I'm not
What do you
not
know,
an
Sheepa?
expert.
What do you know, dude? Like what do you know? Give me what you think you know, because it sounds like you're confident. But why are you so confident? I want to know what
I'm
you
not.
know.
I just said I know a little bit.
What is that little
That's
bit you know?
super confident.
What is
Well,
that
for
little bit you
example, if
know?
you go around many countries, you can see there are still these survey monuments like standing all over the place. It'll be in some countries, for example, in Canada, where I've seen them many times. They're these little like round, flat iron discs that sit. They're like usually in the rock, because Canada's a lot of like rocky granite type land. They're like situated in the rock, and they put an instrument like on a stick there. They make it level, and they use observation basically to determine the exact orientation of another survey marker. So you have two, right?
Interesting.
You put them
Interesting.
in different places. Usually they're in pretty high
All right.
places where you can see a long way. And they use this very precise method of observing things to
Okay.
chart.
What do you call that?
You
What do you
chart
call
where they
that
are.
method?
And
What do you call that method? Do you know?
surveying. That's like
No, 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 no. The one where you're going from point to point. If I,
I don't know. No,
if that
I don't
one,
know what you're getting
so you got one. You say you got these discs that have information on them. Yeah.
at. Yeah. You can see
Okay.
them.
So,
I'm just using
okay.
that example because you can
All
go
right.
all over and see them. And that's how
Right.
I
So if
got
you go,
interested in the first place.
that's fine. If you go from one point to another, what are you using in between those points to solidify that it is a distance away and a elevation away from you? Because it's got to be not just the distance,
You're
but it
using, like,
gives you.
a little bit of geometry and
Okay, but how do you know?
sorry, I guess I'm confused about what you're saying.
I guess I'm trying to coax something out of
It's
you, if you
geometry,
can tell me.
like literally trigonometry, very simple
Uh,
math,
I'll
right?
tell you.
Like,
I don't.
if you know how high up it's literally like calculating triangles. If you know
Yeah,
the
yeah,
angle
triangles.
of the
But
thing you're
you're
viewing
getting it. You're hot now.
and
So what I'm saying is line of sight, right? So if you
yes.
get from one point A to
Yeah, line of sight,
point
sure.
B, right? So and then you're gonna connect that other position, and you're gonna triangulate. All of this is gonna be done with angles and such, but you are not going to
Yeah.
at any time that you're doing this factor in the amount of curvature in between those 2 points. You're not gonna do that.
That's not true. That's
Really?
not there's
Okay,
you're
go on, challenge me.
so
Challenge me on
you're
how that's
actually no, you're right. I'm sorry.
okay.
When
All right.
you're actually calculating the distance between the survey monument you're standing at and the one you're
Mhm.
looking at, or whatever. You don't need to be looking at another survey monument. You can just be you have your tool, which is level, and it gives you like the angle that you're looking at, basically. So that gives you the angle of one corner of the triangle. You have like the high, the side, another side of the
Okay.
triangle, because you know how tall how high you are standing off the
Yeah,
ground,
relative
and
to
you can
the
use
ground.
just some
Yeah.
simple trigonometry to determine the like distance of the
Yeah, but
point,
I'm not
right? You
disagreeing with you
determine
on
the other
that.
side
Like,
of the triangle.
I'm
So
not
when
disagreeing
you
with
do
this.
that, when you do that actual bit of math, you're not taking into account the
Correct.
curvature of the Earth. You don't have
Correct.
to, because you're not measuring the curve of the Earth. You're measuring the distance between 2 points on the Earth. But if you keep measuring, you measure this point to this point, and then you measure point B to point C, and you measure point C to point D, and you keep on measuring and measuring and measuring, you will eventually notice that the lines do start to curve. Because
Oh,
over very, very great
wait a
distances, the
second.
Earth
Yeah, hold on a second.
curves
How
because
many
of the globe. It's a very
points?
large globe.
How many points are before we can start factoring in the curvature? Can you tell me that information? If not,
Okay.
oh, you
Because
don't.
what we're doing is drawing
It's
lines.
actually
What we're
curving.
doing is drawing lines between points, right?
Well, I know that, but I'm
We're
asking you.
drawing lines between points. We're
Yes.
drawing straight lines at every
Yes.
juncture, right? So
Yes.
we're
Yes.
not drawing curved lines, right?
I
But if
get
you
it.
draw
Yeah.
a bunch of lines, all of which are at a very slight angle, offset to each
Oh,
other, right?
dude.
You will get the
Gonna need some
appearance of a
evidence of
circle
that.
overall.
I want evidence of that, bro. I do want evidence of that.
I mean, that's a pretty simple geometric
Well, I
proposition.
can
Like,
tell you how
you
they
can't
actually get
understand
the
that until
curves, because they fix their positions to curving coordinates in the first instance.
Sorry, so you're saying like essentially they're introducing some extra variables to make it seem like there's curvature,
Correct.
where there
Correct.
really isn't.
They incorporate something called a reference ellipsoid, which is a model. It's assumed curvature.
Yeah.
So if they would
Yeah.
actually measure it without the
Agree.
reference ellipsoid, then there'd be some meat on the table, but nobody's done that.
Hence the reason why I was asking for
I'm
you to
okay
go
with
into.
that because I believe in the flat Earth model, and excuse me, I believe in the globe Earth model. I'm a globe-tard, and I don't think you don't need the surveying itself to first prove that the Earth must be a globe, right? You don't need to do that process to prove that the Earth is a globe. So
I
it's
know, but
legit
this
to
was
say the Earth is a globe. We'll use that assumption to help us better map out the
all right.
Earth. And in fact, you really have to. You really have to, right? Because if I'm at the equator and I go west 100 miles, and then I go north 100 miles, and then I go east 100 miles, and then I go south 100 miles again, if I was on a flat Earth, you would expect me to end up at the same place. But if I'm on a globe Earth, I'll end up in a different place than I started
Yeah,
up
well,
on.
that's
But that
true
in
for the
itself
globe. That's true
seems
for the
to me
globe, all
obvious.
right? But the globe is only a mathematical model, not reality. Nobody's ever done that in reality.
agreed.
What do you mean no one's ever done that in reality? Of course they have.
Nobody's
All the
done the exact geometric shape that you've pointed out in reality. They've done it on a
Come on.
globe coordinate system, which is a model, but not reality.
Yeah, and
If
the
you think
model
he's,
fits
yeah, if you
reality,
think
right?
he's,
And
hold
the
on,
model fits
Cheapo.
the
If you
reality
think
that we see. That's why it's a
this,
good model.
listen, if you want to
That's what
contest what
that's
he's saying,
exactly what I'm saying. If you
Cheapo,
have a
hold on a
flat
second.
Earth,
Cheapo,
if you have a flat Earth model,
yeah, you
hang on, I
triggered him,
want to
man.
respond to this. No, I want to respond to this because this is the point he made.
I'm sorry.
Is that if you have a flat Earth model and you do this, you will end up in the same point you started.
Yeah, you
right?
just hold on a
Do we
minute.
agree
Hold
on that
on.
or no?
No. You just glanced. You did what I didn't want you to do. He started talking about flat Earth. What he gave you was the ability to think critically for just a moment. Nobody's ever done the thing that you think they've done, so you haven't critiqued internally the thing that you're talking about with the globe. And he's giving you the opportunity right now to do that. So you should take that opportunity to say, hey, wait
I
a
mean,
minute.
come on,
No,
it's a
has
nonsense thing
anybody?
to say that no one
What are
has
you
ever
talking
done that.
about?
It is
Yeah,
nonsense.
well, prove it. Like, I'd like to hear it. I'm pretty sure Yoder would.
Dude, I myself have done it, bro.
Yeah, don't
I
force
myself
me
have
to
done
use
it.
spherical coordinates on a flat Earth, bro.
Dude.
I've driven hundreds of miles across the North American
Using
continent.
spherical coordinates on a flat Earth, hundreds of miles.
Yeah, assuming the Earth is a
If,
globe.
again, if you assume that the Earth is flat,
No, don't turn it
can we
around.
agree?
Hold on, no, we're
Can
not
we
agreeing
agree?
right now. There's no contract yet. You have to first establish that the Earth is a globe with some form of verification. You have to put it on the table. If you can't flip it around, well, how do we know? You have to agree with me if the Earth is flat. Like, it's not going to work, bro. You have to first solidify the point that the
Well,
Earth is a globe.
I mean, you're the one who started getting into cartography, which is why we're talking.
Yeah.
He's
about
trying to
it from
wiggle
this
out
angle.
of the submission right now.
Yeah, it's not.
My simplest premise was that you can tell just by looking at the 24-hour sun. That alone, to me, is so
You
simple to
couldn't,
understand.
bro. You couldn't form a logical
Model.
syllogism out of the fact that you see it. You said it like this, and I'm going to repeat to the audience who's just joining us right now. You said, "I see a 24-hour sun in the north, right, and in the south, and therefore the Earth is a globe." And you said I had to assume the Earth is a globe because I can't do it logically. You said so yourself. This is
No.
your words.
No, that's not what I said. That's not my words. Obviously, you're not quoting me directly.
Okay, go ahead
You're
and tell me how
paraphrasing
you formed the
on that.
logical syllogism. Reform it if you want right now.
Yeah.
And let the
What I
audience know what you
said
said.
is I create a mental model. I create a model in my head. What would the Earth look like if it was a
But
globe
that's not a true
spinning
premise.
around the sun?
Hold on. Wait. That's not a true premise. You
I'm
have
not
to
saying
start
it
with
is. You don't have to
the
say that
premise.
it's a
Yeah,
true
dude.
premise
If you want to be
to
logically,
imagine it,
hold
right?
on, brother. If you want it to be logically sound, it has to start with a true premise. So the first one has
No,
to
it
be.
doesn't. That's not how
Yes,
science
if
works.
you
Science
what?
starts with a
No.
hypothesis, which
We're
you
not talking
don't
about
know if
science,
it's
bro.
true or not.
Logic. If you want it to be sound logic, you have to start with a true premise. So you're not doing that, and this is what I'm asking you for. You have to.
No,
If you're gonna say
I don't
that the
agree with
sun,
that. I mean,
what?
the true premise, the observation is the 24-hour
Yes.
sun.
Yeah,
And then
and I
I'm
agree
trying
with
to
you on that.
think of what mental model, right? Like what mental
Bro.
model
Like,
can I create that's
no. That's
consistent
not
with
it.
that,
That's not
right?
it. We're not talking about mental
Okay.
models. I'm talking about strictly true premise, which is the observation. That's a true
Whatever
premise.
I don't know what you want from me.
Well, I mean, I want you to be honest. That's what I want. So if you're not going to give me a true premise, say, well, I can't form it into a logical syllogism. Therefore, it's an assumed that the Earth is a globe, just like I said that you said before, but you denied me.
Earlier, he also mentioned
true
he's
premise
taking he's doing assumptions. He said that as well earlier.
I don't know why he's backtracking and say he didn't assume. He
Well,
did.
yeah,
He
I do
told me.
assume some things. Yeah. We all assume things, right? Like we assume that
No, but don't be
reality is
ambiguous
what
here,
it is.
bro.
That
Yeah, don't
the
be
things that
ambiguous.
we observe really
Specifically,
exist.
yeah, don't be ambiguous. Be specific. We're
I'm trying
talking
not to,
about.
but you're.
Well, we're talking about specifically how you know that the Earth is a globe, and you even went back when we are talking about surveying. You went back to like, well, the way that I could do it was a 24-hour sun, and I'm like, well, didn't we talk about that before? You couldn't form a logical
easy sense to
syllogism.
me.
Yeah, because you formed some sort of mental model in your mind, and then you said, thus my mental model, the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, that's the mental model that makes sense to me. I mean,
Well, I mean,
like you can define that mental model, geometrically, right?
yeah. I mean, that's the
which
whole
is what
point
we've
is.
done in mainstream science.
Yeah, the whole point Yoder was bringing up is that it's just a mathematical construct. That's all it is. It's not something you can go out into the field and test. Well, I mean,
Yes, it is. It is.
No,
It's both
bro.
of those things.
Here's the
It is
part
a
where you're.
mathematical. It is a mathematical construct. It is a model, and
The
you can go
mental
out and
model
test
in
it.
your mind is a
And
mathematical.
that
Show us
the
the math. Hold
24-hour
on,
sun is the
Show us
test.
the math.
The
Show us the math.
24-hour sun is the
Show us
test.
the math.
Like
Show us the math.
I don't have the math.
Of course you don't, because you're just making shit up, dude.
Oh, okay. I mean,
You
it
are.
makes sense conceptually.
You are,
to me,
because the
and
way the
that's
24-hour
enough.
sun.
I've done the math, and that's.
No, you haven't
but
done the math.
I'm just not looking at it right now.
Okay, no, you haven't done the math.
Yeah, I have. I've literally
Okay,
I've used like a sextant, like a crude sextant to measure the angle of the stars, and I've measured it from that. But I admit I'm not looking at that work right now.
Okay.
I can't do it off.
You're making shit up.
Like this.
You haven't done a goddamn thing. Okay.
If that's.
I know you have.
I mean, I'm not even trying to convince you that I've done it. I'm trying to convince you that you
isn't
can
about
do it for your own
convincing.
self.
You don't understand how the mathematics works. That's how I know you haven't done it.
Okay. I mean,
if we're gonna
explain a bit of how the math. If you want to
hold on,
talk
bro.
about how we
Hold
can
on a second. Hold on.
No, you're just saying buzzwords like science and math and logic and geometry. You're just saying buzzwords, dude.
listen,
There's
man.
no
If we're gonna take,
substance to any of it.
I mean,
if we're gonna
have you
take
guys?
stock, hold on, sheeple. If we're gonna take stock, you went first with the 24-hour sun in both Antarctica and the Arctic. That's what you were saying, north and south. So we went there first, right? And then we went to surveying. Nothing that you provided so far has given us empirical information that we could verify the Earth is a curved surface or like a globe, like you think it is. So it's not verified in the field.
Okay.
This is what we're in a mental
So
construct
yeah,
that you can't even provide the math for, which is what India was
Avery,
asking you right now.
you said this before, Avery. Can it, what I was originally bringing up the 24-hour sun. The reason I brought it up is because what I'm trying to get at is well, first of all, what I want to know is can we even agree that it exists, that the 24-hour sun in the north and south?
I already
is
told
real?
you, bro. I told you that from the beginning. I've given you the observation. What? There's nothing wrong with the observation.
okay.
It's a true premise, but the problem you're
Okay.
having is going from there to like where you're thinking it's a globe, because you can't connect anything to that of it being a globe. That's what I was saying. A logical syllogism would then put it in a logic form that you can say, okay, my true premise is that I see a 24-hour sun. I make an observation. Does anybody deny that? No, we're all outside seeing the same thing. Okay. What's the next step? What's the next true premise? And
So
you
let me help. Let me help for 1 second.
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead.
So it's really simple. I see a 24-hour sun. It's first true premise. ... Second true premise, whatever the fuck that is. Therefore, the Earth's the globe. Go ahead.
So okay, so how about this? I'll abandon the globe claim completely. I'm no longer
Okay.
a glober. I don't
Abandon
believe in the
ship.
globe. Okay.
Abandon ship.
What I just want to know, what I'm asking is, how is the 24-hour sun consistent with the flat Earth model? Is there a flat map of the Earth that you can show me where you can point to a spot on that flat Earth where in your model, however it works, I will see the 24 hours?
There is, listen,
in both the north and the south.
brother. There's no map in existence by anybody that shows the position of the sun. Period.
Yeah.
Relative to the Earth, it doesn't exist.
And if you find one, please point me to it.
Yeah, you want something
but
from
do you
us
have
that
a
no
map
one
of
can
the Earth
produce.
even? Do you have a map of the Earth? A flat map
Which
of
part?
the Earth. Even forget about the sun for the time being. But
Which part of the Earth?
You mean all of the Earth?
Which parts of the Earth can we agree exist? North America,
No,
South
no,
America?
no,
Can we
no,
agree
no,
that
no,
South
no.
America
You don't.
exists?
But you don't gotta do that, bro. That you don't. Oh, which part can we agree exists like that? Don't do that. You ain't gotta do that.
Hey, what Yoda was trying to explain to you is
I'm
that
trying to
we're
figure
gonna
out what
end up having to use
you believe.
Are you listening? Okay, you want a map of the Earth, and so you think that do you have a map of the Earth? Is there a globe map of the Earth?
Yeah.
Oh,
yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Is it distorted?
What do you mean distorted?
Is
No,
the globe
I mean
map
the
distorted?
actual globe model. If you
a
actually
physical
make
globe.
a globe, then no. A physical globe, or like we have
Oh,
computers. You can
yeah.
model
Show
a
me
globe in a
which
computer.
one.
Yeah, so
Which one?
show us the
It's not
accurate
that
physical
crazy.
globe.
I'd like to see that thing, man. Please.
Like,
And tell us how you verified its
Google Earth,
accuracy.
Google Map, Google Earth.
Google
Dude, Google Earth. Do you know Google Earth? Do you know what projection it's using, dude? Because this is the part that you didn't even look into. You know what map project? Yeah, I want you to do me a
There's
favor.
Google Maps.
Hold on a second, bro.
Google Maps, which I
Sheeple, hold on a
believe
second,
uses the
dude.
Mercator project. I'm answering your question. You asked me a question and I'm answering.
Hey, you looked it up, didn't you?
I believe that Google Maps uses a Mercator projection. I'm not entirely
Okay.
sure about that. But what I mentioned was Google Earth, which is a separate
I'm
program which
mentioning Google Earth.
actually models the globe.
No. I'm
Google
talking
Earth
about
is
Google
also
Earth.
a Mercator projection.
I'm talking about Google Earth.
Okay. No, it's no.
Yes.
Yes.
It is.
It is.
If I recall correctly, when you zoom
No. Wait a minute. Okay, this is the part that I was telling you.
on my 3D video game.
Bro. Just a second. What I want you to do is type in what map projection is Google Earth using in your Google search. And I want you to see the result, because if I tell you, or anybody else, or we have been telling you, but you don't believe us, you need to go see for yourself.
As I said, Google Maps, which is what would pull up in a search, that is a Mercator projection.
We want you to Google Earth,
I've
not
already
Google
agreed
Maps,
with that,
dude.
Bro,
Google Earth is
Well,
also
that's not what he
Mercator
just said.
projection.
That's not what
Dude,
he
you
just
can yap all you want and try to overtalk. Google Earth is also the Mercator projection.
Yeah, it's a Mercator projection.
Just because it shows you a ball graphically doesn't mean it's not the Mercator projection.
It is. Yeah. You don't want to see it. It's what it is. So it's what when you search for it and the results going to give you, it's the Webb Mercator projection. It's what it is.
That's
And
not
it's what
true.
it's.
That's not
Oh,
true.
just go look it up,
It
dude.
will. It can
Will you just go
display
look it
the
up?
map in Mercator. I just did. It can display the map in Mercator projection, but if you're looking at the globe view, it's going to project the map onto the globe. It's just that's
because they
I mean, I
wrap
don't
it
know. You can
around
look
a
at it for
globe with
yourself.
math.
It
my
obviously
God.
looks.
Have you ever
that's
tried
not true,
drawing a
right? Because
circle
it
around
looks
the
different.
poles on the Google Earth globe? If you
It
take the
looks
measurement
different, right?
tool,
The
you take the measurement tool
globe
on
map
Google
looks
Earth.
different than the Mercator.
He's
We
not
all
even
know that the
listening, dude. He's
Mercator
just
distorts
yapping.
the
Yeah,
Holy
he's
cow.
not.
I'm trying
Listen,
to
if
respond to
you
what
pop
you said.
open Google Earth right now and take the measurement tool and spin the globe so that you're staring at either the North Pole or the South Pole on it, and you try to draw a circle like around Antarctica, it's not going to work. It's going to start clipping and give you like moon-shaped crescents and stuff. And the reason why is because it's having a problem projecting the Mercator map back onto a globe.
Yeah, because that's a cylinder.
Bingo.
Okay.
And it has to follow the edge of the cylinder.
So again, is there a map that you guys can agree on, or
Dude,
no?
you don't have one yourself. This is what we're pointing out.
How
How are
about the
you not
British
seeing
National
this?
Grid System?
Okay, that's your claim, and I get it. And I'm
It's
asking
not
you
a
in
claim.
return.
We
Do
just
you have
we just demonstrated it.
Okay, sure. You demonstrated that my map doesn't.
And you don't
whatever.
have that.
I mean, even though it
Nobody.
works for me,
Listen,
but-
brother. Again, nobody has a map of the Earth with the position of the sun in it.
Okay.
It's not
So
possible.
you're saying that
including everybody.
You don't have it. So forget the sun, though. Just the Earth itself. Do you have a map of just the Earth
I
itself?
like the British National Grid System. How about you?
I like the public land survey system.
Yep, great. Let's conjoin them.
By your powers combined.
So you do accept the survey system?
I also like differential GPS for surveys because it renders a local tangent plane in Cartesian coordinates.
Yeah, which is what he was talking about earlier, Yoder. Didn't you hear him? He was like, "Yeah, well,
No.
we don't factor in the globe." Like he was saying that himself. He understands. And when you're out in the field taking raw measurements, you're not going to factor in globe. You just don't do it.
Right. I mean, GPS receivers put up a local tangent plane. So, how many GPS receivers do you need with flat planar grid coordinates to create a ball?
There's really no way around this, sheeple.
They do it in higher dimensional geometry, which is a trip, which doesn't exist in reality.
I mean, these are the facts, dude. I mean, it's the obvious truth.
You're
gonna have to come to terms.
So what you're doing,
the truth that you're saying
what
that
you're
the
doing,
globe
you're
Earth is
conflating,
false,
you're
but
reifying.
you're not really making an argument for the flat Earth, though.
The point is, you came in saying that if there's evidence for the Earth being a globe. You started going over a few points talking points that I thought you were confident of, but it didn't seem like it dwindled after we started talking to you. And then you started saying you're using all these assumptions, getting into logic and such. You couldn't even form something that was logically sound to then say that the Earth is a globe based on any kind of empirical information. So now what do we got to go on? I mean, it's nothing left in the gas tank,
I
bro.
admit, what I was most interested in is truly hearing your guys' view on what it is and how you explain some of the things that I put forward. But it seems like
okay, I can show you something if you let me in chat.
You don't.
I'm going to show you
have a
something.
map. You don't. Really
I'm
know
going to
where the
show you a
sun is.
map. Okay, I'm going to show you the British National Grid System overlaid on a globe. Here, check this out. That there is a British National Grid System. This is the UK Ordnance Survey that is laid out with 5 blocks. Each of these, I think they're 250 miles by 250 miles or something like that. This is a grid, okay? And if you note the longitudinal lines on the British
National Survey grid do not align with longitude on a globe. Which of these is correct?
We need the Jeopardy theme music.
What
Where
happened?
is this from? Who, me?
So the
I'm
globe
sorry,
is an
I don't
antique
know.
globe. Okay, it's almost irrelevant. But the British National Survey grid, the UK Ordnance Survey, the British National Grid System rather, is what's slapped on top of it, and it has been fitted to show country outlines.
I don't understand.
Yeah, they
That's-
match.
So this is what you guys are not understanding, which Yoder keeps trying to tell you, but you guys aren't paying attention. Is that you're taking arbitrary choice of a coordinate system and saying, "Oh, this coordinate system is real," and you're reifying it into reality. You
I don't
arbitrarily
understand
choose
how
your
how
origin
taping a totally
coordinate, and then
different
you do
map.
Fits with
everything based.
reality, doesn't
Hold
it?
on, dude. You arbitrarily choose the origin of coordinates and do everything based on that. But any arbitrary coordinate system doesn't align with another one. That doesn't make yours wrong. You can still find your way around. You can slap any freaking grid
I'm
on it
confused by what's
of
being
any
said.
shape and form and size, as long as there's some consistency in it's some regularity in it.
Guess what GPS receivers allow you to do? They allow you to swap coordinate reference systems. You can use any number of the hundreds and hundreds of different globe coordinates out there that don't all match each other. You can use local datums, which are flat or sometimes not flat. And you can even use a freaking moon one with the same GPS network. Why is that? Well, if you
I'm
understand what coordinate
I'm
reference systems are, you understand that they're arbitrary by nature. As long as you pick one and stick with it, it's going to produce internally consistent results. So the way to validate whether or not it's true, whether or not reckoning in one direction aligns with like one of the longitudinal or latitudinal lines on the coordinate system, is to do an actual external validation. You measure it independent of the coordinate system that's being used.
I'm sorry,
And
I
that's
don't
what
know
we've
what
done.
any of
Yeah,
this
you
has
gotta
to do with
measure the
explaining the
extrinsic Gaussian
24-hour
curvature,
sun.
pretty much.
How does this? How
Yeah,
does
so
this?
that's what we've
I
done. That's what our
don't understand
community
how this
has done.
explains. How does this explain the difference in the skies? Where can you go in the southern
In the
hemisphere
skies.
to
This
see the
isn't
24-hour
flat sky
What are you
server.
talking about, bro?
Sorry,
This isn't
you
the
don't.
flat sky server.
Jeez
Sorry.
Louise.
Just don't.
He reset all the way
If you're
back
seeing
to
if we agree that you
24-hour
see the
sun.
24-hour sun at one
Told
point and you see it at another point, can't we create a map
Bro,
that
no, that's
No.
what
those 2
Indio
points?
was trying to
That's
tell you,
true.
bro. He would listen. He said, "Let me abandon the sun," and he's coming right back to it again. Like, I mean, what did you not hear when Indio was telling you
No,
you can't make a map using the?
Oh,
mean-
well, I know he was saying that, sure, but
Okay. Do you think that there's a unified coordinate system between the sun and
I
celestial
was just
sphere?
saying forget that to
No,
just
no,
give me
no.
a map of the Earth that I can work with, and then we can talk about
Work
how the sun fits into that.
work with for what? For what purpose?
To try and understand how you guys
Not for your
understand the world.
understanding. Not for your for what purpose? Maps are made for purposes, not understanding.
What's a practical
Yeah,
use
but
case for it?
a map is an understanding of the world, right? Like,
Bro, what's a
No.
practical use case?
No.
At this point, can you concede that we actually know what maps are and we understand the geometry of these things, and you don't?
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so you came here to find out what we think and how we think. At this point, I
all
think
you
it's
have
clear
to
that
do
we know what we're talking about and you don't.
Let me ask you a
Congratulations.
question, brother.
all you have to do is literally drive around to see that if you drive north, like I said, if you drive north,
Oh,
you
hell
drive
no.
west, you drive south, you drive east. If the Earth is flat,
how do you know where you
surely
are?
you're going to come back.
You're going to talk yourself into circular reasoning. You risk circularity.
It's arbitrary.
It does matter. If you use spherical coordinates, you're only internally validating your spherical coordinates. You're not doing an external validation.
And Yoder told you this earlier.
Let's try and construct a version of the world, a 2D map of the world, right? If we're talking about the flat Earth, we can make a
presented
2D
one
map
on
of
a
the world.
globe. It was that image I showed you. That was what the UK government did.
But that doesn't demonstrate the whole.
Hey, hold
Earth,
on.
right?
Hey, you've appealed to surveying? Doesn't surveying also show the topographical 3D maps that you've seen? I've seen one of Manhattan. I think who was it? Crit actually puts one in there.
It shows topographic. So it is 3D, sure. But So sure, you're right. It's 3D, but still, it can be represented on a single plane, right? You know what I'm trying to say.
But we're getting to the point where we're getting to the point where reality is what we're trying to resemble, right? So in the one that's in the Manhattan, it's at Manhattan. It's like a giant. It's a giant replica of New York. So it shows how the sun moves across the sky, how it would hit the buildings and wind, and they use it for a lot of things, right? But namely, it shows that it can be replicated on a horizontal plane, and all of the things that all the features are kind of being where they're out in reality, where they would be. So they're using that as some way to kind of see where everything is based on a horizontal plane. It's not used they're not doing it off the curved surface of the Earth. It's a prime example, dude.
I'm not sure what you're talking about here.
All right. Well,
I don't know how that's
I'll look
evidence
for it
of
and
the
I'll
flat
put it
Earth.
I'll put it in the text. That's if you haven't left it.
I asked a question earlier. Which of these was correct, the globe one or the flat UK Ordnance Survey one? I know for a fact the globe one is not correct, and I can infer that the UK Ordnance Survey is not correct.
I mean, if you look at this flat map that you've put on the globe here, it doesn't really match up perfectly, does it?
No kidding.
You see what I'm saying? It doesn't. The lines aren't exactly right.
Which one is correct?
Because you've just warped it, right?
No, you warped the globe.
Well, the globe, obviously.
How do you know that?
Because that's the only explanation that is consistent with.
Are you going to tell the UK government to ditch their ordnance survey then?
I asked you how you know that. How do you know the globe one is the correct one?
Can I jump in here quick, fast?
No.
As I said before, the 24-hour sun, to me, that's pretty conclusive proof.
But you can't.
But also,
yeah, because you're illogical and irrational. That's why. You proved that you're irrational.
The way the skies appear to rotate, right? And the way you travel when you travel
the way the
across
sky
the
appears
globe,
to rotate. Not you rotating.
The sky rotates in different ways, right? The only explanation that's generally consistent with that is the globe Earth.
Oh,
the flat Earth just doesn't make sense.
Shit, dude.
And
what you're saying is
cause fallacy.
To be fair to you guys, you seem to have conceded that you don't really have.
You got a single cause fallacy that you won't concede to.
No, and the posturing isn't going to work either. We didn't concede to anything.
A single.
Okay, we're trying to make you understand something, and you have invincible ignorance.
Model of the Earth.
You have invincible ignorance. That's the problem. We're trying to educate you, but you refuse to be educated. Nothing we said is factually incorrect. Everything you've said has been.
I'm listening.
You can't tell me. I asked you, how do you know the globe one is correct? And you can't tell me how you know that. Why?
Like I said, it's the only thing.
How do you know the globe one is correct? How do you know the globe one is correct?
Observations that I've seen and that I believe in.
Which ones?
Like I said, it's what's consistent. So again, the 24-hour sun for me is the simplest way to conceptualize it.
You're just consistent with what?
Conceptualize it. It's consistent with the model, the
mathematical
model. What model? I asked you for the model. I asked you to present it, and you didn't. What model?
He said it's internally consistent, which means he hasn't externally validated it, so he has no way to say whether or not it's consistent, unless it's just with itself.
Observations.
What model is consistent?
It's just consistent with itself. It's consistent with the observations that I can see and that I believe in.
I'm asking you again for the 100th. Which model is consistent?
The globe model, bro.
Where is that?
It's the mainstream model. That is
Yeah,
broadly
where
agreed
is it?
upon.
You said it's consistent, okay? So I assume that you have some
Where is it?
mathematical model that we can test. Where is it?
It's a conceptual model, and it's the
Conceptual.
actual
So it's
mathematical
untestable.
modeling is done by all these institutions, right? Like surveying institutions, like the one in the UK that you're referencing, the Ordnance Survey or whatever it is in the UK. These are like the institutional and there's scientific bodies that do this work, right? And
Okay.
everybody's measuring the Earth in different ways, right? So it's
Yeah.
a whole body of evidence, right? It's not
Just a
Do you
bunch
see
of
what I'm getting
shit,
at?
dude. What are you selling a car?
Yeah, just
I
like
asked you where
curvature
the
is
globe
too big
model
to see,
was.
the body of evidence is too big to see.
Yeah, I keep asking you where
It's
this
like the
model is.
survey
You're
the survey
appealing to.
evidence.
You're not showing me, but you're
It's in the
demanding we show
surveys.
you.
It's in the mathematical calculations.
No, it's not. You just think it is. We're telling you it's not in there.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right. Like
We're
you're
telling you.
right, right? Like
You listen,
I'm not the
brother. This is
ultimate
the problem with the
arbiter of the
24-hour
globe
sun.
model, right? I'm trying to
Okay,
defend mainstream
listen,
science, which includes
people.
things that I'm not an expert in, like surveying, right?
You're not
So
defending
you're right.
anything.
I'm the one. I am the one that's I am because you guys are criticizing the globe model now, and I'm trying to say
No, you
why
don't
that's
have a globe model
consistent
to
with the
criticize.
evidence,
That's what we're
right?
telling you.
Okay. I mean, I do.
Okay, let me
Because
tell you,
I'm
sheeple.
trying to bring it across to you.
Let me
But you guys
lay it
can't
out
even
for
really
you.
tell me conceptually how the flat Earth model
Conceptually,
works,
we don't
right?
care about your concepts,
Yeah,
dude.
conceptually.
We
Okay,
don't care about
that's
that.
okay. Okay.
We're empiricists, not imaginists. This isn't the imagination station on Disney. Okay? It's really
I
simple.
mean,
How you
in my
think
view,
it
we can
works,
use models to represent
but
empirical
you're not
results,
using
right?
a
We use
globe
mental
model.
models to
That's
understand reality. That's
I'm gonna say
put a
I don't know what you're
yeah, put
brother.
the model of New York City. I put it there in the text channel, so you
See,
can
let me
take a look at
explain
that.
something. When we want to know when the sun is going to
what does
be
this have
up,
to do then?
how long it's going to be up, when it's going to be noon, when sunrise is, when sunset is, we don't use. Nobody uses a globe model for that. Did you know that?
What for when the sun
The sunrise,
rises
when you go on
and when
time
it
and
sets?
date or sun calc, the mathematics is not a globe in those mathematics.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know because
What so how do they determine then when the sun appears on the north and south
okay,
poles?
well, they don't have a north and south pole.
Who's
They
they?
don't use the South Pole as the coordinate reference. They use the
Who's
celestial
they? Who
equator.
is they?
What?
What are you
Why
talking
are
about?
you? Okay, I'm talking about the mathematics, namely the equation of time, the equation used in the equation of time, which is used to predict the sunrise, sunset, solar noon, where the sun appears in the sky. That, right? That coordinate reference
What
system is
equation of
in the.
time are you talking
Why
about?
are you interrupting me? You asked me a question. Let me finish.
Because I'm
So
trying
that
to understand what you're talking about.
okay, we have a coordinate reference system called latitude and longitude. That is not ground based; it's sky based. Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. So the latitude is in the sky, longitude is in the sky. So if you want to know where the sun is, they're using the sky as a reference, right? The ecliptic is the path that the sun follows through across the celestial sphere. You don't need a globe for that, right? All you need to know is where is the ecliptic versus the equator, versus the celestial equator. And you can calculate when the sun's going to rise, when the sun's going to set, where the sun's going to be at solar noon, all these things. It does it. It's an observer-centric model,
sure.
meaning, listen, it's an observer-centric model, meaning everything is done from the observer is the origin of coordinates. Okay, the observer. It doesn't matter what you're on top of. You could be on a globe, you could be on a turtle, you could be on a saddleback, you could be on a hamster. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter what you're on, and it makes the same predictions. That's what's used to predict the 24-hour sun. So when I sit here and say,
But you
"Hey,
say it doesn't matter
where's
what
your
you're on,
globe
but we don't
model?
know. We can't
Where's your
test
globe
that,
model
can
for
we?
where's your globe model for predicting any of this stuff?" You don't have one. We don't use one for that. Let me ask you, what do you think about the Gleason's
Yeah,
map?
the globe is the
Is the
only
Gleason's
model that
map
makes
correct?
sense.
Let me ask you, is the Gleason's map
The
correct?
globe, if you assume that I'm sorry, I don't know what the Gleason is, so I can't even comment on that.
The AE
But
map,
if
the
you
AE
assume
Gleason's
that
map.
I don't know what the AE map is, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
How
I'm
are
not like
you
deep into
even
the
having
lore
this
or whatever. I
conversation?
just don't know. I
This
don't
is.
know. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're
Are you
talking about.
part of the little crew? You part of the mage crew?
So
Going in the weeds on a subject matter you don't understand?
I guess so, because I have no idea what you're even saying at this point. But what I
The
would say,
Gleason's AE projection, dude. The flat Earth map that
what I
people
would say that,
out there.
okay.
You
Oh,
started giggling. Why is that?
I see. You're talking about like, I'm not giggling, bro. What? Well, now I am laughing because it's just
Yeah.
this conversation is getting so
Think
absurd,
he
and I
just
don't
got caught?
even got caught. What?
Yeah. Y'all aren't clever, dude.
Oh, okay, Indio.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, you know my name now too. Wow, I've never talked to you before.
He's a real fan.
Who's up in the voice chat, dude? I'm seeing you talking.
Yeah, freaking wheels are falling off your guys' train, man. I think you're wheel 10. Anyway, the point is, I don't know why you don't know what the Gleason's map is, and you're here arguing about surveying. You don't know how maps are created. You don't know anything about maps, but you're arguing about how people use maps to navigate the world and about whether the globe is correct or not. How would you know that? How would you know any of that?
How do you know anything? How do you know anything? I mean, fair. I guess it seems like you're saying you don't know, right? You don't have
Nobody.
a geometrical model of the Earth. You're saying nobody knows.
Neither do you,
including yourself.
Neither do you.
Okay. I didn't realize your
Tell me what's
your
east.
position was that.
Tell me what east is. Tell me what east means on a globe. In latitude and longitude, what is east?
Essentially, it's the opposite direction of. Well, pardon me. Let me think about it in my
Yikes.
in my head.
It's where the Easter Bunny comes from on
You guys
Easter.
said hi. See the ringleader, you guys' clown car?
Can I get an invite to your DM or back chat server?
It's the opposite of magnetic west.
Ooh.
That was hilarious. Mick West, right?
Well, you could look at it in the sense of magnetic fields, but you could just look at it from the perspective of the sun, which is
No.
the
How
sun
could you be
rises
wrong
in the east, right?
brother? How are you wrong twice?
It's just the
How
direction
are
that
you
the Earth
wrong
is turning,
twice?
essentially.
Brother, how are you wrong
In the
twice?
globe model, that's what east
No.
is. It's the direction the Earth
No.
turns. It's like as you're on the surface
He's
of the
still
Earth,
talking.
you're going in the same direction that the Earth is turning in.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Okay, cool. So the east, west, north, south, east, west for the sun is different than north, south, east, west for the magnet, which is different than north, south, east, west for the celestial sphere. They are all different cardinal directions. Did you know?
The sun is. I bring up the sun because it's the simplest to see. And
Yeah, but
it's the most ancient
does
way of
not
reckoning.
match the cardinal directions of the globe. For instance, if you go on time and date, right? Go on time and date, and you go on the equinox, and you take a single longitude, say Canuck, Greenland, and Tierra del Fuego, Chile, right? And you look at sunrise on the equinox, the direction the sun rises, and in Chile, it'll be 91 degrees from east. In Tierra del Fuego, it'll be at 80, or in Canuck, Greenland, it'll be 86 degrees. Now, those are diverging angles. They're looking in different directions. But if you look at the definition of east in the Oxford Dictionary, says the direction the sun rises on the equinox. So that's east by definition. So, but it doesn't match the cardinal, the latitude, longitude, east, west. And then if we whip out our compass and we don't compensate for magnetic declination, east is going to be at something like 97 degrees from north.
Yeah.
So we don't have matching cardinal directions in these three different coordinate reference systems. Okay. That's why I asked you what's east. You know what east is on the globe? Hold on. I'm almost at my point. East on the globe. No, I'm almost at my point. I'm going to mute you if you try to overtalk me, dude. Stop. East on the globe is a circle. It's a fucking circle.
Yes, that I agree with. Yeah.
Okay.
We've come all that way to reach agreement. Yeah. In one sense, yeah. Obviously, as you pointed out, there's different definitions of north. That's totally valid. Magnetic north is different than
No, I'm talking about east, not north.
polar north. Well, but okay, sure. I mean, we're talking about cardinal directions.
Here,
But sure.
I posted a magnetic longitude
You're
map
right.
18 minutes past the hour.
That's
Can you
right.
tell me where east is? Like, how come east of Kansas points up and to the right?
I wanted to make
And
a
that's why it
debate.
makes sense that.
I have a
And that's
question.
why it makes sense that
Eastern
when
Europe
you're in
points down and to the
Argentina,
right.
I have a
the seasons
question.
are opposite as they are from where they are in Canada. And if you go all the way down to the Antarctica, you'll see the 24-hour sun when at
You
the
don't even know
same
what he's
time on the
looking at.
opposite pole, it's 24-hour night. That
He
makes
bricked
sense,
again.
right? That
Right
makes sense
back
in
to
the globe
right
model.
back to the same rhetoric talking point.
Come
Yeah,
on, wouldn't a normal person be like, "Holy crap, that's a cool map, dude"? Like, what map is that? Can you tell me more about that map? That's really cool. I've never seen that before. A normal person usually has that response with me. Just saying, because I know how rare this is.
Are you seriously? You're criticizing me for not being like, wow, what a neat map you posted.
Yeah, because
No.
that's more of an honest. Well, it'd be an honest response to be like, "Wow, that's really
It's a good
freaking
map.
cool."
The funny thing is, Master Yoda, I actually thought that. But Indio was in the middle of talking, and he's been such a snowflake about not being
Well, no, you started talking about the 24-hour Antarctic sun again.
Yeah, because I'm responding to what he's saying. I'm sorry, I'm not taking all the time
How
in the
does
world
that
to
address what I
tell
said?
you what an interesting person you are and
How
what
does that
interesting
address what
pictures
I
you
said, Sheeple?
This map reinforces what Indio is saying.
Tells a
What he's
deflection.
saying about what?
Okay, Sheeple, listen, we'll just do this again. I go south. I hit some ice. I look up. I see a 24-hour sun. Now what?
So what geographical model, what geographical and geometrical model can we make that explains that is consistent with that observation?
Models don't
That's my
explain things.
Okay, so you're saying then you have no explanation.
No,
Now, let me
you
interrupt
have no
Mr. Sheeple.
explanation.
So,
You
Sheeple,
don't.
at the very beginning of
Sheeple.
this conversation,
Sheeple.
Sure.
Sheeple.
Again, I'll concede.
No, Sheeple,
I'll
shut
concede
your
whatever you guys
eye
want me
hole.
to concede.
No,
because
you're not.
I'm
You're trying to
interested to
run
know what
away
you
from the
actually think.
fact that the
But
thing I've already pointed out that you
but
don't
all
even
you want to
have
do
a
is
model.
critique the globe.
No, listen. You
Okay,
don't
so
have a
I don't
model
have
that
a model.
explains it. You don't have a
have
model
one
that
either? Is
explains
that
it.
what we're all getting down to?
You
can't
don't
explain anything?
have a model. Listen, he has to talk over me, dude. I'm about sick of it. You're trying to filibuster me and mute me. Okay, you ask me a question, you don't let me answer. Okay, you said, what explains it? You don't have a model that explains it. You just think you do. I told you how you don't have a model that explains it by telling you how the sun is predicted in the first place, not using a globe. So you don't have a model. And models in general don't explain things. They describe. Okay. So even if you had that one data point, so you have your one data point, right, of the solar position from a particular location, right? You're trying to develop a relationship between other positions on Earth, right? And you're extrapolating your one observation to other positions, right?
Hey, Andy, can I have a little tiny crack at him real quick? Hey,
Did you say
sheeple.
yes? Hold on, people.
Okay.
Sheepdog. I just want to
Trust me,
finish
bro.
this
I
while
know
we're
you
on.
guys. I know
This
you guys.
24-hour sun, I want to
Oh
know
my God, he's still talking.
how is it make sense that I observed the 24-hour sun, therefore the Earth is a globe? How come you just can't form a logical syllogism on how that's true?
Do you want me to try and get into this? Seriously?
I want you to I want you to tell me how
I
the
mean, I've
24-hour
kind of
sun
talked
proves the
about it,
Earth's
and you don't
globe.
really accept my explanation, and that's okay. You're not bound
No,
to say,
no,
"Oh my
you
God, you're
don't have an
completely right."
explanation. You just keep saying, what else would it be?
So So my explanation would be, is that we're a globe, and if you imagine yourself on a globe, but as soon as I start saying
Imagine. You
that, you're
lost me
saying,
at
"Oh
imagine.
no,
Sorry.
that's
You lost me
imagination.
at
That
imagine.
concept is not valid." Okay,
No, you lost
like
me
I
at
don't know
imagine.
what else you want me to. Okay, then I
Okay,
lost you.
imagine.
Then you
Listen,
don't buy
brother,
my argument.
here's another
And
way
that's
it
okay.
works.
We don't have to
Here's another way it
agree
works.
on it. But what's the point of harping on about it?
Here's another way it works, sheeple. I'm going to give you an alternate hypothesis. We're inside of a hollow freaking Earth sphere. There's a big black sphere in the sky, and the sun is moving against it. And if you're at the poles of said sphere, you'll see a 24-hour sun.
If so, we're
So
inside
this
of
is
a
what the
hollow sphere,
concave
and the
earthers
sun is
think.
in the middle.
Hold on. This is what
Wait,
the
okay, so
concave earthers think. This is what the concave earthers think.
okay, yeah. So you really want to give my take on this?
No, your claim
so
is it only works
premise
on a
here is
globe.
that
That's false.
yeah, and
It's
I don't
false.
think the concave Earth is going to disprove that. So you're saying we're on the
It
inside
did.
of a concave Earth, and inside the concave Earth is all the stars and the sun and shit is all
That's
inside
right.
there.
That's right. So the
Okay, so
concave
why
earthers
can't we
think
just
this.
all
The
see the
concave,
sun all the
let
time?
me tell you what the concave earth theory is, right? That they're
Wait, hold.
inside of a hollow sphere.
Well,
The
Indio, hang on.
sky
Just
is,
I don't
why
even
are
need
you
that. Just
interrupting me
oh my
again
god.
for like the 9th fucking time, dude?
All you're doing
You
is
asked me a
talking. All you're
question.
doing is talking. Every
You
time
asked me a
every
question.
time I talk for 5
You
words,
asked me
dude,
a
you interrupt
question,
me. Come
people.
on. There's got
You
to be
asked me a
some kind of
question.
back and forth here.
You're still not listening. You asked me a question. That's why I'm talking.
Oh my god.
Because you asked me a question. You keep trying to pull this gimmick where you ask a question and then you answer it. I don't think so, dude. As if you're gonna like spike the football there. You're gonna ask a question, then you're gonna answer it yourself, right? And spike the football. I don't think so, dude. The concave earthers think the sky is a big black sphere. So black, so big that you can't see it and differentiate it from the horizon and the earth because it's gigantic, right? The sun is inside of that, projected by the Great Pyramids, moving across the sky. And it follows the mathematics. You just change the sign of everything to the negative in the globe coordinate system, and everything is identical. Now, they have an explanation. Are you a concave earther now?
Their explanation is that the Great
Why?
Pyramids are
What's wrong with it?
projecting the sun.
What's
Is
wrong
that what
with
you're
it?
saying?
No, what's wrong with it? What's wrong with their
with it is
explanation? It's equivalent to yours.
where's the evidence that the pyramids are projecting anything?
Well, you don't see it. You don't see like a laser beam into the sky. They just say this is what's happening. The cause is irrelevant. The mathematics is identical.
I don't agree.
The mathematics
I
is
don't agree that
identical,
the
dude.
cause is irrelevant.
And
I think
the
just
mathematics
because
is
you have a
identical.
okay, so you can have a mathematical model that explains the movements
That
of the
explains right back
stars
to the same
and the
wrong
sun
thing.
and shit. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Where's the underlying geometric, model that fits that mathematical model? And if your explanation is no better than, well, it's just somebody's just like projecting that that particular configuration of like lights in the sky. To me, that's begging the question. You haven't really explained anything. You're just
Isn't that what you're doing?
saying no, because I feel
No.
there is an explanation there. The explanation is that these are actual bodies that exist, right? They're not phantoms. I mean, maybe like is it perhaps metaphysically possible that like the lights in the sky that we see are just like some kind of screen or simulation or projection? I mean, maybe.
Nobody's.
I can't say
You
with
just straw man the
99.9%
concavers. They would not appreciate your position.
certainty.
You straw man their
Well,
position. They never said they're not
I
bodies.
don't
Where
know
did you make that up? And that's irrelevant. They have an
I don't
explanation.
know, bro.
Okay?
I thought that's what
They
you were
have an
saying. You said they're
explanation.
projecting
Your
that.
standard was explanation for the observation. The concave earthers have an alternative explanation. Now you're down to a philosophical choice. Which one do I prefer?
This concave Earth
Yeah,
explanation
that's
makes no
right.
sense
You're
to me.
cooked, dude.
I don't.
You're
It
cooked.
doesn't
Your
conceptually make any
standard
sense.
is a non-standard.
Why would I
You
believe
actually
that?
don't have a standard. You just prefer one over the other.
Okay, if you say so, Indio. What's
That's
your
why I
standard?
asked you
What's your
how it
flat Earth
proves the
model?
Earth is
You
a
don't have one.
ball, and you can't say it because it doesn't.
I think it does. I mean, again, if you just picture the Earth as a ball spinning in space,
Imagine.
rotating around the sun on an
Yeah.
axis, everything you can see, every common phenomena we can explain makes sense, is consistent with this conceptual model.
You had no, that is
And
not
there's
true. You don't know what
flat
you're
Earth
about.
model that you
Now
can say
you're
the
just
same
making
thing of,
shit up.
other than basically just saying that the stars
Now you're
are
making shit
like
up.
a projection,
Now
which you
you're making
can't prove
shit
or
up,
disprove.
sheeple. Sheeple, now you're making shit up. You don't know anything about any observation. Tell me,
That's
how
not
come you
what
can see the
say.
Southern
What do
Cross
you
in the
say,
Canary
Neil?
Islands?
I don't know. I don't know enough about the
Okay, you just said every
astronomy
observation
of
is
the
consistent and makes sense.
every observation that
That's an
I've seen,
observation
every observation that I know about
that you
makes
know
sense.
about,
Yeah.
which is what? A thimbleful?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, how much do any of us know about the universe? Only
So
the tiny corner that
appeal to,
we've experienced,
so it's an
and I have to
argument
rely on
from
that, for better
ignorance.
or worse.
It's an argument from ignorance. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's an argument.
If I don't know
No,
anything
it's
and
an
I just
argument.
believe that
It's really about, in my
every
view, science is about
observation matches
defining the
my
limits of ignorance, right?
no. Listen, you're making an argument for ignorance. Everything I know, which is very little, matches the globe, and I'll just claim that that's the only information out there. We're here to tell you that the observations actually don't match the globe, and we're trying to tell you that, but you're just digging down in
Which
your ignorance.
observation?
I
So
just gave
which
you one.
observation? You're talking about the
I just
Canary
gave you
Islands.
one
You can see. Why is that inconsistent with the globe model?
because it should not be visible from 28 north.
Say the constellation again, so I can actually look it
The
up, if that's okay.
Southern Cross is visible from 28 north, the Canary Islands. And you're going to Google whether it should be visible, and it's not. It should not be. Imagine that your worldview was
Oh, I
Google.
see. I've encountered this kind of a argument before. I see where you're getting at now.
What argument?
Yeah,
This is just an objective
I
fact.
can.
This is an argument.
Yeah, the argument you're going to make is because you can see this and it's not, consistent with the globe Earth model, but it actually is. The
No, it isn't.
Southern
And
Cross
want me
is
to
in
pull
the
up?
right part of the
Listen, want me to
sky.
pull up
It's in
Stellarium
the right part of
Celestia?
the sky.
Dude, sheeple, I'm going to mute you.
It's
You're
in the right
lying.
part of the
You're
sky that
lying.
you can see part
You're
of it.
lying.
Yeah, sure.
You're
Pull it up.
lying. No, you're lying.
I'll explain to you.
Okay. Okay. I've used telescope aiming software for the date, time, elevation, refraction, everything calculated into it. And you can't see the full Southern Cross. Okay. Good try of just
No, you
making
can't.
shit up.
You can't.
So
I
tell
don't think you
me
ever can see the
that
full Southern
you're
Cross.
about to get muted and banned because we're not going to do this. You're not going to come in here and tell lies, okay? And just make shit up, sheeple. You're not.
No.
Yeah.
No.
You're not.
It's not a
You're,
lie.
it
You
is a
can't
lie.
see the full portion of the Southern Cross, right? I'm sure you would agree
How much
on
money
that,
you got?
right?
How much money you got?
So in your software, right? You
It's
can't
not my
see. You
software.
can't see
It's
the.
astronomy software used for aiming
Well, it's the
telescopes.
software you're using. Totally, I get
Called
it. It's the
C2A.
software that you're using, right? Right.
C2A is
Right.
the name of the software. It's open source. It's made by French astronomers. It's open source.
I get it.
And in
I get it.
Stellarium, it's the same thing. But people said, oh, you can't
Yeah,
use
sure.
Stellarium.
I'm
So I got
familiar with
telescope
some of
aiming
these tools.
software, and it was even worse.
I'm familiar with some of these tools. What I question
I
is, why
seriously
do you
doubt it.
trust these tools as any
I
kind of
seriously
source?
doubt you're familiar with anything.
Why do you trust this as any kind of source?
What does that mean?
What you're implicitly arguing that implicitly. You're explicitly arguing that the Earth is flat, that it's not a globe. But Stellarium, all these, apps, they all are built around the globe Earth model.
What was the argument,
They all
sheeple? What was
include
the
the
argument,
premises and
sheeple?
assumptions
Is
of
that
a
the
globe Earth.
globe is not consistent with reality. It was called an internal critique.
Right. Okay, so I see
You
what you're saying.
claimed
You're saying
you
this model,
claimed that it was
this
consistent with
model isn't
reality, and I
correct.
just
No,
gave you an
I
example
get
where
what
it
you're saying,
wasn't.
Gil.
So you claimed it was
I get what
consistent
you're
with
getting at.
reality, and I gave you an
Gil.
example. It isn't.
I don't think
Now
that's
you're
true.
asking
I
me
don't think
why
it
I'm
is
testing the
inconsistent
globe
with
that you
reality. Is
claimed
basically what I'm getting at.
was accurate. What you claimed it was accurate and consistent with reality, and I tested that claim.
It is.
I just gave you an example
The
that it's
reason
not. That's just one.
it's not.
You want me to keep
I'm
going?
sorry, but your
Let's keep
example
going.
isn't right.
Let's keep going. I'll
Because
give you another example.
you're pointing to
I'll give you more.
essentially a small inaccuracy,
I'll give
a
it's
small
now it's
factor
an inaccuracy.
that's not
How do
included
you
in
know
the
it's inaccurate?
software, which is because I understand this argument because I've encountered it before
What
from flat
argument?
Earth people. You
What
argue that
argument?
you shouldn't if the you I'm gonna lay it out for you. You argue that if the globe Earth model isn't real, you shouldn't be able to see certain things from certain parts
Nope.
because the
That
the
isn't the
curvature of
argument
the
at all.
globe should block it.
I just
That is
explained to you what the
that
argument
argument
was.
has that
I said it was an
argument does
internal
have some
critique.
merit to it.
Sheeple.
But the reason
Listen
it's
to this
wrong
rhetoric.
is because you're
He's like
not
on a
accounting
script, dude.
for other factors.
Sheeple, get off your script. Your script ain't gonna work here. Okay.
Most specifically, the refraction of the atmosphere, which
Yeah,
I
it
think
was
we've even talked
compensated
about
for.
before. Not with you, but with some of these people.
It was compensated for in software. They have a refraction tab, an astronomical refraction tab in it that calculates the amount of refraction based upon the standard formulas that they use. Yeah, so good try.
I mean,
In this, and
then
you
I don't
mischaracterized
believe
my
that it's
argument,
inconsistent with the other.
Sheeple. You mischaracterized my argument.
So you.
Okay, you're going on mute. That's the last
So where's
time.
the picture then? Oh my god.
You're gonna go on mute. You interrupt me again. Okay. First of all, we're gonna settle with that. You
Come on,
mischaracterized
all
my
you're doing
argument.
is interrupting, bro.
So
Just relax a little bit.
you're yeah. Keep giggling, you and Mage, whatever your little DM side chat you got going on. How many of you are in there? How many of you am I debating right now? Yeah, go on mute. Yeah, so really simple. You mischaracterized my argument. My argument was you claimed the globe was completely consistent and matched reality. Okay, I gave you an example of it not matching reality.
I don't believe that is. I don't believe there's any inconsistency there. I don't see evidence that I believe in that isn't explained by the phenomenon that we're talking about here, the globe Earth, and also refraction and other.
Which
people, I gave you
so when I take hold on, when I take the software developed by astronomers, put in the elevation of the observation point, put in the refraction correction, and it's not even close to matching, then what?
I don't.
So you're
I
saying
don't see
your
the evidence
model's
that is
wrong.
Where's the
Are they not using the globe model?
I mean, you'd really have to show me the specific. You'd have to show me exactly what the model's showing and an actual credible source for a picture that's different. What I've read is that the Canary Islands are in the
What
ocean,
I've read?
and always in.
When did you
Yeah,
read
yeah,
it?
yeah.
Just now? When did you read
No,
it, Sheeple? Just now?
I've been interested in this subject for a long time.
Oh, sure.
You're not the
Tell me
you're not the
everything you
first
read on
flat
the
Earth
Canary
person
Islands.
I've interacted with.
This shtick is annoying.
Dude.
And it's a shtick.
Well, I'm sorry, Indio, but it is a little frustrating when
I don't give a
all
shit,
you
dude.
do is interrupt me, and then you turn around and accuse me of interrupting.
No,
it's very
I didn't
frustrating.
accuse
It
you
makes
of
me hard
interrupting.
to
I
have,
said you're
an
using a
actual game
shtick, and your method is irrelevant. I don't give a shit about it. It's really simple. That is just one example. Do you want me to keep going? Because I have lots more.
So I'm genuinely interested in this example.
Any sunrise or sunset. Okay, I already gave you one previously, right? So I gave you the one that the direction the sun rises on the equinox is not 90 degrees everywhere. As you guys say on the globe, on the equinox, the sun rises at 90 degrees everywhere. It doesn't. You can just look on time and date and figure this out. Okay, so also the equal day and night on the equator on the equinox, that also does not happen. It doesn't. It happens a month late, a month after the equinox, and it happens a month before. Should be the shortest day. That don't happen. Any sunrise or sunset solar eclipse cannot happen on the globe. It's geometrically impossible because of the difference in distance. They can't be aligned. They can't. The sun, moon, and Earth can't be aligned while you're looking at the horizon because of the horizon dip and them being syzygy. That's geometrically impossible. The top-down Selenian solar eclipse is also geometrically impossible. You want me to keep going? Sunrise in 1597 above the Arctic Circle, 2 weeks too early during the equinox, but 2 weeks before the equinox when they were supposed to see the sunrise. That's also geometrically impossible.
All right, you lost me at the last one. Explain
There's
that again.
6 examples right there. And if you really cared, I gave you how to find it. Just
Can you
go on
explain it
time and
again?
date.
I'm
Just
listening.
go on,
I'm listening.
just go on time and date, right?
I don't get that.
Time and date, right?
I don't know
Where
what
the
you're saying.
direction of the sun is, right? That azimuth elevation angle to the sun. Yes, on time and date day refraction correction. You know how I know? Because I emailed them, talked to them.
I don't understand. What is that? I don't understand. What does that show? Who's them? Who are you? I'm sorry, you're losing me. You're going too fast.
Okay. The globe model that you claimed is consistent and accurate is not. I'm giving you examples of where it is not.
Okay, I get that. Can you actually explain like how? You know, I don't know if it was you that was talking about like logic and syllogisms. Can you explain it in a very
This is about
narrow
geometry.
series of syllogisms yourself?
Does the sun rise 90
So
degrees from
can you
everywhere on
explain that
Earth?
then?
Okay, you just asked me a question. Now you're interrupting me. So, does the sun rise 90 degrees from true north everywhere on Earth on the equinox? Is that the goal prediction?
No.
No.
I can't. No.
Okay, so when the sun rises in Greenland at 86 degrees from true north, and the sun rises in Chile at 91 degrees from true north, how can they be looking at the sun at the same time? They're on the same longitude.
I'm sorry. Can you? I'm sorry. I appreciate you walking me through it. Can you explain it
Imagine a
just one more
compass.
time? Because I'm not
You have
really getting
you
it.
have a compass. East is 90. On the equinox, one person is looking at 86. That's less than 90. Another person on the same longitude is looking at 91. That's more than 90. So they're looking in different directions.
The issue is on the globe Earth. Like,
Yeah, that's
not
right.
everywhere that you look is east always, like 90 degrees. Because as you said, on the globe Earth, right? East is like essentially a circle. If you
That's
keep
why we're
going
using the
east,
same
you'll always
longitude.
come back.
Yeah, and that's
You
why we're
always
using
come
the
back.
same longitude. That's why we're using the same longitude. So that issue
Okay,
is
so
not an
if you're
issue.
at 2 points on the same longitude, then
Yeah, people are
what?
seeing the sunrise diverging. One person's looking toward the south, seeing the sun rising. One person's looking towards the north to see the sunrise at the same time on the equinox. Keep talking to your DMs. They're not going to have an explanation. You're not going to be able to Google this. You're not going to be able to Google the answer,
What
sheep.
are the 2 points?
I told you, Canuck,
Well,
Greenland.
there's got to be some way to understand it.
There must be, because it's a globe, right?
Well, even if it's not, there must be some way to understand it, right? Even if it's flat Earth, there must be some way to understand what's happening.
So do you think all questions can
you're
be
saying,
answered? Do you really think that?
No, but that's the pursuit of science. It's always pushing forward the boundary of between what we know and what we don't know, and that is a never-ending process. I think, but I still think it's
What's
worth
the
doing.
independent
I
variable?
like trying to understand the world.
Now, there's 2 people.
Well, the
One is
independent
standing in
variable in
Greenland.
his experiment is, your position on the Earth. The dependent variable is what's happening in the sky.
It doesn't even make sense.
I'm confused. So can we actually say 2 real life points on the same longitude that we could actually
Yeah, I already did.
test in real
Tierra
life?
del Fuego,
You said so.
Chile. This is the 3rd time I've told you. Tierra del Fuego or Ushuaia. Ushuaia is probably, they're right next to each other. So Ushuaia. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Ushuaia. ASHIAUA.
Yeah.
Ushuaia. And Canuck, Greenland, which is QAANAAQ. Canuck, Greenland, on the equinox, the sunrise. The person in the north is looking towards the north to see the sunrise, and the person in the south is looking towards the south to see the sunrise. Those are diverging angles. They can't be looking in the same direction. Do you understand?
That's not. So wait, where have you
Time and
seen
date.
that? You've seen video of that, or
Time and date.
time and date? I'm honestly I'm confused by that.
Timeanddate.com, SunCalc, U.S. Naval Observatory. Pick one. your assistants aren't working fast enough, dude. Like, I know you guys are Googling frantically.
I don't have any assistants, bro. I don't have any Confederates. I'm just here talking to you, trying to understand.
Yeah, Google
what
frantically.
you're saying. Because
yeah, you're not going to find
okay,
it on
so
Google, people.
in my globe Earth, right? The way I'm thinking about it, if
Mhm.
let's say it's let's say the sun's right at the equator, right? It's the right time of year. If on my globe Earth,
Should be.
if I'm in Argentina, the sun is going to be rising and setting. Let me visualize it.
Let me visualize.
Yeah, I like to visualize it. That's how I understand it conceptually. You know what I'm saying?
You don't understand anything.
I'm trying to understand it, bro. So yeah, I'm gonna expect the sun to be rising and setting in the northern part of the sky, and then in Canada, I'm gonna expect to see the opposite. But you're saying the opposite.
Really, you
In
just got it
Canada,
backwards.
you're gonna see the north rising and setting.
You just got it backwards.
Oh, so you are saying
No, you
in
just got it
Canada,
backwards. You just got it backwards.
yeah, you're saying that's backwards of what it is. You're saying in Canada, you do see the sun rising and
No,
setting
what I'm
to the
saying
north.
is your globe model predicts a geometric impossibility. That's what I'm telling you.
Why is it a geometric impossibility to see the
Because
sun?
can you?
So what the globe
Well,
model
can you face
predicts
north?
is
Okay,
consistent
let
with
me
the
tell
globe
you.
model, right?
You asked the question, and there you go again. Can you face to the north, and I face to the south, and us both look at the same object at the same time?
Yes, on the globe Earth, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, really?
Of
You
course.
heard what this dude just said, right?
Yes.
That you can look towards the north, and
Yeah,
I
if
can look
you're in
towards the south, and we
Argentina
can
and you're
see the
looking
same
north towards
object.
the equator,
Hey,
How
do
the
me a
fuck do we
favor.
verify
Diagram
that?
that out. Diagram that out for me. This would be funny. Diagram that out.
so okay, so
Now,
imagine
diagram it out, dude. Hey,
imagine
fire up
just
MS
that.
Paint, dude.
Yeah. I'm
I want to see
I'm
an
not getting
actual
MS Paint
demonstration
involved
of
in
that in
this.
the field, man.
But I
Dude,
can't I just say it
that's a
so
lot
that
of
you can imagine
ayahuasca.
it? So imagine there's a curve. We're just not even the whole globe. You're just seeing a little slice of the curve, and I'm on one end of the curve, and you're on the other end of the curve, and the sun is floating high above the middle highest point of the curve, right?
Talking about sunrise.
I'm on one
Sunrise.
side. I'm looking up to the
Sunrise.
sun. You're
Sunrise.
on the other side. You're looking up to
Sunrise.
the sun.
Sunrise.
We are on other.
Sunrise.
Can I just please,
No,
bro? Can you stop
at
interrupting me?
sunrise,
I'm
dude. You're
really
not going to
trying to
straw man the
genuinely listen to
argument.
you.
You're
You
not
got
going
to
to
be able to
straw
listen to
man
me,
the
bro.
argument. You're not going to straw man the argument. It's sunrise. Sunrise, dude. Not at noon. Sunrise.
So whether the sun is rising or setting, or it's in the middle, or it's high in the sky, from our perspective, right? In my model, in my globe model, it's that time of year where the sun is going around. Well, really, it's us going around, but it appears as if the sun is going around the equator, right? So whether it's right above us or whether it's just at sunrise, yes, we can both, as long as the sun is past the curve of the Earth where we can see it, of course, then yes, we're both going to be able to see it if we're on the same longitude, right? We'll both be seeing the same.
Mm-hmm.
We'll both be seeing
One person isn't.
at the
They're
same
not
time.
looking due east. They're looking a little bit southeast and a little bit northeast. Okay, one person's looking
Yeah, the
northeast.
person
One
in
person's
my
looking
model, the person
southeast.
in Canada is looking a little bit southeast, and the
No,
person
the
in
person in
Argentina
Canada
is
is
looking a
looking
little bit
northeast.
northeast.
Dude, in the model, the person in Canada is looking northeast, and the person in Ushuaia is looking southeast.
In the globe model?
Yeah, in the time and date data.
No.
Yeah, I can't believe it. It can't be true.
Canada is the north part of the
Watch
globe, right?
watch the cog. This is
So if
funny.
you're looking towards the equator, you're looking south, right?
They're not looking towards the equator. They're looking away from the equator. Both of
You're
them at
looking
the
up
same
into the
time.
the but
Yeah, they're looking. No, they're
in the
looking at
sort of
sunset.
same direction as the.
No, it's sunrise. They're looking at sunrise.
Yes, and
Yeah,
that's the sun, and
and
that's
one person's
they're
looking toward
looking
the
at the sun in the
Antarctica, and the
sky,
other
bro.
person's looking toward the North Pole. Yeah.
They're not looking completely south and completely north.
Yeah.
As you said, one is looking southeast
Cord.
and one is looking
I didn't say
northeast.
completely. Straw man after straw man. It's ridiculous, dude. Really simple. The argument is
I'm
the
not straw
sunrise
manning you,
is
dude.
at
I'm trying to
91 degrees. 91 degrees on the compass rose. Okay. 91 degrees, which is 1 degree past east towards the south. In Ushuaia, which is south. And in Greenland, you're looking at 86. Sometimes I've seen it 85 even. 85 before the east, right? So you're not quite at 90 yet. You're at 85. So you're looking northeast. At the same time, when the sun rises, you're looking in different directions. Okay? This is geometric. They're geometrically looking in different directions. You can't fix this no matter what your rhetoric is. So there's another one.
I'm baffled. You're saying
I know
if
you're
you're in
baffled because
Canada,
you're locked into a wrong idea.
if you're in Canada, you're saying you're looking north to see the
That's
sun
right.
is rising on the north side of the skies.
Yes, on the north side of east. Yes. And in the south, you're
No,
looking on the
dude, I
south
think you're
side of
confused.
east.
Or maybe I'm the one confused. Okay, I'm gonna mess around with your time
I
and
know
date
because
thing
it
and see if
doesn't
I can
make
get
sense, and
what
that's
you're
what I'm
talking
trying to
about.
tell you. Like you're not listening, dude. It's inconceivable to you.
Oops. Yeah, it is inconceivable. That's why I'm
Yeah,
trying
because
to.
you're dug in so far, dude. You're dug into this belief, dude, that so far that it's
Bro, I'm trying to
inconceivable that it's
understand
wrong.
your position, but all you're doing is like accusing me of dug in and attacking the globe. I do believe in the globe, bro, but I'm here because I'm interested to hear your worldview, see how it's wrong, see how it conflicts with mine. I don't really believe that the flat you're gonna suddenly change my mind, but if you can really prove,
Nothing would change
to
your
my satisfaction that it's not, then I'll change my mind. But you're not gonna do it by just like
Look,
constantly
the
like
only thing that
bathing in
should ever
blizzard.
change your
I'll
mind are
look at the
not my.
arguments you're making.
There's nothing on Discord that should ever change your mind. The only thing that should ever change your mind is you going out and actually doing an observation.
I have, bro, and it doesn't
Yeah?
doesn't conform
What'd
with
you
what you're
observe?
saying right now. I haven't been to Canuck or wherever, but
What
I've been to
What have you
Canada, and I
observed
live
that
in the northern
indicates the Earth
hemisphere.
is a
I
globe?
haven't been to the southern hemisphere, truthfully, but I've
Okay.
seen videos of it, and I believe what I see in the.
Okay. What have you observed in your life that indicates the Earth is a globe? About the Earth.
Like I said, the sunrise and the sunset, and like I said, I like to think about the 24-hour sun because it's so clear. It's so easy for me to conceptualize it that way. But you can I mean you can see it just
Are we back to the sales pitch?
just by watching how the sun changes over the course of the year. Like it
He's an
changes the angle in the sky,
imagination
and that's
Arthur.
consistent with the globe. You don't need the globe to predict that necessarily. It's true. You can just have like a mathematical equation that predicts it, and that's fine.
Yeah,
But
we do.
the
It's a
globe is an
globe.
attempt to have a deeper explanation for that.
Yeah, but any explanation's as good as the other. I could say magic fairy pixie dust, and it's just as valid as yours. It has the same evidence, which is absolutely nothing. Yeah, magic fairies pixie dust. Like if 24-hour sun, magic fairy pixie dust. 24-hour sun, magic fairy pixie dust, magic fairy pixie dust, 24-hour sun. Right? Forming the consequent. That's what you're doing. If 24-hour sun, therefore globe, globe, therefore 24-hour sun. Or I did that backwards. If globe, 24-hour sun. 24-hour sun, therefore globe. This is affirming the consequent.
Jedi, you're feeding back though. There's some feedback from your mic, Jedi.
You do understand that you're affirming the consequent, right, sheeple?
Sorry, I wasn't totally paying attention. I was trying to look at this time and date thing.
Do you know what affirming the consequent is? If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. If globe, then 24-hour sun, 24-hour sun, therefore globe. It's affirming the consequent.
Okay, idiot.
This is why you can't construct a logical syllogism. I'll tell you why. It's really simple, sheeple. And I don't know why it took so long to get to this.
that.
Come on, Indio. You're just going to lecture again. Come on, that's not an interesting conversation.
No, I'm not going to lecture again. Okay. The problem you're having is inference. You don't understand what inductive inference is. You're looking at something that's not the thing to draw conclusions about the thing, right? And I use this analogy all the time. You can't look at what your neighbor's house is made out of to figure out what your house is made out of. You have to look at your house. So you can't figure out what
But
the
you can
Earth
make
is by
predictions, right?
looking at
You
the
can make
sun.
predictions. You can use a model to
So
make a
what?
prediction and then
So
test
what?
to see if
But
those
there's an
predictions are true.
arbitrary sheeple. There's an arbitrary number of models for any fucking data set. There's an infinite number of models for any data set. You know that, right? So yeah, you went and made
I mean,
predictions. So
an
what?
infinite I don't know what
There's
you mean
an
by that. An
infinite number of
of models that
possible
what?
mathematical models for any data set.
So what's the mathematical model or the geometric model outside of the globe Earth that explains all
You're
the
not. Oh,
observations
did you
we can
just
see?
reset? I explained to you in infinite detail that the 24-hour sun is not predicted using a globe Earth.
Okay, so what model does predict it then?
The equation of time.
The equation of time? I mean, what
Yes,
is that?
So it's an observer-centric model where you're at the center of a celestial sphere and the sun follows the fucking ecliptic and they predict where it is based upon looking at the sky. You compare where is the sun compared to the celestial equator, and that's where you figure out where the sun is. It doesn't matter where you are. It only matters where you see the celestial equator. Where's the celestial equator in my view? Oh, it's over there. What time of day is it? What time of year is it? Oh, and that's where the sun's going to be. That's how it's done. Doesn't matter where you are. They don't assume there's any globe
I'm
underneath your
confused
feet
by that.
because the origin of the coordinate system is you. You're at the center.
So I still don't really understand that. How does that explain the 24-hour sun?
Oh my God, dude. Are you serious?
I'm trying to understand, bro. Can you explain it or
Hey,
not?
yeah, I did. I did explain it to you 3 times already.
I
Are you
didn't
sea
understand it.
lining?
Can you
Are you
explain
doing
it?
a sea lion troll?
No, bro. I'm trying
Then listen.
to understand what you're saying.
Okay, then listen carefully. Models don't explain things. How could I explain something with a model?
So you have no explanation. You have no.
Repeat it. What did I just say?
Isn't your
He's
time
using
and
debate
date
bro
algorithm
tactics right
itself a
now.
model?
Yeah, what did
Isn't
I
that a
just say,
mathematical
sheeple?
model that
So
you're
what
using?
did I just say? What did I just say to you?
What?
What did I just say to you? The last
You
sentence.
said there is no model. There
Nope.
is no.
Try
Or
again. What did
models
I
don't
just say to
predict
you? The
anything.
very last sentence.
Indio, come on, bro. Are you gonna
If
engage
you
with
don't
me or are
tell
you
me
gonna
the
use
very
phrases
last sentence,
that
you're
demand
going on mute.
that I say the way you?
You're going on mute if you don't tell me the very last sentence I said.
I'll mute myself then.
Yeah, he's doing a debate bro tactic, man. I think that's what they're trying out. They're trying to frustrate the opponent.
What's
Oh, dude,
It's like rage baiting and
ask questions to
You
literally
know
ask
me.
Sea
you to
lioning.
explain your.
Sea
No,
lioning,
no.
obviously.
Why? Like you're not listening to answers. What's the point of continuing with you?
he's gonna
I'm
plead his
listening. I
case.
just want.
He's pleading
I
his
want
case.
No.
answers
What's
that
the
I
Yeah, he's
point?
pleading
understand
his
better.
What's
case.
the point
I
of?
don't really
Tell me the
understand.
last sentence I said.
I
Go
don't
on
know.
mute.
I don't know.
Yeah, go on mute. Dude, we've done like so many iterations of your
I
gimmick.
don't know. Is that
Like
good
it's
enough for you, Indio, or are you
not
just
gonna
gonna?
work.
No,
It's
I know
not
you
gonna
guys
work.
have.
Yeah,
So,
he's like,
No,
so you must have some tools then, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Give me the
We
explanation that
exhaust you
makes
guys.
sense.
We
Give me the
exhaust
model
you
that
guys.
makes
You don't
sense.
exhaust us, bro.
Yeah, dude. You don't have the endurance I do. Like you're not.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not,
You
Yeah,
want to
you.
know what's funny,
bro. I'm not trying to
sheeple?
like exhaust you. I'm not trying to
Yeah,
fight
you
you.
are.
Yeah, you
I'm
can't, bro.
trying
Yeah,
to.
you are.
I'm trying to
Tell me the
compare
last
and
thing.
contrast
Tell me the last
ideas.
sentence I said. Then
I don't know, Indio. I'm
I know
sorry.
you
I'm
don't know.
really sorry.
Tell
I
me.
don't
Tell
know at
me.
this point.
Tell me any sentence I said in the last 30 minutes. Any
Tell
Yeah,
sentence
you're
me any
I
laughing.
said
sentence
in
I
the
said
You're
in the
last
laughing
last
because
30
he
30
minutes,
got
minutes.
you.
verbatim.
He got your ass.
Come on,
He
Indio.
got your ass, dude.
If I don't quote, if what do you want me to quote you
You can't
directly? I'm not
remember
recording
one
you.
thing
I
I've
don't
said
have an
in 30
eidetic
minutes.
memory.
You can't
Of
remember one
course,
thing
I
I've
can
said in
remember the
30
kinds
minutes.
of things you're saying.
You can't remember one
Said
thing
that
I've said in
there's
30
no
minutes.
model. You've said that
Yeah,
there's
you
no
can't
model
remember
that
one thing I've
explains
said
the
in
sun.
30 minutes.
You've said that there's no model that explains the geometric shape of the Earth. That nobody can know. That these models don't work. that they
That's
can't
not what
explain
I
anything.
said at
You
all.
said
You're
repeatedly.
just filling it
Okay,
in.
so
I don't know
of
if you're
course,
typing
so
to
it's not
you.
what you
They
said.
weren't
It's not what you said.
listening
I didn't
either.
quote you. Wonderful. You can't quote me either. So can we
They
just have an
oh
organic
yeah, I
conversation
can.
instead of
Oh
like
yeah, I can.
making these
Yeah, I can
like
quote you
unnecessary
definitely.
demands?
I can definitely quote you time and time again. Okay, because I listen to you, you don't listen to me. So really simple. I'm going to
I'm
say
not gonna
this
listen
is
to
probably
you.
the this is
I'm
probably the
not gonna
fifth.
listen to all I've been doing is listening, but
So
Look,
this is
there's another
probably the
homie. There's
so this
another
is
homie
probably
coming in.
yeah this is probably the fifth time I've
Come
said
on.
this. Models don't
No.
explain things.
You're lying.
The models describe things.
That's a nonsensical statements to me. I mean, that's
You're
just
always
a
on Twitter.
semantic. What is the even distinction that you're making there? There's nothing.
The
Steve is a
difference
model.
between
That doesn't mean
explain
it's
and
right.
describe. You don't think there's a distinction? Why do they use different words for them? Why is describe and explain different words with different definitions?
Different words have
Describe is
different
what you
meanings in
see.
different contexts. In this
You just
context, I see no meaningful difference between the word
Okay,
describe.
there is a difference. Okay, I can describe. Hey, he's wearing a red hat. He's wearing blue trousers. That's a description of what they look like. Explain would be that was his favorite hat, and those were the only jeans that were clean. That would be an explanation. Completely different than the description. Explanations are how and why. Descriptions are just purely descriptive, right? So models just describe, and for instance, hey, what time am I going to see the sun at a particular azimuth and elevation angle? The mathematics, the variables in the mathematics are descriptive of the variables. They aren't the variables themselves, but they're representative of of physical quantities, right? And they represent it in some
Well,
way. But
Indio, that just
representing,
brings me
why
right
are
back
you
to my
interrupting me? They're
initial.
representing. They're
Well,
Keep it talking
representing.
point. Keep it talking
I'm
point.
sorry, I can't.
I don't have a talking point.
It's literally like I just can't get into it without you just wanting to
Yeah, cry.
like lecture. Don't you
Cry.
actually
I'm
want to
not
have a
lecturing.
conversation, or do you just
It's
want to
very
lecture?
because you keep trying to straw man me and use gimmicks,
I'm not
and
strong.
I'm trying to have an honest
I'm
Get
asking you
done
conversation.
questions,
talking.
bro.
Listen and learn.
Asking you questions. You are the one straw manning me. I'm asking questions, and you're straw manning
What
me
was
like
my
all
straw
over the
man?
place.
What did I straw man?
Again, I ask you. Again, I ask you. What is the model? Okay, so you say models describe things, and it's not an explanation. Okay, what is the model that describes the geographic shape of the Earth, the relation of all the different physical places that exist in the Earth to each other?
You were already given
Is
that.
there a model
What
at
were you
all?
given? What were you given?
I don't know. Somebody gave me like
You
the
don't know.
UK
So what
survey.
Yoder
Somebody gave
posted,
me the
you
UK
don't
ordnance
remember.
survey, but that's not the whole world, right? There's more to the world than just the UK, right? So where is
Has the whole world been
model
surveyed?
that shows the whole? What's that?
Has the whole world been surveyed?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who
And the
surveyed
surveying
Tonga?
agencies agree that the world is a globe. So
Who
if
cares?
you're
That's not telling me how the whole world has been surveyed.
okay, so then if you don't think the whole world's been surveyed, then
I know the whole world hasn't been surveyed, and I know that each part of the world uses different datum. There's no contiguous, universal survey datum that everybody is using.
So is it your contention then that essentially we don't have like a fully descriptive model of, or at least broadly, even if it's not every little detail is right, at least broadly fully descriptive model of like the surface of the Earth, like the relation of things, whether it's flat or round or whatever. We don't have a consistent model. Is that what you're saying?
It's localized, right? So each country generally has a very good survey of their country based upon whatever coordinate system they prefer. Okay, but that is not universal, right? For instance,
So
even for
you
fraction, even
trust those or
listen,
no? Or you think they're
listen.
tainted?
No, it's just not universal. Who said tainted? Where the fuck did you get that
I
from?
don't know. Somebody earlier was saying, "Oh, they intentionally introduce like these extra variables to make it seem like a globe."
Yeah, they do.
I don't think
Such
that
as
was you that's
curvature of the
saying that, to
plumb
be fair,
line and
but
things
somebody.
like that. But that's a whole nother issue. Do you know the globe
But how
model?
could that not be relevant then if you're relying on the surveyors for your
No,
empirical knowledge?
each country uses a different standard.
What aren't you saying? And then
Okay.
you just can't
So do you
freaking
trust
jigsaw
those?
puzzle piece it all together.
So do you trust those standards then?
What does trust have to do with anything?
Do you believe them? Do you think they're real? Do you think they are accurate descriptions of reality?
Look, whatever they made the standards for, what they arbitrarily made the standard for some particular purpose. I'm sure it's accurate for that purpose. For
Purpose
instance,
being knowing where everything is in relation to each other?
yeah, in their country. Yeah, in their country. They don't need to know where it is in relation to frickin' Africa. If you're in Finland,
You don't think you don't think so? I mean, like, a lot of this
for what
science
purpose?
originated, like, a few hundred years ago. For what? Let me think. What
Why would
purpose could,
someone in
like, the
Finland
European
need to know the
powers that invented
orientation of fucking
surveying,
balance?
why would 1700s Europeans want to know, like, the geography of Africa or of India? You really can't think of an answer to that question? You can't see why in the whole scope of human history people might want to know where things outside their own country are, like, in
Yeah,
relation to them,
okay,
and have
yeah.
accurate
Don't try to
maps?
move the goalposts. What you said was the orientation
Well,
of things
isn't that what
relative
you're
to each
saying?
other. Okay,
The
how would you know
orientations of, like, that's yeah, okay,
on
go.
dude, on the macroscopic scale, they don't need to know what the African coastline is relative to the Finland coastline. Okay? You
Why wouldn't
understand?
you wanna know that?
For what
I
purpose?
don't wouldn't you wanna know for what purpose? Like,
Relative to
if I'm
Finland?
sailing from one
Really simple.
continent to another?
Are you
If
not listening?
okay, so
Tell
can
me
I
what I
give the
just
example,
said.
please?
Tell me
If
what I
I'm
just said
sailing
again.
from one
Tell me what I just said
you
again,
said on the
sheeple.
macroscopic scale, one country doesn't care how far another country is. Is that good enough for
No,
you? Is that
no,
a good No,
it's
of course it's not, of course.
orientation. Say Finland is rotated 90 degrees
Orientation
from the Mercator than what the
but
Mercator says it
Daniel
is, and it's rotated 90 degrees relative to frickin' Africa. How is that important?
So we can agree, at least I hope, that the
Of course, you're not
globe
gonna answer
map
that question.
projection, they look different, right? The distances between things are different, aren't they?
Dude.
Things are oriented
From
differently, and the
Finland?
distance between isn't that true or not?
What are you talking about?
Okay, so there's Mercator projections, right? And then there's
Uh-huh.
actual globes, like globes, and they don't
Uh-huh.
look the same, right? Orientation of the countries is different. The
Yep.
distance of the countries from each other is different. The size of the countries is different, right?
Okay, yeah, and? Are
So
they?
what I'm arguing is that if what I'm arguing is that if that map was false, was
Yeah?
wrong, why are we using it? Why are we using
We don't use it.
maps that say
We
it's only
don't
100 miles
use it.
from
We don't
But
use
we
it.
do, dude.
Oh,
People
we do.
travel
Okay, so
across the
Sheeple,
globe.
check this out.
Yes,
Sheeple,
people
check this
travel
out.
across the globe.
I want you to sail from Finland to Africa. The only thing you can use is a globe, a physical globe. Take it into the cabin of the boat and sail from Finland to Africa. Go for it. You said we use a globe. Use your globe. Send from Finland to Africa.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. You can
Yes.
only use a globe.
Yeah. I mean, we use a globe. We use a globe understanding. You need more
A
than just the
globe
actual globe
understanding.
itself,
You wouldn't get
because
there
the
without the
globe.
globe understanding. Dude, Sheeple, you are so full of
No, you
shit.
wouldn't. You wouldn't. I mean, you wouldn't. That's why the Americas were discovered in the first place, because people in the 1500 or in 1492 anyway, people knew that they knew even then that the world was round, and they believed they could sail. Well, Christopher Columbus believed he could sail all the way around the world to
Holy
get to
smokes.
Asia, to
Yeah.
get to India, which is where the trade was. They didn't want to have to travel all around the
Hey,
Horn of
you got your
Africa, and
wading boots in India?
they knew
Oh,
from
yeah.
traveling around the
That's
Horn of
Columbus
true.
Africa
Day. You gotta
That's
expect
true.
it.
dude.
They
Columbus
told
Day
me
is
that
Monday.
they told me that in fourth grade. He's correct. He's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Sheeple,
Exactly
you
like you know
realize
before.
that Columbus got lost. He ended up in the Gulf Stream
Yeah,
and
Columbus?
crashed into fuck.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
Columbus was
absolutely.
lost, dude.
Columbus was a moron on so many levels. He actually incorrectly calculated the size of the Earth, like either erroneously or not.
He didn't
People knew
calculate it.
the Earth was round, but they believed that there was nothing where America is. They thought it was just ocean, and
Oh,
they
God.
calculated that to sail all the way across around the globe would require more like provisions than they than they even could stuff into a single ship at that time. So Christopher Columbus had this kind of harebrained scheme. He said, no, the globe is actually smaller. It's like short enough that I can do the whole trip. He was wrong about that, but he was also wrong about the fact that there was nothing there. There was a whole continent there. So he basically just got lucky, like Christopher Columbus. And when he got there, he like
Who
killed everybody,
told you
raped
this
everybody.
bullshit story?
It was horrible.
Who told you that bullshit story? Who told you that?
Oh, I learned
Okay,
about that long
so
ago.
the actual fact of the matter is, Christopher Columbus used Ptolemy's globe. Ptolemy's globe was created from longitude lines based upon how fast the sun travels, and his globe was 10% smaller than Eratosthenes' globe, and that's the globe he used. He didn't create his own. Christopher Columbus was lost. He got stuck in the Gulf Stream and had to be saved by the Native Americans in freaking Cuba and sail up the northeast coast and get help all the way along the way to get enough food to even sail back, because to get back into the Gulf Stream going that way, he did not discover the North America. He was just fucking completely lost, and luckily he got stuck in the Gulf Stream and ended up here. That's the only thing that happened with
He
Christopher
did
Columbus.
discover it, you know, whether accidentally or not, in a sense.
But
And
it wasn't
he wasn't
because
even the
of
first
global
European
belief.
there, obviously, as we know. But
it wasn't because of global belief, because they also tested Christopher Columbus's method. There's actually a peer-reviewed paper. Hold on. There's a peer-reviewed paper on this. In his methodology, he would have been off 15 miles per day cumulatively over a period of, 4 months. So he would have been off by hundreds of miles. Hundreds.
yeah, I'm saying he was wrong, and he basically just got lucky. Are we disagreeing?
Well, I'd say it was unlucky for the Indians.
I mean, I'm not defending Christopher. Yes, it was horrible. It was horrible. Like basically every terrible thing one human being can do to another happened on that island after they landed. It was horrible. It was genocide and rape and murder and every terrible thing. But that has nothing to do with whether or not
This is like a multi-layer sea lion.
Multi-layered sea lion?
Yeah. Well, that is a diversion.
The point is, nobody uses a globe to navigate the world.
Point is that
never has, never will.
I mean, that's not true. Like modern ships, for example, use GPS, and the global positioning system is based on a globe model.
Nope,
so
it's not. You're wrong
where they're going
again,
based on
dude.
that.
You're wrong again. Just because on your phone you see latitude and longitude doesn't mean the GPS system itself is based upon a globe. Yoder explained this. It's based upon Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, in the coordinates that are the receiver gets put you on a plane. Okay, they don't put you on a globe.
Okay.
What
So
you see on
there's
your
no
phone is
satellites
something else. It's a
view?
coordinate transformation.
So there's no satellites
Oh, Jesus.
in your view, or they are up there? Well, I'm just asking.
Are the satellites? In your
intricate part
imagination,
of
there's
the
satellites
GPS.
orbiting the Earth.
Yes, yeah. In my conceptual model, sure, there's satellites.
In your imagination.
And I've seen them. You know, you can actually see them with your own eyes.
Oh,
So
really? What do they
it's not
look like?
completely conceptual.
Yeah, tell us how you made this
They just look
positive
like little lights in the
identification
sky.
of an orbiting satellite.
Yeah. It's pretty easy.
How did you do the positive ID?
Anywhere where
I want to know how you did the positive ID.
I looked up.
And what'd you see?
Well, I've looked up where various ones, for example, the International Space Station, when that was going overhead.
Yeah,
what
it looked like.
See that, and they know where to. Huh?
Yeah, what it looked like, brother?
Like kind of a light, a twinkling light, kind of racing
Twinkling
across
light.
the sky.
That sounds like a positive ID.
Yeah. I mean, I saw it, and I believe, obviously, I believe it was the International Space Station. And if you look up in the sky, you can see. Just generally, there's enough satellites up there these days that if you stargaze for long enough, you'll start seeing them.
Yeah, certainly.
Cruising across the sky. They have a very distinct look. They have a steady glow that's totally unlike blinking planes. And obviously they travel in
all these atoms I'm made out of, they must not be real either.
Yeah, we need to know about no atoms, dude. Stop. So you can't tell a satellite speed by looking at it, right?
Well, it's speed by looking at it.
Yeah, by looking at it, you can tell
unless you knew how high it was orbiting, I guess. I mean, if you knew how far away
right.
from it you
So you
was,
could have
then yeah,
something
you
a
could.
lot lower that would look identical, right?
Yes, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay. How do you know that's
Yeah,
not weird?
it's definitely conceivable that like what I've thought I'm seeing satellites, it's actually, you know, something lower down and less bright. That's definitely
Could be a
possible.
UFO, could be an airplane, could be anything, right? Drone.
I don't think I don't think it could be airplanes because I do know what airplanes look like, and satellites have a much different look to them. It's just more distinct. Airplanes always
Satellites are
have
more
flashing
distinct or
lights on them,
airplane
and
or
if they're low
satellites.
enough that you can see them, you can see the flashing lights. But satellites don't flash like that.
No, I'm assuming you saw the satellite at night, right?
Sometimes they twinkle when they rotate. Yes. Yeah, I don't
Okay.
think you can see satellites during the day.
That is so fucking gay.
You would know. Takes one to know one.
Shut up, faggot.
Oh shit. Bye.
Yeah, good riddance. Okay. Now that we've
That's it,
just got
man.
out the satellites and
I
every
want to
other
get back
thing,
to this.
you know you haven't demonstrated in all this shit that you've been blabbing about. You haven't talked about the Earth for even
did that.
5 fucking minutes.
I did it.
All you,
I did. I
why are
did.
you interrupting?
I did.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You talked about the Earth
Oh yeah, I did.
in the sky?
Yeah.
What the
Earth is in
satellites?
the sky. So why we freaking skip rope, jump around, all those shit? After all that effort you put in, they're nothing but derivative arguments for the thing, for seemingly you don't have the evidence for, which is the reason I suffered through this, is to demonstrate that you talk, but you haven't presented any evidence that the Earth is a globe. You talked about shit in the sky and how you constructed a globe concept in your mind from that. But no actual evidence that actual Earth is a globe.
Well, I didn't really construct it. I won't take credit for that. I'm not the one who
it was somebody else's
realized that
idea.
the
Yeah,
Earth
we
was
get
a
it.
globe.
Would you have figured it out yourself?
Somebody else's idea.
Think you would have figured it out yourself?
I don't know.
Somebody told you?
I don't know. I mean, probably not unless I, you know, watched the stars or traveled a lot, or you know, it all depends on the phenomena
So why didn't
you
the
observe.
Polynesians
You know,
figure it out? They watched the star. They traveled
I
a
mean,
lot.
I do remember when I was a kid, even when I was a little kid, I would see I happened to live near the ocean, and I would see the big like LNG tankers coming in, and you could see them. You could see the tops of them first. And I think I don't know, it's hard to know what it would be like to grow up because I was taught, you know, I was certainly taught the globe Earth. So it's hard to imagine like what would it be like if I never thought that. But I remembered seeing that, and I remembered thinking, oh, that's so interesting.
Yeah, you don't think
when
that
I was
happened?
really young.
That
So I don't know. Maybe I would have realized it. But
you
a
don't
lot
think
of
that
other people
observation
throughout
would happen
history
on a
realized
flat
it for the same reason.
surface? You don't think an observation like that, a half cut off boat, would happen on a flat surface?
Qualified, no. Not, you know, not on the ocean. Of course, there can be things
Not
that
on the
obstruct
ocean.
the view. Over long distances, yeah, where there's like not, you know, super significant waves or anything. Certainly nothing, you know, where I grew up, like there's coming into the harbor, there aren't waves the size of an LNG tanker, so definitely it's not like it's waves blocking it.
What distance?
What distance? Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Jedi, man, you got like a short,
you know, far out.
Like
far
Cont.
out when they're coming and going.
No,
I mean,
well,
I'm talking about when I was like a kid, like a 5-year-old
so
kid.
is it your contention the horizon is like the edge of the Earth that like blocks ships and shit?
It's not the edge of the Earth.
Where the curve starts. You know what I mean?
The curve doesn't start. It's everywhere. It's certainly
where the
out at
curve
water, the whole
sufficiently
water, like,
where it
curves
blocks stuff where it's behind the physical freaking curve of the Earth.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's where you think
so
the
a long enough
horizon
distance
is.
where there's enough of a curve to block. I'm telling you, bro, the horizon isn't anywhere. It's an optical phenomenon. It's not a place. I mean, you can get that right.
So then how do ships... So ships are hiding behind the optical phenomenon. Great. How does that...
No, they're not hiding behind the optical. They're hiding behind the curvature, but they're behind the water. They're behind the water itself, which blocks light.
Yeah,
because
but
the
that water is
curved.
an optical phenomenon, right? It's not really there.
The water is an optical phenomenon?
Well, you said the
No,
horizon. That's where the water ends,
course the
right?
water is
The
there.
water ends at the horizon, and then you see
No,
the
the
sky.
water doesn't end. It keeps going. It keeps
Yeah,
going
what you
over
see,
past the
dumb
horizon
fuck.
where you can
Stop
see it.
obfuscating. You know what I'm talking about.
Well, you
The
said
water...
where the horizon is, and
The
it's not a
horizon,
place, you know.
the visual horizon that we see is where the water ends, right? We can't see any more water.
Yeah, okay, yes, on the ocean. I think I get what you're getting at.
On the ocean, on a lake, it don't
The
matter where
horizon
it
is defined as the line between the water and the sky. Yes.
Yes. Okay. And past that is the curve of the Earth, right? It's where the Earth starts curving down such that it blocks things physically.
There's no the curve of the Earth isn't past that. It's curving all the time. It curves up to that point and then curves down away.
Curves up?
But yes.
What?
Someone clip that shit,
Yes,
bro.
in a
That's
sense.
the best.
In a sense, like
In a sense.
obviously, it depends on what you mean by up. Obviously,
Boy.
but like
So the ridge of the horizon is the Earth curving up.
If I'm looking out, if I'm looking up is just relative, right? If I'm standing on the water, looking out at, let's say I look
Up
right
is
down
not
at my
relative.
feet first, right? The water is below me, right? The water is directly below me, and if I raise my eyes up, the water is, if I raise my eyes up and up and up, the water is there until I meet the horizon, right? So in that sense, it curves up to the horizon because, as we've agreed, the horizon itself is a subjective visual perspective. So from my perspective, the water seems to curve up to the horizon, but
that's
it
the
doesn't
same
really
thing
mean
as your
up in the terms of gravity.
Woohoo! Same thing as
Does
your
that make
floor,
sense?
though, right? Same thing as your floor. It's the same optical phenomena, right? It appears to ramp up to the midpoint of your vision, right? You say it's curving up. What the hell?
Well,
that's the same phenomenon you observe across a flat surface. That's based on the human eye, right? The optic in question.
No.
No, we're making an observation.
No.
You're saying it appears to do something. How does it appear if we're not talking about looking?
Or you could say that, like, if you're on solid ground, I don't know, if somehow your floor is your
Yeah,
horizon, that's pretty
exactly.
unusual
Your
to me.
floor, like looking down a long corridor, it appears to ramp up, right? Like the ceiling appears to go down. You're saying that the
not to the
surface
horizon,
over water appears to you to curve upwards. What the fuck?
Yeah, it appears to rise towards the
There you
horizon,
go.
and as it's
There you go.
rising towards the
Rise. There's no
horizon,
need
it
for
curves.
curvature involved, but it appears to rise. That was my contention. Thanks very much for
Yeah,
playing.
it appears to rise, but there is curvature in there, sure.
Where?
The whole surface of the water is curved.
So the whole surface. Can we measure that?
On the macro scale.
Can we measure that?
Yes, of course. That's what.
Awesome.
That's
How?
yes, of course. That's what we're talking
How?
about. That's what we've been talking about this whole time. So
Yeah. So how?
The way the ancients did it.
Mm.
Yeah, the way the ancients did it is to measure two separate points of the Earth, measure how the angle of the sun at certain times, and they were able to determine They
That's
were
an
basically able
elevation
to
angle,
measure a
dude.
section of the arc.
Excuse me.
Of the arc of the Earth,
Excuse
and you
me.
can if you can
Excuse me.
calculate a section of the arc of
Excuse
the
me.
Earth's curvature, you can calculate the whole
Excuse
thing,
me.
at least
That's
broadly,
nice.
roughly. You know.
Okay, that's an elevation angle, though. It's not a measurement of the curvature of the Earth. That's a utilage of a horizontal plane. And this ancients did this. This isn't measuring the curvature of the Earth. This is assuming that you're standing on the sphere to begin with. So can we try
you
again?
assume that the Earth is. You already think, the people who are measuring the curvature of the Earth, right? They already
didn't
believe
measure
on some
curvature. They
level that
measured
the
an
Earth is
elevation
or
angle.
could
They
be curved.
calculated based on the angle and that presupposition. So calculation based on a presupposition, but measurement from a flat Earth. I'm asking if we can measure a rate of change of slope. All right. Why do you have to point to ancient people and elevation angles? We can survey the land.
Because that's a
How?
simpler way. Sure.
A simpler
Sure, we
way
can
that
survey the
requires a
land, but
horizontal
you
plane
can't
because you're
survey.
measuring an
It's
elevation
harder to
angle, my
survey
friend. Don't act like you didn't
It's
hear what
harder
I
to
said.
survey the ocean, right? But I'm
You
listening,
said
bro.
that we can
Why
do
you guys
this.
get so hostile?
Yeah, because I don't like you acting like you didn't hear what I just said. I understand why India got frustrated with you.
So let's say, to go back to the ship example that I brought up earlier, let's say we know how tall the ship is. We know how tall I am standing there looking at the horizon. We know how fast the ship moves. So by timing it, we can figure out, at least broadly, roughly speaking, how far the ship is. If it's leaving the port, going at a consistent speed, we can calculate how long it's going to take until a certain point that we observe it. So at that point, we can, if that is a point where it is now past the horizon and is only partially visible, right? And we can see with some precision how much of it is visible, how much is obscured. Just right there, you can calculate.
What mathematics would we
You've
use
been
to
able
make
to
this prediction?
Okay, so the boat is leaving the harbor, right? It's going at a consistent speed, isn't it?
Okay,
So
my
we can
friend,
agree that.
I help. Right,
Yeah.
this boat's got a size. It's going to go away. What calculation and mathematics are going to use to make a prediction before we stop seeing it?
Well, that's what I'm explaining to you. So the ship is leaving the port at a certain speed. We take measurements to know how tall the ship is. We take measurements to know how high off the ground we're viewing it from, or high off sea level, probably we should say in this case, since we're talking about measuring the curvature of the water itself. You know how fast the boat is moving, and you can do some simple math to figure out how far it's traveled, right? If you know how fast it's moving, you know how far it's traveled after 2 minutes.
Actually, you know what you can do? You can use marinetraffic.com to tell you the position of the ship.
Well, but we're
Your
talking about how we
position.
can understand the curvature of the Earth from
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, we
first
can know the distance of the ship from you because we can get the ship's position.
Yeah,
Okay?
and I'm describing how
I've
we
done
go
this.
about doing that in a simple way.
I've done this.
Trying to figure out the mathematical formula you're going to use to make the prediction for how far the boat is going to need to be before it's going to disappear. That's all I want.
Yeah, so again, let's say we've measured the boat, so we know how tall it is, and maybe we put a really visible marker at like the halfway point. So we watch the boat sail out over the horizon, and we have a stopwatch running the whole time, and once that little dot halfway up the ship or line or whatever it is, the visual marker, once that gets just to the point where it's crossing the horizon, where it's going down below the horizon, we hit the stopwatch. So now, since we know how fast the ship was going, we know how long it's been, we know how far out the ship has been, right? We know how much of the ship is obscured by the curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
And if we assume, if we make some simplifying
Still not
assumptions
giving
along
me
the
the
way,
math.
we
Maybe I'll help you.
can do some simple calculus too.
You're not giving me what I'm asking for, so maybe I'll help you again. Do apologise for interrupting, but you're definitely not giving me what I'm
No,
asking
we do the calculations first, dude. First. Then you do the observation.
Okay, you could do that too.
Okay,
but
so
how
let's
are you
do
going
that.
to?
What math do we use?
How are you? But what we're trying to do is observe something, which is the curvature of the Earth, a variable which we don't know, right? You're asking me how can we determine the curvature of the Earth mathematically? That's the variable.
No, we're not trying to determine the curvature of the Earth. That's not what we're trying to determine.
Well, that's
we're
the
trying
question
to we're trying to determine if it checks out. We're not trying to determine the curvature of the Earth.
The question as it was posed to me was how can you calculate the curvature of the Earth? And I'm
you haven't told us yet. You haven't told us yet.
I just explained it, I think, in pretty good detail. The only thing I didn't do is actually do all the math out, but the math isn't even that complicated.
How do we get the horizon distance? Can you give us that math?
The horizon distance. Again, the horizon is not a physical geographical spot on
so
the horizon.
So it doesn't have a distance.
So we're not measuring that.
So it doesn't then how are you doing hold on, brother. You can't calculate any other value without the horizon distance. Shut up.
Did you?
You can't calculate.
Did you really not listen to my explanation? You seriously didn't listen.
Yeah, there's a serious flaw in it. There's a serious flaw in it.
pretty bad.
You
But
can't do any of the calculations without knowing the horizon distance. That is a necessary variable because you need to know the tangent.
so
Without the
first of all, you
tangent,
don't need to know the distance. No,
yes,
excuse
you
me.
do.
You don't
Yes,
need to know
you
the
do.
distance of the
Yes, you
horizon.
do,
Dude,
dude.
come on, you're just yelling over me. You're not listening.
I'm going to
let
show
me
you the
get in,
math.
dude. I let you
I'm going to
say
show
your
you the
piece.
math, dude. I'm
Oh
going to
my
show you the
God,
math.
this guy's
You
insufferable.
have to have the horizon distance or you can't do any other calculation. They all rely on the horizon distance.
As I
They
explained in my
all
explanation,
rely on the
because we
horizon
know how
distance.
fast the ship is
Address what
going,
I just said.
because we know how long it's been, we know how far away the ship is. We don't need to calculate
Then
the
how do we
distance to
need?
the
Then
horizon itself in this. But we can. Once we've done the calculus, once we've calculated the curve of the Earth, we can extrapolate the
you
the
cannot
asymptote, which is the
calculate
highest
it
point
without
or the
the
lowest point of the
horizon
curve.
distance, dumb fuck. How many times do I got to tell you?
I'm
You
explaining to you
need
that
to
you
know
can,
the
and you're
tangent.
just shouting over me.
You need, brother. You know what a tangent is? Do you know what a
Yeah, I
tangent
don't
is?
know if you have more you wanted to say, but
Do
I don't
you
think
know what a
Indio is
tangent
really
is?
engaging me on this.
Do you know what a tangent is?
Yes, Indio.
Okay, you know what a tangent is. You have to calculate the tangent to the sphere
A
because you need
tangent
the
is a
observer
line that
height.
extends off a curve.
That's right, and you need to know the tangent to the sphere. That's where the horizon is.
That's
That's
what we're
the
calculating,
horizon
bro.
distance. So to know what should be observed or not be observed, you need to calculate down from that tangent line down to the surface. Okay, but you need to
We're
know
not.
where that
You're
line is
Indio.
in the
I'm
first
sorry.
place.
You're
Dude, shut up.
confused, bro. You're
No, I am
confused.
not confused. I am not confused at all. You're
Indio, you have to be
obfuscating,
willing to listen
and
a
you're trying
little
to
bit if
fucking
you want
goddamn
people to
do,
listen
and
to you.
you're doing damage control
If
right
you
now.
want,
You're
dude,
doing
if you
damage
want to
control.
engage with people, you have to give them a chance
This
to
is
engage
not
back, right?
this is not
I'll
a matter
listen
of
to
an
you.
opinion.
I'll listen to the counter arguments you're making. Just stop
There is no
talking over
argument.
me.
There is no
Stop
counter argument.
talking
This is,
incessantly, bro. Let other people
brother,
get it.
this is not subjective. This is not opinion. This is objectively true. It's a mathematical fact. I'm not going to argue it. I'm informing you. This is not an argument. I'm informing you of what needs to be done. Period. There's no other way to do it. There's no mathematical technique, method that you can use if you don't have the tangent to calculate curvature. You can cry about it. You can throw a fit. You can do meta about fucking how bad I'm talking to you. I don't give a shit. Okay? This is a fact. Has to be done. So whatever debate bro tactic you thought you were going to drag in here and obfuscate about the horizon, you need it. You
Indio,
have to have it.
this
You
is
don't
why
have anything without a
Indio, this
horizon
is why
distance.
we're
Nothing.
taking measurements. We're taking
What?
measurements to
Of
determine
what?
this, right? We're taking measurements to determine
Of
it.
what?
Taking measurements of, as I said, how tall the ship is, how long it takes it to go to wherever we're measuring it. If you want it to be right on the horizon, if you want to measure the distance to the exact horizon that we see, you can do it that way too.
No, brother,
All
you
you're
don't
using,
get it.
all you're doing is
You
timing it
don't
and
get
saying
it.
how far and how fast it goes.
It's not. What, bro? How do you know how much of the listen? You know where the ship is. You know how tall the ship is. You know the observer height. How do you calculate how much of the ship is missing and where the horizon is that's blocking it? How did you even get a distance?
Trigonometry and calculus, bro.
Trigonometry.
It's
I'm
math.
giving you the trig.
I told you how
first
you
thing you have
get
to
the
calculate
distance.
is the horizon distance, dude.
I explain this like Indio. You're just not
You
listening,
can
bro.
explain
I
whatever
explained
you
so many
want. I
times.
want to see the
You
math,
know
dude.
how
I don't give a fuck about your verbiage.
fast the ship is going.
How?
You know how fast the ship is going. You know how long it's been. So you know, at least roughly speaking.
How?
How do you know how fast the ship is going?
Yes, how?
You can measure that to begin with if you want.
How?
How do you measure speed? Bro, are we
Yeah, how do
really
you measure
having this
speed in a ship?
conversation?
That's right, dude.
How do you measure the speed of an object?
How do you measure speed in a ship?
Speed is a function of distance over time, right?
Okay.
So you measure
Where'd
the
you get
distance an object has traveled
this is
over
the crux
time.
of the argument.
And then if you
Okay.
know speed and you know time, you can calculate the distance. This is like
How'd you get your
algebra,
distance in a moving medium? It's a fluid, right?
Yeah. So in this example, theoretically, we're trusting that the boat moves at a more or less consistent speed, right? So
you don't have a measurement.
If you're argument
trusting?
rests if you're saying we can't make measurements because we can't reliably indicate the speed of
No one
like a
fucking
boat.
said that. Stop fucking trying to divine my argument, dude.
No,
Just listen to
that's
what's being
implicitly
said.
the argument
Just
you're going
listen to
for. We
what's
can hear
being
it.
said instead of making shit up in your mind.
I'm
It's
listening.
really simple. It's really simple. Okay? The distance of the ship, the height of the observer, how much of the ship is blocked depends and cannot be calculated without the horizon distance. Can't be done. There's no method from which you can do it. There's no technique. Okay? I'm sorry that that's the case. You're running away from the horizon like a scared little girl because you know
Okay,
it's the
bro.
death of you. Okay? You know it's your death.
No, it's one of the easiest ways to see the curvature of the Earth.
Oh yeah. So the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, but it's also optical. Which one is it?
Come on, dude. You know what I'm saying.
No, I don't know what you're saying. I listen to you guys contradict yourselves on this all the time. Is it geometric or optical?
The horizon is an optical phenomenon, right?
Okay.
The curve
So
of
it's
the
not
Earth
geometric.
is geometric.
So which one blocks the boat?
What? What do you
Which
mean?
one
What blocks
blocks
the
the
boat?
boat and the sun and
The
all that
water.
shit? Which one? Which one's blocking the boat or the sun?
Which one? What? The Earth.
The
The Earth is
geometric
blocking it.
horizon or the optical horizon?
There's no geometric horizon.
You just
Welcome to
said.
Flat Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. There's no geometric horizon to even block things.
There's the curve of the Earth itself, but the horizon just refers
Really?
to the point where the sky meets the water, right?
Is that the curve of the Earth?
What are you asking?
Is that where the surface of the Earth
I
starts
honestly don't
tilting
know what
away
you're
from
asking.
you?
Yeah,
The other
yes,
side of the
yeah,
ball.
sure. It's like
Okay,
if
so
you
that's
draw a line
geometric.
from your eyes to the if you draw a line from your eyes to the horizon, that's like theoretically that's like the asymptote of the curve of the Earth, right?
That's the
That's a
tangent I'm talking
tangent
about.
if you want to
Yeah,
really
that's
want
what
to
I'm talking about.
Okay.
So you can see that
Yes.
tangent point, and that tangent point is the horizon. Yes or no?
Yeah, the actual asymptote itself, the point where this theoretical line of sight touches the curve of the Earth.
Okay, great.
I would call it the asymptote.
Why does it move around?
Mathematically, that's how you define it.
Why does the horizon move around then?
Why does it move?
Yeah, why does it move when you're perfectly stationary? 1 minute you'll look and the horizon will be at 6 miles, and then like an hour later it'll be 7 miles away. How does that happen?
What do you mean it's further and farther
The horizon
away?
moves
What do you
around.
mean by
Its
that?
distance, what it appears to you, its distance will move around.
So you mean like if I'm
So I'll
looking at
go
the
one day,
mountains
I'll
really
make an
close to me?
observation, the horizon will look like it's 6 miles away, then I'll go out another day, it'll be 30 miles away.
But, well, how do you know? I thought you were just saying that you don't have any way to calculate the distance to the horizon.
No one said that.
We can estimate a distance to the
I thought,
horizon
First of all, I
using.
didn't say that.
That's what you were saying to me.
We can estimate a distance to
okay,
the horizon using known landmarks.
Okay, sure. That's fine with me. Like I said, like in my town, there's a mountain, and if I'm standing at, or like a hill, and if I'm standing at the bottom of the hill, it's only 100 feet away from me. But that is the point where it's towering above me. I look up. That's the point where the ground meets the sky. That's like my horizon.
Or if we're standing at the beach and out to sea, there are some oil rigs, and we know our location to the oil rigs. We can estimate a distance to the horizon. For example, if it's beyond them, in front of them, between them.
Yeah, like so you look at the oil rig and you like judging by how large it is, you can tell how far away.
No, just by
if you know the size of the
using
oil
some kind of map. I'm at this beach. These oil rigs or wind turbines are out to sea. They're 10 miles away from me.
I do
I'm
trust
at 8
maps
foot.
and all.
Will you stop talking so you can listen to him, dude?
He's
I'm
making
listening.
his point. He's
It's just
telling
the
you what the problem is. You asked.
bro, it's literally, it's just the lag. It's like I'll start saying something and then I realize he's saying something and I stop talking. I'm
Okay.
listening, bro.
Okay then.
I just,
Okay.
it's
Fine.
just
I'll give you the
sometimes the
benefit
lag
of the
means
doubt.
we talk over each other a little.
No,
Okay.
that's
I'll give you
fine.
the benefit of the doubt. So Jedi, continue or start from the beginning. Actually.
Yeah, so we can stand at a beach, we can use known landmarks, and we can get our distance to those known landmarks, say, for example, oil rigs, and we can estimate a distance to the horizon. For example, we can have an oil rig that's 10 miles away from our location, and we can see the horizon change over different days. If we keep our eye height the same, the horizon on some days can appear in front of the oil rigs, so we can say less than 10 miles, and sometimes it can appear beyond the oil rigs, so we can say further than 10 miles. Right? You understand this idea?
That's actually a little confusing to me. I don't, you're saying the horizon is in front of or behind the oil rig? How can you, how do you determine that?
Because we can see it.
You can see what?
The horizon, where the
Where the
surface
water
of the
stops.
water
But the
appears to meet the
horizon,
sky at
it
distance.
looks like, but it just looks like it's coming up to meet the sky. Like, how can you tell how far it is based on the oil rig?
Because we know the distance to the oil rigs, and we can, and this is a good word for you to understand, estimate a distance. That's why I said less than 10 miles if the horizon was in
But
front
I
of
don't,
the oil rigs from our point of view, or more than 10 miles if the horizon was behind the oil rigs from our point of view.
how is the horizon in front of the oil rig?
Well, if I'm at 8 foot,
Like, what would that look like? How would you know if that was the case?
because the oil rigs would maybe look like they're behind the horizon. Maybe I might not be able to see the entirety of the oil rigs.
Oh, okay, that's consistent with my view of the water being curved, but how is that
Okay,
consistent with flat Earth?
because remember the one that's beyond the oil rigs. Remember, we're making multiple observations from the same observer height, and depending on certain aspects, like maybe the weather conditions of the day, the horizon can appear in multiple locations.
That's so you're saying one day the horizon appears in front of, oil rig A and behind oil rig B, and the next day the
No.
horizon appears behind oil rig A and in front of oil rig B. Is that right?
No. We're talking about one day they appear in front of oil rig A and B, and the next day they appear behind oil rig A and B. And sometimes it'll appear between
So it's
oil rig A and
always
B.
right. So
The
in other
point,
words, sometimes A is behind and B is in front, and sometimes A is in front and B is behind. Right?
I don't
Like
know why this is hard to
sometimes
fathom
one.
for you. I can't believe that we're having
It
an
is hard
honest
to find. I
discourse
don't
right now.
understand in the
You have you have
flat Earth
oil rigs. There's
worldview.
legs
I don't
sticking
even
in the
understand
water,
how
right?
things can be.
One day you see the legs sticking in the water, and the horizon is behind it. The next day you can't see exactly where the legs stick in the water because you can't see that water surface, and the legs appear cut off by the horizon. Okay. So one day the horizon looks like it's at a distance of 7 miles away in front of the 10-mile away oil rigs. And then the next day you go out there and the horizon looks like it's 30 miles away and you can see water, the surface of the water beyond the oil rigs. Okay. The surface of the water. Okay. That's what we're talking about. Where the surface of the water appears to end
But on other days,
is where the horizon is, right? Where the surface of the water. We're just talking about the water's surface. Where that appears to end is where the horizon is,
and
right?
you're saying, so you're saying that on some days
Where
the
the
water
surface of
appears
the
to end
water
right at
ends
the
is where
oil.
the horizon appears to be, right?
I don't know why you're shouting, dude. I'm just.
Because you're not answering my question. I'm trying to establish something fucking very basic, dude, that anybody can answer. Where the surface of the water ends and the sky starts visually is the horizon, right?
Right. So somebody just posted a GIF. Jedi just posted a GIF in the chat, right?
Damn it.
And you can see in this GIF, in the zoomed in view, we agree that those are in front of the horizon, right?
Yeah.
In the GIF that
Yes.
you sent, Jedi, those oil
Yeah.
rigs are in front of the horizon, right?
Yeah.
Do you have a picture of oil rigs behind the horizon?
I'm sure I could find one for you.
Here's one. We got a bunch with it in front, but only one with it. It's in between them.
Because
Quite
frankly,
honestly,
when I see a picture like this where there's two larger oil rigs in front that seem to be in front of the horizon, and then there's another ship or another oil rig, even smaller, in the background that's behind the horizon, to me that's pretty easily explainable by the curvature of the Earth. But now you guys seem to be saying to me that
I get
somehow
you.
the horizon could like swap places.
I
Like,
get
I don't
you.
understand how that could
I
ever
get you.
happen.
we're not
How does that
saying
make
it. We're
sense?
showing it to you.
See, the thing is, if we're
I'm
to
not
use the
seeing it in these
calculation
pictures.
to figure out where the horizon should be, that was the tangent that Injo was talking about earlier. For this 8-foot observer, the horizon should be at 3.46 miles. Just to make that simple for you, that's in front of the oil rigs. That's if the Earth was a sphere, when we were going to use that horizon distance to make a prediction about how much of the oil rigs we should be able to see or not. But ultimately, the horizon is at least beyond 10 miles, right? It's a little bit further than that. Should be at 3 if we're on a ball, but clearly here it's beyond 10 miles. You understand the issue, right?
And here's another
So
issue.
just one thing I
In the
want to
one Jedi
clarify.
showed you.
In your view, they couldn't really swap places, right? Like the horizon could maybe move like between them. It could move like back and forth almost. But
In
it
our
couldn't
view,
be
you
in
mean the
front of
flat Earth
one
view?
and behind another one day and then the
Do you
reverse
mean
the
in
other
the
day?
flat Earth
Or are
view?
you saying that is possible? In
Are you
your
saying
view,
in the flat
whatever.
Earth
In
view?
your view.
Are you
I'm
saying
only
in the
asking you
flat
guys
Earth
to
view?
I'm
Are you
asking you
asking
guys only to represent your own ideas. I'm not asking you to answer
in
for
our
anybody else.
view, the horizon is not the edge of something that blocks things. The horizon is completely optical. In that when things appear, you don't see the bottom, that is completely to be expected. Do you know why we
What's
expect
blocking
it?
them?
Because you have to understand
I'm
how
waiting with bated
optics
breath.
actually work. How optics actually work. Not how you imagine they work based upon some orthographic idea, right? How they actually work. Right? What do you think the horizon would be on a flat Earth? Where do you think it would be? Do you think it would be the edge of the Earth?
I don't know. I'm
Would there
asking.
even be a horizon on a flat
I
Earth?
don't. How can it? I don't know. I don't know. I assume yes. The horizon would be like
the edge of the Earth.
It would be infinitely far away, but you would still be able to. You should be able to
What?
see it, right? You
Sorry,
should be able to
what?
zoom in.
The horizon would be infinitely far away on a flat Earth. You
Let's
really
say
need to
I
understand
don't
how
know.
optics work.
I don't believe in the
let's
flat
say
Earth, so
hold
I
on.
don't know what
Let's
model we're looking
let's
at.
play a game.
Some flat Earth people, as I understand, do believe that it's like infinite. Basically, some people think there's like an edge, and maybe we would see
No
that.
one thinks
Not
there's
It's
an
not my
edge,
distance
model,
to
so
the
I
dude.
can't
horizon,
answer
though,
for what
dude.
you
Come
would
on,
see.
be
You know.
reasonable. That's not distance to the
I'm
horizon,
gonna ask you
surely.
a question. Say there's a spot on the ground 1,000 miles away from you on a flat Earth. What angle is that? The angle to the
Spot on
ground
the
that you're
ground.
looking at the ground at. It's a spot on the ground 1,000 miles away. What's the angle?
I mean, I don't know. You could do some math to figure it out. If you
Yeah,
know
that's
it's a
right.
thousand
It would
miles
be like
away, and you know
zero zero zero
how
zero
high off
zero
the ground
zero
you are,
zero
you can
zero
determine the
zero
angle.
zero 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 one. The angle would be so small there would
Well,
be no way
sure.
you could resolve it. That's what the horizon is.
Small
When
between
the
that and
angle
like
of
90
view is
degrees, right? So
so
it'd be a little less than
shallow,
90 degrees.
when the angle of view is so shallow that you can't resolve the surface as the surface anymore. The surface, the entire surface
So
of the
you're
rest of
saying
the
that
world,
explains?
that's what the horizon is.
You're saying that explains why objects are occluded, like near the horizon? Because you just can't resolve them?
No.
You
Well,
can't see
that's
them
part of the
clearly enough?
reason. You're making the fallacy of single cause fallacy. It's a multiple cause.
I'm not making a fallacy. I'm asking you what you are saying. That's not an argument. It's not a statement of fact. I'm asking you
No, you
what
said
you are
that
saying.
it. Okay. Well, you said it's the angle why it's being occluded. Okay. No, that's the fallacy of single
I'm
cause.
asking you.
It's more than a single cause.
So what is the
Okay.
cause then?
Well.
So what is the cause?
Well, I could tell you, but you're never going to understand it because you don't know anything about optics, physics, or anything like that, but I'll try to explain it to you. So typically, when you start looking at a very shallow angle to the surface, there's like a boundary layer, right? You've seen it, right? In inferior mirage, you see a little freaking mirroring,
A
right?
boundary
At the
layer
surface,
between
a boundary layer
between fluids of different viscosities,
Yeah,
atmospheric
no,
fluids of
not
different
a
viscosities,
boundary
and
layer
when you
of
have a
temperature.
transition from one,
This is a boundary layer
yeah,
of
and
temperature.
temperature is related to the physical properties of of air, of atmosphere. I mean, that what you're talking about is refraction.
Stop trying to
When
Google.
light passes from one
No,
medium,
this isn't
no,
refraction.
this is what I actually know. When light passes from one medium to another, like cold air to hot air, it bends, right? It's the same reason that when you have like a prism, the light refracts into different colors, because when you shoot a beam of light into the prism from the medium of air into the medium of crystal, the light bends, and you can actually see that
You're
in like
confusing
in a prism.
diffraction with refraction.
Congratulations for something I knew in first grade. Don't care about that. What I'm trying to tell you about is something called
Good
total
for you
internal
for
reflection.
knowing about the physics of light in first grade.
What?
I said good for you for knowing about that in first grade. I did not learn about the physics of light in first grade.
Well, we learned about prisms and shit in first grade. We actually just talked about that. I don't know why we're talking about prisms today. It's really weird. So there's a boundary layer, and
Well,
in
this is
that
going to be
boundary
critical
layer,
because we're
light
talking
gets
about
trapped
light,
in.
which is
Hold on,
creates what we
dude.
see.
Hold on, dude. You asked for the light gets trapped in the boundary layer and is ducted. Right. This is called total internal reflection. This has been shown experimentally. This isn't our opinion. Okay. It's been shown experimentally and appears in peer-reviewed papers about this topic, but not about flat Earth, but them trying to characterize mirages, inferior mirages. So what they did was they took a vertical tree with a bunch of thermocouples on there where they could measure temperature, humidity, and temperature, humidity. I think that's the only things they measured. And they filmed a mirror at a long distance away, and then it would vanish from view, and then they correlated the time of it vanishing with the temperature gradient, and there was no curvature of the Earth. They could see the mirror until there was a spike in temperature, then the mirror would completely disappear. Now the mirror was reflecting the sun, mind you. Okay. So they filmed it 1.6 kilometers away, and it would vanish, and they wouldn't be able to see it. But it was still there, right? So you can't see what you're talking about is not being able to see the bottom. That bottom thing that you think you should see is hidden behind an inferior mirage, in which the light can't reach the camera. It's not included by anything. The light just can't reach the camera. This isn't theoretical because we've demonstrated it experimentally. You understand? Not just that, you can do this on a smaller scale, right? Such as a lake that's 1,000 feet long, and you can replicate what it looks like a ship disappearing over a horizon. In 1,000 feet, there should be no horizon for a ship to disappear behind in the very first place. It can't be the curvature of the Earth because the horizon is supposed to be 2,000 feet away. So the horizon is supposed to be 2,000 feet farther. You should see all the way, according to you guys, all the way to the other side of the lake. And this has been replicated by multiple people, right? The problem here, what we have is that you have an expectation that flat Earth should look like this, globe should look like that, but that expectation is incorrect. Okay, things would disappear on a flat Earth. The same visual we see at sea is that what we should see on a flat Earth.
So obviously, inferior mirages do exist, and the phenomenon you're talking about is very real. But I don't think it can explain the phenomenon that we're
Doesn't matter
looking at
what
and that
you
we're
think,
seeing.
dude.
I mean, if
We've
you
demonstrated it.
earlier, please, bro. Again, you're interrupting me.
Yeah, but you're giving
earlier
you didn't. You're
posted.
not
Oh
addressing any
my god!
empirical evidence. You're just giving me your opinion, which I don't give
I'm
a shit
addressing what
about.
you said. I'm directly referencing empirical evidence as we speak.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's reference some data set.
In the earlier pic that Clipcord posted earlier, you can see two different pictures. In the right picture, you can see that one of these oil rigs is very clearly occluded. A big portion of it is occluded, right?
That's the
so you're. I just want to be totally clear. Your explanation is that this is refraction. Is that essentially that total internal reflection, whatever you want to call it? It's
total internal reflection is not refraction, dude. Not refraction.
Yes, it is.
Something else. Because we're dealing with very small angles. When you have light inside a denser medium, or no, inside a less dense medium, it'll totally internally reflect. This is how fiber optic cables
Yeah.
work.
Okay.
The
No,
light
totally. I get
bounces
that.
down and
I
gets caught
understand
in
that.
a duct and does not escape. Right?
But
So this
that's what
would
you're saying,
happen
then,
below
that
the
this
level of the camera, right?
below the level of the camera. No, I'm confused by that.
Okay. So if the light, according to you guys, is
Why isn't
bending
it?
down, right?
Why isn't it
There's going
happening?
to be
Why isn't it happening then for the one on the right? That's what I want to know.
because it depends on the wet meteorological conditions. All this depends on meteorological conditions. I've seen a boat 30 miles away, sheeple. I've filmed a boat 30 miles away. You understand? That thing about a boat sailing out to sea, watching it pull out of harbor? Yeah, I did that. For 3.5 hours, I watched the ship sail to 30 miles, never disappear behind the horizon at all.
What happened?
Well,
It
it
went
just
out and
faded
came
off.
back.
It just faded off into the distance, dude.
It faded.
Faded, yeah.
It faded.
The air is not
So
transparent,
you didn't
dude.
actually see them. You didn't actually see it get occluded at all. You didn't see any portion of it disappear first. Just the whole thing just slowly faded.
Yes,
Well,
I got
that's
pictures.
not my
I can post them in the
experience. That's
chat.
not my lived experience. I don't even say you're necessarily
you
wrong,
tell
because
me a single
as
time
you
you've
very
seen-
well pointed out, depending on the atmospheric and viewing conditions, that could be very well the case. I mean, if the ship is going out into dense fog,
That's
you're
not
gonna
your
lose
experience.
sight of
You've
it
never
after,
made any rigorous observation, dude. You've never made any
Yes, I have.
rigorous
I've set up the
observation.
telescope. Yes, bro.
Okay,
I'm
show us.
telling you. When we were like,
Show us.
when I was like
You
literally
set
like
up a
7
telescope.
years
What kind
old,
of telescope?
I set
was
up a telescope and
kind?
watched the.
What kind?
What do you mean? What kind?
What kind of telescope?
What do you mean? What kind?
Yeah, that's
like,
exactly what I mean. Hurry up, think
You're
of
asking
one.
for the brand?
Google one. Hurry up, Google one. You're a liar.
Are you asking me for the
Why
brand?
do you guys do this?
Literally, of a telescope I had when I was 7 years old. I don't know, dude.
So you did a rigorous. I just said you did a rigorous experiment, and now you did it when you were 7.
It wasn't a rigorous experiment, but it was my own personal, direct, empirical knowledge. I mean, that's what you're saying, right? You're not saying a rigorous experiment either. You're just saying you watched the ship.
Yeah, it was.
Well, so
it was because I tracked it. I tracked the boat. I got compass headings. I observed it over a long period of time. I got photographs. I got its
and
coordinates.
that's what we did
I got
when we were
everything.
like 7 years old, bro. Because we were interested.
That is not what you just said. You did that when you were 7 years old. Did you just really say that? Did you just really say that?
I don't know if I was 7.
No, I thought you did.
Yes,
And then
bro.
he
That's
said
what I've been
we
saying
did
this
it,
whole
like as
time.
if it was a class project.
Really? You're going all in on lying, dude.
No,
really?
me and my family. Yeah, I mean, it's not a lie. I'm saying it. But
you're a liar, dude.
What? Like, why would you believe me? Why would I believe you that you said?
You just said you. Because I'll post my evidence in the chat, dude.
Sure, I'd love to see it. Or is this the one? Obvious it be.
No, I doubt it. I'm not looking in the chat, and I'm just going to tell you really quickly. You've never done anything. You just told a bullshit lie. You said we did this. I did a rigorous test at 7, but I don't remember what telescope it was. Stop it, dude. Yeah. Just stop it.
No,
that's embarrassing.
I don't remember what telescope it was. Yeah.
Yeah. Or
okay, whatever you say, bro.
What'd you write down the data on? What'd you write down the data on? Was it paper? Was it into a computer?
What do you mean?
Was it on a chalkboard? Was it with the chalk that you write onto the freaking sidewalk?
It was an
Let's take the
experiment
data
I
on the
did with my
sidewalk,
family.
Daddy. And you're writing different colors on the sidewalk.
Because we were interested in watching the chips.
Dude, you're
He
full
wrote
of
down on the
shit.
sidewalk and he played hopscotch with it.
Okay,
okay,
so first
dude,
of all,
that doesn't really.
First of all, what
really
kind of telescope was it? Just tell us what kind of telescope it was. Because listen,
no, dude, I already said that. What do you?
Was it a reflector? Was it a refractor?
Why would I remember that?
Because they look considerably different.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
I think you'd remember if it was like a reflector telescope, right? They're like look like a huge freaking coffee can.
I don't know what the difference between a reflector and a refractor.
Okay, one looks like a huge coffee can. One looks like a telescope that Popeye uses on his ship. Okay.
A telescope that Popeye uses. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It was one that we use for astronomy as well.
Okay, so you can't use those for terrestrial observations because they're made.
You can.
No, they don't have a variable
yes,
zoom.
Yes, you can get lenses that focus.
They don't have a variable zoom. They have a fixed zoom.
You can swap
because you're
out
looking
different lenses.
Okay.
No, you can
Yeah,
swap
and?
out different lenses to get different
Is that what you
lenses.
did?
Yes.
Yeah, that's obviously what he did. So what
Yeah,
zoom
we
level?
had a whole set of lenses. What's that?
Yeah, you had a whole set of lenses. Typically, the standard set is 5, 10, and 20.
Oh, we had much more than that.
But it's not. Astronomical telescopes are made to look at something with a
Yeah,
pinpoint of light in a
bro,
dark
I
background.
agree that this isn't. I already
You
said
never
this was
did
not
shit.
like the most
Keep doubling
rigorous
down, dude.
scientific
It's
peer
so
reviewed
easy.
explanation. It was my
You never
own
did anything.
personal empirical
No,
phenomenon.
no,
Experiential
no. You're a
empirical
liar,
phenomenon.
dude.
You were
No,
bringing up your
no,
own personal experiential
no,
phenomenon, so that's
no.
what I
You're
was.
lying.
Okay,
No, you're
okay,
lying.
Indio. I mean,
You
if
know
that's,
you're lying.
I
We
mean, I
both
think
know
it
you're
says something
lying.
about the strength of
No,
your
we
own
both know
arguments
you're
if
lying.
that's like the best you can do.
I love how. Look,
And it's like, oh,
dude,
you're lying, you're
did you
lying.
forget where you started? We can rewind the tape. You said you remember going out
Indio,
and
you are
seeing
making the
tankers.
same exact claims as I am. Like, I could easily
No, I'm
sit
not.
here and call you a liar, but I'm not.
No, I'm not,
because
because I can tell you the
it doesn't
device.
matter to me.
I can tell you everything about mine. Everything.
Okay,
You think you
that's
need a
great.
telescope to do this shit? I use the iPhone 4.
Great. I'm sure you did. I don't have any problem with that. I've seen it with binoculars too, but I didn't,
Oh
do an
God,
experiment
where?
on it.
What ocean? Where were you?
On the Atlantic Ocean.
Why do you keep doing it? Why do you keep lying, dude? You think you can't dig your way out of this, dude?
Because it's interesting to me, dude.
Where were
I'm
you?
interested in
It's
ships. I'm
interesting that you're a
interested in
compulsive liar.
What, do you want me to dox myself now? You want to tell me exactly where
No,
I
you're a
lived when I was a
compulsive
kid?
liar, dude. You dox yourself by telling me the
I
fucking
lived in a
ocean it
city
was.
that's on the
Oh my God, we're gonna find him. We know the
Indio,
ocean.
come on.
Oh my God, he's on the
You really,
Pacific.
this is
Oh my God.
the most
Got it.
interesting.
I'm on it.
You don't actually want to get into like flat Earth, globe Earth shit. You just want to like accuse me over and over of being a liar.
No,
really
you
have
are a
nothing.
liar.
That's
No,
the
I
best we
just
can do in
no.
this?
I look. No, I want to
Alright. Well, if
expose
anybody else wants to actually talk
you
about it,
because in 20 minutes you'll go. But why would they lie? You're the person they're talking about. You realize that, right? When they say why would they lie, you're the person they're talking about.
I never once say why would anybody lie. I never said.
Yeah.
I
Well,
never said
the
that.
next time
I'm
someone
trying
asks,
my
I'll
best to
say,
understand
I'm
your
gonna
position
I'm gonna
based on the
tell
empirical
ask
argument.
sheeple.
But you're just getting emotional and you're just yelling.
No one's
and, like,
emotional,
whatever.
dude. It's just hilarious.
Dude, you are getting so emotional. You're getting so
Oh
angry.
yeah,
You can
now
hear it in the tone of your voice. You can hear it
this
in the
is so
language you're
ironic.
using.
This is the
I mean,
exact thing that happened yesterday.
I'm happy to
with
just get
with
into
the
it.
same shtick when somebody else
But
lied,
all
and they
you
were
can
like,
do is just
"Oh,
like
you're
yell over
getting
me and like
mad."
insult me.
Like the exact same thing. It's like you guys have a script. It's crazy that you do shit in
take a
the
deep
exact
breath,
same
dude.
order all the time. You're
All you
not
have to do is
clever,
just take a
bro.
deep breath and we can talk about
Yeah,
it.
don't worry.
Talk
Don't worry
about
about
it
my
like
emotional
adults.
state.
You don't have to go off.
Okay. He's right here.
Come on, guys. Everybody hold hands.
Yeah, don't worry about my emotional state. Okay, you're a liar. You got busted. Pretty simple.
It's so frustrating trying to actually have a conversation when all you can do is interrupt and insult and yell. I've
done way more than that. I've given you a crash course education on
I'm
fucking
trying to give you
optics
the
and the behavior of light.
opportunity to explain.
You're not
your
giving me
views
any
in an
opportunity.
open-ended
This
way,
is
and you
our
really
chat, dude.
keep just turning it around and trying to attack me.
Look, I've given you a crash course education on the behavior of light, optics, how freaking optics work. I've given you a free freaking education,
Okay,
dude.
Indio, come on.
Yeah.
Sure,
I
let's get
have.
back into it then. Let's keep
You
talking
can
about it.
fact,
I
you
would
can
rather
literally
talk about
fact
that
check,
than just like
and you
listen
fact checked
about just
everything I've
rants.
said in Google. I know you have, and it's all correct. I have not said one thing that's factually wrong yet. Okay? And you like to make shit up.
Oops, sorry.
So it's really simple. We know that the observation would be made on a flat surface, that things would disappear bottom up. And we know this experimentally because we've done it on known flat surfaces and got the exact same optical effect. This is how we know. We don't even need to know the reason. It could be any reason in the world. We know the reason it's not. It's not Earth curve. You know how we know it's not Earth curve? We do it at a distance where it can't possibly be Earth curve, right? You eliminate the confounding variable. Hey, what is it? Is it Earth curve? Can this happen on a flat Earth? We don't know. Let's eliminate that as a variable. Okay, we'll do it on a surface where it can't be Earth curve. That's what we've done. Okay?
This has been done over and over and over. You can do it yourself. All the stuff I'm talking about and have been talking about, you can test all this stuff yourself. Flat Earth isn't on Discord. I already told you that. It's out there in the physical and natural world. That's where you're going to find the answers. You're not going to find it in here. Now, to actually take a real freaking optical device, a real telescope, and actually
I
go to
mean,
the ocean,
Indio,
actually
come
do
on.
some observations.
If you can't speak for your own ideas, then like, what do you? Why
I
would
am
anybody
speaking.
be convinced?
What do you mean my own? I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I just told you to go out
Why
and
not?
test it for yourself. I said go out there and
I
test it
have,
for
and
yourself.
my observations are not consistent with any flat Earth model that
Yeah,
exists.
you've made
You
no
don't even really have a
observations.
flat Earth model, so
You
and you've already kind of conceded that.
and you conceded that you don't have a globe Earth model. So that's funny. You said you had a globe Earth concept, an
Yep,
idea.
exactly. So we're just wallowing in ignorance. We can't explain or predict anything.
But I have a flat Earth observation, so I can measure and observe the surface is flat.
Right, a flat Earth observation, right?
Yeah, we can observe the surface is flat. You actually got posted some, right? So the thing you didn't notice about the oil rig one, did you notice that the lights are reflecting off the water? The oil rig lights, they're reflecting off the water. Did you notice that? That water is supposed to be behind the curve of the Earth.
The difference in temperature.
That water
They
is
can
supposed to be
curve.
beyond the
You know,
curve
the
of the
light
Earth.
can
You know that,
curve.
right? No, the surface of that water should not be visible.
Right.
And if you
Don't
can't
you
see
guys?
that,
You guys
who is
always
interrupting?
want to. My bad. I was just All right. Sorry.
Well, this is going to be the last thing I say because I got other stuff to do. So, the surface of the water, right? That's supposed to be on the other side of the horizon, right? So, how are you seeing a reflection of those lights? That water is on the other side of the horizon.
Honestly, I'm scrolling back, looking through the chat. I don't know which pictures you're talking about. I don't see those.
The oil rigs, the one
I
that Jedi
reposted
posted.
it. It's the last. It's the last picture. I reposted it for you.
Yeah, the one that says the horizon is much further than 1 point. I don't see lights. It appears to me to just be lights on the oil rig. I don't see anything that looks like reflected lights. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I guess there is a little bit of a reflection at the very close off the water, very very close to the. There's just the tiniest bit of reflection. But in my view, in this GIF that we're looking at, both of these oil rigs are very clearly in front of the horizon.
Yeah, the
So then now you're
horizon
getting the
should be at
reflection.
3.46 miles away. If we're on a sphere.
Do you get that? The water should stop at 3.6 miles away. You should see no more water surface.
I mean, it depends, doesn't it? It depends on how high off the ground you are, how
Yeah,
high above
yeah.
water level you are.
Yeah, based on the observer height of 8 foot, the geometric horizon would be 3.46 miles away.
Okay, yeah, that sounds broadly right to me.
Yeah, and the rigs are 10 miles away. How does that work?
I
Not
don't
only
know
can you see the
how
not only
high
can you see
above
the rigs
sea level this video was even taken.
8
right?
feet.
For all I know, this is.
Oh my god!
Is that all of a sudden where we've gone to? Just we don't trust the information. No problem, dude.
You really think it's only 8 feet
I
above
know
sea
it's
level?
only 8
Because
foot.
it
Would you like the
it
actual
looks
video?
like more.
Would you like the actual video?
Yeah, well, sure.
Yeah, I'll
I'd be
post
interested
it.
to see it. Sure.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate that.
So we're at the. Oh man, I know enough to know that what you're saying is oddly off because I agree with the globe metrics. We're in that phase. I wonder what phase we'll go into next. I wonder if it's acceptance.
Thanks for posting the video, DJ. It's in the side chat if you want to see it. It is 8 foot, dude. Because remember, we're trying to find out where the horizon is. The height of eye is really important because it's going to change dependent on your height of eye. For 1 foot, it's going to appear at 1.2 miles away. For the 8-foot observer, 3.46.
Not to mention, you'd have to be around 70 foot in the air to have a horizon at that distance on a globe. So you can say, oh, he's not 8 foot. We could give you 10 foot if you want. We could give you 20 foot. It's just still not going to work out for you. But he actually shows you his height and everything in the videos.
So was he analyzing it or something?
Hold on, dude. You got to give him a chance to chat GPT it, bro. Give him a second.
I'm watching this video that you guys.
What happened, dude? Where'd you guy go? If anybody else wants to talk to him, feel free, man. I've been yapping for a long time.
More. More.
Is that freaking CB? What the hell are you doing, man? What's up, bro?
What's up? You gonna...
You have been in here playing double dutch with this guy for like 2 hours. Feels like 2 hours.
Yeah, I got here. It was not looking good for bro when I got here.
Well, at least like the people he was talking to in his DMs went away. I wore them out. Apparently, I can't wear him out.
Pause.
This is what I'm talking about, dude. All you can resort to is like strawmans and insults.
I didn't
Wait,
insult you.
Actually, like,
weren't you busy
I'm
watching
actually
the
coming here and
video?
talking to you, and you're
What was the
assuming I'm in.
insult, dude?
I was just watching it.
Oh, go back to watching it then.
You
I just
can't
finished
name one thing I strawmanned.
Finished it.
You just said right now. You just said that I'm like talking to people. You've been saying that this whole time.
No, I
That I'm like
said you
have
were.
some
I
like
said
dudes
you
in the
gave
DMs.
up on those
That's not
guys.
true.
I said I wore those guys out.
It wasn't ever true. It's not true
Yeah,
now.
it
wasn't
was.
ever true. I'm
Yeah,
just
bro.
sitting here
Bullshit.
talking to you.
The quality of your arguments have diminished markedly. Well, they weren't pretty good. They weren't
So I
even good
watched this
then,
video.
but like the information level is decreased.
What I watched this video. I would like to see him do some actual like measurements. I would like to know how high off he is. But I agree. It doesn't seem like he can. I don't see how it could be possible without.
He shows you the
some
altitude of
kind
where he's standing, man.
refraction or.
He shows you the altitude on Google Maps of where he's standing, and I think he shows you the altimeter on his iPhone as well.
And here's
I was
another
looking
thing.
for that. I don't. There's something that I can't really see. It's kind of
So wait,
shrouded
so
in
time out.
darkness.
So time out. You said you
I
would
don't
like
see
to
that.
see measurements, and then you were just told by DJ that he gave you the precise coordinates, and you can.
Well, the best. Huh? Oh, well, the
and
most
and you
scientific way to
and
judge this would be to.
I thought you was gonna say, "Oh, huh." I'm sorry, you weren't finished because I wasn't. So
What was I
there's
saying?
no scientific way to measure my height. I just measure 6'2". There's no scientific way to measure his height. He's just measuring his height above sea level, which is 1 foot. We would say 8 inches even, because you can see how far the camera is above the sand at the water line at the beach with the coordinates he gave. So we know he can't be what, more than 7 feet tall. Even if the camera height was 7 feet tall,
Sure,
the
sure.
observation would still have the supposed globe range of the horizon exponentially off from the number that
Sure, sure.
you would
He'd have to
expect.
be. He'd have to
No,
be
sure,
more than
absolutely, and
75
that's
feet
why
tall.
I
Quite
would say
honestly.
I would like to see first. I would like to see like some actual measurements, and second, I would be interested to
So
see
there, like,
this
there are
experiment repeat
measurements. There
with.
are measurements. There are measurements again. So to just
Oh,
deny
I'm sure
that
there are. I
is
just didn't see
ridiculous.
it in the video.
So then you didn't look
I
at the
don't. I'm
video.
not
So
denying it. I'm
asking
not.
for
I said I'd like
something.
to see it. I didn't say I'm denying it.
Would you like a timestamp? You'd like to see it. Would you like a timestamp?
What do you mean a timestamp of what?
You would like to
In this
see it. Would
video?
you like the
I mean, I don't
timestamp
see
in the
him like.
video?
I don't
So
see him
would you like the
explicitly
timestamp
measuring
in the
since I just
video?
watched the video.
So would you like the timestamp of what you asked for in the video?
Of where
Yes or
he
no?
actually. Yeah,
Yeah,
certainly.
yes or no? Okay,
Certainly.
yes. Okay, so DJ, would you
Just in the
mind?
very beginning when he says.
So DJ, would you mind?
iPhone altimeter reads.
So would you mind
Yeah.
getting him those?
This is.
Thank you.
This is pointless.
No, it's not
What are we
pointless.
getting
You
at here?
said that you would
I'm
like
not
to.
saying it's. I'm not saying
So
it's like
you
fake or
wouldn't
that
like to
it's
see
wrong.
it.
I'm.
So
I'm
you
saying
wouldn't
that I
like to
would.
see it.
Yes.
You would or you
I would
wouldn't?
like to see
Okay,
it.
so it's
Yes.
in the
Yes.
video.
I
So
would
there's
like to see it.
nothing. So that's
Yeah.
the first thing you should be seeing, right? You can't have any more commentary
Just
unless
well,
the first thing you need.
he says on that Google Earth says says that he's 8 feet up. What I thought we didn't. I thought
See,
flat Earth folks didn't really
this is why
trust.
your conversation is degrading, because everyone else on Earth, other than you, right now, and I do this all the time. If I was out at Walmart, I just ask any random person. You know, I sit on the ground and I put my hand up. How high is this? They're gonna say 3 feet. Now that's gonna be that plus the elevation I am off of sea level. But I mean, people aren't retarded, so they'll accept that as 3 feet. Anyone. You saying
Yeah, I'm
that you
not.
want to see the
I'm not.
measurements and then wiggling your way
What are you
out
getting
of
at? What are you
actually
asking?
accepting the measurements. You said you wanted to see the measurements. What other problem could you have?
What do
Because
you
we
mean?
have the measurements.
I'd like
Either
to.
you want to see them or you
I'd
don't.
like to see it
That's
because
all. All
what I
right.
would like to
So
see as well.
DJ's getting it.
I know I'm seeing that, but that's not. That's just him saying it's this, right? Like that's
Okay.
So
the
you
the
don't. So you don't
What is
believe.
it?
video
So you
proof of
don't
him
Hold on.
measuring it.
believe.
Hold on, Elijah. Elijah, 1 sec. What does it have to be to match the globe? What would the measurement have to be?
What it's probably something crazy. That's
Yeah, that's
that's
right.
what I'm
Like
saying.
100
Like
feet.
this isn't.
You think he's 100?
Yeah,
Hold on. You think
I
he's
don't. I haven't
100
done
feet
the
off?
math.
You think he's 100 feet off of sea level?
No, I don't. No.
Yeah. Okay. Because he's not, and that's what it would have to be.
So if I can just. Oh my. Can I get into my point, or are you guys just gonna jump on me the first thing I say?
Yeah, bringing them stupid red herrings. Yeah, go ahead and keep doing.
Your point is having no point. That's your point.
Okay. What I would like to see is to see this experiment repeated at different times on different days, because my suspicion is there's some factors that are playing into this that are not
It
being
has
taken account
been.
of here.
Hold on. Is that So you would
Okay,
like to
so where's
see
that
the
video?
measurements, and you would like to see this done multiple times.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. To me,
And then
that would be
what?
like a more thoroughly
And then what?
scientific
And
look,
then what?
and then I'll be more able to make conclusions about it.
So I got like 250. So is that enough? Taken from the exact same spot over a period of 2 years.
150 what?
250 observations of these oil rigs.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, you've posted them, I presume.
No, I'm gonna post them right now. I'm gonna post the YouTube channel where this dude Pablo's dog has been going
Yeah.
to the same parking spot in USC
Or
in
BMLS.
University of California, Santa Barbara's parking lot, setting up his camera and doing this observation every 3 or 4 days for 2 years.
Yeah. What's the name of the guy? Or he must have done
Well,
like a study or something?
what does that mean? Now you got to keep moving the
Oh,
goalposts.
I'm
How
just
far are we going to move them? And now we're going to need 50
no,
seals of approval. It's
no,
not published in Nature, but he didn't win the Nobel Prize for it. Shut up, dude.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not requiring that. I'm just saying somewhere he posted some evidence of it, and he
Yeah, the
said what
video.
he
Yeah,
did, and
his
he
page, the
showed this is
video.
exactly
Yeah,
what I did.
his page, the YouTube
Well,
page.
but it's just that
No, it's
yeah, somebody
exactly
was
what you
saying
asked
that
for. You said if
he did this like
you said
systematically
if you
through.
saw this observation being done multiple time over the course of multiple days, that would be more
Yeah.
scientific. Was your specific words? That's what
Yeah.
is on his
Yeah.
YouTube channel.
Well, my exact words was that it would be easier for me to draw conclusions from it.
Okay, so you have that. So now you can have
I'm not really
easily.
seeing. I mean, I see some different videos, but
Did you
there's
see the
not
videos? Did you watch them?
on his channel. I see a couple
Hmm.
of videos here.
Okay, so when you watch
Is
them,
there?
then come to a better conclusion. Until then, you can't
Okay,
really do anything
maybe
other
I'll see a
than
couple of them.
just run your mouth.
But well, it's just he was saying specifically that he did this exact experiment. Like he videotaped it or saw the same phenomenon on multiple days for, I think somebody said, like, didn't Indio say like 250 days in a row or something? I'm just if that's the case, there must be like somebody must have posted it or whatever.
He
Right?
has 200 and
I'm not
like
saying it has to be in nature.
he does an observation not from this location but from a different location of these same oil rigs. There's like 6 of these oil rigs or 9 of them out there in the ocean, and from what his viewing point, he can do a horizontal pan from one side of from the shoreline out to sea and capture all of these rigs, one after the other, after the other, after the other.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, look, and he has them dated. I like that.
He has them dated. He has the weather. He has his elevation. He has the exact location, and he's doing it from the same spot with the same camera, using the same technique. And let me tell you this:
Yeah, this
not
is what
a
I'm talking
single time in all of
This is the
these
kind of evidence
has the
I
horizon
appreciate.
distance match the globe. Not once.
Yeah. So you've watched them all? Just, I mean, I can't.
I've
I'm not
watched
a
probably
robot. I
like
can't watch them all
at
in one
least
sitting.
50 of them.
It just from looking at it, it appears just from looking at some of the thumbnails, it appears that these oil rigs appear differently on different days and in different conditions.
Yeah,
Like
welcome to
sometimes
Flat
they
Earth.
are fully visible, sometimes they're obscured, like part of the bottom is obscured pretty sharply,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and the explanation is like something along the lines of like total internal refraction or total internal reflection or whatever.
Inferior miraging.
Because
the way I'm looking at these videos, or at least some of the clips, some of the
the
videos that
point
I'm
in
scrolling through really
contention.
quickly, a lot
The
of
thing in
these,
contention is
it does look like to me like the oil rigs are obscured behind the horizon, roughly where they should be, in at
No,
least some of
they're
these
not where
videos.
it should
So
be. No, you don't even know the distance to these oil rigs. You don't know the distance of the horizon, but you can discern the distance of the horizon if you know the distance to a particular feature. Okay, so there's a feature. The first thing he pans from is there's a bunch of rocks, and those rocks, he knows the distance, 18 miles. Well, the horizon's supposed to be at 12 miles, and he shouldn't even see those rocks. But every time the horizon is at those rocks, a little bit higher, maybe a little bit beyond them, but they're always at those rocks. That's where the horizon starts. And he just pans horizontally. Now we know if it's at the rocks, then it's too far. So stop saying it matches where expectation, because it don't.
by the way,
right,
you're
I mean,
wrong.
all
You're
the
looking
ones when I'm
you're
looking at these,
looking at
all the ones where you can see farther, the picture is fuzzier, right? And the ones where it appears closer, it's a little sharper, right? And my suspicion, I mean, I don't know because
That's incorrect.
You know, this is the first time I'm seeing this footage.
You didn't make
My
the shit up,
suspicion is that it's probably a
That's incorrect, bro. You
a
just said
refractive
something that
artifact.
was completely incorrect. I had to cut you off. I'm sorry.
What's that?
Sometimes we have
shit up,
crazy.
bro.
Sometimes we have crazy miraging effects at that location, and you don't see further on those footages, right? And sometimes it looks like the horizon's closer, but it's still like 500% beyond where the globe horizon should be. There's zero that anywhere close to match up with the globe. We could use any of them to destroy the globe, right? You don't have one.
Yeah, my like I said, I haven't done science in this area. My suspicion is that from
What area
what
have you
I've
done
read
it
and
in?
what I've seen explained in other similar circumstances, my suspicion is that it's a refractive issue because there's in spots like this there can frequently be a significant temperature gradient,
This
right,
is
between
fucking
where you're
bullshit you're
standing high
saying.
up and the water and where excuse me, the air close to the water, right? There's a temperature gradient, and when
He's
light moves through
65
that
feet
temperature
above sea
gradient, it
level.
bends, right?
He's
And I
65
mean,
feet above
obviously, you
sea
guys
level.
understand that to some extent because you're talking about
Yeah, but
mirages
he's
and stuff.
65 feet above sea level.
Okay.
He's on a cliff.
Okay.
Yeah, so that dog don't hunt right there.
Okay. I'll look more into it, and maybe that
And then
explanation
now what
consistent
Elijah
with the
said, and
evidence.
then what? Then when you discover that it don't match the
And
globe in
then
any
that
video,
explanation is, yeah, then that explanation is not right. Then it's not consistent. If it's not consistent with the evidence, and there's no way to explain it.
no, it's not consistent with
if
the
it's totally
claim that the
inconsistent with the
horizon is geometric. That's the claim. That's the whole thing started. Is the horizon, when I don't see the boat bottom, is that the geometric edge of the Earth blocking the boat? And that definitive answer is no. In fact, I took video on my own with 3 days ago, and I actually got video of a buoy out at sea, about 13 miles, disappearing and reappearing. Yeah, vanishing completely from sight and then reappearing in the image. Not because it's at the curve of going behind the curve of the Earth, but because it's rocking back and forth. It's listen. It's rocking back and forth. It's dead on the horizon, rocking back and forth, and there's like some layer of opacity. When it rocks backwards, it goes into it and it disappears, and then when it rocks forwards, you see it again on the open ocean.
As you have no doubt seen, there's endless footage of ships, appearing top down or disappearing bottom up, right? Plenty
No,
of people
there
have
isn't.
taken.
No, there isn't endless footage.
There's tons.
No, there isn't.
Yeah, there's tons.
No, not as much as you think, dude.
Yeah, I mean, there's clips all over YouTube.
Yeah, what? How many? 10?
Like literally
20?
If you just go into YouTube and
I've been in this topic for 10 years.
You'll find tons.
You'll find about 8.
I know you have. That's why I said I know
you'll
you've
find
seen
about 8, dude.
8? Come on, there's more than 8.
8. Oh yeah, you believe that? I know what you believe.
I know.
Now remember,
I've seen tons.
Now remember, this is supposed to be happening to every ship that sails out to sea. Tens of thousands of ships, thousands of cameras, millions of people.
It's not true.
Fucking eight.
That's obviously not
Not
true.
true?
I
So
didn't
it's not
claim that.
observed
In
all the
fact,
time?
earlier I explicitly said, no, of course not. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. And I explicitly said that earlier. Like, there's all kinds of reasons that you wouldn't see a ship disappear over the horizon. It could be occluded by any number of things that aren't the curvature of the Earth or the curvature of the water. Like, if it's a foggy day, the ship's just going to go off into the fog, and you're not going to see it go over the horizon, right? You're just going to see it kind of slowly disappear into the mist, right? I have no doubt that you really truly did watch a ship kind of seem to vanish into the haze in the distance. But what's happening there?
No, I never seen the ship.
The best
Bro,
explanation that I can
you
come up with.
misunderstood
I'm
me.
still talking, and you're trying to interrupt me,
No,
which is what
no, you mischaracterized
but
what I
just give me
said, dude.
the fair respect.
Listen, you mischaracterized what I said, though. I'm not going to let you just say something I didn't say. I never saw the ship disappear. Ever. I got
Of
bored
course you
watching
did,
it.
though. But
Oh, I
eventually
did,
it
huh?
does, though. Even flat
No.
earthers believe
You
that.
said that. You
Eventually it
said that.
does.
Come on, you're really trying to rock
Look,
that back now?
I
You said you saw it.
look, I'll post a picture. I got
You
bored
literally
watching it after.
you just said that you saw it rocking backwards and forward and were
No, I
watched
said
for
a
as it disappears.
buoy from the other day. This is a different observation.
Nonetheless, it was an object, and you were saying that it was becoming invisible to you. And
It
I'm
became
sure that's
fainter.
true.
Yes.
I'm sure that's true. It becomes fainter and fainter until you can't see it anymore, and it doesn't disappear over the horizon. I'm sure that's true. I don't feel that is a refutation of the curve of the
It
Earth,
was
because
30
there are so
miles
many
away.
things. There are so many things that can explain that aren't.
Okay. It
you know.
was 30 miles away. What's the drop at 30 miles from 15 foot above sea level? What's the drop?
If you say so, bro. I don't really
Well,
believe that.
well, yeah, okay. I'll just post it in the chat then. So the drop is 420 feet. Tall ship in the world is 280 feet. So, yeah, you got a problem. What you should be asking yourself is why we're entertaining your FUD tactics. Your uncertainty doubt tactics. Like, why are we entertaining it? Because you're a useful foil. So that people like you're the best evidence for flat Earth. People like you.
Well, there you go. I
You
mean,
don't, you don't realize it.
if it describes and predicts physical phenomena well,
No.
then better than the globe Earth theory, then you do have a superior theory, and you should win. So I'm
No,
okay.
you're gish galloping, obfuscation tactics, gimmicks, nonsense that you're spewing are the best evidence. People go, hey, this ain't fucking normal. He should have been able to prove the globe in 5 minutes. And all he can do is freaking shuck and jive.
We could
I've given
just
you a
keep
number of
presenting
observations
these.
which anybody can
Hold on a second, man.
can see, which I
One
feel
second.
strongly indicate that the Earth
Look,
is.
Sheeple, we could keep presenting different observations
Did
from
you
all
say
different
sheeple?
places.
It's his name.
His name's
That's right.
Sheeple. Yeah. So we could keep presenting observations all day long, right? That absolutely destroy the globe. Maybe it's your turn to try to present something, or maybe admit that you don't have anything to present. Something similar.
Well, I did.
That we can hold you to the same
I'll post
scrutiny.
some YouTube videos of ships disappearing over the horizon.
Right, and you're going to have to account for the variables, right? You're going to have to give us the observer height, okay? Some sort of distance marcation, so we know how far we're looking, like tracking radar for the ship, or a distance marker, a buoy, or something like that, a buoy, right? And then we're going to want to know the waves, right? What's going on with the waves? Because obviously waves can make something appear to disappear bottom up, okay? And then we're going to want to know what's going on with the temperature and humidity and whatnot. Okay, because there are other factors that can come into play as well, because you're making a hyper-specific observation claim. Sorry, a hyper-specific claim.
And you can find that kind of.
I've gone over all of the videos on
Okay,
YouTube.
yeah.
I've gone
I'm
over
listening.
them, all of them. Right, most of them have big waves, or they don't have any of the variables that you hold us to. So, so concrete. Right, you're saying, oh, how do we know he's really 8 foot tall?
Right? You're taking you'll be showing still shots or blurry
No, I'm happy
footage
to.
where we don't
I
know the
mean,
location, we don't know the distance to the ship, we don't know the wave height or
We don't
anything
know the
like that.
observer height. We don't know anything. We just go, look, I can't see the bottom of the boat, Earth glob.
for some of these experiments, you don't need to know the height, right? To see
just ours.
that the ship
Just
is
ours?
disappearing over the. No.
So is it just ours?
No, I don't. I haven't asked you
thinking
to
won't
account for the
work
height of
against the globe.
the
Yeah,
oil
you
rigs.
did.
That's not important to you. No, I
No,
never
I
said
mean the
anything about the height
observer
of the oil
height.
rig.
The observer height.
Okay, yeah, that does. Yeah, that does matter more. Yes.
Well,
That
you've
does
already
matter. Yeah, no, I
conceded.
agree.
You've already conceded these observations could happen on a flat surface. You already conceded that just a minute ago.
What
right?
Yeah, I think
Does something could
a lot of the stuff.
appear just
I don't
half
think
a boat?
something disappearing behind the curve of the Earth in the way that
You
it
don't
does,
know
for
it's the
example, in
curve. That's what
the
we're
video
trying to
that I
figure out.
posted.
That's what we're trying to figure
I
out.
mean, I'm calling it the curve. Yeah, I believe
You
it's
can
the
call
curve.
whatever you want, but we can demonstrate
Okay,
that
and
same
you're going to call
observation
it something
happens on a
else.
flat.
That's what we're talking about here.
Well, we know the same
How?
observation.
How?
Doesn't matter how. We know we've done the tests. We eliminate curvature as a variable. We don't need to know how.
What?
Because we know we know what it's not.
What test can you show to demonstrate that it's going to disappear from the bottom up as it goes away from you on a flat Earth?
You do it on a surface that is so short that it can't be the curve of the Earth. Got it? You do it at a distance that's in front of the horizon.
Totally. No, I get that. But so maybe we're on a lake and you can see the mountains in the background, so there's no chance that it's going to disappear over the horizon. But how do you then make the ship disappear from the bottom up?
You
what
just
is the
sailed away.
phenomenon that it makes?
Doesn't matter.
You just what?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
But you're saying that it can happen. So can you even show that it does happen? Even if you can't
I'll show you.
explain it?
Hold on. I'll put that in the chat. No, I can't explain it. I already explained it to you. What was my explanation?
So what is optical illusions, basically, optical phenomena, total internal reflection, as you called it.
Total internal reflection. Yes, that's what it is.
So that's your example that the light from the bottom of the ship up is getting progressively totally internally reflected, so it's not reaching our eyes.
It's not reaching the camera eye or whatever.
So why is the light from the water reaching our eyes then?
Because the water that you're seeing is not in the duct. It's in front of where the ship is, right? You're not looking at it the same angle. This total internal reflection depends on being beyond what's called the critical angle.
Yes.
You understand the critical angle.
And what's the critical
that's
angle?
In front of the ship is critical angle for what? Depends.
You're the one making the claim. What is the critical angle?
For 1 degree,
what are the two?
For 1 degree,
so as I understand it,
for 1 degree difference in
internal
temperature.
reflection,
You ask the question. I'm going to give you the answer.
Happens when light moves from a medium
I'm going to give you the
to
answer.
another medium.
I'm trying to give you the answer.
Instead of refracting at all,
I'm trying to give you the answer. And just blabbing. You asked me a question. For 1 degree temperature difference, right? For 1 degree temperature difference, the critical angle is 0.02 degrees. So if you have a light, right? You have a less dense, more dense. If light intersects that boundary between 1 degree temperature, it'll totally internally reflect if that angle is greater than 0.02 degrees or less than 0.02 degrees.
Okay.
So what distance is that? What distance is that if you're 6 feet tall?
I don't know. I'm not doing the math.
3.24 miles. Where's the horizon supposed to be for someone that's 3.24?
That's the distance.
Hold on. What's the horizon distance supposed to be for someone that's 6 feet tall? 3.24 miles. Yeah, 3.24 miles. That's the refracted horizon distance. Oddly enough, they're all identical. What's the angle resolution of the eye? 0.02 degrees. Also the same 0.2 degrees. Oh, wow. All these coincidences. Why is all this happening?
So But again, so now you're saying that we can't. The reason part of the ship is occluded is because of angular resolution, because we can't resolve that tightly.
Did anybody in this
That doesn't
chat
make
hear
sense to
me
me
say
because
the
if
word
angular
anger?
resolution is
Did
the issue,
anyone in this chat hear
you
me
just
say the
said it.
word anger resolution? Anybody?
You just said it, bro.
Did anybody in this chat
You
hear me say the
literally
word
just
anger
said it.
resolution? Anybody? No, I didn't.
No.
You just said it,
No.
bro. I mean, if you don't wanna hold to it, fine. But I mean, come
We
on, you
record
literally
this.
just
I
said it
can just
moments
play
ago.
it back. I can just play it back.
Go ahead.
Totally exposed. You just put yourself on mute. Don't talk again in here.
You literally. Okay, Indio. I'm not gonna
I
do
did not.
that because I do
You're off
enjoy
your.
talking
You're
to
off.
people around here
You're off
about
your
it.
script, bro.
I don't really enjoy talking to you about it because you
Good.
just get so
I know you
emotional
don't
so
because
quickly
you
and you
can't.
just
No,
can't
no one's.
stick
See,
to
back again.
talking
This is what
about
you
the
already
actual
tried this
argument.
one, brother. You tried this one. You tried the you're getting emotional
This
thing.
is exactly
You
what I'm saying.
already.
It's still as
You
true as
tried
when I
this.
said
No,
earlier.
you
Look,
tried
you
this
can't
gimmick
help
a
yourself
minute
from
ago.
yelling over me.
You tried this gimmick already, dude. You tried it. You're getting emotional gimmick already. And I called you out when you did it then.
And that's all you can do. All you can do is get
All
heated and
your
yell at me.
gimmicks?
It's like you
All
literally
your
can't see.
gimmicks. No one's yelling at you. You high? I'm no more yelling at you than I said anger resolution. Go back in your bag of tricks because that's all you got are bags of tricks. I'm sorry they don't work here. Maybe you should go on one of the freaking other idiot VCs where your bags of tricks work. Okay? So what I'm going to do now, sheeple, just you, I'm going to go up on my PC. Everything I said, I'm going to cite and source, and I'm going to post it in the side chat. Which I haven't been doing because I've been on my phone. But I'm going to go do it right now.
While Indio's doing that, I was just going through your video. Like, I've been over these before, but if you go into the video, you'll see that there's obviously large ocean swells on this particular day, right, with this footage. And you're going to find there's either obvious miraging effects or there's large ocean swells when you're looking at these alleged ships over the horizon videos on YouTube. I've been over them all.
So are you saying that one or the other is the explanation there? Or both of them? Or
It can
you're
be
not
both.
sure, but
it can
you
be
think it
one or
must
the
be.
other, or it can be both. Yeah. Most often it's just waves in most of the footage people show. But it can be the other as well. I mean, I can show you time-lapse footage where in the morning, like we've got a big anchored ship.
How does that work though?
Hold
I
on,
don't
just
understand how do the
why do you
waves.
talk? Okay, so you ask a question and then you start talking during the answer. You kept doing that with Indio and you wonder why we get frustrated with you. Do you want to talk or do you want like to let me finish or what? Like, what are we doing? Right, firstly, we're going over the footage that you showed, okay? I said most of the time when people post this footage, we don't know the location, we don't know the observer height, we don't know the distance of the ship, we don't know how big the waves are, we don't know what's going on with the weather, okay? I posted 2 screenshots that show there's big-ass ocean swells out there. Okay, so we can scratch this one off the list. And yeah, there's tons of examples of things appearing to disappear bottom up on a small scale. Right, there's a channel called Mic Check.
I hear you, brother.
Oh, cool.
We
There's
can
a
hear
channel
you.
called Skyfree. He sets up small scale observations on a flat floor. He's got hundreds of them, right? And all he does is manipulate the temperature conditions in the room. And you'll see things that are lined up across his flat floor start to disappear all of a sudden over an apparent horizon. And all he's done is manipulate the temperatures in the room, manipulate the weather conditions in the room, essentially. Just showing you that it can happen on a small scale. Something can appear to disappear bottom up. And then there's tons on ponds, right? Like what Indio's bringing up now. I can show you. I got a whole bunch of them that we can show you. And there's a good one that I have where it's a time lapse, right? He goes in the morning to the beach and there's a big giant boat out there 14 miles away that you shouldn't see at all. And anyway, it looks like it's hidden behind the horizon. But as the weather conditions change over the next 3 hours, all of a sudden more and more of the ship become visible until you can see the entire ship again. And then you can see the horizon behind the ship. Just showing you that it wasn't actually obstructed by anything. It was just an effect that was making that it appear that way. That's not a flat earth argument, right? That's the subject matter experts on the globe side say that can happen. So these things need to be accounted for. If you're going to make specific claims, then you need to account for the factors that could easily explain them away. Oh, he left.
He jetted?
Yeah.
Hey, if I
That
don't
guy
see
was
the
here for a
evidence,
while, huh?
brother, remember when you said, "Well, I haven't seen everything," and I was like, "Yeah, you're basically making an argument from ignorance." And then I start posting evidence, and DJ's posting evidence, and because if you don't see it, it doesn't exist, right? So he'll be back, and he'll be like, "I don't know about any of this stuff." He'll completely reset.
He was
I
on
hope
for
that
like
was at least,
4 hours.
yeah. Were you on the whole time, maybe?
Oh no, I left like the last hour.
Oh, yeah. Was it at least mildly entertaining? Because it was irritating to me, but
Yeah, the beginning half was pretty good. But it's good to kind of like air him out because he was trying to throw every single trick of like debate tactics at you, like everything.
dude, do they have like a freaking list or something somewhere? Like,
Well, lately it's been frustrating the opponent. That's the big one.
yeah,
And
yeah.
they'll do it with like acting like they're genuinely like interested in what you're saying, and you ask them like repeat what I said. They don't know. They're not listening. They're trying to frustrate you.
I know.
And then they'll
I should have banned them right then. Quite honestly.
well, I mean,
Indio,
and, yeah, go
do
ahead.
you know how to play an instrument? Do you play an instrument, Indio?
No.
Holy smokes!
What the hell's that got to do with anything? Do you play the skin flute? Moving on.
I play harmonica. It's good for your stress.
Thanks for the advice.
Well, he's got Globers for that. You don't need that.
Yeah, I play Globers. The
Anyway,
instruments like the rack, right? I stretch them out and listen to them scream, and that's my music.
Pause.
he didn't have anywhere to go, bro. I mean, I'm just
You
saying.
flatten them out, so to speak. That's what you mean.
Yeah, yeah.
I muted him. You can continue. I don't want to listen to that guy. He ain't got nothing to contribute.
But for the most part, I mean, it was giving you an opportunity to like show the people that come through here. It's like it's all they got. Making claims. I think that's another. There's two big ones. There's frustrating the opponent and making claims to things they have no idea what it is. It's like buzzwords.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
question them on any just anything, and then they're just looking it up on Wikipedia. They're scrambling around. That's funny.
dude, it sounds like you heard of herding cats, right? This is like herding cockroaches. It's freaking
Oh,
wow.
that's even worse.
the conversations are so like it's all over the place, right? Like all over the freaking place. Like so many just like gimmicks, tactics. Like I swear to God, they go in to the logical fallacy list and they think that's an instruction manual.
Yeah. Going. Yep. Yeah, he didn't have any logic for the 24-hour sun. And the funny thing too is that he kept resetting back to the 24-hour sun. Like, dude, we just talked about that. Well, you didn't explain how it debunks the globe. Like,
Did you hear the concave Earth shit? That fucked him up.
yeah, he was even saying it too. Oh, the Earth curves upwards. Really? Isn't that a concave Earth?
Concave Earth is
And
everything
I
they
like when
believe,
they're
only with the negative sign in the math. So when they say it can't
yeah,
work anyway
inverted.
else, I just say concave Earth. I'll just put the negative sign on all the mathematics.
Yeah. Yeah, the opposite of what they're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy was a real waste of broadcast time. I mean, did he make?
Dan
Did he?
Barrington, are you going
Did
through
he make?
the halls of time or something?
Pretty much. Did
I get like
that
this
guy make?
strange echoing, like
I'm in the halls of time. There you go. Did
Well,
did that guy
listening to
ever
Indio
ultimately?
JE though, it's not a waste though, right? That's great content. That's listening to a smug glober get destroyed on every single point that he tried to make for hours.
Well, I don't know. Did he
yeah,
actually make any points, or did he just kind of like intimate a few things here and there?
yeah, he did that, but India was making the points, so he thought he had a point, but it's just like these. I don't know if it's a list or whatever, but it's the latest and hottest like thing to say against flat earthers. Oh yeah, just stay in there and frustrate them. Act like you're paying attention, act like you're genuine, and then when they ask you something, then you're like, oh, can you say that again? What did you say? Or just some other gimmick. And then you in good faith start repeating it, and then you know they
Well,
may
it
or
was
may
like
not reset back.
it's like he says something, I refute the point. He tries to come back, then I show that he's wrong, like his interpretation, whatever's wrong, and then it'll be like, well, what about sunsets? Blah blah blah
Yeah,
blah 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 blah. What about the Antarctic sun? Blah 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 blah. Well, all the scientists think the Earth is round. Blah 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 blah. You don't have a map. Blah blah blah. He's just corny, dude.
I guess he must be taking training from Dwayne Gish.
I want to see him navigate with a globe, though.
Yeah, and he was entirely toast from the beginning when he started, and couldn't even put a syllogism together. He couldn't even put two premises and a conclusion together. And AV, you had him on that one.
yeah.
I don't know. All I know is I have a sensation. My intuition is telling me there's something I don't know. The rhetoric has changed. The tactics have changed. What they're doing has changed. Like
Yeah, I
I don't
get
know
you,
what
man.
it
It's
is.
not the same. Something's different. Something's like shifted.
Only like in the last week or something.
Hmm.
Something's definitely shifted.
They must have run out of the money that flowed to them from the USAID and other slush funds that were funding their main uh, beacons, their main propaganda beacons. Now that they don't have that, they're kind of just flopping around on the shore.
And he's the second person when I said, "Yeah, tell Mage and all you guys I'm onto you," that started giggling. As soon as I said that shit.
Yeah, he's giggling.
But he's the second person that I said that, and they instantly started giggling.
Yeah, and I was just saying to somebody several days ago that it seems like they've definitely lost their vigor and they've definitely changing their ways. So I imagine a lot of that funding must be dried up now that some of those agencies have been closed down.
Yeah, they might be reacting to the fact that YouTube is letting us back on all these accounts they closed down.
Hey, Ray, do you know you got a P900, P1000?
I got a Canon SX60 HS, which has about 65 times zoom.
Shit, because I got a full spectrum P1000. I want to take the best possible images. And someone told me I shouldn't use autofocus because it's not designed for the, you know what I mean? Because it's conversion or a modification, full spectrum mod.
Yeah, exactly.
So the auto zoom won't work correctly or something like that.
Especially when you like zoom in as much, there's not as much contrast and stuff like that. So with the auto focus doesn't work very well. It needs a good level of contrast to zoom to
Okay.
get that in. So manual is always the best to use.
All right.
Because that's how I typically take long distance photo. I ignore what the camera does, and I just set manual and set it to infinity, and that's usually the best.
So I also have a 950 nanometer IR filter. And I know that need longer exposures to infrared. So
Yeah, it would depend on how much sunlight's getting back from the target to the camera.
yeah.
Where'd you all go? Anybody here?
Yeah.
Hello. Don't we have any Globers in here? So quiet.
With a peanut.
There's some, but you know they already tried and failed, so they're just kind of sitting here listening.
I'm here.
You can't
I
prove
believe
the
it's a
globe,
hope
though,
because
Berserker. Berserker's got no globe proof at all.
yeah, of course I get proofs. Tons of proofs. The photos from NASA.
The spy agency.
No, that's called the National Aviation Space Agency, right?
Something like that. Not a space agency. I think that's what it stands for.
Yeah, not a space agency.
Or never a straight answer.
Yeah, a straight answer.
Need another 7 astronauts.
Neither are 7 astronauts. That's new. Is Archangel a glober or a flat?
It used to be.
Oh, okay. What do you mean used to be? How
Just like
new are?
just like I
Since
used
when are
to
you
be.
a flat?
Just
Go ahead.
what was I gonna say? Oh, just like I used to be an atheist. I used to be a Glober, but then I thought it's just so ironic and so almost funny that it turns out it's flat in the end. And it's funny. I like it. It's a great feeling.
What do you mean? What do you mean that it's funny?
I mean,
Uh,
it's kind of ironic. You know, all these scientists told us it was a globe and all that, and now we're reaping our rewards, our damages from the lawsuit.
I get it. I don't know if that is what you mean, but for me, it's it's really funny how they love to deny reality and find always find excuses, always search for excuses. Why does it look actually flat? So they have to try to excuse the fact why it looks flat, but by doing that, they are actually denying reality.
Yep, damages for brainwashing. That's attempted kidnapping. Yeah, the Earth is a big slice of lasagna. I bet there's life underground and all over the place.
It's funny how people try and like characterize us as like in its entirety when we're just specifically talking about one or two qualities that it possesses. Like the surface that we live on, that is. It's almost like they can't think outside like of well, they have to think of everything like, oh, you must be talking about it's all of it, right? And what it looks like and where it's placed and everything. Why can't we just be dealing with one simple aspect of it and see if that's part's true or not?
Yeah, which is it's the one thing that completely destroys the globe, right? It's the prerequisite to all of the globe arguments. The curvature.
Exactly.
That's all you need. It's all right. It's like my unicorn does this, my unicorn does that. Oh, my unicorn can. It's like, okay, we've disproved you freaking unicorn. What now? It's yeah, it's the one thing that they they need that they have no empirical evidence of whatsoever.
So birds are dinosaurs, huh?
It's like taking like the piece from the Jenga tower, right? That collapses a lot.
Yeah, exactly, man. It's you could just use it to debunk every single one of their arguments, basically. It's like, you want to talk about the 24-hour sun? Oh, okay. Well, here's the debunk, right? Debunk the curve. Your 24-hour sun argument's now bunk, right? Because that requires a globe. That requires curvature. So we can toss that one out now until you can validate the prerequisite for your claim.
I wonder what happened to learn about God.
Is that a channel?
Yeah.
It's if there's no moderators in, then channels don't show up.
Yeah.
Probably just that.
Well, I like that image there, the buildings and compression at the bottom. That's interesting, particularly because those levels look pretty bendy. Can we appeal to bendy buildings? Why is it all distorted like that?
Whole bunch of stuff going on.
Yeah.
So if you were to zoom out, you probably wouldn't be able to resolve what's going on at the bottom there.
Damn
It would
straight
just,
you will.
yeah, exactly.
It's like someone didn't get the width between the teeth of the comb correct.
Yeah. Timu comb. I think we can see this. Yeah, I'll show you a different image, right? AI Overlord took this footage. All right, so have a look at this shoe rock. Looks like a shoe. And then he gets down lower to the surface. And then it looks like this. Is it obstructed? I don't think so. I think it's just compressed, or there's just loss, just due to perspective and yeah, maybe that same compression could be stooping. Really, as you get close to the surface, you could be getting the stooping, which is like a compression. But yeah, it's partially like angular perspective loss as well, if that's what it's called. So is the bottom of the rock missing, or is the bottom of the rock compressed? I think it's compressed because if you look closely at it, you can see like a heel, right? If you look at the top one, you can see a heel at the back of the boot or whatever. You know what I mean, right? And there isn't anything like that higher than it, but we still see that in the bottom image. So I don't think anything's missing. I think it's just compressed because you can still see that heel section.
Looks like a bit of total internal reflection going on there too.
Yeah, could be. Yeah.
Like when he gets down lower, there's that band now that's like looks like it's white, right?
Well,
But
I
then
think
the
that
reflection
band
starts again.
that well, have a look in the top image. You can see that white section. I think it's like a reflection, and it's in the top image as well, but it's further away. So that whole section of water between the rock and where it's like light.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, because he gets lower due to the Flat Porn made the perfect GIF for this the other day. I mean meme. Like this. Kind of. I could be wrong, but that's just what I was thinking.
DJ, I gave someone the quote from Andrew Thomas Young the other day about atmospheric refraction being able to make it appear as though something is obstructed from view, even though there's no geometric obstruction in the way. And the guy is just like, well, I don't know this person. I don't know if he's an expert. Just totally hand waved it, bro. It was so funny.
That's hilarious. He's the citation, the link to that is literally his own personal .edu website. What is it? Andrew Thomas, ATSU .edu or something like that. It's his own personal .edu website about refraction and optics and miraging and stuff like that. So I don't think there's anyone that's more, of a so-called subject matter expert than that guy. Most of the literature's like from him or involving him. Yeah, there's like all of like there's tons of citations other than just his ones. You can just look up Oxford reference. If you just type in what is sinking refraction on Google, it comes up with Oxford reference, something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. It's like they have to throw their own mainstream optics under the bus at that stage. That's why I find it funny watching them they'll throw anything under the bus that doesn't suit their little thing that they think they've got, their little argument they think they've got, the gotcha. There it is in the side chat. There's also another one from Perkins, David N. Atmospheric refraction in geodetic and astronomical observations, surveys in geophysics.
Yeah.
So Oxford reference saying the same thing. A refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it.
Now, I'd ask the Globers, right? So, how's that possible if there's no geometric obstruction in the way, aka, including Earth curve, right? Then how can you not see the bottom of something? I mean, like, this is them basically, their own side, admitting that that effect is possible just due to light distortion alone.
Exactly. So that's why I asked them, show me one observation where this has been accounted for. So it couldn't possibly be a factor. And, also physical obstruction like waves and ocean source. And they got nothing. Not one. Some of the anti-flat earthers they say Rainy Lake, we got Rainy Lake, and then you can easily just get into that one, right? They didn't account for refraction. They just used a computer model to guess what the refraction would be. So they didn't actually empirically measure it, or measure the actual temperature fluctuations and pressure and all of that sort of stuff. They didn't do anything like that. And they got nothing. Not one observation that matches up with the globe. Imagine how annoying it would be if your opponent had countless amounts of empirical evidence and you just had nothing. You just had to keep talking about the sky. Rough.
Yeah. Who was that in here a few hours ago? They just point to the sky. It wasn't Mansky, was it? I don't know. I can't remember.
Oh, bro, this they all kind of blend into one now. It was either Sheeple or Mansky, or it's all the same thing. They have to just cope. They're forced to lie, otherwise they have to give up their globe. They're forced to be dishonest and try to use some kind of tactics to get out of the situation.
Yeah, or they say, look, I'm all for 9/11 was an inside job and this and that about, the thing 5 years ago and all that, but this is just too much. I don't know. They couldn't pull this off,
Yeah. They're not even really tricking anyone. I mean they're not lying to anyone. They're not being deceptive in most cases. It's just what people think, right? They don't even question it, and they've never even heard alternative arguments for it. If you watch debates against scientists that aren't familiar with flat Earth arguments, they don't know the arguments at all. You have to explain everything to them from step one. And they kind of just bring up the 101 2016 style flat Earth debunks.
Right.
It's well, if you see a boat and it sails out into the ocean, the boat will start to disappear bottom up, as if you've never heard of that before, and they're telling you for the first time. That physicist guy, I don't think he's a physicist, but engineer or whatever, Dr. Michael Jelovic. You could tell he hadn't looked into flat Earth, right? Because he was saying things like, if atmospheric refraction is something that you have to take into account, but he said it's only 7 to 8%, and in extreme conditions it could be up 10%, 12%. He's like, if you could show me an observation beyond that, then that wouldn't be possible to explain with refraction. And that was the golden opportunity for the people that were debating against him to just destroy. But
they didn't.
No, actually Angels of Light pulled out the QE script. It's not refraction because there's not two mediums. And just kind of, they had a golden opportunity to say, look at this observation. This is 2000% beyond the globe. And then Flat Earth Dave was butchering he was kind of like blending the two black swan observations, like the 1 foot one and the 8 foot one, and then he was like butchering the math and like saying the oil rig should be completely hidden behind the horizon and blah blah blah. Yeah, they butchered it, but I took the clips anyway of the physics guy saying that. Can play it for Globers and make them throw him under the bus.
Well, it's been great lately, like trying to get them to give us the threshold, the maximum, because they can't and they won't. Because ultimately, this is like, it leads to what is the maximum distance to the horizon we should be able to see then? Because that's what it's all about, really, isn't it? How much of the surface you should be able to see. Well, if we add in this variable and that variable, okay, add in all your variables as much as nature will possibly allow, and then give us the maximum distance to the horizon. Oh, well, I can't, there isn't one, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, they don't know their own side's arguments. They don't know what the refraction coefficient is or how that scale works or what it means. So that's why they can't answer it. But what they should say is, well, if there's like extreme refraction, then the Earth would look flat. That's what it says on the Walter Bisling calculator. If you look at how it's calculated, right, they say 0 would be a vacuum and it would match up exactly with the globe. And then as you start sliding the slider from 0 to 1, by the time you get to 1, you've increased the radius so much that it would look completely flat in the observation. So, yeah, so and that's what you have to slide the slider up to explain like all of the observations that I've put into it. You have to just set it to flat.
Well, does it get so bad, right, that that it exceeds the limitations of the optics?
Yeah, well, it would. I mean, if it was flat, then it would exceed the limitation of the optics. I think they even say it can go more extreme than that, so it looks concave, or it can go less than 0, so it looks like a smaller ball.
Is that like negative refraction? So, like, refraction is collapsing in on itself, causing a black hole.
Yeah, it can. It can get negative. Like a negative K factor. And it would make it look like a smaller ball with a smaller radius. It even says that in the citations. I'll bring up a citation where it actually says that exact thing. All right, so this is from the American Meteorological Society, which is like the peer-reviewed definition, a board of meteorologists and professionals in that field that peer review all of the definitions. It's like a big giant glossary of all of the definitions. It's been going on for like 60 years or something like that. So yeah, it says here, it kind of contradicts itself as well. It says the displacement increases with distance. A horizontal surface, such as that of a body of water. I like that bit. But then a little bit further, it says, or possibly a planet with a very much smaller radius. So yeah. But I'm yet to see an observation with a horizon that's anywhere close to where the globe says it should be, let alone closer. Right? Even the white swan, the one they say, oh, this one is the one that you should go with because the horizon looks like it's in front of the oil platform. But that one, it still destroys the globe. It's like 500% further than it should be on a globe.
Yeah, I'm fine with a globe of any size, as long as I can prove it's a globe.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you'll have to like throw all of the globe model's claims under the bus if the radius is wrong.
No, no,
The
no.
whole
You have to shut up.
Oh yeah, run away. Yeah, good timing to run away. What's up, Kiba?
How's it going? I think the Al-Biruni method is actually a really good way to prove the radius.
Oh yeah, did he account for refraction?
No.
There you go. Real great method, isn't it?
But there's no refraction once you go up higher on a mountain.
Oh really? I can just go to Google and type in mountain mirages, right? And you'll see crazy mirages happening up high in the mountains. And
yeah,
you have a well, it's the same thing, except the cause of it would be different, right? Because it gets you're looking over a huge distance, and you are the air is literally getting thinner as you go upward, right? So it's you're gonna get it as well when you're at higher altitude. But if you say when you go up higher, it doesn't happen, right? I can show you observations of the same oil platforms from the Black Swan from like 70 foot in the air. And we can still see way further than you should see on a globe.
So you agree that
And
atmospheric refraction is real?
Oh, of course. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
But it's got nothing to do with the globe. It's got nothing to do with the globe, right? The globe side bakes the radius into the way that they calculate for it. So that's begging the question. But just purely what it is, right? Like a gradual change in the refractive index that can happen in a room in a house or over a flat surface, or if there was a slight curve in the surface. Like it's not something that's dependent on a particular shaped surface, right? It's just to do with the change in the density, the optical density of the air or the medium, any medium.
Well, you say we're assuming the radius, but we can derive the radius using an iPhone app called Theodolite and just going up a mountain.
Cool. Show me the measurement. Show me that you accounted for the necessary variables, and yeah, show the observation. Let's go. Chuck the observation in the side chat.
All right, 1 second. All right, I posted it.
Can you walk us through it?
What?
What you posted?
Yeah, main surveyor.
Yeah.
He, so he went to this like place,
Mm-hmm.
forget what it's called, but it has like a known altitude,
Mm-hmm.
and he took like a theodolite or whatever, and measured the angular drop in horizon from eye
Mm-hmm.
level. And then there's basically an equation: R equals height times the cosine of the angle divided by 1 minus cosine of the angle, and that will give you the radius. And that works for both a flat Earth and a sphere, because a flat Earth would have a radius of infinity due to dividing by 0.
That's cool. You don't see any problems with this, no?
Nope.
Okay, so you're using the horizon as a distance. It's a physical geometric horizon that has dropped from the level of the theodolite. So again, you're making a claim that that horizon is geometric at 1.225 applied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. We don't observe that horizon. Reference to Black Swan and other images like it, where we show a horizon well in extent of that mathematical equation. So again, you're using a geometric horizon, which we don't have.
So the way perspective works is if you're on a flat plane, the horizon always rises to eye level, but if you're on a ball, then the horizon drops with altitude.
Sorry, to eye level at all times, no. You can have a huge separation with altitude from your eye level to surface level. That space is going to be represented by an angle, and with altitude, that angle will separate.
The deal, man. There's no footage in the video at all.
Yeah, it's more like a slideshow PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, so where's the evidence of the observation that apparently took place?
Well, I trust Main Surveyor. He's an upstanding
Oh,
citizen.
okay, so it's just faith. Trust me, bro. Imagine if I tried to present you an observation that didn't even have an observation present in the video. Right when I show you guys the entire observation, start to finish, setting up the equipment, right, validation of everything, and then a high definition video showing the entire observation during the day sometimes and during the night sometimes. Right, this is just some an anti-flat earther that everyone knows who he is in here, right? The main surveyor, right? Someone that makes anti-flat earth content, not just some random person making an observation, which is fine, but he didn't even show the observation, right? So this is, you just trust him. You just trust this guy, and you expect us to just trust him. You guys have like a complete double standard when it comes to critiquing so-called empirical evidence.
Well, the reason I trust him is because you or I can repeat the same observation with a theodolite app.
Okay, so who actually has an observation that repeated it? Who repeated it? Show me one observation. I want to see an observation that was done, right? Not a trust me, bro, that I did this observation and it matched up with the globe. And then I want to see what's going on with the temperature, humidity, and pressure gradients that would cause atmospheric refraction to deviate the light and deviate the what you're looking at in the distance, which is your guys' rebuttal to every single observation we make.
If I may say something on that.
Sure.
Because
So the main
I
surveyor.
haven't worked with theodolite, but I have worked with sextant as an ex-mariner.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot just say, oh, this is the horizon, right? It doesn't work. You need to do corrections. You need to correct so you have from the visible horizon, you get the true horizon. That's the way it works. At least you need to check the dip, the index error, and the refraction. And when you do the corrections, then you have the true horizon.
Right. But if you're making hyper-specific observations, right? You're going to need to know what's going on with the refractive index.
Yeah, you definitely need to correct for that. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. But in CellNav and stuff like that, they use like averages and things like that, right? Because it's not hyper-specific. So if we're making a hyper-specific claim to try to prove the Earth's a globe, for example, over X distance, we would need to have very specific readings, right, to validate what's going on exactly with the refractive index gradient between point A and point B. And there isn't a single observation that does that for the globe, right, that matches up with the globe.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. You get a corrected point. You get a more accurate point, but it's not
Yeah,
accurate
enough to get
observation.
you
Yeah.
around, like roughly. I get you. I agree with you as well.
That's what I want to say. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. But Kiba, yeah, that's doesn't even have an observation in it. So, but hey, look, man, I wasn't expecting much. So,
Well, the main surveyor is known for cherry picking his observations, but he'll do a bunch because it changes. Like it can change within minutes, right? You get a different visual result, right?
I have another video.
He just takes the one that most, that he can justify the best as being closer to the globe than any other observation he makes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why. Go ahead, Kiba. What's your next one?
Yeah, I found another video from BM Furball. It does have video of the measurement, but I haven't watched the whole thing yet, so I can't vouch for the video. But if you'd like to see, I can post it.
Yeah, please. Yeah, I love going over these.
Yeah, so he has like an explanatory video, and then he also has like the full video in his in the description if you want to watch the full unedited version. But here it is.
Sorry. God.
Wow. So yeah, really great start to the video. Just a blatant straw man argument.
What was the straw man?
Oh, I'll post it in the side chat. Just taking a screenshot. It's not even a straw man. It's just showing straight up dishonesty and just
world.
trollish behavior. Either that or he's just completely retarded. One of the two.
Yep. I don't even want to watch the rest of it.
Yeah, let's scroll through and see if we got any actual observation. Okay, from altitude, right, we see a hazy horizon. Okay, so if we check the visibility of the air, we can only see so far, but because you're looking at the horizon from such a distance, where it looks like the last bit of land that you can see meets the sky, that might not even be where the horizon is. But this isn't attempting to even measure the curvature of the Earth at all. That's not even the point of the video.
Even with the hazy horizon, you could measure the bottom of the haze and the top of the haze and then take an average,
No, because everything's compressed into the distance. It's bro. I mean, thank you for sharing it. I appreciate it.
I mean, as long as the haze isn't at eye level, that would show that it's a flat Earth. But if it's below the eye level, then that shows it's a ball.
Again, this is an issue you must kind of try and understand, that the separation between surface level and eye level is going to increase. So with distance, that horizon, as altitude is gained by the eye, it's not going to meet the eye level. know how train tracks work, right? Yes? No? Okay.
He's talking to you, Kiba.
Sorry, what?
You know how train tracks work, right? As you look down the train tracks, even though they're parallel, they appear. You
Yeah,
understand that, right?
the crepuscular train tracks.
Yeah, for want of a better term for this example. Yeah. Stack that vertically and add multiple train tracks, and you go up to the top train track at the top. You'll notice that there's a huge amount of space between you and the floor and the separation of the angle with distance because of the multiple levels that you've gone up. So the eye level and the surface level are not going to meet. We just say they meet because where we usually are here on the surface does. We can measure the dip angle. We do this in celestial navigation as well. We can measure the dip from eye level to the horizon. We can then subtract that height of eye calculation for a sea level 0 altitude measurement for the sextant. So we measure this. It's not a problem.
And
But
what do you think
you
that?
need corrections. You need corrections. I mean, you cannot just say, "Oh, this is the horizon," right? Even at the sea, you need to make some corrections. Right? Refraction needs to be corrected. Dip needs to be corrected before you make a measurement. Right? That's the way it works. And I guess when you are on land, you also have to calculate the lapse rate, right? Which is basically the temperature changes on basis the altitude you are and so on.
But isn't it
Definitely,
convenient that this drop in horizon just so happens to, with Alberini's equation, equal 3959?
Sorry, hold on. Hold tight. That is under the assumption that the horizon is 1.5 multiplied by the square root of the surface height in feet. The claim is using a geometric horizon, physical now. When we go to measure that, we don't see that, remember? The oil rigs and the horizon beyond the oil rigs demonstrating it isn't where it should be. The assumption here is it's where it should be. Also, Alberini uses trigonometry to figure out the height of the mountain. It's a right-angled triangle.
Flat Earth.
So, on a flat Earth, what would you say is the reason for the drop in horizon with altitude?
I think I've told you twice. I'm not doing it again.
Yeah, you didn't listen. You weren't listening.
Yeah, I just didn't understand.
Another factor you absolutely need to take into account is the air clarity. If you have less transparent air, it's going to look like it drops much quicker and much more because you're just seeing like an obstruction in the distance of the land, right? You can't see it. It's just blocked. It's just that's why the word apparent is in horizon definition. It's there for a reason, right? It's the apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. It doesn't say it's the leading edge of a ball Earth. It's just an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet, and we see it fluctuate all the time through time-lapse footage, through taking observations on different days. But one thing is in common with all of the footage, it never matches up with a globe.
Well, if you go into a game engine and you place a large flat plane and you have it so that your character can fly directly up, the horizon in the game will always meet eye level. Because that's how perspective works. but obviously maybe there could be some sort of refraction going on because of the atmosphere. So
Yeah, they're not going to put in layered refractive index that's ever changing into a video game. Right, they might put some simulated fog and things like that into the distance, some haze or something like that, or have some type of level of clarity to the to the air, but they're not going to have what you have in the real world.
right.
I mean, I've seen footage, like if you have really clear conditions, I've seen amazing footage where they get a really, really good quality drone and they put the camera facing forward, and then the drone just goes straight up in the air as high as it can go, right? It goes so high because it's a great drone. And they draw a line across the center of the frame, and the horizon, as the drone goes all the way up and then all the way back down, that horizon line just stays at exactly center frame in that particular footage. So we see all sorts of crazy stuff happening with the horizon. But one thing we don't see happening is a curving
it being
horizon.
at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height. We never see it where it physically... Right? Surely we understand that by now.
Right.
Not even close, yep.
But yeah, I've seen drone footage where the horizon does drop with altitude. So I haven't seen the one you're talking about.
Well, it's the horizon's optical is what we keep trying to help you understand. It's not physical and geometric. That you keep claiming that it is when it drops. It being a physical horizon, curvature of the Earth, that with altitude physically descends from your eye level.
Yeah.
We don't
It's
observe
never
a
gonna
physical
perfectly
horizon,
be-
though, dude. That's the point.
It's never going to perfectly be where it would physically be, but it's going to be close enough to where you can at least, estimate the radius.
What if you beg the question that you're on a sphere, and that is the leading edge of it? You're going to end up with an ever-changing radius if you keep making multiple measurements, right? Especially with different optics, maybe a different wavelength of light, like infrared, especially from high altitude, because that will kind of cut through the haze at distance. And we know that that shows a horizon well in extent of where it is visibly within the visible spectrum, and obviously well beyond any geometric curvature. So we can mitigate for this. You still see an optical horizon based on the optical conditions, the air that we're looking through. It's never curvature, dude.
I've taken a lot of science classes in college, and whenever we take measurements, that always happens where we take multiple measurements, we get different results every time, and then we just average the measurements.
Cool.
If we did that, then it wouldn't be a globe then. Right? Because I have dozens and dozens and dozens of observations where we see thousands of percent in excess of the geometric horizon. I've never seen a globe present one. Even if we give you standard atmospheric refraction, we can add that 8 to 10% on for you. It doesn't make a difference, right? We'll see the horizon at 10 miles or beyond 20 miles or 30 miles, where it should be at 1 mile or 2 miles. Right? I've never seen a single observation that even close to matches up with the globe. And when I ask people to present one, just nothing gets presented, kind of like what you presented earlier. It's just nothing, right? There's not even an observation in it. And then if there was, then we'd have to go through, okay, how did he account for what's going on with the air, with the atmo? And I guarantee he didn't do that.
Yeah, exactly. Show us the data set from which the average came. I mean, because if we keep adding to it and we keep adding more and more distant horizons, your average is going to change, isn't it?
Well, in theory, it should asymptotally approach the correct value.
Okay. Well, if we're to use the distance to the horizon within the black swan, that gives us an Earth radius of approximately 250,000 miles.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so the Earth now has a radius of 250,000 miles. You understand that that's the distance to the moon, right?
I'm fine with that, as long as it's a ball. Then I'll
Oh,
take
all
that as a
right.
victory.
So you literally turn it into a zealot before our eyes. That's crazy. As
Yep.
long as it's a ball.
Yep. Well, look, I mean, ultimately, science has been wrong before, and science can be wrong again. If they got the radius wrong, that's I'm not here to defend the radius.
Oh, so they're not sending rockets up then?
So they're lying about where the satellites are.
I'm trying to determine is
Lying
it
about
flat or is it
Moscow.
ball? Is it flat of any size or is it a ball of any size? That's all I care about.
Well, it's
How would you
measurably
get to the-
flat.
How would you get from the North Pole to the South Pole on this 250,000 mile radius globe? How long would that take? How long would it take to get from America to Australia on this globe?
So they're lying about flight path.
We could
plane
catch a
flight
stream.
speeds. So they're lying about the speeds that
We're going faster than the speed of sound.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
Look, I think it's a 39.59 ball. I'm just saying, if it happens to be a little off, it's no big deal.
A little off, right?
A little off.
39.59, a quarter of a million miles. Is that a little off?
It's within rounding error.
All right. I mean, dude, please.
What's the difference between 250,000 and 4,000?
About like 246,000 or so.
Give or take a smidge.
Close enough.
It's just a little bit bigger.
What's a few 100,000 miles between friends?
No, but obviously, I think that obviously atmospheric refraction, I believe, I don't know because I'm not an expert, but I think it can be
It's just your savior, isn't it?
I think it can be a lot more significant
It's your
than
savior.
Credit for it.
And let me point out why. Because if you just say this, then you can backwards engineer any observation to fit your presupposition that the Earth is a sphere. You understand that, right? You're literally making it unfalsifiable.
That's wild, bro. Like, as long as it's not flat, I'm good with it. Like, that's some crazy stuff.
Well, why?
Why
can't it be what it looks like and measures like?
Why are you so hung up
Kiba?
on it having to be a globe, man? What's the
Exactly.
deal with that? Like, what does that
Why?
matter so much to you?
Because then he's going to disappoint me further, isn't he? Not something.
Why does it matter? Good question.
No, why can't it be what it looks like and measures to be? Flat.
Well, it measures
Why?
to be a ball with 250 kilometers of radius, or 250,000.
Oh my god!
Oh no, I can show you observations where it would have to have like a 1,000,000 mile radius with no distortion, no miraging, crystal clear, and then repeated observations also showing that the radius would have to be over 1,000,000 miles.
Right, million. But here's the thing.
Over 1,000,000, yeah. Well, it's just completely flat, so I mean, make the radius infinite at that point.
So I think that having a 24-hour sun in the north and a 24-hour sun in the south can only happen if you have two poles.
Prerequisite. What's the prerequisite to that claim? You're going to have Earth curvature, right? And the radius, right? So you're going to need Earth curvature as a prerequisite to that claim. So if you don't have the Earth curvature, then you don't even get to make that claim. So it's like if you're like, oh, my unicorn does this and my unicorn does that. It's like, you have to prove that you have a unicorn first.
No, I'm saying it's impossible to observe that on a flat plane.
Why?
Yeah, I can.
What are you talking about?
I'll explain why, Kiba.
What?
I'll explain why it happens on a flat Earth. So it's a kinematic equivalence, right?
Okay.
All right. So does the sun set on a flat Earth, or is it always above the Earth?
Both.
Does it go under the Earth?
No.
No. So it's always above the Earth, right?
Yeah.
And when they went to Antarctica, they saw the sun above the horizon 24 hours, right? That matches the flat Earth.
Hmm.
Yeah, but you didn't see that on the equator.
No, that's because you must understand that the observation of day and night is observer dependent. Their location in relation to the path of the sun.
Regardless of what you think is going on in the sky, it's all only happening over a flat surface.
So I agree with you that that observation could be consistent with the flat Earth, but only if it happened over one pole. I don't think it can happen over two poles.
Does it
on a
happen
flat Earth.
over the? Sorry, does it happen over the same pole at the same time?
No, one at a time.
Can I
Okay.
say
So it
what are you guys
moves over
discussing here? What
time.
is the big question here? What is the big question? I mean, I don't get it.
Big question is that whenever we go out and make practical observations to test for the Earth curvature, we find zero Earth curvature. That's the big
That depends
question
on the
here.
distances you're measuring. I mean, if you're measuring over 100 meters, you won't find
No.
a
I'm
curvature.
talking like for an example, say we can go to the Great Salt Lake in Utah, and we have a 21-mile distance, where on a globe there should be 293 foot of curvature over that distance, but we can set the camera up at 5 foot height and zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side completely unobstructed during the day and also during the night. This kind of thing, right? So there's hundreds of feet of missing curvature, and also the geometric horizon that you have to have if the Earth's a globe would have to be at 2.73 miles from that 5 foot observer. However, there's no horizon over the entire flat 21-mile lake. This is one of many, many examples. So yeah, not over 100 meters, over 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, etc.
But this is exactly what everybody I think they're trying to explain to you. You see the horizon flat, and you see it like being flat without any curvature.
You missed it,
because
bro.
what you see is actually, in actual
You
terms,
totally
is
missed it.
lower than it's.
No,
you
I'm
see
not
it.
talking about seeing the horizon flat or curved. Let's just say that if the Earth were a globe, you would still see it flat, but it would be at a certain distance away from the observer. Anything that goes beyond that horizon would start to become obscured behind the horizon due to the curvature of the Earth. We're looking for things that would be blocked behind the geometric horizon. We're looking for that curvature, not actual like horizon being curved. Very different thing. Yeah. It's like, okay, the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden behind 223 foot of Earth curvature, but we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. And if we add refraction into it, right? What's standard refraction? 0.13 to 0.17 K factor, or 7 over 6R, right? Or 7 to 8% approximately. Okay, so that would change the size of the globe or change the distance to the horizon plus 8%. Okay, so we can add that in if we wanted to assume it that we're looking over a ball, right? But then you would still have a huge problem, right? Because we see over the entire 21-mile lake and there's no horizon over 21 miles.
So you've got no x-axis curvature visible or measurable, and you've got no z or z-axis curvature observable and measurable.
Yeah, and then we can go. Yeah, then we can go test that in other locations as well, right? And test and test and test and test, and we're never finding any curvature. And then when we ask from the globe side to present something that matches up with the globe, we don't get anything.
The conclusion is
that the Earth measures flat.
Yeah, there's no curvature. It's a flat plane, flat topographical plane.
The 8 to 10%, that's standard refraction, so that's the bare minimum. It only can go up from there.
Do you want more? Just keep setting that bar up towards maximum until you got what you need.
Yeah, so standard refraction would be like clear conditions, yeah? And then extreme refraction, they say, would be up around 15%. Okay, and that's when you're starting to get crazy distortions. When you get above that, you start to get miraging effects, obvious miraging effects that have certain characteristics that must be present, like total internal reflection and floating ships and things like that, right? Obvious mirages.
Inverted images, mirroring.
Inverted, yep. Fata
Yeah,
Morgana.
or like a crane like getting all distorted as well, something like that, maybe.
You know why that particular one was picked by the person that picked it? Because they wanted the globe earthers to say refraction, so they could use a particular argument and say refraction requires two mediums, right? But we can show you the same location where the crane's perfectly fine, right? The crane's not bent at all. I never presented that one time, right? I'm presenting ones that don't have any obstruction, like any bendy cranes or any like thing that would resemble a miraging effect. But even with that slight bending in the crane, there's probably like a little band, a temperature band in the air, because if you look at heavily distorted images, yeah, there's just like a bit of turbulence there. So I can show you just quickly, just bear with me for a second. I'm going to pull up the same crane on a different day with, I'll show you what bad refraction looks like.
I just want to add something real quick, DJ, while you're pulling that up. To get these observations, long distance observations, you have to get like around 90+% refraction. And if you have 100% based off of the refraction coefficient, you know what that would actually mean?
Yeah, you would have to have so much refraction that the Earth would essentially look flat.
You'd be able to see the back of your head if the percent was all the way up to 100.
Yeah. So have a look in the side chat. I forget who that was. Was that Kiba or Mansky? I'm not sure. But yeah, look, have a look. Here's the same cranes on a different day where we have obvious miraging effects. Kiba. Yeah, check that out, right? You don't see further, right? You see the horizon like around the 6 mile mark, right? At that first platform. So more refraction doesn't mean a further horizon, right? That's a terrible argument from globe earthers that haven't really done their research into their own claims.
Also, it all depends on the Walter Bisman thing. You have to like move the sliders around and play around until you finally reverse engineer it.
Yeah. So that exactly, bro. Exactly. Reverse engineer it. That's the key word. So all that slider does, right? It goes from 0 to 1. So that's based on the K factor, which is the refraction coefficient that bakes the radius value into the refraction slider. So what it does is it assumes that when it's at 0, that you're looking through essentially like zero refraction or a vacuum. Okay, and everything would match perfectly up with the globe. So if you set up the camera at 1 foot, the horizon would be exactly 1.225 miles away. As you slide it up, you're increasing the size of the radius of the globe, right? And once you get to 1, the globe's so big that it would just appear flat. Standard refraction 0.13 to 0.17 on that slider. Okay, and when I put in the observations, right, like the Great Salt Lake or Dr. John Dee's one or other certain ones that I have to slide it up to 1. I have to slide it all the way up to 1 to maximum to have no obstruction to make it work on a globe. And that's having to set it to there would be so much refraction that the globe would appear flat. Now, if you start doing research on what conditions would have to be present to have that much refraction, a K factor that high, it's going to say it's super rare, extremely rare. And it's going to say you're also going to have crazy distortions, crazy mirages, like floating objects, inverted objects, chaos, right? Because it's such a huge fluctuation in the temperature gradient, right? In the refractive index gradient that's controlled mostly by temperature. So it's impossible because we can go to a lake in Canada, we can go to the ocean in Australia, we can go to the ocean in California, and then we can go to Great Salt Lake in Utah, and on and on and on and on. And we're consistently having to slide this refraction slider up to basically the flat setting. So much refraction that it's basically like near ducting level refraction.
And also, what I hear when you claim refraction, I hear, oh, well, nothing we see at distance is the result of Earth curvature. So you have to talk out two sides of your mouth. Oh, we can't see the bottom of that thing, that boat, because it's gone over the Earth curvature. Oh, but it's just a result of the optics and the light. It's not the Earth curvature.
DJ.
Also, it's a little bit different. It's like whenever it confirms a flat Earth, then it's just refraction. But whenever it confirms a round Earth, then it's a real representation.
Wait, what? When it confirms the flat Earth, we just point out that the horizon's optical, always was. You're trying to tell us that it's something else other than optical that we don't see. You just keep telling us it's there.
So, like, it depends on the observation whether or not it's real or apparent.
Well, real or apparent? When you say real, do you mean geometric at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet?
Exactly.
Right, show me that one then.
Yeah, so while Kiba's getting that one, Mansky's been trying to jump in, and I can hear by the tone in Mansky's voice that it's going to be kind of annoying. What you got to say, Mansky? All right.
Yeah, a bit of projection there from Kiba, because that's exactly what they do.
So I think that if you go up in altitude, it'll be more accurate. But obviously, if you're 1 foot above the ground, you're gonna have a lot more refraction.
So if we go higher, we see further, or when we go lower, do we see further?
You see further when you go higher.
So not when you go lower.
Do you see a horizon where it should be at 1.225, blah, blah, blah?
I'd have to go up higher to show you the correct value. Because at 1 foot, you're going to get some.
What about 35,000 feet?
Sure. Yeah.
Cool. What if we change the wavelength of light to infrared? Well, we're going to use infrared because it's got a lower refractive index than the visible spectrum. Do you think we should do that as well? So we can mitigate with altitude for the atmosphere, let's call it, and we can mitigate as well with the wavelength of light. Do you think that that would show us a horizon closer to where it geometrically should be? Blah, 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 blah.
It'll be exactly where it should be.
Okay. I'm going to introduce you to my friend.
Oh, you mean
say hello to my little friend.
Dude, I was about to bring up. Yeah, you guessed it, bro.
Well, let me show you something about my little friend who debunked J. Tolan Media.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Who was it? Which anti-flat earther was it?
Oh, we got excuses. Well, you see.
All right, explain the debunk. Go ahead. You don't need to show it yet. You could just explain it, right? If you know it.
DJ.
Yeah, come on, Darman.
Yeah,
well, you see.
All right, I posted it. It's from a guy named
now explain it. Okay, explain it, and then we'll look at it. Explain it first.
Yeah, so basically he just looked at the supposed landmarks that J. Tolan was estimating, and he found that not only J. Tolan's math was completely wrong. He got the altitude wrong. He got the distance wrong. Everything was wrong. And when you do the correct math, you get the perfect globe measurement.
All right, let's have a look at it then.
Are you guys questioning whether the Earth is curved or not? I'm not under. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, it's not under question, right? We're sharing information with people to help them realize that it's not a globe as well. It's not something that's under question.
Have you ever been in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean or Pacific Ocean?
I've been out far enough where I have. So what's your point?
Have you ever been in the middle of the Pacific Ocean or the
I don't know
Atlantic
where the
Ocean?
exact middle is, but yes, I've been out in the Pacific Ocean many times. Yes.
And you have been when the calm seas, and you haven't observed the curvature of the Earth.
No, you don't see the no, you wouldn't see the curvature of the Earth from that.
No,
that
you do
height.
see it. You do see it. And
Sorry,
actually,
hold on.
if you have a
Are
clean
we out in the middle of
sky
the
as
sea?
well, you can all. I mean, come on. If you are
Dude,
observing the sky,
hello? Are you out in the middle of the sea?
you will observe it. You will see
Hello?
it.
I'm just asking for clarification. In your example, hypothetical, are you out in the middle of the ocean?
Yeah, I have been many times in the middle of the ocean.
Okay. What's the height that you're at in the middle of the ocean? Are you on a boat, like 40 foot above the water, 6 foot?
I was nearly 30 meters above the ocean.
Okay.
Ocean, yeah.
So when we're out to sea, when you say that you see the horizon as the curvature of the Earth, just to be clear, do you mean left to right?
You mean left or right? You will see. You
Like
are there.
from left
You are
to
observing.
right
Hold on.
of your
I'm
vision,
doing
when you look at the horizon, which is a straight line from left to right, are you talking about the horizon, which is a straight line from left to right, looking curved?
You look at the fall above you of the stars, and you can see the curve. You can see all the things. If you do
But
no
that's in the
observation,
sky. And the horizon, when you're out in the water, is a 360 degree circle around you. Why are you talking?
the longitude,
Stop talking.
the direction you're making.
Stop talking. Thank you. Now, the horizon, when you're out at sea, is a 360 degree circle around you, isn't it? That's the only reason why I thought that we were out at sea. So the horizon was unobstructed and we could look around ourselves 360 degrees. So the horizon is a circle around the observer. Shock horror. I'm silent because I want to know what your point is. I give up.
Meanwhile,
This was the same guy that was saying that you don't see any curvature of the horizon a few minutes ago.
I'm trying to understand what he's saying, but fuck's sake.
I don't know. But meanwhile, I've posted the famous Canigoo image. Right, so those mountains are 250 miles away, and the observation height is 9,824 feet. Well, at the observation height of 9,824 feet, there should be 12,800 foot of curvature.
Yeah, the horizon should be before the end of that water that you can see. I'll bring up exactly where the horizon should be in that one.
So where's the horizon in the image, Kiva?
In Jay Tolan's video?
Oh, what T-Dub just posted.
The one I just posted.
Let me see.
So this one's not done by a flat earther. This is by a professional photographer, and it's the world record long distance photo.
Okay. And is he up high at a high elevation?
Yeah, he T-Dub just told you the elevation.
Okay.
I forget the specifics of this one myself.
Yeah, so it looks about right to me. Let's say the
Seriously,
horizon
where should the horizon be then?
right along the mountain ridge.
Okay. Based on
Just guessing, just based on your guess.
Wait, what's it called when you like eyeball something?
All right, dude. I'm looking for a mathematical equation that gives you the distance to the horizon based on the observer's eye height. I thought that's why you asked how high the observer was.
Oh yeah, yeah, I can do that calculation if you want.
Yeah. Look, I already did the calculation, and I went on Google Earth and I plotted it out. Right, the horizon should be 187 kilometers away, approximately. So at the end of where that dot is, right, if you draw a line across there, that's where the horizon should be. But we can see way, way, way beyond that, and there's absolutely no horizon there.
Refraction.
You just said from altitude you don't have that, and it will match up exactly with the globe, right? This is from up a mountain at, I'll find out the exact height.
Well, we could even give him 10,000 feet.
Let's get the exact amount. But look, he just contradicted himself because he was saying that when you go up to a high height, then you wouldn't have the refraction to worry about, and it would match up exactly with the globe. But that's not the case.
He agreed with Jedi. Jedi said, "Yep, okay, height, yep, helps mitigate that refractive effect, and infrared helps mitigate through the haze and lessens that effect." Yes, he agreed.
Yeah, I would need to see the distance to the mountains and the altitude exactly, so I could calculate it.
It's about 8,500 feet elevation. And the distance to the horizon should be 183 kilometers, approximately.
And what's the distance to the mountains in the back?
I'm not sure of the exact distance. It's like 250 miles or something like that.
Yes.
What's that, like
yeah.
350 kilometers or something? But if you have a look at the Google Earth distance location screenshot that I put in, right, that's where the horizon has to be on a globe.
Okay.
Right, the line in which the sky and the ground meet due to the curvature of the Earth. Right, anything, you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond that, and then you should have a horizon line, and then obstruction, but that is not the case.
And so he took the picture on that red marker.
Yeah.
I see.
I'll try to pull up some more details about that one. It's a world record as well.
And when you ask like an experienced globe earther about this, what would their response usually be?
Well, they will have to say that there's only one response, right? They have to say refraction, and then when you challenge them on it, right, they'll start contradicting themselves and things like that. They won't be able to validate that this would be possible due to refraction, right? We're using infrared here. Once again,
Right.
it's getting to that point where there's so much refraction that the Earth will just look flat. But once again, we're at altitude, we're using infrared. Well, an honest globe earther, what they'll say is they're like, yeah, this doesn't make sense on a globe. I'm going to have to do some more research and get back to you at a later stage. That's what honest people say that aren't anti-flat earth.
Here's what I'm assuming. I'm assuming that if I had all of the requisite information about how refraction works and how infrared and yada yada, I'm assuming it would make sense why this observation happened.
100% does.
Yeah,
God,
none
it's
of
like
them make
playing
any
it.
sense. Yeah. So for these observations, right, you would have to say there's so much refraction that it makes the Earth look flat.
Nope.
Yeah. Who said nope? Kiba? Was
No,
you
that
gonna
wasn't
go
me.
over? Oh, okay. It's the
No, but like, so here's the thing. I think that it's undeniable that you can at least on a globe have standard refraction, at least.
Yeah, but none of these observations come anywhere close to standard refraction. We can grant you standard refraction for every single one of these observations. It's not going to make a difference. When we're seeing thousands and thousands of percent further, 8% is not something that really matters. It's going to make the horizon. It's going to make the horizon. It should be 3 miles. It should be like 3.2 miles or something instead of 3.
Right, but if we can have 8%, it's not that surprising to me if we could have like even more than that. You know?
Wow.
Yeah. So they say extreme refraction would be like 15%.
It's a fallacy named after that. I
Well,
think.
you say that they say that, but obviously, like that's probably just a cherry pick source that you guys like. See, like you could point to the expert and see, he said 15% is the maximum, but like I highly doubt that's like really what like all the experts would say if they knew exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Look into it. Look into it, and then you can prove yourself wrong. Yeah. Well, I've done my research. You need to go do your research. It seems.
Because if that were true, if all of the experts agreed that around 15% is the maximum, then that would defeat the globe model, and everyone would be like, "Oh shit, it's a flat Earth." You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's been defeated.
Why hasn't that awakening occurred? If that's the case,
Well, what did they do back in 2015, 2016 when we started posting these observations? Congress got together with the heads of these giant video hosting platforms like Facebook and YouTube, and they decided that they're going to censor flat Earth, and not only do that, but they're going to replace the flat Earth information with absolute bullshit propaganda that no flat Earthers claim, which is still in play now.
Sounds schizo, dude.
Oh, really? We have the Congress meeting. It's on video. So it is schizo. There's a bunch of schizos.
What about when they made the Chicago skyline view and then it went on the news and said, that's a mirage?
That was just like a local news station, wasn't it?
What about what I said sounds schizo, bro? The Congress meeting?
Conspiring to keep you flat earthers down on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
They would just
sorry.
take your videos down.
All right, so I'm going to post the Congress meeting right now.
Well, it is true that
my friends, just very quickly, whilst DJ is going to get you the Congress meeting, just go onto YouTube, search flat Earth, whatever you want, and then you'll notice that every single video comes up with a disclaimer. Do other videos on YouTube come up with disclaimers?
Yeah. For like anything, like if you talk about vaccines,
there you go. So some alternative idea that they don't want you really paying attention to, they'll warn you about it.
It's just warn the viewer that what you're watching could be false information.
Yeah, they didn't just do that, bro. They hid the flat Earth videos from the search results and replaced the results with a playlist of propaganda. Now, in the side chat, there's
more traction than your flat Earth
Don't
videos.
interrupt me, bro.
Yeah,
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me again, dude. Right? Have a normal conversation. I can hear your butt hurt by the tone of your voice. But if you want to say it's a schizo idea, then yeah, go watch the 2 videos posted in the side chat from the Congress meeting by the schizos that decided that they're going to censor long distance observations, right?
You can't look at those long distance observations. You're not allowed to.
As a globe earther, I can confirm that they do censor flat Earth videos specifically because they also censor anti-flat Earth videos just because they get like flagged by the algorithm as flat Earth because they're covering the same topic. And it's really hard for me to find the anti-flat Earth videos that I'm trying to find because
they get promoted.
Yeah,
they get put to the top of the list when you search flat Earth. You get Professor Dave. You get Soundly.
They have like
you get all them
ones,
guys.
like, they have specific ones like Professor Dave that they like to promote, but I'm saying like the lesser known ones, they also suffered from the same censorship
because they're idiots and nobody gives a shit about them.
Well, it's not because they're idiots; it's because they it's
so
just
they
like
accidentally censor. They probably
collateral
accidentally censor, right? Because it's done probably by bots or by
That's what I said.
Some dumbass staff members, in some third world country.
That's what
Not
I
that
said.
they're dumb because they're in a third world country, but just they're hiring cheap staff. But look, dude. But it's
listen.
okay. So other people are getting in the firing line because they're trying to shoot down the flat Earth information.
The very first video I see when I type in flat Earth is Flat Earth Dave. The very first one.
So, Flat Earth Dave? Okay, cool. It's Professor Dave against Flat Earth Dave, probably.
No, it's Flat Earth Dave interviews too. He uploaded yesterday. It's a pro Flat Earth video, the very first one.
What did you type in?
Did you do
Flat
anything to the
space
search
Earth.
filters? Did you do anything to the search filters?
No, I don't use search filters.
So
at
if I do
all.
the exact same thing, I'll get the
You
same
should.
exact
I mean, I
same
can take a
result.
screenshot, but I can't fucking post because T-Dub always takes away my rights.
So a flat earther that goes
Or
a
a little
flat earther
button
that.
all the time.
Hey Mesky, so it came up with a flat earther that claims the most ridiculous flat Earth model and brings up these ridiculous looking maps that are absolutely
he's not
crazy and talks
in your particular
about
camp.
moon maps. Bro, I warned you just before, so you just got to go on mute and
So
tell me
Dave
if you're
destroys
talking.
every flat Earth argument every time.
Who?
Professor.
Dave. Professor Dave, he's just strawman's flat Earth. That's why he's got a globe map as the flat Earth map on the start of like every video that he makes.
Every single
Strawman
one
Dave.
different map.
Well, let's be honest. Like a few years ago, a lot of flat earthers were using the AE map as like a general rule of thumb.
The map thing is actually kind of interesting. You can't actually make a flat map that accurately preserves size, distance, and angles that we observe in the real world. If the world was flat, we could easily do that, but we can't.
Or how would you confirm the map? If we presented you with one, how would you confirm it anyway?
And oversee.
Or you wouldn't be able to confirm it anyway. If we said it was like, here's the map, you would be like, oh, how do we know this is right?
We can measure it.
Oh yeah, you're gonna go measure everything on the map, are you? How is that gonna be your life endeavor?
It doesn't have to be a single person. We're a whole species of people who do things. We can look at other folks' work.
Cool. Where's your map? Where's your accurate map?
A globe.
Oh yeah, how'd you check that? Did you check it?
You can check it if you want.
Oh, who did that? Who checked it all?
Anyone who's ever had to navigate.
Oh really? And how did they do
How did I
that?
navigate?
When you look at, planes, ships, we've been doing this for hundreds of years.
No, how?
We can use flat maps.
What do you mean? What, aviation, navigation? Which one?
Both.
Both. So which one do you want to speak to? Aviation or navigation?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. What do you mean speak to?
Sorry, do you not understand what aviation means?
Yeah, planes and shit.
Okay, so you do understand that one. The other word I used was navigation. Do you not understand what navigation means?
I know what that means.
Okay, so what the fuck are you talking about? You clearly understood what I said.
Breath. Take a deep breath. It's okay.
Well, stop being a dickhead then.
We have for hundreds of years.
So tell us the process. Tell us how they do it.
Successfully navigate.
Tell us how they navigate.
Waiting.
Did you say something?
Yeah, what's the process?
It depends on the tools you're using and what kind of map you're using.
Okay, so what process and what tools?
I mean, like I said, we've been doing this for hundreds of years with dozens of...
what have we been doing?
How? Yeah,
what?
exactly.
Up a list for you if you want.
Sorry, what have we been doing and how and what tools?
Seems like someone has a vague notion about it.
If you can show a flat map,
it's fucking ambiguous, this shit, isn't it?
If you can show a flat map that accurately...
Right, dude, are you not going to speak to what you brought up at all? Are you not going to speak to what you brought up? Something that we've been doing. It felt like we were playing a guessing game.
No,
right?
I don't.
Forgive me,
take it seriously then.
but I want to reach the crescendo and the conclusion of this fucking point, right? So you brought up something that we've done for hundreds of years. It's trying to figure out if it's aviation or if it's navigation. And you brought up the tools. Can you be, please, for the love of God, I beg you, a little bit more specific?
You can Google how they navigated back in the day if you want.
Can you tell me?
Nope.
Why the fuck do you bring it up then if you can't tell me?
Well, I brought it up to say that you guys
Okay, what did they do?
Shows size, distance, angles, and direction.
Oh my God.
Every flat map will be distorted in some way. Every single one. You cannot produce a flat map that accurately shows
This
those.
is just a fucking claim. How do you produce maps?
There's a bunch of different ways.
Okay, pick one.
Coast. You can the most accurate way to do it these days is to take pictures from space.
Pictures from space.
Yep.
And that's going to give me what?
What do you mean? That's going to give you a project, like literal pictures of the Earth.
Is that going to give me distances? Is that going to give me sizes of objects?
Yeah, if you know what you're looking at, and you know
If you know
the
what you're looking at. What
camera
coordinate
zoom
system
angle.
are we using for this map that you're making from the sky?
What was your question?
What coordinate system are you using whilst you're making this map from the sky?
I don't actually know the name of the coordinate system.
God's sake, you're just making this shit up.
Yeah, he doesn't know anything about what he's mentioning. So why is he mentioning it?
Well, if you guys can produce a flat map that you think
We
accurately
wouldn't
Okay, bro.
know
Okay, so
how
so
to
you know the globe.
validate it.
You know the globe on your desktop. You know the ones that they sell in stores and that. Okay, right. So you know how all the land is laid out upon that, and there's distances between, and there's latitude and longitude lines. Right, all that. You know all that. When you project that out onto a flat surface, you're saying it's distorted, right?
It necessarily must be.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so you see the globe and all its continents and all the distances between locations and its layout and all those latitude and longitude lines. You see all that, right?
Yes.
Right. How did they do that? How did they get that?
All kinds of different methods working together to produce.
Explain one. Give one.
Yeah, how did they originally? Well, originally, how did they get it? Because they had to get that to come up with it.
Need a link in the chat. I got you.
No, do you know, or do you have to look it up on the spot?
I'm looking it up.
So you don't know. You're going to do instant research.
Mm-hmm.
At
It
this
doesn't take
point, it's
long
like
to do what
praying
you
to a deity.
give me just a moment. I got you. Don't worry.
Okay.
Do you guys trust Renaissance cartographers?
As long as you understand the methodology that was used, I don't care what you bring up.
Because those aren't projections; those are actually like they sailed around and
What
like
did they
mapped.
do?
They used
What tools did they use and what measurements did they take?
a sextant.
Okay, what is a sextant used for?
Looking at stuff through
Looking at stuff. What does it measure?
angles.
Angles. What's the definition of an angle?
You should take a deep breath, dog. You seem pretty heated.
Dude, we're going to get to a fucking crescendo of a point. What's the definition of an angle?
Why are you so angry, dog?
I'm not angry.
You sure sound.
What's the definition of an angle?
A portion of a circle.
A portion of a circle. An angle is defined by the intersection and the meeting of two straight lines at a vertex, and the measurement in degrees of the separation of these two straight lines. Right?
Yep.
Good. So one straight line is from the sextant up to the star. The other straight line is the surface that you stand. You could utilize the horizon for low altitude observations. So you're going to require a flat Earth to make your measurement from. Let's put it clearer. You're not going to be measuring an elevation angle, line being the surface.
The globe is flat.
Oh, God.
And you wonder why we get annoyed.
On our scale, it's essentially the same as being flat.
Yeah, but you would have 66 feet of drop over 10 miles and 260 feet over 20 miles. It's not really flat, is it?
Yeah, but we're not going 10
No,
miles.
we're using this to navigate hundreds, thousands. Up. We've been doing this for hundreds of years, navigating across the surface of the Earth elevation across hundreds and thousands of miles.
So it is frustrating when we've been researching this stuff, even the globe claims for years. And then people come in here and they have no idea what they're talking about, but they're arrogantly making claims and butchering them. And then when we ask them a basic question, they're like, yeah, I know. And then they're like, yeah, I know. I'm going to go look it up right now on the spot. It's like, you don't know, right? And you can't just, this is like, you got to go study it. You got to go study the particular argument, the topic. Go like look into elevation angles and learn how sextants work, and learn what the radius of the globe is, and all of this stuff that every flat earther in here knows already.
Just because you're making a measurement that implies a flat Earth doesn't mean that that measurement isn't also accurate on a globe.
So then it's not exclusive to the globe, then, huh?
No.
All right. So then we're looking for that exclusive evidence.
Well, I wasn't trying to present evidence. I was just asking if you guys accept the Renaissance cartographer maps, since they aren't projections.
Present one. Which one?
Okay. I mean, I'm not saying that it proves the globe. I'm just curious.
You know, maps are made taking observations of stars. Do you understand what a circle of vision is?
No.
So at any point directly in front of your eyes, straight out, that is the limitation of your vision, and everything else curves around you in a circle, right? But because the world is 3D, so when you raise your head, tilt your head up, and lower your head down, if the Earth wasn't in the way, you would have a sphere of vision. But because the Earth is in the way, you have a dome of vision. That's why the protractor is shaped the way it is. That's what we're doing when we're looking at everything. That's how perspective works. So essentially, you're seeing spherical vision on a flat surface, but you don't understand that because you don't understand how vision. You think that you're seeing everything in a Euclidean format, including spheres or circles, since spheres aren't really Euclidean. You want to talk about the greatest deception out there? That's what that is. You're not seeing. You don't have a Euclidean perspective on a spherical Earth. You have a spherical vision on a Euclidean.
What does Euclidean mean?
Straight lines. Paraphrasing.
Yeah.
Triangles, squares, shit that's flat.
Right.
So, like, each person from their own perspective has their own personal dome of vision. It's the limitation of their vision. That is how perspective works. Everything converges to the vanishing point. So wherever your eyes are looking at, if you're looking at the horizon, that's where you're vanishing. If you're looking 10 degrees up from the horizon, that's where you're vanishing. And if you continue to go from 0 to 1 to 2 to 3, all the way up to 90, and then back down to 180 from behind you, you're essentially creating a dome. Same path that a protractor takes. Set a protractor down.
I agree.
Right. So when you're mapping the sky, it's based off of your perspective, not based off of like how things would look on Earth. That's just how the maths out. That doesn't mean that's reality. They're taking the best that they can do with their observation, but they're limited to only perspectives. They have no orthogonal way of transferring the data.
Correct.
Right. So the sphere is based off of the sky, not the Earth. because it's the limits of your vision.
Yep.
But yeah,
They've basically taken the celestial sphere, which is a conceptual way of mapping out the way we see the sky, and then they've converted that celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere, right? And then they're stretching out that terrestrial sphere into different projections, and you're using that particular coordinate system that originates from the celestial sphere.
but why isn't the sky flat?
Think about this as an example, right? Say you go out into the ocean, into the middle of the ocean, and you're just on a boat, and you look 360 degrees around you. You're going to see the horizon at the same distance at every degree around you. So you're going to see a big giant circle. Okay, now let's picture that you have a plane from 1 degree, like from one point in that circle, and the plane's going to fly directly over the top of your head and away from you in the same direction. Okay, so you're going to see the plane, due to perspective, is going to look like it comes from the horizon, and it's going to look like it goes up, 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 and over the top of your head and away in the distance. Okay, it's taken a big arc over your head, but really the plane was at the same altitude the entire time it was flying. It was just because of perspective that it made it look like it took a big arc over your head. Now picture right now plot that path that plane took over your head, right? Just in your mind. Now you've got 360 planes all doing the same thing, one at each degree. It's going to make a big dome over the top of you, right? And that would be like a dome of perspective. In reality, the planes are all taking just a flat, like a straight path over your head, but you're seeing it as like a dome of perspective, but really it's flat. So you could visualize the stars in the same way, or the clouds, for example. I can show you a great example with the clouds. Okay, so when you look at the clouds, it looks like the clouds are going down, 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 and converging with the horizon. Okay, so if we look at footage from a plane taking off, I've got some awesome footage. So he's standing on the runway in like one of those little ultralight planes, and it looks like the clouds go down and converge with the horizon. And then you'll see that when he goes up into the air, you'll see that the same clouds that look like they were going down and merging with the horizon is actually just a big giant flat deck of clouds. Big giant flat cloud deck. It was only looking like it was merging down due to perspective.
I'm posting the
Same
video
thing.
for you.
Oh, thanks, man. It's a really good video. It's actually a cool video, like just regardless.
It's weird. It's like the same thing that you see on Earth as he gets closer to the bottom of the clouds. See the way the perspective works shift, and the clouds now become that flat surface like the Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one that Sheepdog posted there. Thanks, Sheepdog.
What's up?
I said thanks for finding that. Oh, that was the one I was looking for.
Yeah, no, I saved it. It's a good video. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird how the
exactly what it looks
clouds.
like going a hot air balloon.
It's weird how the clouds are in 2 layers like that.
Yeah, like cloud deck layers. Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, I would have assumed clouds would just be like randomly assorted, but that's weird.
Yeah, different types of clouds act differently.
Here's
Depends
the
what
weird
type of
part.
clouds we're in.
When you look up in the sky on a clear day, you don't see any clouds. But if you were flying and you got up to a certain altitude, the clouds would be there. I've been noticing that a lot too. Like watching airplane videos when people take off, they look up and like there's maybe a couple of clouds in the sky, and then they get up to that deck and there's like a whole nother layer of clouds above that, but you never see it from.
Here's another example of the perspective thing, right? So in this demonstration, he's just set up a string horizontally across his kitchen bench, and he's sliding the little light across it. So this would be the celestial view, like the view from the height of the light and the string. And it looks like obviously like it's going straight across the straight string. But when he puts the camera down on the ground, right, which would be the terrestrial view, all of a sudden it looks like this. Right? Same thing as what it looks like when a plane comes from the distance, right? It looks like it's kind of going up, almost like a rocket. Same with the cloud here, right? That's that same straight string that's horizontal, but all of a sudden it looks like the sun's going down drastically. Difference between a terrestrial view and a celestial view, and that's just perspective.
So why is it that when you take a time lapse of the star trails at the equator, the stars spin in different directions?
You can do that at Santa Barbara from 40 degrees north. You don't have to be at the equator to see that.
So are they actually going in different directions? Like you see them pass each other in the opposite direction?
Yeah, like one spins clockwise, the other spins counterclockwise.
So you see one star going one way, and then if you look at the other star, it's going the opposite way. Like two cars on a separated on a 2-lane highway, one on one side, one on the other. Does it look like that?
Definitely not.
Nope. Doesn't, does it? So they're not going in different directions.
Yeah, one
It's
goes
just
left,
like
the other goes right.
it's just like if you are facing a wall that's facing north, and then turn around and face a different wall that's facing south. Ceiling is still the ceiling over your head.
Yeah, if you're standing in North America and you face north towards Polaris and take star trails, they're going to look like they're going counterclockwise. And then if you just literally just turn around 180 degrees and film star trails that way, looking south, you'll see them appearing to go the other way, right? They're all still just going east to west. And you can do the same thing in the southern hemisphere if you're in Australia, if you point north or if you point south. It depends on your particular orientation, but all the stars are still going to be going east to west. But yeah, look, who knows exactly what the stars are and how the sky works? We don't know that. We don't claim that, right? You would have to make a whole bunch of assumptions about what medium they're in, what they are, what they're doing, how it works. Could be something way beyond our comprehension, for all we know. But what we can validate is that it's happening above a flat surface.
Yeah, I mean it's clockwise and counterclockwise. So is there like I don't see how they could be doing anything other than one of those two.
Why?
You don't see how they could be doing. Okay, so why when you turn around, that's literally why you see it, because you've turned around. Like what in DJ's example, facing north, facing south, you see them going one way, you see them going the other way, right? They haven't actually changed direction because, like we said, they're not two cars passing each other in different directions, going to different places, are they? It's not like that. They're still going from the east to the west. It's just like if you were watching a train on going in one direction and you were on one side of it, it'd appear to be going from your left to your right. You go to the other side of the track and watch the train going in the same direction as it was before. It's going from your right to your left.
Kiba, check out this video I posted at 58 after the hour. It says north and south rotation star path only possible in a dome. It's only 40 seconds long. Take a look at it. It's just perspective.
Your robot and sheepdog. Sorry, Gabe. Maybe leave and come back.
Also, this is looking in the wrong direction, isn't it? It's looking up at the sky when we should be focusing on the surface, because we want to determine what the surface is, not what the sky is doing. Are we talking about what the sky is doing?
But would you agree that if we can hypothetically prove that the sky is a sphere, then the Earth must also be a sphere in order to see every constellation?
How
The
can the sky be
sky
a
is a
sphere?
sphere? What do you mean when you say the sky is a sphere?
That you can
I was gonna.
see the sky from every angle, and then it wraps
Okay.
back
That would
around.
just be right.
I'm still
What?
trying to get to what you mean by the sky is a sphere. Do you mean the way it seems to arc over from one horizon over your head down towards the other horizon?
So, like, basically, if you keep going past the Southern Cross, you'll eventually start seeing the northern constellations again.
Will you?
Yes.
And you can show me this, can you? From every line of longitude, from north, reaching south, and going through south, back to north again.
Well, it depends on what sort of evidence you would accept.
At the moment, a straight line path on one line of longitude, from north to south and back to north again, seeing the stars that you claimed on this traverse of the Earth.
Pretty sure somebody's mapped it out.
Okay. You understand why I'm asking this question, because that's one hell of a claim, dude. And I'm
So,
sure someone has mapped it out. Is lovely, but that's still not validation of the claim that you made. That when you go south and crossing over the South Pole, you will start to see, obviously passing through the southern stars, the equatorial and then the northern stars. I'd love to see that.
So yeah, I believe that you can map the entire sky in a sphere, and it'll
Yes.
wrap up. So
Yes,
if I
we
can,
understand. Yeah, it's no need for belief. We actually do this. It's called
yeah,
the celestial sphere. It's the way the
exactly.
sky appears around an observer above a horizontal plane.
But I mean, also, like, if you physically keep going in that same direction, then you'll start seeing the
On
northern.
the horizontal plane underneath the hemisphere of the sky. If you're going to invoke the celestial sphere, dude, you must understand you traversing along a horizontal plane, taking angle measurements because you see the world like a protractor or from within one, measuring angles from this horizontal plane to those things in the sky. You start talking about north and south, you're going to be talking about the stars, right? They're doing this and they're doing that. The celestial sphere is measured from a horizontal plane, dude.
But if I could demonstrate that continuing to go in the same direction, and you see, the constellations start wrapping back around, would you accept that as proof of a globe?
If you followed one line of longitude, like I said, from north to south, through that straight line, like you said, back up to north, I'd love to see that.
Okay. Now, are there any lines of longitude that do not, or that are entirely in the ocean?
International date line.
Let me see.
And that's an interesting one because if we're talking about one circumference, that's the international date line through Greenwich Mean Time. So this is what divides the eastern from the western hemisphere. Day from day. So the date line and the timeline. That line of longitude, you could do that one. You're probably going to jump over a little bit of Africa, but Should be alright.
Well, that would go through the middle of Antarctica, though, wouldn't it?
Dude, if we're going south, I should bloody hope so.
So, like, I mean, if we were to do it in a ship, we'd have to like go past Antarctica, you know.
Just do an airplane, dude. In this hypothetical situation, it's going to remain hypothetical because I know it hasn't been done.
I suppose we could do like a solar powered drone or something.
Okay, yeah, awesome stuff. Yeah, let's do this sometime in the future. Prove your claim.
But what I was kind of thinking of is more like you map out the sky and then you sail a little bit further. You map the next constellation, and eventually you're just going to map an entire sphere, but it's going to keep moving around.
You're going to measure a horizontal plane. If you're going to be measuring the angles to the stars, understanding that an angle is the intersection of two straight lines meeting at a vertex, right? And the separation of those two straight sides. One straight side is the Earth. The other one's the elevation angle up to the star from the Earth.
Okay,
so
how about this?
Horizontal. The point is, dude, all right, it's going to be a horizontal plane you're going to be measuring from. When you're talking about a celestial, if you're invoking angles, I can only point out that that's two straight sides. You're not going to be measuring angles from a curved line. And we said this earlier, right? These are distances of hundreds, if not thousands of miles.
So what if I could demonstrate that not only Antarctica is a continent, meaning, you know, an island rather than an ice ring, but also as you sail.
Ring. Sorry, who do you think you are talking?
No, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Not that you believe that. I'm just saying. Just to be
Okay.
precise. As you sail around this continent of Antarctica, the magnet will point towards Antarctica. Would
The
that prove?
magnet?
I mean, sorry, not the magnet, the compass. If the compass,
sorry, I understood what you said when you said magnet, but still, no, you're still going to have to correct for your compass reading true where the South Pole is, because magnetic field lines, they're wavy, right? You can have lines that are perpendicular to the orientation that you want them to be. Your east could actually be south. Oh, hell, crazy. So you're going to have to make a correction called a declination correction. So we're not going to be using the compass, especially in the south, right? And that's going to depend where you are in the south. If you're off the south coast of Australia, you're close to another southern magnetic field convergence and divergence point, because there's two in the south, right? One at the South Pole-ish and one that's south of Australia-ish. So not a compass, dude. We were talking about the stars, though, weren't we?
Wait, you're saying there's another South Pole near Antarctica?
Yeah, magnetic field convergence. Southwest of Australia, I think it is. I think there is one in Antarctica, a continent or whatever.
I got a map up for you, Jedi. Side chat.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate that, Matrix, and good to see you as well. But yeah, south, when you're pointing it out, right, you're going to be talking about north and south observations of the sky, and, oh, don't they do this and that, clockwise, counterclockwise. So what is north, and how do I know when I've got north? What's geographical north? It's not magnetic, right?
No?
No.
What is it?
It's underneath celestial north.
Polaris?
Ish. Yeah, pretty much Polaris and North Star. It's very off of rotation, but yeah.
Yeah. And then what's the southern star?
The southern one is, I don't know, what's south, and how do you know when you've got there? So it's not magnetic. Are you going to look at the sky? Yes. What do we observe?
Well, if there was a star that didn't move in the south, would you accept that as...
Polaris moves.
No, I mean in the south.
Yeah, I know, but Polaris moves also. It is a circumpolar star like the other northern celestial stars, right? They're circumpolar around an unseen point.
Okay.
Same in the south, right? There are southern circumpolar stars that rotate around an unseen southern celestial point. Underneath these two celestial rotations in the sky, on the floor, it's geographic north and south, right?
Okay.
Okay.
And so, if there are two circumpolar stars, how is that possible on a flat Earth?
The stars in the sky above the flat Earth are moving in different directions because there are apparently two different points of rotation. These ones in the north rotate around this one. These ones in the south rotate around.
Okay. But like, wouldn't if you keep going, wouldn't you see something different at some point?
I don't know, dude. This has now become the question bugging me and keeping me awake. I don't know, mate. I've
Because the
been
thing
trapped
is
in this. Let's put it like this: I've been trapped in this world as long as you have, right? Right? And it's always been a ball up until recently. And I didn't know what the Earth was after that, and I definitely don't know. Right? It's an awakening kind of moment.
Yeah.
Can't tell you, dude. Haven't experienced it. I really do. So your idea of going past south, theoretically going north, and seeing the stars again in the same way that you would through the southern one, the equator, and back seeing the northern ones again. I don't know, mate. I honestly don't know.
Yeah, because the only thing I could imagine that would prevent us from seeing further is if Antarctica was an ice ring.
I guess we've been trapped in some kind of system. Just
Sorry, you cut out. You said trapped in what?
in a coordinate system where we just circled around poles a lot of the time, which is what we do. It's one of the ways that we navigate, right?
So you're saying it's kind of like getting lost in the forest, and you like wind up like going in circles, type of a thing.
Yeah, that's kind of what we do, isn't it? East and west. All right, we go north to this pole, we go south, that's down there. Go round in circles, Coordinates.
Controlled by the environment.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Except
the environment controls the boundaries beyond which we don't explore, because there wouldn't be really anything to guide you. Like as far as the relationship, if there being one, between the Earth and the sky, the surface of the Earth and the sky, to help you get a bearing of where you are.
Well, couldn't we just
like the coordinate system that we use right now works really, really, really well, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what it's designed to do.
Yeah,
The coordinate system, longitude and latitude, is based where? Where do we get longitude and latitude from?
From the sky.
Yeah, north,
exactly.
north
It's in the
pole,
sky.
south
It's the
pole.
celestial sphere. So that
but it does
what
work.
appears, based on the observer's point of view, a hemisphere above us, like we're inside a protractor, looking upwards in angles to the things that we can measure to from a horizontal plane. The longitude and latitude they're in the sky.
Yeah.
but
It's
wouldn't
also
it
a
be like
choice. It's a choice of interpretation too.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be if you like knew nothing at all, right? Wouldn't that be like if you want to know like what you're standing on and stuff like that, wouldn't be that like at least one piece of evidence?
What, the stars move from one
Yeah, like
horizon to the
just
other.
looking up, essentially. Like if you
Yeah.
can move about around the entire Earth or something like that, right? And you can look up at the stars and the way that they move and stuff like that. They're like consistently doing that. Wouldn't be that at least like some like one point of evidence to maybe like what you're standing on? You
I mean,
can apply like derive something from that?
I mean, you could invoke like the issue that we always, what's in motion and what's not in motion based on observers. right? We could always say that we're actually stationary and the stars are moving around, right? Or we could say that the stars are stationary and we're moving around. Or we can say all things are moving around, the Earth and the stars, all causing the same phenomena, right? For us, the observer standing on the Earth, doing one thing or another, making the phenomena of the stars move across the.
Yeah, that.
Well,
Yeah,
I can give you that.
yeah, I give you that too.
Cool.
I mean, that's true, but that's like about how, like, if the Earth is moving on. It's just that you basically have like two points of like stationary movement that like the stars, that the sky is rotating around. If we keep it at that, right? You have two poles basically that things move around of.
I mean, I can
that's
only
kind of like,
agree with you because it sounded very plausible when we were all taught it. So yeah, okay. So we're not out of the realms of hypotheticals and making the phenomena happen with ideas and speculation. It's just how we demonstrate the speculation to be true or not. In this instance, we can make this phenomena with a sphere. Okay, that also means that we should measure curvature over the distance of the surface. We don't do that though. So all of these observations are taking place upon a measured horizontal plane. So it's measured flat. We look up at the stars and they do X, Y, Z.
yeah, but that's like another piece of the puzzle essentially, right? So you can like take a measurement that measures however far as it's like flat, but then you have all like a whole, like that's one piece, and then you have a multitude more pieces that point you to one thing or the other thing, or maybe not that it's flat or that it's round, but it's concave or whatever.
So something invalidates the measurement.
No, it doesn't have to
invalidates
invalidate
measurements.
It doesn't have to invalidate it.
I'm
not saying that. So you have the measurement that was made, whatever you're talking about. I think like it was about a lake that you did, or not you, but
there's many, yeah.
Yeah, like the measurements, they're not invalidated. Like these are like valid measurements, but it's like there's like one piece of the puzzle, right? And then you have like a whole bunch of other factors that count into a conclusion that you can at some point come to what the shape of the Earth is, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, we've already measured the surface to be okay, and other questions come into after measuring the Earth to be horizontal. What the stars are doing, like I said, or how big how far the Earth goes horizontally. Now, how big's the Earth? Lots of other questions, but understanding it's based on the empirical evidence that the Earth's measured flat, right?
It doesn't have to be based on that. I mean, it's a conclusion that you draw from that measurement, and that's basically the point that I'm trying to make. Is one piece of the puzzle. Like there can be
which one do you think carries more weight? An inference from something that's not Earth related, example, you looking at the stars, or a direct measurement? Which one do you believe would carry more weight? For example, I'll give you another example. My computer desk that I'm sitting at right now. I measure it at 6 foot, or I go outside and stare at a tree which is made of wood, and I infer that it's 6 foot just because that tree out there is 6 foot tall. Which one is going to be more realistic, more plausible, more understanding, carry more weight? The measurement or the inference looking at something that's not even a part of what you're inferring?
Seems like a completely different thing, though.
That's exactly what you were doing. A completely different thing. Yes. If you measure something directly, you measure it directly.
Yes.
You're making inferences of the stars do X, therefore ball. We're measuring ground going, no curvature here.
That's cool. I haven't invalidated the measurement that he's saying, though. Like,
But what you're doing is fobbing it off. This, in your own wording, to me, it sounds like you're, well, I'm still going to stick with my inference of stars because I don't really like that.
Sounds like that to you? Then that's fine, I guess. So
which one carries more weight, a measurement or an inference of something else?
Yeah, measurement, of course.
Excellent. Just making sure. Because the
Yes,
way
and I
you're
have
speaking,
not said
it sounds like you're trying to palm off the measurement. Because that's what you did, and you went straight back to your stars.
Yeah, okay, and it sounds like you have pissed the fuck off. So just why don't you fucking chill out and mute yourself and fucking chill? Like,
what did you
the
just
fuck are
say?
you doing?
Oh God, no.
Like,
This
what are you
isn't
doing?
very
You're just
fun.
interjecting. Like, I was talking to him normally.
Shut the fuck up. Hello? Pissed off? Not yet, my good friend. How about you go back to talking to Jedi, or you'll see what pissed off is. Good little boy. Lucky I'm busy doing other shit.
I'm sorry, Jedi. I won't participate. I would like to talk to you, but apparently I can't. So
He just said that you could.
yeah, but I'm not going to be bossed around.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
So you're going to boss me around, but yet you don't want to get bossed around. Continue your conversation with Jedi. I was just pointing out what your inference versus the measurement was. It sounded to me like you were trying to fob it off.
So we've got a horizontal plane that's part of the puzzle. Okay. Oh.
He's turned into a melt, hasn't he?
Yeah. He was talking to someone else before Rusty. Was that Keeper? Did they leave? Oh, is Keeper still here?
Yeah, Keeper's still there.
Yeah, I'm just looking at longitudinal lines on Google Earth.
Okay, man.
So I found one 115 east to 65 west. That great circle crosses through Australia and South America.
Okay.
So would I have to go around the entire great circle, or could I just go from South America to Australia along one longitudinal line?
No. It's because of the observation of the northern stars, dude. We need to see them first and then see them again.
Yeah, that's true. It would just be difficult, a lot of fuel.
I mean, yeah, I know. I realise, right, that this is not something that you're going to find. The closest thing that we're really going to find to this is something called one last orbit. That's what's supposed to be a circumpolar flight, north-south, back to north again. I mean, if you want to check it out on YouTube, dude, it's, like I said, one last orbit. You can check that out if you want to. But yes, the kind of closest thing that we've got. It's the same kind of claim that you're making, right? Making this type of traversal, you will see the sky appear in the way that you said you'd see stars again after you pass through the south. It's an interesting claim. It's not something that's actually been done. And I realise that, you're still going through a hypothetical. You found this line. It's going to take a lot of fuel. It's probably not going to be done, is it?
Yeah, this one last orbit, did they claim to accomplish something like that?
Yep. The whole reason why we're doing it, to go through the north and through the south.
But what was lacking that you don't take their evidence as valid or whatever?
I didn't follow one longitudinal line, right? When we get the converse to this, right, going east or west around the equator is one latitudinal line, right? So the idea is passing through one longitude line. This obviously isn't that. If you notice, they've changed directions a multitude of times, right? They've literally gone up, the east coast of America, up towards the north, passing through Greenland or whatever, turned, come down through Russia, Kazakhstan, if I remember, between India and East Africa, and then over, I think it's Madagascar or somewhere like that, and then down towards the south, and then change direction again, and then come up South America, and then back up to Florida or Dallas, wherever it was, Houston.
Yeah, because obviously, like, they would have to land at airports, so.
Yeah, exactly. Safety needs to be taken account of. I think it's about 100 and somewhere safe to land. So there's always that we've got to, plausibly mitigate for because reasons. Yeah. Another reason why it hasn't been done, I guess.
Yeah. Assuming you had a solar drone, that could work.
Yeah, we could obviously use better technology now. Maybe not have to rely on people so much. I don't. Still,
That's
it'll be
even if
interesting if
you'd probably need some kind of permission for that as well, which might be very difficult to get.
Yeah.
How hard would it be if a pilot had a plane that could fly over Antarctica? How difficult would it be to get permission to do so?
Very hard to go over it, go anywhere near it. As soon as you breach the 60th parallel south, you're going to start invoking treaty. So you're going to need permission.
Yeah, because obviously, if he's only sacrificing his
I'll put it
own.
to you this way, Kiba. How hard would it be to be able to fly over Antarctica? There was a guy who was flying and wanted to land on every planet, and he was doing this to raise money for research. And he didn't have permission to go over to Antarctica, but he just wanted to land there and then take off. As soon as he landed, he was arrested.
He landed in Antarctica?
Yeah, he landed in Antarctica and then they seized him and his plane.
And they had police on Antarctica?
Military, yeah.
Oh, wow.
He flew where he wasn't supposed to fly.
Did he land on that little, peninsula, or did he land, more inland?
Not sure.
That I don't know, but you can.
Does it even matter?
Look it up. Man lands in Antarctica for cancer research.
It's a Chinese guy.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah,
I don't know why. I just don't understand why people think real life is Grand Theft Auto. Even in Grand Theft Auto, when you go in some sort of restricted area, you get 5 stars. They're gonna try to arrest you, but in reality, you can't just free roam, travel wherever, just spawn a jet and start traveling. It doesn't work like that. Even to fly a drone, you need perms. You can't just fly a drone wherever you want. Come on, guys.
Well, he probably landed at a restricted landing.
Yeah. No shit, Sherlock.
But I'm assuming there's probably on the peninsula there's probably a airport that allows for landings.
Just anybody can show up. Just get your Cessna, just fly on over. Come on down. We got
Wasn't
an air
someone
runway
saying-
for you.
Wasn't someone saying last week that you only have to abide by the Antarctic Treaty if you're from one of the countries within the Antarctic Treaty? So this young
That's
chap
hilarious.
from China, well, have a look what's happened. China. He's landed in the wrong zone. Sorry, son, where's your passport? Clickety click, come with me.
Did he actually
I got
go
a
to
question,
prison,
guys.
or did they release him afterwards?
I don't know.
No, I haven't looked since he was arrested for landing there, and that was a few months. I haven't done any follow up on him. This happened a few months ago.
What I guess the follow up question would be like, what answers lie in Antarctica anyway? What do you think is there that's going to make you have like an aha moment?
Well, didn't Admiral Byrd talk about that?
Do you believe Admiral Byrd?
Yeah.
All right, what he says.
He said there was a continent as big as North America beyond our
Nah.
Antarctica that was
He
full.
didn't
Where's
say
that on?
that.
Why don't the satellites show that?
Maybe they don't go near it, or maybe
He
the
didn't even
ones that
say
do,
that.
they don't show us.
He didn't say there was an extra continent. He just said that there's more land beyond 180 miles beyond the South Pole area that was approximately the size of America and untouched by humans. He didn't say it was like additional continent beyond Antarctica. Doesn't say that at all.
That rumor sure did get around pretty well, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
Well, I think the aha moment would be that if you were to circumnavigate north to south, then that would prove that it's a globe, right?
Yeah, man. Isn't it interesting how a huge amount of people have done east to west, but no one's ever done north to south?
Yeah.
Crazy, hey?
Except for the...
It's doing in that theoretical straight line, right? If you put two poles in the floor, there's only one straight line between them. And obviously, if you continue going in that straight line, you're not going to get back to the first pole. The only way that you can circumnavigate between two poles is the Great Circle route. Literally draw a circle, put two poles on it, and go travel to the poles in that great big circle. It's the only way that you can do it, circumnavigate between two poles, dude.
Right, but someone said that people have done it east to west, but when the people who did it east to west, did they follow the same latitude line as straight as...
Yeah, again, no one ever really does that either. Airports don't all the same latitude and point. There's always, routes that you've got to follow. It's in an easterly or westerly kind of direction, so eventually we're going to end up where we started from. But the path isn't, let's say, a circle or straight, however you want to define it.
Yeah, because obviously, like, it would be impossible to follow the longitudinal line perfectly, so you'd have to have some degree of, like, tolerance.
Yeah, and I give you some degree of tolerance, right? Say the stuff that's in the blue orange stuff that exceeds the tolerance that I'm happy with. Any person should be happy with, right? But something that is going to, as closely as possible, follow one longitudinal line, maybe another one, I don't really care, but ultimately the circumference of the sphere between north and south. Not changing directions every so often, so really you're just going from one place to another, but just turning around so it looks like you're going, but you're not. Just going between 2 points and circling between them.
Yeah, I'll be right back. My phone is glitching.
No worries.
Hold on.
Try not to think about this too much. I get lost. Very easy to get lost when we start talking about direction.
I would imagine if Antarctica is as cold as they say it is, that you couldn't really see it from satellites. That there would be too much snow or snow coverage. It'd be almost like a white blur.
That's what it is, isn't it? White blur defined by a coastline. I think. I don't know.
I think the question is, would it be possible to now? Byrd used a whole frigate. Like he had a big old freighter that he used, but could you reach it without that? Probably not. I don't know.
Reach what?
Antarctica. The ice
Yeah.
wall.
People go to Antarctica all the time, primarily in the summer months. I don't think there's a problem with going to Antarctica, apart from the permission that you need, the amount of money that you're going to need, but primarily permission.
So what about the territories? I know there's only certain areas you can go with permission, but is even like the sea territory around Antarctica, is that forbidden?
Yeah, so below the 60th parallel, like the Arctic Circle in the north, 60 degrees north. Antarctica is 60 degrees south.
From the way I've understood it, like 60 degrees is a no-go zone, but like from 55 to 60, it's heavily guarded.
I often wonder why people don't question the whole Antarctica thing, because out of all the treaties that have been set by the nations, all of them have been broken at some point. So how do you get nations to agree for, what has it been, 80 years or something, on one treaty and not break it?
Yeah, all those countries have been to war against each other at some point. But yet somehow they agree on this thing.
Maybe it's because there's nothing significant to gain in Antarctica. Start a war over it.
Well, apparently there's lots of minerals and stuff.
Yeah.
Lots
That's
of
what birds
geological
do.
surveys that have taken place. It's worth a fucking shitload of money. But, you know, got to take care of the penguins, and if the ice melts, we'll all drown, so we better not go there.
What's that really?
Yeah, maybe it's sorry.
People believe that Elon could set up a colony on Mars, which is even colder than Antarctica. So why would people be scared of going to Antarctica and living there?
People live there for long periods of time. Like the scientific researchers, and I use specially designed capsules or environments or habitats, designed to withstand these colds, because they use it as scientific tests to then go forward to maybe go to Mars in narrative, right? Because it's an extreme environment. There's lots of scientific research that I like to do, like core samples and, blah, blah, blah.
If they were going to do that, though, like say if somebody like Elon or NASA really believed that Mars existed or could be settled and made a farmland, so to speak, without hydroponics, wouldn't you just start like in one of the big deserts in Africa or the Sahara, or even, Southwest U.S. and actually try to get that as a fertile land before you go to a planet?
I've been turning the desert sand into agricultural land for decades now, especially in places like Saudi Arabia and Persia. What was Persia? Anything else about Antarctica? Nope, we all done with that?
Yeah, no, I want to talk about like the weather, and I want to talk about the clouds, ice, penguins, and mountains.
Can we talk about the stars actually? Because
volcanoes and dinosaurs. That's why.
I've been researching the flat Earth thing for a while, and I'm not super well versed in it, but I was curious of what y'all thought I've seen the star video, with the Nikon camera where it shows that they're plasma, they're not a solid mass. But I've seen other comments where people say, "Well, it's just out of focus." But have any of you guys gotten that Nikon camera and seen it yourself?
Have you ever compared what you see with a Nikon camera to, say,
I haven't personally. No, I don't have any equipment.
Yeah, so I don't like looking at these anymore. Back in 2015, 16, they were where the plasma-looking dancing orbs of light in the sky when we use this particular camera. This particular camera or others like it, but not with a telescope. That's not what I've seen when I've gazed at the sky. You see, I mean, it's not the same thing. I don't like looking at them anymore. I don't know about any, but it's not anything that I say it's out of focus. I say not using the camera properly, but that's just me.
But you,
Yeah, it's a characteristic of the way the camera works. I mean, I used to have a high zoom camera, and when I would zoom in on the stars, they would look like friggin' trippy looking perfect diamonds. Right? It's just based on, I was probably using a terrible camera to be looking at stars with as well. But you could zoom right in and you could see them pretty close. But yeah, they would make like diamonds and they would be all different shapes and stuff. I think something similar is happening with the Nikons as well. I think it's just like it's out of focus, or it's out of, it's just like a within the camera
bokeh,
that's
I think
making
it's
it
called.
look like that.
Bokeh thing. That's what it.
Well, it doesn't. Yes, something like that. I'll post some in the side chat just to have a look at them. It's kind of trippy. They all look completely different colors, pulsating and stuff.
All right, just because it's you, I'll let you.
Well, I'm not sending it as evidence that that's
I
what
know
the
you're
stars
not.
are.
I'm fucking with you.
It's just I think like I've seen these things before, but I think it's just people that want to troll on like Facebook or wherever that want to pretend that a smartphone camera zooming into a star is the same as like the Hubble telescope or something like that, and then they say, "Oh, a star or
Unfortunately,
Mars is just."
I think it's
weird.
a little bit more nefarious than that. Unfortunately, because it kind of got tagged on to the flat Earth idea, like a lot of things did around 2015, 16. Lots of crazy esoteric stuff. People were claiming to go to the North Pole and like exit the reality at some kind of blood over intent crazy stuff. But I think this is like another one of those straw men that gets attached to flat Earth, because people are kind of susceptible to the truth and discovering that the Earth is flat, and they start trying to discover other things, and they get claims attached to, oh, the sky is different to what we've told. Now let's use this camera, and oh my goodness me, that looks like some crazy trippy shit. I think it's dangerous because you can whip that straw man down straight away, and then you can make flat earthers look ridiculous, or you can even turn people off to the idea. So I think this is nefarious and other tactics like it. I'll even use the AE model as one of those nefarious things that get attached to the flat earth, another straw man that can get easily burnt down, and people can point fingers of ridicule.
What I think is funny about it, two things, is that it's better in the globalist framework. It's better than the Hubble telescope. The Hubble doesn't give you an image or a photograph. It's like data, composited data, that really is less useful than anything.
Wait, that's what your phone camera gives you too, though, right? Know that, right?
No, it's somewhat capturing what your eye sees. No human eye will ever see something that the Hubble telescope produces. That's what makes people who are good photographers. People, just a second, homie. People who are very good photographers are able to capture the essence of the image, or the whatever. Not I'm using the word wrong here. The scene is they are able to capture the scene the way a human would capture it. They're able to really draw the audience into the photo. So that's something the Hubble telescope will never be able to do. It is all who knows what they're doing with that data? They're adding color, they're taking color away, they're changing things. It's just a mishmash of interpretation. Where if you take your camera out and you play around with it, that's much better. That's much more useful. At least there's a human behind the process.
Okay, so at that point, if you have that interpretation, never could anything ever be able to validate the things that Hubble photographs. So you're just saying like it's not from a human perspective. So if like someone from the from the ISS or something, right, takes the picture.
So how about this? Is why I would no. This is what I'm saying. Okay, I challenge you to look at the raw data coming out of like the James Webb or Hubble, not the interpretation, just the raw data, and see what you come up with, and see how close it is to what they came up with. How do you interpret the data coming out of the, these space telescopes versus what they came up with? And if your composite sort of image or whatever is different than theirs, ask why.
Right. Like, do you have a different opinion? Like, what would come out of that if you point like a telescope out into the sky?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Get the data, not the interpretation, and see what you come up with.
I'm asking you. Like, I mean, at that point, you're basically saying like you can kind of, because we can't look at the data.
No, you can.
Right.
You can ask for the raw data. They might charge you a shit ton for it. You could say, well, send me the, whatever you need to get whatever medium you can get on. See how long it takes you to do that. Like, Freedom of Information Act or, however long it takes you to go through that process. That would be a quite the endeavor too. Like, how long? Like, how many months, years, decades will it take them to give you just one set of data? Not all of it, just a little bit to make your own composite image. And then once you're done with that,
I mean that's a fair point, yeah. But I mean,
yeah, so that's the point where I'm getting at here is you're using something that at very best has been filtered through many levels of human interpretation. At worst,
but how
you have no idea what that should look like. But with a camera, you could do it yourself.
No, but it is a camera though. The Hubble and the James Webb is basically like a really sophisticated camera, isn't it?
No, not even close.
So how isn't it?
Well, look into that too.
But it's a sensor. It has a bunch of mirrors in front of it and a bunch of lenses and shit like that, and then projects light.
This is how they describe it at NASA's website. It's a complex observatory sensory detector that measures light and other data.
Yes, so is my phone
This
camera.
is then later on translated into images. There is no external cameras.
The same thing as my phone camera does.
No, completely different.
Yeah, but my phone camera has a sensor on it that has a lens.
Okay, fine. If you think it's the same thing, then go with it.
It's like a adjacent.
So with your phone, who is the person that modifies the picture afterwards, that translates the data that the phone picks up and then translates it to an image for you to witness? Who does that on your phone?
The software that is on my phone.
So the lens and the sensor in it is slightly different to what's on these so-called satellites. You're basically breaking it down to its base elements. It's a sensor. Yes, it picks up light. Yes, we all agree with that. But they are totally different functions.
Yeah, but on the base level, wouldn't it be somewhat similar?
Why are you breaking it down to its base level? One of them picks up an image, displays the image, saves it. That's your phone. The other one picks up light, presents it as data, ones and zeros on a page, and then somebody has to sit and translates that and turn it into an image so they can give it to us. Not related.
No, your phone.
Yeah.
You pressed a button. To take a
We're
picture.
talking about the satellite. How does the data get from
Talk about
ones
both.
and zeros to an image? Somebody interprets it.
No, the phone
Yes.
interprets it by itself. By the
Not your
software.
phone. Not your phone. The
Yes, it
guy
does.
at NASA. We're not to stop the phone. Put the phone to the left. Satellite.
Okay.
How does the data get from satellite to your computer?
Okay, so exactly. Let me ask you a question. Okay, so how exactly?
No, you answer the question.
No, I asked you a question right now. I answered the question before.
No, you haven't.
Your question.
How does the data get from satellite to your computer?
By fucking EM waves. Who? Electromagnetic.
Don't break
waves.
down on me.
Electromagnetic waves send information to my phone from the satellite.
So the satellite takes a picture. You missed that bit. The bit that we're talking about. The sensor retrieves light. That gets presented as ones and zeros to a computer system. It gets sent to some guy in an office who then has to translate this to an image so you and me can go, oh, wow, that's what black holes look like.
Okay, is there Crit? I was talking to you, right?
No, I think it's a conversation. The whole room. There's no just me and you.
Yes. But
yeah,
I was talking to you. Sorry that someone interjected.
No, it's an open forum. There's like I don't know how many. I'm tabbed out. Like
in other words, he doesn't want to answer the question. Crit. He's a mill.
Then I'm gonna answer the question. Okay, so.
Well, here, let me read this for you. Okay, this is from.
Space.
Yeah, hold on. Just let me read this for you and see if this helps on pop something. So this
Crit, side chat. Robert Simon. That might help him out.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's even low Earth orbit. They use data. Okay, so this is from Star Talk. This is from Star Talk, the website that is run by Tyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson. So here's a quote from that page. Does the James Webb Telescope take an actual picture? Answer: no. The James Webb Telescope does not take actual photographs in the way the human eyes do. Instead, it captures raw data that scientists process through a rendering into visual data visualizations that later can be interpreted by humans. These interpreted images represent physical phenomenon, and the colors assigned to different wavelengths of light that make them visible to us.
Yes.
Okay, so completely different. Not even close. Like if you were to have a camera that operates like the James Webb Telescope would, like say a miniature camera, you take a picture, and like Matrix was saying, it would be full of ones and zeros that you then have to bring to a scientist who would then plug those numbers into some kind of spreadsheet and then spit out whatever image you're looking at. Then they would decide, is that what
really how they are doing it? Then, all right. If that's really how they're doing it, they're receiving the information. I mean, the way that I think that it works is basically James Webb Telescope takes a picture on each district or pixel of the receiver, like what would it be, like the.
Well, yeah, a digital camera captures pixels and then assigns a number
and
to that
each
color.
Pixel is like an E4 or a D5 or something like that, like the D55689, something like that. And then it basically spits out that picture, and then you can see it. And then, well, maybe like a phone camera might actually not pick up the UV rays and infrared and all X-rays and shit like that, right? Like probably the James Webb Telescope picks up a whole bunch more information than a phone camera would. But at the same time, it kind of does the same thing when it spits out the information that then maybe, a scientist looks at it and interprets the data, but he's not going, what would be the point of him just changing all of this shit around and spitting out some bullshit.
Because
that's
because
what I
the
don't
cameras
get.
don't work the same. That's what we're trying to get through to you. Not the same.
Here's a
They might not
better quote.
sound the exact same way, but it's still like you take a photo and it spits out information.
Yeah, here, listen, Hobie. Here's a better quote I think might help. So this is from pbs.org. I could post these links too if you wanted, but this one says that it's more. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. It said it's more comparable to an X-ray or an MRI machine than it is to like a camera or a human eye.
Yo, bro, listen to Crit, man. Listen to him.
Yeah, I mean that's fine, but it's still like the information that is put out at the end is basically done by it's gone through software, so humans can comprehend it, isn't it?
Yo, bro.
So effectively, if you were to have like a mini James Webb telescope, it would be like an MRI machine that you'd be walking around with to take a picture.
I mean, like, I don't know how to. Maybe the data that you get isn't going through software that immediately puts it out like a phone picture, but it's basically like light comes in, and all of its wavelengths are coming in, right? And it's scanning that, and then has an output where it shows that, like, where it converts the zeros and ones into something that humans can comprehend, isn't it? Might not be like a fucking phone picture, maybe, but
so here's this Professor or Dr. Pager. So it said processing the image. So they asked her a question like, "How do you pick the colors?" She said, "To emphasize the contrast between the different processes happening inside the image, we used hot, fiery mountain of dust clouds at the base of the image seemed strange, and the sky-like sea of stars and hot gas at the top, radiating dust below. Initially, these colors were closer to red and teal, but that combination didn't set well with her, so she changed it to blue and orange instead, a combination that's better suited for her eye." They just waved the magic wand. All right, blue orange
but
instead.
it's like, yeah, I mean, but like if it's like a color correction, I could probably say that, yeah. I wouldn't have denied that's happening. But whoever like started
Not a
this
color
conversation,
correction, color adding. They're the ones that pick and choose.
Yeah, the data said it
wasn't
should have
color
been this
correction.
color, and they said, "Oh, well, fuck it, it's this color now." It's like when you type into like a word processor, and the word processor tells you, "Oh, that's not the word." You just highlight the word and be like, "The fuck it ain't."
No, it's like
Also, what
changing
they do
teal
with
to
like
blue
planet
and orange to
observations.
red to teal.
It's also what they do with planet observations, where they like overlay and stack all these images together, and then they smooth out the edges that they want. They get rid of the stuff that doesn't fit what they want it to look like, and just make it however they want.
But it's not, well.
I've seen actually some of the images, and they're actually in black and white. What I saw actually looked more what you would see on an Atari than actually anything you would see that they put out.
Yeah, that's what I've seen that too. Yeah, it kind of like the old school Atari, like a really kind of like, you know, like Pong type shit.
Right. It's just a bunch of dots, like white pixels, and everything's really far away. There's nothing there.
But if you like, let's say you're a scientist, right? You're observing this stuff, and the camera equipment that you have is basically spitting out information in a way that, like, generally, like, and I'm going to concede that, yes, I'm wrong about comparing it to a phone camera, smartphone camera, like that. But if you want to show your results of your scientific research to the population, wouldn't it be reasonable to make it maybe not the original image, but like make it look like something that's like visually pleasing, like when we are looking at for example, like microscopic organism stuff, right? You had when you were in school,
Reality.
you probably had also had like a microscope and stuff, right?
I'd rather look at reality than look at something that's visually pleasing.
Yeah, but then you have like a black and white image, or you actually just have like a fucking line of code or something like that. And I'm not even saying that you might want to look at something that is visually pleasing, but it's you have, if you're a scientist, I mean, if you look at something and the data that you get is like digestible to you as a scientist, but to the like general
Sounds like you're trying to
population,
sell me on something I don't want.
all right, well,
You know
I
what
mean,
I
I'm just
mean?
saying, like,
Oh, well, let's just patent this and let's sell this because it's patented.
that's a different question. I'm just saying, like, of course, like scientists are going to, or maybe it's not even the scientists themselves, it's the people that, like the media that wants to present it to the population, like, holy shit, we found this. And then you've got a line of code or like a black and white picture that's 40 and 40p or something like that. Like, they're not going to show it to like that, like a science magazine, wherever, you know. Even the pictures like that James Webb Telescope shows, like, that are fucking amazing, but it's not like they are like mainstream stuff, right?
Wrong. They are mainstream stuff. That's what they're pushing to us.
I have not any James Webb Telescope image ever in mainstream media in my country. Never. Maybe when it launched, all right, or when the first picture, maybe. But after that, never. Even like all over, like space stuff in general, never shows up in mainstream media in my country, ever.
You know what else I've done with the data visualization? They'll find some planet that they say is orbiting some star off in the distance, have no idea what the color looks like. But then they'll have an artist rendition of what they think could be going on that planet. And, they'll create this entire atmosphere around it, what kind of weather might be going on there. And just be a complete data visualization. That's something data visualizers do.
Yeah, but that's not something that regular people like give a shit about. It's like a what good comparison? Like some fucking
Really,
B-list.
go do a Google search on different atmospheric conditions on distant planets. I bet you'll find all kinds of planets coming up in your research. People love that shit. They eat
Yeah,
it up, dude.
that comes up, but I never had
People
a
are nerds
conversation
about
about
that. They love it.
there might be some people come out of that. But at the same time, people give a shit about fucking C-list actors that have a relationship with some other nobody, you know? Like it's just something that some magazine puts out. It doesn't fucking matter. Oh, that's another thing that I wanted to talk about. Is like, how much do you actually think like the mainstream media is trying to suppress some sort of like flat earth knowledge? Because I haven't heard about this at all, except for like on Discord and YouTube videos, because I like delve into the topic. So
Congress had a meeting about it.
I mean, I've seen that, but that was like a more broader thing about misinformation, though. So it wasn't like
Yeah,
just
and
flat
World
earth.
Economic Forum also had a meeting about it. They say we own the science, so we're going to promote the authoritative content.
Yeah, but again, that's like not completely about flat Earth. It's about like disinformation.
Yeah, well, Congress said that they're going to put they're going to demote less authoritative content, and they're going to put a Wikipedia box saying that that's not what's really going on in the world. I get that you think like, oh, well, if we have something going here, then it should be pushed to the top, and
No,
we should be famous and get Nobel Peace Prizes for it and all that other stuff. That's just not how the world works.
I mean, if it was to me, I would let you permit to upload anything you want with the flat Earth stuff and shit, and it wouldn't be blocked. But
well, that's why we're here.
If it's
we're here as a buffer to that. You know, you want to know what flat earthers think? We'll tell you what we think.
Yeah,
We'll give you the observations. We'll tell you to go out, how to go out and look for it yourself, right?
Yeah, it's,
No
the
bias.
discussion is fine and stuff like that, but I mean, I would support that you guys can continue doing what you're doing, like have a core channel shit.
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Keep coming in here.
Have fun.
We'll keep talking. Really, we want you to go outside. That's what we want you to do. We want you to go outside. We want you to go make your own observations.
Bro, I'm
We'll
going
give you
outside plenty.
some of the tools that we've come up with how to make an observation. But if you have a creative way of making another observation, we're all about it. Bring it in here. We're going to discuss it. We're going to scrutinize it, even if it pushes the flat Earth, right? Even if it's like pro flat Earth and anti globe, we're still going to scrutinize it because we want it to be true and pure.
Yeah, that's fine. I actually had like an idea, but it's like that would require too much money, I guess. But I mean, one thing that I gotta criticize though about this fucking channel is that you just get muted when you have a discussion with someone when someone interjects. But yeah, like one
Well, there's a
experiment
lot of
that
speculation of what goes on in the sky, right? And we're not gonna like have too long of a deep discussion on that because you can't verify anything in the sky. Like, oh, well, what if we did this about the sky and we did that about the sky? Okay, well, how do you measure the distances to stars? Oh, we can use parallax. Okay, what's the difference in distance between 0.0000000000001 degrees, and how do you measure that?
I understand that, but I mean, most of the conclusions that we draw from shit is like observational, right? Isn't it? Like,
Well, that's all we can do with the sky. We can only
observe
infer things in the sky, right? Can't really do a real measurement.
True, but you can like draw conclusions from things that, or you can determine stuff from
The only thing
observing
people
things.
can do with
It's
the
the same.
sky is tell time.
No, but you can still like look. I mean, it doesn't. That I guess we had this discussion before. Go back to like I had like a experiment in mind that would probably be a little bit expensive, but it would be one that kind of at least it doesn't have to prove anything, but it would at least give like data, right? So let's say
Well, you would get initial data from it if it's never been done before.
Yes, I
Because
don't.
like
I don't
once
know.
you get data from it, have you ever gone out and done something for the first time, and then what you thought would take you an hour ends up taking you all day, and then you still don't get everything that you want out of it? Because what you do is you get information, and you're like, oh, I wasn't expecting that, and so you have to take that information down, and then you have to figure out what does that represent, and is that part of the dependent variable, or is this messing with my independent variable? And then, like you just get initial observations, right? You'll have to repeat things several times over. Would you agree or disagree with it?
I don't know what you're claiming. like
I mean, okay, so the
I have
first time
gone
I
out
went
and
out and made a flat Earth observation over water, I didn't realize how hard it would be to hold the camera still. And so I spent all day trying to get good images and things like that, and it just didn't turn out the way that I thought. So then I had to go out and get a tripod, right? And even that didn't turn out to be the way it did. I had to then go get a remote and control my camera with a remote, because every time I touched the camera with my hands, it had a little bit of vibration. So like there's little ins and outs that you learn as you're going through the process of doing things, right?
oh yeah, but
Nothing's
I mean
perfect in the first time.
that's like a science thing. Like I
Right.
understand that, yeah. So you like make an experiment, you realize that you have certain things that can influence the experiment that you want to make, that would influence the outcome in a way that would give you a result that is, well, it wouldn't be like a valid result that you want to make or something like that. Like I just went out today or yesterday actually in my time, where I cut down some fucking trees, or not trees, but like the sticks from that come out of the tree. Sorry, which is my first language, but like it's I could go out with a handsaw and saw these sticks off, and then I noticed, damn, that sucks, and I take a chainsaw and then I use that, and it's much better. Or like I don't know what you honestly
Well, I
want to
mean,
tell me, by the way.
have you ever been hunting before? I'll give you another example. Have you ever been hunting before?
No, I haven't hunted in real
Okay.
life.
So going hunting is not what people think. Oh, I'll just kill it and drag it back and then take it to a butcher, or I'll chop it myself. No big deal. But there's like a long and arduous process in the learning of it and everything. So what would take you days to prepare the meat after you kill it? Like, well, first, once you kill it, if you don't get a clean kill, you have to track it. And however far it gets away from you, that could be an issue, right? And you have to drag it all the way back to the thing that you're going to eventually take it off on, and take it back to your camp and everything like that. If you got a 4-wheeler, otherwise you have to carry it all the way back. Like one event could turn into an all day thing, right? And then once you get back, you've got to prepare the meat and everything, drain the blood out of it. Like it's a long and arduous process
Yeah,
that
but
people don't really
what's the
think
point?
about when they do it. Huh?
Yep,
So
I
when you're
understand
going out
that.
to
Yeah,
make
like
an
so there's like a
observation of
learning
something,
process. Yeah.
right, there's a learning curve involved in it.
Yes, I don't deny that. So
So that's all. I'm just I'm making that note. Like you're like, okay, we can go out and do this. It's going to be expensive. Okay, well, what if you don't understand everything in the process of that one day that you go out and go do it, and now you have to go out and do it again? Now it's even more expensive than what it was originally set out to be, right?
yeah, I mean, I
That can be
understand that,
tedious.
but it's kind of like hunting and
Well, let's hear what
stuff.
you have to say.
It's
Let's hear what you have to say. What's your experiment or
no, it
observation?
does. Weren't we taking like originally about the James Webb Telescope?
Okay,
Or was
not
it?
you and I, but okay. What about the
I
James
mean,
Webb Telescope?
Oh, you and I, like, yeah. I'm sorry, it has been a little bit long. Like,
If you can't see it, it's not
how did?
true. Therefore, they can't see their penis. Therefore, their penis
No,
is not true.
yeah, it might be. Sheepdog, like,
So okay,
It's
so James
because of
Webb
your
Telescope has lenses and mirrors just like a camera.
No, please, Sheepdog,
So,
remind me
so
what we
James
were
Webb
talking about.
Telescope has lenses and mirrors just like a camera, and what?
No, wait. Like, remind me what we were talking about that was like making you explain to me why, like, hunting, like,
You were talking about, let's go out and do an experiment or an observation that might be really expensive.
say it again. You was like, yeah.
You were talking about a experiment or an observation that might be very, very expensive that we could go out and go do.
Oh, that's one. Okay. Yeah. So the experiment that I was proposing would be to like take an airplane and fly around Antarctica, right? Around that like latitude, like basically where the continent is ending, like at the shore, basically, right? So you take like one latitude of Antarctica and you fly around that.
Okay.
And then if you want to do it, if that's like a necessary thing, you fly around the equivalent latitude around the North Pole, like the Arctica, I guess. Is that what it's called in English, I guess? And if these are like equivalent to a degree, right? You I guess you have to leave some margin of error. If these are equivalent, wouldn't that like at least be like some piece of evidence that the general way that the Earth...
How about this?
Oh yeah, go.
Pick a longitude. All right. Starting from wherever, Chicago, New York, wherever. Pick a longitude. Not a latitude, but a longitude. But you want to be significantly far enough north, right? You want to be at least like above 45 degrees north.
Yeah, something like
somewhere
that.
significant above the equator, but longitude, right? It doesn't matter. Moscow, I don't give a shit. Fly directly south, not deviating from the path of the longitude, and go circumpolar over the south, and then come and pop up the other side. Nobody's ever done that.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that too. Yeah, I mean,
You know what I mean?
I understand you could do that, but I was trying to make it in a way that I like the way that I understood how the flat Earth works. It wouldn't work. Flat Earth, wouldn't it?
So your concept to me sounds like fly in a circle over North America and fly in a circle over South America, and if it's the same, therefore the Earth's a ball.
No, it would be a piece of it. It wouldn't mean that it's a ball, but it would be like a piece of
Because South America is a continent, right?
Yes.
Antarctica is a continent, right?
Yeah. To me,
Europe is a continent, right?
Europe. Yeah.
Right. So, like, you see how these are all different continents, right? And you're flying in around a circle over a continent.
Yes.
To me, flying around Antarctica doesn't really satisfy.
I mean, but I mean, the reason that I'm proposing this experiment is that my understanding of the flat Earth is that like Antarctica would be like the outside, isn't it?
No.
Like on the...
No. No. You're confusing the Indy map again. You're confusing the Gleason map again with flat Earth.
Okay, but if I mean it doesn't even matter that much. So you could still like go to a certain point like after what like globe earthers would call the equator, right? And you would go south of that.
Bro. Get the map out of your fucking head. It's a goddamn globe map.
Yeah, I'm trying to the flat Earth map. So
there's no flat Earth map that's going to satiate what we see and observe in this world. We can't map out all of reality. We don't have the ability to go out and do billions of dollars worth of cartography.
That's fine.
Okay.
It wouldn't cost. That's why I am proposing an experiment that doesn't cost like billions of dollars. It
So,
would
like
be
I
super
said,
expensive. Like
it would be
everything
no
and stuff.
different than you flying around Australia. If you flew around Antarctica, it would be no different than flying around Australia.
But you're proposing something what nobody did it.
Yeah,
I don't give but damn about flying around Antarctica. I want to fly through Antarctica and back up the other side without deviating from the longitude.
Yeah, I mean that's why I just didn't propose that, because I thought like you can't on a flat Earth thing, you can't fly through it, right? So
Sorry,
So,
hold
so
on.
60
that's why
degrees,
I didn't
60 degrees longitude or latitude
Like mapping his head again.
is all it is it's a reference to the star coordinate above.
Yeah, but so the thing that I proposed, there would
Can you
be
fly through the north?
no. Yeah, of course.
Okay, in the same way that you can fly through the north, you can fly through the south.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, yes. I mean, they probably wouldn't do it because there's like a route that would validate it.
Rusty, do you know what flat earthers will propose?
Wait, who said that?
What flat earthers will propose?
I don't know what flat earthers propose, honestly. Like
They will
I have
propose
heard
to
too
measure
many
this.
different things.
They will propose to measure the surface.
Yes, and
That's what they will propose.
Ultimately, at the end of
yeah,
the
and
day,
so what
it's
what
about
is?
measuring the surface of water. Where is
I
the
mean,
horizon?
yes, but again, like what does that mean? Like, is there?
Because if you're
We are
flying
basically
over
measuring.
if you're flying over Antarctica, you know, if that surface measure curved, then it will be sphere. If that surface measure flat where you are flying, that it will be flat.
What? Does that make any sense?
Any sense? When you're flying over the surface, now it's a point. Is that surface curving or is that surface flat?
None, because there's what? If you're flying above a surface, is it curved or flat? I
Yeah,
don't
because
fucking
you
know.
said because your example was let's take an airplane and fly over this and that, and
Yes.
you said this is my proposal, and I told you this what Plateta will propose you, that is the measuring the surface.
Okay, I understand it now. Yeah, no.
Okay.
The what I was proposing, that is the like. I still have this image in my mind with the AE flat Earth map, right? So the
Yeah,
South
you got to get rid
Pole,
of it, dude.
That's
like
not
it
flat Earth
has.
map, man.
You got to get rid
Yes,
of it, dude.
but yeah, but that's the thing that I was thinking about. Like,
Yeah,
if it's
but you will speak
flat,
now. You will put it like a strawman. These people here does not think like that. They are not claiming this is like they will say this is not our map. We don't have maps. We have the measurable surface in reality. We don't. But you will say no. This is you will say this is your map. But we will say no. This is not
no, I
our
didn't
map.
say that.
But okay, this is not our map. Do you understand?
I do kind of
Do you
see
think
it
it's our map, or do you
now.
think it's not our map?
I mean, I'm working. No, I don't think it is now. If you tell me, then that is fine.
Yeah, it's not.
But it's
It's a glow
always like
projection.
yes,
It's a glow
but it's always
projection.
like
So here, let me explain to you how they created maps, right? So what they did was they stuck a person in the center of a sphere, and then they mapped the stars all the way around the sphere, and then they plastered the Earth up against it.
up
You
what?
understand? They plastered the Earth up against it. So when they created the celestial sphere, right? Now we are on the inside of the sphere because it's our celestial sphere and how we see the stars in the sky. And then they took an Earth because each star has a ground position over it. They took an Earth and they pressed it all the way up against the inside of that celestial sphere. So when you're looking at the celestial sphere, you are inside the concave version of the sky all the way around you. Like the sky, if the Earth was not, uh, in your way, they proposed that the stars in the sky are in a complete 360 degrees all the way around, and then they plastered an Earth to the inside of that sphere. That's how they created the Earth, the globe, when they did all their mapping and everything like that.
What? I've never heard that.
Well,
Actually,
exactly. It's confusing because if it's confusing, it's because that's how they put perspective. That's how perspective works. Like if I can't explain it to you any other way.
Yeah, because that explanation is like completely out there.
Right. So like I give you an example. Stand up for me where you're at. All right. And I need you to put your hand all the way out in front of you.
Hell no.
All
I'm
right.
German, so I won't do that.
Do it with your left hand. I don't give a shit. Put your hand all the way out in front of you, and then
I imagine it,
turn in a circle all the way around you. All right.
Okay.
You're turning in a circle all the way around you. The tip of your finger creates a circle all the way around you, correct?
Yes.
And then if you were to like do a flip and tumble and everything like that, it would create a sphere all the way around you, correct?
If I would trip on tumble? What?
If you moved your hand 360 degrees in all directions around you, it'll create a sphere all the way around you, correct?
That's a circle around me, yes. But like if I can
Well, if you
imagine
move it up in the air and down in the air and move it to the 45 and move it to the other 45 and swing it all the way around like a helicopter, it's going to be 360 degree sphere, right?
I mean,
That
I
is
can
what
imagine that.
perspective
Yeah.
is. That's the limitation of vision in all directions.
Yeah. Okay, I
That's your
understand that.
celestial sphere. You can only see a dome around you. It's a celestial sphere. That's the limitation of vision. You really need to look into what perspective and how vision works. What's the
No,
vanishing point?
I know how that works.
Awesome.
It still doesn't like explain what we're talking about. Like, understand? Like I know, like everyone fucking knows how vision works.
Right. And so when they created maps, they pressed the map all the way up against the celestial sphere.
No, that they are two different things, though.
Okay.
Like math doesn't involve the way that you look at things. Like
the absolute limitation of your vision is close to 3959. If I remember correctly, it's like 3790 or something. Pretty damn close.
Yeah, sure. Whatever that means, but
Your vision
it's,
is limited by amount of light, not by distance.
yeah, you can.
This
You
coming
can look
from the person
basically
who
indefinitely.
said that Eratosthenes assumed an infinite sun in parallel rays, and then accurately described a sun that would be invisible if it was infinite miles away. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I think it's both, Matthew.
Well, it's obviously both because the light coming from a beach ball at 1 foot, is the light still coming? Can you still see the light from that beach ball 100 miles away? No, you can't.
No.
Thanks, Eli.
If it would be strong enough, though, you could see it.
What if the light? What?
Yeah, if there was a beach ball that was emitting enough light 100 miles ago, you could see it.
Okay, we're about 300 miles away.
Probably, yeah. You can.
What
You
about
can.
500 miles away?
Your eyes can observe
Hello?
light indefinitely.
No.
Indefinite distance away.
So this is the problem I'm trying to hopefully help you understand. Because eventually the distance, there's going to be a lot of air in between the observer and the light. I'm presuming this is taking place on the surface of the Earth, right? So eventually that light is going to dissipate. It's not going to be able to penetrate that atmosphere. It's like the light going down to the bottom of the sea, right? Eventually, after a few hundred meters, it's dark down there. Even though it's midday, at surface level. So when you're looking at a light through the atmosphere, obviously that light is going to distinguish. It's like fog, but over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles. Now, yeah, I'll grant you that you can have a really, really, really big light source. But at the moment, we're just talking about a beach ball.
Yes.
Yeah, so eventually the light from that beach ball.
Yeah, if you add the medium... Now, well, okay, I guess... Well, I actually added something to it, but if you add the atmosphere to it, then yeah, of course, then it can be bright for once. And you can't see it. Actually, when you would be a million miles away and you could still see it, you'll probably be dead.
Depends how bright the light is. The angle size of the object.
Yep.
But it's going to be both, not just one. You're still here, Matthew?
Yes, the distance of the object determines how bright it is, and how bright it is determines whether you see it. So it's both. But the distance causes the amount of brightness. It's the inverse square law.
Yeah, but definitely distance.
Well, yeah. Say it like that, yeah.
The inverse square law says that something is 1/4 as bright if it's twice the distance, because it's the distance squared.
Yep.
You know, it'd be interesting to figure out. So if you could put a light bulb, drop it into a lake, according to AI, it'll travel through the water for about 75 feet before the light attenuates and it can't be seen anymore if you're underwater with it. I wonder what it would be if you put it in a huge vat of like clear corn syrup. That was much thicker. So if you have the liquid of the air, the fluid of the air, I mean, that the air we breathe is a fluid, the water is a fluid, and then the corn syrup or something would be a fluid, and see how much less it travels through the different mediums would be a interesting thing to find out.
Yeah, I believe there are charts for that kind of thing.
Why are
but
you
I don't know.
talking over each other?
Who is? I didn't hear anyone talk over each other.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I had YouTube playing in the background, and it stopped, and then it started again. I'm sorry.
You nutter.
Yeah, it's always funny. Go ahead.
There's probably charts that tell you how much light goes through a given substance. That experiment has been done, 100%.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm sure it has. But it would just be interesting to dig into that and see the difference in the, if it's a thicker viscosity, if there's some type of, or to see what the relationship would be with the distance traveled versus the thicker viscosity.
It's interesting the distance that it's pitch black in the ocean is about 200 meters. You can't see any light, right? Even if it's like midday in summer and the sun's right above you, if you just go 200 meters deep, it's pitch black. You can't see any sun at all.
It'd be interesting to find out how far the bioluminescence of the different sea life, how far that light travels down there. That would be a cool thing to learn.
Same as any other light, isn't it?
I don't know. Moonlight's different than sunlight.
On the base level, it's the same, isn't it? Well,
no, it's colder in moonlight than it is in moonshade. Moonlight actually has a cool effect, not a warm effect.
Someone actually showed us that the other night on camera, straight up.
Oh, I heard
they got their thermal camera out and showed it.
I heard about that. Yeah, like 7 years ago, there was someone who actually made these experiments. Yeah,
I'm only talking within the last week. I can't remember who it was. Apologies for that. One of the guys actually put his camera on, held up the thermal imaging thing, and showed moonlight versus out of the light. He moved it into the shadow and out of the shadow, and there was what was it, 15, 20 degree jump.
Yeah, that was me.
There we go. There's our volunteer.
15 to 20.
I would like to show that how that works. That's completely confusing to me.
15 degrees, yeah.
Damn, I did it in Idaho and got about an 8-degree difference in the middle of winter. But wow, 15. I tried it here in Hawaii, but I live in lava zone 1, and there's like some of the neighbors' yards, they have steam coming out and vents in the backyard. So I was like, probably the whole ground is heated up. You couldn't even do it here.
Yeah, I'm
Is there a
suspicious
video
of
of
all those.
Is there a video of it?
There are
Of what?
some videos, yeah.
A video of how the moon apparently emits cool light.
Yeah, there's
Because
tons
that
of videos
generates
of it, but
no-
there's also a lot of controversy behind it with people saying that there are other reasons why it's doing that. I'm not sure. I don't use it
I
as an
understand how
argument
there's
personally.
I understand that there's like controversy about it, but like, is there like someone who can put some in the chat, like a video, to look at it?
I could post
I saw someone before that showed it, but it was like not really a scientific setup, and be like warmth from some table above that they placed or something like that. That
There's a engineer named Brian Mullen who he's got a whole series called Balls Out Physics. He goes over a lot of technical information, but I know he has a ton of observations and talks about the cold moonlight. He's done it a stack of times. I'll share his playlist.
The one I did was very quick, just kind of a preliminary one because I'm going to start doing it a lot more with infrared, but I want to try it with like glasses of water. That might be kind of better to have the water sitting in the moonlight or not in the moonlight, vice versa. I'm going to start doing a bunch of them, but this was just like, I just got my thermal camera, so I just did a quick preliminary one, and that's all it was.
You know what else would be cool to check for since winter's coming is I saw a video of a car, or there was a piece of glass actually. I think it was and on a car where the glass that was in the moonlight would have frost start accumulating on it, and then the part of the glass that was in the moon shade, no frost would start to accumulate.
You know what's interesting about these kinds of things? And back me up, Jedi. A lot of these things are really cool, but we've been shamed into not talking about them because, well, to be fair, retard Globers just come in and then they derail, by strawmanning us, things like that. When actually, what he just said, if true, is merely an observation. Like there's it's not an argument. There's nothing. It's just merely an observation. Now, my interesting question you could ask is to Matthew, like, what's up with that? If you think that it's reflecting sunlight, how come the shadow's colder? But you know, things like that, things like rainbows, tons of stuff. The second sun, oh yeah, they hate talking about that.
Yeah, I would say nobody has ever observed more than one sun, and the shadows aren't colder. It's only if you if you don't control for all the other radiating surfaces that ground is exposed to.
Aren't colder. I watched him do it the other night live on camera.
Yeah.
Right, because that ground is colder because it was radiating to the open
He didn't point it
sky
at the
more.
ground.
What do you point it at?
Directly at the moon. On a thermal imaging camera. The ones that show up your temperatures.
And
A snap-on thermal camera. That's what he pointed at the moon. Held it in the shade underneath the side of his house. And then put it out and it jumped 15 plus degrees. Straight.
And he pointed at the moon, and then what else? At this empty sky?
Into the shadow under his house.
Yeah,
under the eave of his house.
Yeah, the Earth is way warmer than empty space. Wait, so you're saying with the
look, Matthew, sunlight reflecting off moon make hotter. How does it go colder by 15 degrees if the light makes hotter?
Because you're measuring the radiation from space versus the radiation on the ground.
So it should be getting hotter, yes?
No.
So reflected sunlight doesn't get hotter. Reflected sunlight, Matthew, hotter or colder?
Reflected sunlight is either warmer or no difference, but not colder.
Okay. Well, fail because it went colder by 15 degrees. Is what we're trying to tell you. You don't want to accept it. You don't understand it. I don't know which way we're leaning here. But the other night we watched him do it live. He turned his phone on camera mode and showed us directly whilst he was doing it. It wasn't a pre-filmed anything. It was live.
Hello.
Yes, two things that are clear. Hello. Matthew misunderstood both points because he also said that there isn't a second son. Clearly, I mean, almost a lot of people have seen what I'm talking about because I videoed it.
Yes,
So,
but there isn't actually a second sun. I don't care what they've seen. There is no second sun.
so why are you arguing against, like, is that because that's a semantic point? Because is there a second sun that's 12 o'clock and then, I don't know, 4 hours later it's 12 o'clock again? Dipshit. Hell no. That's not what I'm saying. So why are you arguing so fervently against that point when that point is obvious? That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is what I'm saying.
Are there two suns or one? What are you saying?
I call it the second sun.
There's only one sun, but you call it the second sun?
Well, I call it the second sun because it's right next to the sun. It's not a star, not anything else. It's not the moon. It's not a planet. It's just next to the sun.
There's nothing next to the sun that is as big as the sun.
I didn't say it was as big as the sun. It's next to the sun. That's what I call the second sun. Whatever that thing is, that artifact, that thing that I've video evidence, that's next to the sun, that's what I'm calling the second sun. There's no point in you arguing what doesn't make sense, what does.
No, I
like,
get
see how
what
you
you're
sit
saying.
there and are arguing against a total ghost. Because at the end of the day, I did record something. And I'm calling it what I'm calling it.
Fair enough. I get what you're saying. So you're saying that you're calling that phenomenon that you observed, that's what you're calling the second sun. I get it.
It's not even a phenomena, because nothing's happening. It's just something next to the sun.
An appearance of something next to the sun, right?
Yep.
Okay. I take it
So
back.
I just linked a short video. It's 15 seconds long that I filmed here at approximately 11 a.m. with a ND 1 million solar filter. And I've seen this 25 different times. Every time I go look for it, I see the second sun. In the short video, I focus on the sun, then I pan down about 15 sun links, and then you'll see a second sun. You'll see clouds going in front of it, so you know it's not an artifact. It kind of dims it out, and I scroll back up to the normal sun. It's there every single time I look for it.
You got to
That's
show me
fucked up.
that. You got to show me that because that's not what I'm talking about. Show me that shit.
So I put it in the
It's in the
side
chat.
chat. It's about 4 comments back.
43 past the hour, Elijah.
My bad, Jedi. I just cut right through you.
That's all right,
Is it
mate. I
Travis?
managed to say everything that I wanted to say. That's fucked up. That was it.
That pretty much sums it up in here, right? That's fucked up, man. Fact. That could apply to
Pretty much,
anything.
mate. Yeah.
So is it Kingsley or is
So,
it Travis?
you all
Which
believe that the Earth is flat, right? Because I'm curious about this. Because I was in the Navy and I was a navigation specialist, and all of our equipment and program and software is revolving around the Earth being round.
Really? Well, even your direct line
So
of sight targeting
Just
systems and
like
early
I
warning systems.
said. Just like I
how can
said
we
at one
navigate
point.
Hello.
on a
What
flat
happens
Earth
all of a
if
sudden?
our
I mean,
navigation systems
this
are
is
100%
fucked up.
accurate? So does it make
So
sense?
all of the equipment, including the direct line of sight targeting systems and the early warning systems.
What about them?
Do they work on a sphere? Do they?
They do. It's the
So
we have
you understand what a direct line of sight targeting system is, don't you, soldier?
radar and GPS locate where missiles are, and
Dude,
they intercept
dude,
the trajectory
dude.
of the missile around the horizon. Now you
Right.
shut up, you fucking British cunt! Aren't you a Muslim?
But not yet, thankfully.
No, you should be, you fucking cuck.
Why are you having a go at me, dude?
Because you're a faggot.
All right, you're not going to take long in this conversation before somebody removes you, right? You understand that?
He ran away, but that's not a problem.
Which
Thanks,
video
Matrix.
is it Travis or is it the other guy?
It was
Travis.
Travis.
It was Umbugu or something like that.
Thank
you. Matrix got him. Good stuff, man.
Yes, the evil one is still here. As you were, gentlemen.
Do you have a question about that video I shared? Or comment?
That's a cool video.
How many suns do we see, Matthew?
Oh, hold up.
There are
Well,
2 in that video.
Yeah, right. It's fucked up.
Well,
It's pretty clear that one is an artifact.
I would like to see. I see now. Maybe I even used the word artifact. Look, check this out. So you know how like projections work, where, as a matter of fact, you can kind of see the same thing if you're looking through like your window pane. It's like double sided or whatever. I don't know whose cheap ass has like one piece of glass, whatever. So it's like,
I know what you're saying. Yeah, I know what you're saying, dude.
yeah. So if you pull your camera out and you zoom in, like you'll get like a picture perfect image of the moon on your window, and then there'll be the moon also, right? Like so that's so I'm assuming through the clouds, it's creating the same effect again because it's projective optics. I just made that term up, but I mean I think you guys know what I'm trying to say. Like projections and whatnot. But if what I'm talking about is like, it, what I'm talking about is, you know what? Let me go ahead and find what I'm talking about, and then we'll discuss. But that is pretty dope. It's just I feel like someone can say, "Oh, that's because of the clouds" or whatever. Whereas with mine, there are no clouds. There's nothing. There's just on the side of the sun that thing, whatever that is.
I will say
I'm
this
actually
though.
looking forward to that.
I will say this though, Elijah. Also, like usually when you pan down with a camera, that glare, if it is a glare, that glare tends to move just slightly, and it looks like that thing is not moving at all. So to me, it looks a little more credible. But I understand what you're saying.
So I have video of power lines going in front of it also from down the street. I could do this again real quick and show you guys, but it's there every time I look for it.
Were you talking about like camera effects? Just things that happen like when light goes through a lens and stuff?
That's the point. That's the point, though. Depending on the kind of projection of light, not with all light, but with projected light.
I mean, yes, that like isn't there like what the argument what that I had like an hour ago? Isn't like all light that is projected into your camera projected light, or isn't actually all light projected light?
Well, we're talking about so there are different kinds. Like there's ambient light, like the
Yeah,
daytime.
projected
Then
when
there's
you take it through a camera.
collimated light, like a laser, and then there's 3D imagery, like where you see 180 degrees of an image of projected light produced through a crystal. No matter what angle you are within 180 degrees, it looks like the face of that image is following you. So there are different kinds, yes.
But it's all like light. Light
Yeah,
is like
so
a
okay,
thing
light
that
is light.
is
Yeah, light is light. What's the argument? Is there an
when
argument,
it's
or you
taken.
agree that it's super cool and we can continue with the conversation?
Yeah, super cool.
What was the original conversation? I
Well,
don't understand it.
exactly. We're talking about it now. Cool
No, I
things
was
that happen.
waiting. I was waiting for you to actually like, bring up some groundbreaking shit about capturing light or something. So,
Okay. Well,
ambient light, by the way, is the same as
You
like regular
forgot. You
light.
forgot what we were talking about, didn't you?
I didn't forget. I was waiting for him to bring it up about
what?
the. Like, what wasn't he saying about some like when you have like lens flares or well, not lens flares, but
No.
I'll give you a hint. The
different
second
shit.
son.
That was before that, though. That
That's
was
the
when
whole.
Big
This is what
Daddy.
the whole conversation was about. He was going to go get the evidence so he could talk about it.
Yeah, but that was before Big
we're
Daddy
still
made
talking
vision.
about it. You know,
Yeah.
still talking about it.
Oh, okay.
Got Alzheimer's or something.
No, well then
We were just
let me discord.
we were just
Don't let me
filling the
disrupt you.
space while he went to go look for what he was going to talk about.
Exactly, and that's why I was going to ask him. So
Right.
if
Ask him what.
Ask me what?
About this whole shit, like we had a. Never mind. Just
What's the what were you gonna ask me? Go ahead, ask the question.
no.
You
We
do you
already
know how
had
to
the
complete
conversation
a
already.
sentence or a complete question?
No, you could stop gaslighting me. Continue.
Okay, so you don't have a question then. So I could just say I don't fucking believe you. I could just do that. You don't fucking have a question.
Refraction.
You don't have a fucking question, fuckface. That's why you're not asking it, do you?
No, I already asked the
I
question.
could just do. Which was what? What was the question?
The question was what. By the way, we can turn the clock back when you left, and you said there's some crazy shit that you had to think about how light works, right?
So that's not what I said. So now you're just
Oh yeah,
delusional
okay.
because you're
Yeah.
imagining things that
No,
people are
okay.
saying.
No, yeah. Right. I'm gonna mute myself, and you can go on with your discussion, though.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
That's fucked up.
What a flame out.
Mm.
Welcome to
I wonder what year
24/7.
that
That's
was.
fucked up.
I just want to talk
And it's
about
November. It's the perfect time to catch the second sun as well, I would assume, because it's definitely time of year dependent.
For my observations personally, I've done this at least 25 times. It's there every single time I look for it with the ND 1 million solar filter. Every single time. I'm surprised if I don't find it. I'd be kind of shocked.
Hold on. I missed the fact that it was done with a solar filter. That's
what
different.
causes it.
Two suns causes it.
No, the solar filter is creating an extra artifact that looks like a second sun. There's nothing in reality up there.
Really?
It's an
Really.
artifact. So how is there clouds going in front of it then?
Because
Well, I
it's
mean,
an extra image of the same one sun. Like
No,
Elijah was saying,
because
it's
the
like we
normal
have the
sun,
I
different
agree
window.
with that. I
there's
agree
no
with that.
clouds going in front of the normal sun. 2 seconds later, I scan down to the second one, and there's clouds going in front of it, and you can't. It partially obscures it.
No, it doesn't
It's
have to be
it's
clouds
not a
going in
duplicate.
front of. It doesn't have to be clouds going
If it's a reflection,
in
yes, it
front of.
does.
Well, it depends
it's a
on
completely
your
different set
angle.
of clouds.
It depends on your angle to the cloud to the light, not just the sun through the clouds.
Yeah, but this is through his camera. What they're claiming is it's an artifact reflection from the filter to the front cover lens of his camera. So you may be talking 5 millimeters, a reflection between that zone.
But even so, I have video of this where the normal sun you see, there's no power lines going in front of it. I pan down, and then there's the second sun with a power line going right through the front of it from the telephone lines on the street.
But if you take off the solar filter, can you still see the second one?
No.
Probably because of the solar filter.
Or it's emitting light that you can't see with your naked eye. We only see like 1% of all the available, different light frequencies.
I
Would it
mean,
be
my whole
enough to
thing
see a
is
second sun, though?
my whole thing is it's a projection. That in itself is saying a major. It's like y'all don't think that that's a big deal because it's not like a light bulb can do that. I'm just saying,
Can do what?
project the
Showing it.
mirror image of a light bulb.
Actually,
Or
go and get
can it?
that camera with the filter on it. Get a bright light source, spotlight or a mad torch or something like that, and go and see if it does it.
Word.
And if it does, what does that actually prove? Like,
I don't know. You're on mute, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Just taking a piss, mate.
I agree with you. I think it's a type of projection, also, Eli. That's what I think. I don't know, but yeah, I'll whip it out and turn it on real quick and see what things I can do with it right now.
Right. I'm saying it's not a secondary physical thing in 3D space. Now, coincidentally, that's what I'm saying the sun is like too. And my video is what is why I feel like that.
What the fuck?
Sorry, that's my son raging on the game. What can you do?
I thought someone was going to get shot. Sorry, dude.
I'm trying to. Where's all albums? How do I re-download it, man? All right, hold on. I gotta figure out how to share it into the Discord. You know what? If I edit it in, let's see, stabilize. What does that do?
If these clouds go away and I get this set up quickly and correctly, I could probably live stream it to this channel.
On your camera, have you had a full color conversion done? Or is it still standard?
It's standard. This one's a Dwarf Lab astrophotography camera. I do have a Nikon P900 that I took out the infrared filter, and but that's not what I filmed this with.
Astro cameras already have their filters taken out.
Well, I think this one has it can go between infrared.
Yeah,
you hit a button, it'll slide the filter in place or something. You can hear it go. Zoop. I think it's putting the filter in place.
Yep, it's got a little card filter that slides across. Yeah. I noticed that there's a modification for the Canons where you can slot these little cards in, depending on what frequency you want to pull up at.
Well, even cell phones, all cameras have that little infrared filter. You could take apart cell phones. There's a little filter in front of the camera, and then you could use it as a night vision device if you had an infrared flashlight for like $20.
Well, what do y'all think that is? Oh, it didn't post yet. My bad. 2 seconds. 1 second. Okay, what do y'all
There we
think
go.
that is?
Are you serious? You gotta be joking, right?
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Big Daddy, you gotta be. You're joking, right?
You're breaking up. I can't. I'm sorry. What?
Are you joking? Or are you serious with this video that you made?
You're still breaking up.
And the thing.
Yeah. Maybe come out, come back in.
No, I think you hear me.
Think we lost connection. Damn. Anyway, what y'all think? You know how I found this thing, right? So there was a YouTuber who took out a pair of glasses and put them in front of the camera, and lo and behold, that's what he saw.
To me, it just looks like a lensing effect. Sorry, bro.
A lensing effect? How?
See, when you're moving around, you see that half dome bouncing around. I'm guessing you're not talking about that. You're talking about the small flare that keeps popping up to the just above the center on the right-hand side of the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me that just looks like lensing, like lens flare. When you use glass lenses on cameras, you get that sort of same effect that pops up.
And it would be at the same
Sometimes.
spot?
Did you use the same phone each time?
Yeah. However,
So try doing it on a different phone.
okay,
When you're filming it on yours,
instead.
get someone
do
else to
that.
film it with a different style of phone and see if it still does it.
Yeah, I got 2 phones. But it's already been like, yeah, people, Crow 777, he talks about it. But he also adds the other stuff, like what the other guy was talking about with the seeing the sun in front of the power line. But he's also shown this, and there are multiple people who have videoed this. The guy who videoed this, I remember talking about it on the live stream, and I said I'm gonna hold off because I don't want it to get taken down before I could record it. Sure as shit, I decided to talk about it like during like a speculation like morning or something like that. We were just talking the shit, and sure enough, that same day, the guy deleted the video off his shit.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of all the other practical things you can do just to confirm that it's not your setup. You know,
What if
like a
you
lot of
saw
the new cameras have got triple lenses and multi lenses on the front of them. What if it's just a reflection off one of the other lenses? So, for example, the one you're using is the one on the bottom left, and it's a reflection of the one that's on the top right, reflecting onto the other lens because it's more of a fisheye, and as you know, an arced surface is going to spread light further around.
I should probably be able to recreate this with just any light then,
Turn your
right?
camera upside down. Turn your camera upside down. If it's actually the original phenomena, it doesn't matter which way you face your camera, it'll hold its position. If it's the camera that's causing it, it'll cause the effect to move.
I see what
Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try that too.
Yeah, if you flip your camera upside down or phone upside down, and it's the phone that's causing it, that'll put that thing on the opposite side. And then you'll know it's the phone. That'll be it. That is an easy way.
Okay, I'll do that.
I'm just trying to eliminate possibilities, that's all. So if you get rid of all the variables and all of a sudden, you can only be left with one result. What that thing is, hey, we still don't know, granted, but, like when someone comes in and goes, oh, no, it's just lensing. No, well, we've turned the phone upside down and the thing didn't move, so we can't blame that particular thing. We've used a different phone, so we can't say it's that particular lens that just happens to be miraculously causing these cool effects. So it's just eliminating possibilities.
I wish I would have thought of that. It's all right though, because I could catch it again.
But I actually enjoy all that kind of stuff. Trying to debunk it and think of all the possible things. So I've had a bit of practice with cameras and stuff over the years. And yeah, I specifically bought, when I purchased my wide angle lens for my SLR, I specifically purchased one that had glass internals so I could get lens flares because I reckon they look great. Some photos you don't want them, granted, but some photos you do because it really highlights a lot of things, gives you a lot more perspective and depth to the photos. So, yeah, each their own, I suppose. But
It's interesting though because you know that the sun is not actually the size that you see there. You feel me? It's actually the size of that lens artifact. Suppose if that's what it is. You know, when you cut out the glare and all that.
yeah.
But yeah, okay, that's my next thing on the agenda. Using multiple cameras. to see if I actually have a thing, because I've had this for years. So it's time to put this to bed or put it to use.
You know, the other thing you could probably do too is get yourself some like red cellophane or something like that,
Wait a
and
minute.
put it over the front of your camera.
Time out.
Yeah.
So one more thing that I did mention. So seeing that is time of year dependent.
Interesting.
Like, so shouldn't it have just always been the case? And when I look at the moon, I get that? Because I didn't. It did be time of day dependent as well. Because I couldn't get it during the morning, and I couldn't get it during. It had to be a specific window. Because the glare in the camera was different from the morning as opposed to 10 o'clock as opposed to 1 o'clock.
It's like people getting the photos of the sundogs. Maybe it's just the start of that. You're at the right angle, at the right position, at the right time to get that. That's why it's year time dependent.
So again, I'll since I only have just the one, and it is since around the last time I got the photo, I'll take some more video and use different cameras and whatnot.
Hey DJ, do you have a GIF of the lander taking off from the moon's surface with that big glitter explosion?
Yeah.
Pop that
Yeah.
one in if you don't mind. That's the one that I was just like, this is absurd.
Dude, the one I just posted, that's the one I just posted. It's the craziest one. My second favorite one is the one of it taking off, but I don't see how anyone can take this footage seriously, man. I've had people, Globers in stitches, in the last few days showing them this footage. They're like, no way. Like, yeah, that's fake. Kiba's
Thunderbirds look
asking,
more real than that shit.
dude, that's why I've been putting this up, and then you put up like a Thunderbird GIF like next to it, and they kind of go together really well.
That's terrible.
What's your thoughts on that that takeoff from the moon's surface with that glitter explosion, Kiba? What's causing the thrust there?
The thrust?
Yeah. How is it leaving the surface?
Well, it has a rocket on it, right?
Where's the flames?
You can see
All
the
I see is
flame.
a glitter explosion.
You can't see the flame? I see it.
No, I don't see it at all. I see a glitter explosion and then it just hovers upwards. There's no flame underneath it.
Yeah, I see a flame in the middle.
Yeah, I don't.
It like, I mean, it like does an impulse and then it stops. And the glitter, I can't explain that, but I don't know.
Why isn't there flame as it's like 1 foot, 5 foot, 10 foot? This is panned up. It looks like a couple, like 200-300 feet. You don't see any type of thrust or expulsion of flame or anything. It just looks like a crane is lifting it upwards.
Well, right at the beginning, you can clearly see a flame, but then it stops after like a second or two.
Hilarious that you're defending this footage, man. Hilarious. It shows some serious brainwashing. They got you.
I'm not defending anything. I'm just saying that I can see a flame at the
Bro,
beginning.
I've been showing people this footage that thought the moon landings were real, and they're just pissing themselves laughing at the footage. The fact that you're looking at it and you're trying to defend it. Like, come on, man. Look at it. I'm going to post more, right?
When did I defend it? I just said I saw a thing. I don't know what this footage even is.
Should get him to defend the India one.
DJ.
Yo.
A question to DJ and Travis. Is it true that you need atmosphere so that the glitters can get the rainbow, like the spectrum of light? I heard once that you cannot have that in the vacuum. Is that true?
I don't know, man. I don't think you could get
Oh
that
my
glitter
goodness!
anywhere.
It's allegedly a solid propellant, so it has its own oxidizers and all that. So whatever it needs to burn, create whatever, it's going to happen. The problem is that it clearly is a solid propellant, which is like a snap cap that my kid uses when he's trying to have fun, and he throws it on the ground, and it makes the exact same thing, or a sparkler. That's pretty much what it is, dude. It's a model. It's obviously a model. Anybody who doesn't understand this is a model needs to have their eyes checked.
Yeah, I know.
What's the escape velocity of the moon? Is that vehicle moving at that escape velocity? The answer is no. It's a joke.
Yeah, that's what the guy was
exactly.
talking about. And the other started defending the idea about the thrust. You don't see that lander building that thrust to push against that surface of the moon to go away from it. So it just started like it's lifted, like you have a crane attached to a crane, and it just started. Whoop.
Yeah, I've heard excuses that the solid propellant was sufficient to launch it out of the moon. Just that one little initial flash. I've heard that excuse before, which is nonsense.
Complete nonsense.
Even if the moon was 1/6 the gravity, you still have to have escape velocity. I mean, good grief.
Yeah, exactly.
But why even argue about it? Why even argue about it? About the particulars? It's clearly a model, and that explosion is clearly a sparkler that somebody would have thrown on the ground on 4th of July that you give like 3-year-old kids.
Yeah, it's just because the Globers expect always pages long poetry of mathematical explanations. Yeah, it contradicts every logic.
It's also clearly being pulled by a string. I mean, it's obvious on its face.
Yeah, it's obvious.
So I'm assuming what happened is that they did that initial burst and then waited for a while before they turned back on the rocket because they probably didn't want to kick up a bunch of rocks and potentially damage the spacecraft.
Yeah, bro, where's the tank?
So how did they land it in the first place?
Yeah.
Hello there.
You mean like the retro rockets when they were landing? Holy crap.
How you doing?
Is there footage of the landing?
Something in that refrigerator got to go.
Oh my goodness.
Can we get this guy to debunk the India lander?
Yeah, I'll post the India lander footage now, and he can defend that because that'll be funny.
Yeah, there's only one rational claim that you can make about that footage if you believe in the moon landing. And that is that the moon landing occurred, and this is clearly fake footage that has nothing to do with what actually happened. That's the only rational conclusion.
Well, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
You guys going on the fence. Yeah, and Lord, where's the tank? Where's the fuel? Because even with the moon having 6th of Earth gravity, then you would need 6 of the fuel which you need to escape Earth. Have you seen the TED talk from Down Headed, who says that the payload is only 4 maximum 5%. The rest is fuel if you want to escape the Earth gravity. And
So
at the end, he says if we cannot find another fuel kind, we will never be able to leave the Earth, low orbit Earth. So how did they go to the moon? Then at least 60% or 55% of the moon lander should have been a fuel tank.
Well, the moon is smaller than the Earth, so it requires less fuel.
Yeah, it
That's what he
requires.
said.
It doesn't even require fuel. So gravity, Earth's gravity will just attract the lander back to the
No,
Earth.
you guys are missing the most simple explanation. So I've solved it. So Glober asked me, he sent me $5 on Fiverr to solve this problem for him, so I solved it. So here's how it went. The lunar lander was actually connected by a bungee cord to the lunar orbiter. And so all that they did was just reach out of the window and went yoink and then pulled it back up. Problem solved.
So I just shared the video. This video is hard to find. I'm glad I even found it. It's of a guy who put a 1,000 horsepower rocket engine in the back of his truck and turned it on. And so the Apollo lander had 10,000 pounds of thrust in it. So when you turn on that 1,000 horsepower, about 50 feet behind it, it's almost blowing trees over. So if something that was 3 to 10 times stronger than that was on the bottom of the moon lander, it would have blasted a dust crater under that lander that it would have fallen into. The rocket in that truck is 3 to 10 times weaker than what the Apollo lander used when it was coming into land, and it's about blowing trees over.
Well, aren't the rockets on the lander like pointed outwards, so to prevent that?
Pointed straight down. You know, you could take a blow dryer to the beach, point it at the sand, and create craters. If you've got something that's 10,000 pounds of thrust, it would create on the moon's dusty surface. The crater would have been massive.
Well, I imagine what they would have done is they would have slowed down almost to a stop and then turned the engines off and just drifted down.
So just hovered. Okay, so it weighs. So if it weighs 1/6 of the.
So just crash. Here, hold on, friend. What he meant was crash.
Right.
Holy crap, dude.
It would have been like at 1/6 gravity. It's still the weight. If the whole thing weighed like 20,000 pounds, at 1/6 it would still weigh like a large Ford truck. Now imagine just dropping that from 5 or 20 feet straight down. It would have broke those guys' necks.
Not on the moon.
What did it have a giant like parachute to catch all that non-atmosphere so it could drift? What do you think? It's like a video game, dude, where you can just turn the speed down with a dial.
Yes.
I know it's a video game, and I know it's an imagination because that's all it is, imagination.
So the moon's gravity is 16% of Earth's gravity. So that lander probably would have weighed like a couple hundred pounds?
No, it would have weighed about 3,500. It would have been weighed more than most Ford F-250 trucks. If you look up the weight, do the math. It's
It doesn't matter how much you weigh when you slam into a brick wall, dude.
Yeah, but they have like feet that with like shocks on them, so it can absorb
There's
the
no
impact.
shocks. Show us pictures of these shocks.
Well, dude, the crumple zones. There's crumple zones in the curtain rods. So as they strike the surface, they kind of like bend a little.
That's a good one. Kiba, we want pictures of the shock absorbers that you just claimed were on there.
Let me look it up. Hold on. Okay, I found them.
mental gymnastics to in regards to the moon landing is just insane, huh?
And they have no shame when they say this ridiculous nonsense. Oh, there's
And
shock absorbers.
you see how those like struts are like, you know,
That's not the moon. That's I don't know what that is. Show us the one when it's sitting there on the moon. Look up Apollo Moonlander legs or something like that and show us the pictures and show us the shocks.
all right. How about this one?
Yeah, where's the shocks?
Yeah, so if you look at those, I don't know what you call them, but like
That's like tape holding the foil on it. Those aren't springs or shock absorbers. That's tape holding the foil.
yeah, it's not a spring, but it's like the structure of the legs is able to, you know, maneuver and adjust depending on the.
No, the cardboard would have fallen off for sure.
It has like, I don't know what you call it, but like give and take, you know.
No, I don't see that at all.
Yeah, no, we don't know. Trust me, bro. I don't know why you're talking shit when you clearly have no clue whatsoever.
Yeah, Kiba, in the shadow of the moonlander, is reaching the horizon of the moon. Really?
Look, Flood is muted. It's crazy.
I mean, clearly those legs are designed to withstand a little bit of an impact. You can just see by the way they're designed.
How? Show me. How can you tell that they're designed for a little bit of an impact? Just by looking at that image there, what gives it away that says these are designed for impact?
Otherwise, the legs would just come straight down. They wouldn't have all of
Yeah.
these like
What gives it
doohickeys on
so
them.
they're spread out a bit? Okay, that's just to stop it from toppling over.
They should be straight down if they're going to stop impact.
Yeah,
They wouldn't be angled.
You're a little bit confused, guys. It's all the duct tape that's holding the foil on. There's a little bit of cushioning in that duct tape there. Just allows the legs to bend.
Duct tape is hell of an item.
Yeah, if it moves and it shouldn't, duct tape.
You ever see Whistling Diesel drive his Lamborghini through like 1,000 wraps of duct tape?
Where's the blast crater under the rocket nozzle, Kiba, of the last picture I just shared? And earlier you mentioned that the rockets were angled out, but no, that's pointing straight at the ground. I don't know if you watched that video I shared with the truck with the 1,000 horsepower rocket thrust on the back of it. Did you see that?
No.
I'm going to tag you in it real quick.
Yeah, obviously they turned off the rocket prior to getting too close to the ground.
And then just dropped from how high up? Be like dropping from a truck. You're in a Ford F-250 truck, 20, 30, 40 feet up. You go straight to the ground, you are breaking bones.
Yeah, but the acceleration on the moon is a lot slower. So it's not like the equivalent weight object on the Earth falling. It would be, much slower than that.
So the video I shared, it's super short. Like I don't want to repeat myself, but the rocket engine on the back of that truck was 3 to 10 times weaker than the rocket engine on the Apollo lander. And look what it's about blowing trees over 50 feet away. And it's much weaker.
Good thing they were on the moon.
So why is there no crater underneath?
Because they gently fell to the ground.
There is no gently falling to the ground.
Look, let me see what the acceleration of moon's gravity is.
What'd you say it was? 1/16th? 1.568 meters per second squared.
I thought it was 1/6 was the claim.
Yeah, so it's
1/6? Well, they
1.62
changed that
meters
then.
per second squared. Or in feet. Let's see what feet is.
So the real
So,
question is, how far did this thing drop from? 50 foot?
so it's slightly more than 5 feet per second squared.
So you're still going to get hurt from a 50-foot drop. Why are you still defending this shit, Kiva?
Well, ChatGPT says 1 to 3 seconds before contact. I don't know if that's accurate or not.
1 to 3 seconds before contact of what?
With the lunar surface. They cut off their engines.
Look at that. Watch that short video of what 1,000 pounds of thrust looks like and what it's doing to the trees that are 50 feet behind it. The Apollo lander had 10,000 pounds of thrust. That would have created an insane dust cloud and then and a crater pointing at the moon's surface.
Well, the question is how deep does the regolith go before you hit bedrock?
I don't know, but they're in their little buggies doing burnouts and creating little dust, shooting dust in the air. It's like 20 feet high. Like, it's ridiculous. There's footsteps all over the place, wheel tracks, so they're clearly on a dusty surface.
Yeah, well, I saw a video of them walking and they kicked up a dust cloud, and the dust cloud lingered for a lot longer than it would on Earth. So how would that be possible, if it was just a movie?
I don't know.
Was the movie sped up or slowed down?
That's right. They speed up, slow down the film. You get different effects with the speed of the dust falling. It's easy.
Have you seen the documentary American Moon, Kiva? I
No.
suggest you watch that. 3 hours of awesomeness. If you love all this moon shit, go and watch it.
I'll find it for you, man.
That's the video that Mansky saw the light from. Watched that one and realized it was all a lie.
Well, if he believes that that was a lie, why doesn't he also believe that the Earth is flat?
What has the moon and the Earth got to do with each other?
Well, it's NASA either way, right? They're going to be lying.
What has the moon and the Earth got to do with each other?
Well,
I'm glad you just
Nothing.
worked out nothing, because that's what you've just given us. Excellent.
There's the movie for you, man, in the side chat.
Thanks.
What's your thoughts on American Moon, Mansky? How do you feel about that one? Yeah, it's a good one, DJ. The those foot pads just gently sitting there on the surface didn't create any type of depression in the dust at all. It's wild. But the footprints, no problem. You got these deep footprints, but the Apollo Footlander leaves nothing.
Just because a documentary seems convincing doesn't mean it is true.
Well, you're not very convincing, so does that make it true?
Yes.
Put your clown shoes away, son.
Because I watched the entire a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, and then I watched an entire debunking of the entire
Hold on a minute.
movie.
We're not talking about a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. It was
Right.
American Moon.
I haven't watched American Moon yet.
So how about you not poison the well? How about you go and get some popcorn, put your little feet up, and go and enjoy the 3 hours and 14 minutes or whatever the shit goes for before you make a decision on it?
I'm just saying, like...
I'm just saying too, stop poisoning the well. You are poisoning your own mind. Well, I don't think documentaries are any good, but go and watch it first. You might find it educational. Then, after you've watched it, put your comments in. You're only poisoning your own mind, mate.
I'll watch it, but...
There's no buts. Don't comment on it until you've seen it.
Alright.
It's actually a pretty interesting documentary. It's well put together.
I think the U.S. really did try to go to the moon, and when it was clear that they couldn't do it, they faked it. But I don't see a reason to fake the shape of the Earth.
Bro. How dare you turn your back on the moon? Shame.
Dude, it's obvious. I'm surprised anyone buys into the moon landing footage, man. You don't have to be a flat earther, right? Probably most of the people aren't flat earthers that know the moon landings were obviously nonsense. Maybe after you watch American Moon, you'll change your tune.
I'm curious, Mansky, what is the smoking gun that convinced you about the moon?
That documentary, I watched that, I don't know, 5-6 years ago.
But was there a single one thing that stuck out the most?
Yeah, I guess it was all the bureaucracy and the lack of progress they were making in the entire decade leading up to the moon landing. Like, it just wasn't working out the way they thought.
I
Just
will
watch
say
it. Like, I
that
don't really care, honestly. I'm like 90% we didn't, 10% we did. I don't really give a shit.
it is shocking that they were able to do it without like blowing up. I guess the first one blew up, but that was just a test on the ground. But they went all the way to the moon multiple times, and there wasn't a single fatality.
That you were told. That you believe.
I guess they could have hit it. I mean, well, that was publicized though, right? Before they did it. I'm sure they
I
would
feel
have.
like we should have colonized the moon by now. We should have had our first lunarians by now. It's 50 years later and nothing has progressed. It's very suspicious.
That's funny. That's true. There should be little moon babies by now. Some kid born up there.
I mean, it's expensive, and we get nothing out of it. So I don't see why.
Why do people keep going to Mount Everest?
So Travis, if we've got little moon babies, what would they be called? Lunarians?
yeah, little lunarians, little lunatics. The bad ones would be the lunatics.
How low IQ do you have to be to believe that the Earth is flat?
Say again, sorry?
How low IQ do you have to be to believe that the Earth is flat?
We don't believe it's flat. Not like you believing in a ball tart.
Yeah, no, you do believe because you've got
Yeah,
real
no,
problems in life.
we don't
and instead
believe
of dealing with
it
them,
is
you try
flat.
to believe in lunacy because you have problems in your life, and instead of dealing with them,
My
you
life's
just
just
put
fine.
them aside. No, it's not. No, it's obviously it isn't. If you believe in nonsense like this, it's
Share
not.
your pain,
Trust
son.
me.
Share your pain.
Get it all out.
Pain.
You can do it.
What kind of education did you have?
Where did the flat earthers
Go.
hurt you? Come on. Come and talk to Uncle Matrix. What
kind of
happened?
what kind of education did you have?
Appeal to credentials. Fallacy.
Fail. Try again.
So you didn't get any higher studies. Okay, makes sense.
Do you even know anything about the globe, dude? What's the radius?
Insert frantic Googling sound.
Just blindly believes it. Doesn't know anything about it, I'm guessing. Couldn't even say
Grind.
the radius.
Grinds us for knowledge and doesn't even
Listen,
know the fucking radius.
If I gave you, if somehow you were invited into a spaceship to see
my
the
God.
Earth
How about
from
you answer the
space-
question you're asked, bro?
Yo, if you go into that, will you go into that spaceship?
Yo, if you
Yes or
go
no?
into the spaceship, how about you answer the question that
wouldn't-
DJ
you
asked you?
wouldn't-
A
you
super
know
simple
what?
sense. A
Listen,
super simple question, bro. And you
He
can't
obviously
answer it. What are you
didn't know.
scattergunning for?
You're probably obese, man. I can hear it in your voice.
Oh, you're probably obese.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you definitely are. Come on. I hit a soft spot, didn't I?
Not really. You just failed to answer the
I
question
did.
that someone else asked you.
I did.
I
buddy.
did.
Go hit the gym. Hit
The
gym.
only thing you're hitting is your own fist, mate. Come on.
I'm 6'3", 220 pounds. What are you on about? I destroy you.
Ooh, he's 6'3". All praise to the tall ones. So what? What does it prove?
Prove that you're an idiot who's on this fucking server 24
So
hours
you
a
being
day
6 foot, you being 6'3"
because you're a little
proves
pussy.
somebody
Women
else
don't-
is an idiot.
Women don't look at you in real life because you're an idiot. You're a low IQ moron who believes the Earth is
All right, Matrix.
Oh,
He forgot to
shit.
say. He forgot to say that the majority of his 240-pound, 6'3" frame is in his gynecomastic breasts.
Oh, and he headphoned himself too. Now who's got mental issues? La 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 la
Also,
la la
he immediately conceded that the only way he knows to prove how the Earth is a globe is to go up to space and see it for yourself, which he never did, which means he has no idea whether the Earth's a globe or not.
The sad part is he still won't know that because he's headphoned himself. Another one of these clowns that just wants to come in and spurg out. We were actually due for a good meltdown. We haven't had one for a while.
How do you feel about the fact that every reputable agency disagrees with you? People much smarter than you that make a shit load of money.
Every reputable agency, or reputable, were you trying to say there, mate?
I literally said reputable.
You think the
Bring
government
your
is
ears, bro.
reputable? You trust the government?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
It's a
enough said
shame.
there.
Yeah, you probably trust the
Oh.
Russian government, don't you?
No, you mean
I
you
probably
meant to
trust
say
Putin. You're probably Putin's
repudiatable. You meant
bootlicker.
repudiatable.
Probably love Russia, huh? Don't you? Oh,
Never
I'm gonna
been there. Don't know what it's like.
I'm gonna support the evil Russian Empire because the West is full of gays and people who believe the Earth is a globe.
You should stop watching Fox and CNN, dude. That stuff is rotting your brain.
Yeah.
I don't watch any of that nonsense. Maybe you do.
You don't? So you don't trust the media?
It depends which media.
Fox and CNN.
Yeah, it depends. If it's fact checked, yeah, I'll believe it.
But you just
Well,
said it was nonsense a
I
second
don't know
ago.
about any of these. I don't know about any of these guys, but nobody disagrees with me. What did that mean?
He's just putting his hurt out, Big Daddy.
No, I know, but if you think
he's in a
about
lot of
it, like,
pain.
well, what is it that the world disagrees with? I'm. What is that exactly that you think people disagree with me on?
What is this guy saying? Are you drunk?
Because it's not actually true. What people elevation angles?
Yeah,
Those other
believing that the Earth is flat is not true. You're correct. Yes.
they disagree with me on though that I've
The
said,
low
claim that
IQ
I've
take.
thing that I've cited. Can you do that? As low IQ as people are, can you give me
Yeah,
one example,
of course. So how
one
come?
claim?
How come? Explain to me. Why did the Japanese
No,
attack Pearl
one claim,
Harbor from the
one claim.
Pacific Ocean
Someone has to
instead of
disagree with me.
going
I have to
under?
actually have a claim that they disagree with. See what I'm saying?
If the Earth is flat, how come the Japanese attack Pearl Harbor from the Pacific Ocean and not?
Why can't you address his question? Why are you just rambling on with shit?
Ocean?
Yeah, why did you not address what was asked?
Because there's no way to address it. But I'm glad that you're gonna help me push that. So what? In order for somebody to disagree with me, I have to actually have a point that they disagree with. So what? One of my points is something someone disagrees with.
I disagree with your overall assessment that the Earth is flat.
No, that's not a point.
You don't have a point. I'm making a
Well,
point.
you should
You
be
can't
able to
negate
break
it.
it. You should be able to break it. So if I'm not making a point,
You can't
you
negate my
damn
point,
sure
though.
can't say somebody. How? How can somebody disagree with me if I
Can you
don't have a
negate
point?
my point, though?
Hey, I answered your Pearl
Why did
Harbor
the
question. Check
Japanese?
the
Yeah,
side
go
chat.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No, listen again. It's deeper than not being able to answer those questions or answering those questions. I'm tired of people saying they disagree with me but
It's
can't
just another flat
articulate
Earth
what the
map. What the fuck
Okay,
are
hold
you on about, my guy?
Check the side chat for an
So
answer
I'm
to your Pearl
so
Harbor
I'm
question.
so I'm tired of people saying they disagree without being able to actually articulate what the disagreement is based on something someone's actually claimed. Can you guys give me an example of what you might have said that somebody might disagree with? Or are we citing sources all day long?
Well, like water being flat and level whilst it's at rest.
Is there disagreement there?
Let's find out. Lewandowski, do you disagree with water being flat and level whilst it's at rest?
I don't know about any of that nonsense.
What do you mean nonsense?
So how much fuel did the Japanese use to reach
What do
Pearl
you mean
Harbor?
nonsense? Water
How much
at
fuel did
rest
the
is flat
Japanese
and
use to
level.
reach
Who?
Pearl Harbor?
No,
Check
they're
the
battery
side
powered. They didn't
chat.
use fuel.
Check the
What?
side chat for your answer to the Pearl Harbor question. I tagged you in it.
That's not an answer. That's just another
Yes, it
stupid
is.
flat Earth map. No, that's just another stupid flat Earth map. What are you on about?
Well, how about you provide the
Because
correct map then,
wait,
so we
hold
can
on.
have a better understanding. There's no wait, hold on. If you're claiming that map is incorrect, please provide the correct one. Or you can stay on mute then. I don't give a rat's ass. I'm not going to lose any sleep. So please provide the correct map. Muting yourself ain't going to save you. Post the correct map. Anyways,
Since when did
Kiba.
Japan fly west to Pearl Harbor?
I don't know. You got the flight tracker that or the record, so we can check every direction they went.
I mean, I would
I think
assume
they
they would
would
have
come
flown.
in from a different angle because it was a surprise attack, a different direction. It would make sense to me.
Is that what the globe model claims, that they flew west?
I don't know. Does it?
Didn't they
I just
just
don't.
fly off an aircraft carrier that was close by?
I don't understand what this meme is referring to, with like the arrows and everything. But I would assume they would have flown east, either on a globe or a flat Earth, right?
Problem is, you got a lot of people that believe the map is the territory. And because Pearl Harbor's on one side and Japan's on the other, that is how they would have had to fly to get there. There are actually people, Kiba, that believe that shit. Just because that's the shape of the map, it's on one side, that's on the other, that's how they connected them. And then they'll question why all these other countries didn't see the planes coming.
Huh.
You say, huh? We're not joking. That's why we just laugh at it when people
Hi.
suggest that.
Can we talk about the Earth?
Sure.
So how flat is it?
What do you mean?
I mean, you tell me.
No, there are
Okay,
different
we're not going to
definitions
do
of.
these rhetorical questions. Come on now.
All right, so I'm just pointing out that there are different definitions of flat. I just wanted to know if you meant level or flat like smooth. I'm sorry, my bad. Didn't mean to come off.
No, you're
Golly
fine. I'm
gee,
listening. I want to
you're
know. I want to
so
understand.
hot. Like you laughed at me and everything. Jesus,
Oh,
it was
God.
actually a relevant
I come in
question.
peace.
Okay, good, because it was a relevant question. Are you going to do that moving forward to relevant question?
Yeah, I am. Look at me. I'm Arthur.
You thought you were. Guess what? Now
I
you give me
am.
this. Oh.
Come on, I'm older than you. Calm down, child. Anyway,
Oh.
no, I really come in peace.
Oh.
I would say if
Oh.
you had a telephone pole and you put it on the beach in Hawaii and it went up 100 feet high, and you put another telephone pole on a beach in California and you were able to string a line between those two locations, it would be perfectly straight, flat, and level the entire way with minor fluctuations with the waves underneath.
Well, what?
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I get what you're trying to say, but ultimately, we can't move forward if we're not talking in the same. It's not a language because we're speaking the same language, but you know what I mean? Like, if there's a whole bunch of equivocation going on and you're not actually being specific about the words you're using, and all I want to do is go, hey, what do you mean by that? Like, we can't move on as if you actually do know what she means. Because then that turns into a 2 hour conversation of y'all missing each other. Now, I mean, hey, but y'all can do what y'all want. I'm gonna unmute her. If you guys want to talk to her, whatever.
I didn't
Ash,
care to offend
get banned,
anyone, but
fool.
I mean, no, I mean, I really just like literally hopped into here. I'm sorry.
Nah, nah, nah. You said the word flat. It's too offensive. I gotta ban you. Sorry.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow. Sensitive, are we? Are
Right? How
we
flat
okay
is it?
now? Did you
Yeah, I'll
take a
tell
deep
you.
breath
I'll tell
or
you how flat it is. I'll tell you. I'll tell you the answer. You asked the question, how flat is it? I'll tell you.
boy, be
Go.
quiet. Come on now.
Well, I mean, do you want the answer to your question or not? You were unmuted, so you could get an answer to your question.
Why are you so hostile? Are you okay? Anyway,
All right, never
I would
mind.
like to
Bye.
learn about the flat earth.
See ya. No, request
Okay.
denied.
See, I don't. I see when I mute, it usually y'all just don't know it until later.
Holy crap, you guys got called hostile. I'm glad I didn't speak to it.
I agree with that, Eli. You have called out some people a few times that you called it out right away, and then 10 minutes later, everyone was like, God damn, troll, shut up. Like, you called them a few times. I agree.
Look, as long as they'll be quiet long enough that you can get out a flat Earth point to a conclusion, who cares? Who cares what they think? If they're not interested, somebody might be. So, how flat is it? That's the question. Since Ash doesn't actually care, as demonstrated, I'll just let you know. It's 13 miles between the highest point and the lowest point on the surface of the Earth across 190 million square miles of the alleged territory of the surface of the Earth, of which 70% is water, which is flat and level on the surface. And that's also considered the standard called sea level, which all the elevations that I just mentioned of the 13-mile swing is measured. So you have 190 million square miles with a maximum variance across that surface horizontally of 13 miles. So that's very flat. In fact, it's only a tenth of a place off of a surface plate. And it's actually flatter than some pieces of manufactured glass. So yeah, it's very flat. There you go. So now that I told you how flat it is, and this other spaztard tried to noise bomb us, I'll unmute you so you can let me know if that satisfied you, or if you need more.
Oh, I mean, just keep me muted. I don't understand. I don't want to like disrupt your room.
Were you not satisfied with the answer?
Listen. When I try to talk, you guys try to like
Yeah,
silence
listen.
me. You
Were you
guys
not
just want to get
satisfied
a
with the
piece
answer
in
to
to
the
say
question that you
something.
asked in the first
Oh, be
place?
quiet. Just be
Yeah,
quiet.
be quiet.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
were
let you
you not
guys get off.
satisfied with the answer? You asked the question, you got your answer. Were you not satisfied with it?
How much do you guys even pay in property tax? Can you actually do that? It's fine.
How much do you actually listen to the conversation? You asked a question, you got an answer. Were you happy with your answer?
She ran away, Matrix.
Yeah.
She ran away. Or did she get booted?
That's a new one, though. How much do you pay in property tax?
Yeah, she means that we cannot calculate and do math.
Who cares? You don't need to know any math. They send you a letter that says pay us this amount or get screwed. It's like, why do you need to know math for that?
That's not what she was saying. She was calling you poor.
Yeah, I know that, dude. Not everyone in the room is as intelligent as me and you. I'm sorry.
Gotcha, you bastard.
But to be fair, her question when she began was innocuous, right? And she felt like she was met with hostility, so she responded in kind.
Oh, DJ, you there?
Yep.
Yeah, this other fellow that dropped in, Blair.
This
It was
guy
him that was
comes.
pushing the what's it called? One something orbit as proof of Globetardia.
One more orbit.
Yeah, he was the one yesterday or the day before that was pushing it as proof of a boltard.
Or it just went down to Antarctica and then like turned around.
He doesn't think that.
That's silly.
Well, the Pan Am Flight 50 actually pretty closely followed the Great Circle around Antarctica.
Yeah, I saw you posted that. I'll have to have a look into it. When I looked at it, the path plotted out on a different map, it didn't look anything like what that person had put together in the video you showed on the globe. But I have to look into it a bit more.
Right.
Hundred people in here and no one's talking. God damn it! I might have to go to a different room for a while.
Why don't you ask how flat the Earth is? See what happens.
I'm not in the mood to start a shitstorm with someone. I just want background noise.
Coward.
Gotcha. Well, you could hang around and listen to me do my laundry until someone comes and asks a flat Earth question and gets muted within a minute, and then there'll be another 20 minutes of laundry.